Survival on a deserted island. On a desolate island shrouded in dense jungle, survivors are confronted with formidable challenges for existence. A crisis of sustenance, a struggle for survival, and a breach of trust unfold in succession. The narrative evaluates the psychological resilience and adaptability of each individual, revealing both the beauty and the ugliness of human nature, as well as the dichotomy of good and evil. It also exemplifies the immense potential and indomitable spirit of humanity when faced with calamity and peril. The tale recounts the harrowing experiences of the protagonist Song Han, Zhong Jing, and others over a span of more than 1,000 days and nights on the island. It intricately details their mutual support and camaraderie, alongside the myriad trials encountered in their quest for survival. The plot is rife with twists and turns, characterized by intense conflict and suspense, presenting a narrative filled with unexpected dangers. Chapter 1: Ominous Signs. The sunset was resplendent. In the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean, nearly 10,000 meters above ground, a large passenger aircraft soared from north to south. A girl seated by the window gazed intently outside, her expression a blend of excitement and unease. The sun pierced through the clouds at the horizon, casting golden rays that illuminated her face with a rosy hue, resembling a red azalea blooming amidst the twilight of a mountain meadow. Song Han. Beside her sat a gentleman, likely in his late 20s, who was currently leaning back in his seat with his mouth agape, softly snoring. The girl gently called out to him twice, but did not rouse the man named Song Han. She opened her mouth, yet refrained from uttering another sound, seemingly filled with a mix of respect and reluctance to disturb him. Feeling a tinge of disappointment, she withdrew her gaze and murmured, "Pe. May the Bodhisattva grant protection." "Zhong Jing, what are you muttering about?" Curious about the incantations emanating from behind her, Luo Wei turned around from her seat to inquire. Zhong Jing raised her eyebrows and glanced at Luo Wei, dismissively replying, Nothing at all." Luo Wei chuckled lightly and remarked, "A little girl babbling away, like a monk reciting scriptures." The gentleman sitting next to Zhong Jing was stirred awake by their conversation, yawning with a weary expression. "What's going on? My eyelids keep twitching, as if something is about to happen." Song Han scoffed. "Eyelid twitching is a sign of fatigue. Don't let your imagination run wild." Zhong Jing paid no heed to Song Han's explanation and muttered, "This is my first flight, and my eyelids started twitching the moment I boarded this morning. Is something going to go wrong?" Song Han shot her a disapproving glance and whispered, "Zhong Jing, don't speak nonsense. Be mindful of your words. We must not incite panic on this flight." Zhong Jing could only nod silently, intimidated by Song Han's admonition, and turned her gaze back to the window. Outside the window, the sky was a vast expanse of blue. From the aerial perspective, the ocean merged seamlessly with the sky, creating an illusion of boundless blue, rendering it indistinguishable whether it was sea or sky below. A flicker of fear surged within Zhong Jing. Unbeknownst to Song Han, who was oblivious to Zhong Jing's unease, he stretched his arms and adjusted his posture. Having not slept a wink the previous night, he had been dozing since boarding the aircraft. Now, awakening only intensified his fatigue. He stood to stretch his limbs and survey the cabin. In the front row were his colleagues, Luo Wei and Tang Bixin, engaged in hushed whispers punctuated by fits of laughter. In the rear were Chun Bo and Qin Kai, both senior engineers from Xinguang Company like Song Han, soundly asleep in their seats. On the right side of the aisle sat colleague Lung Wenshan, who sat motionless, gazing blankly ahead, resembling a lifeless wooden doll. Though Song Han did not see the vacant look in Lung Wenshan's eyes, he could surmise that it was indeed vacant and wondered what thoughts occupied his mind. Song Han intended to exchange a few words with Lung Wenshan to offer some reassurance, but observing that most passengers were in a sleepy stupor and the cabin was quiet, he refrained from disturbing anyone's rest. He couldn't help but sigh softly. December 28th. Just yesterday, Xinguang Entertainment Company Limited held a New Year's cultural event and year-end employee commendation ceremony. 30 senior engineers and outstanding employees were awarded by the company and granted the opportunity to travel to Australia. As per tradition, the company would send 2 groups to Australia for sightseeing. The first group was scheduled to depart on December 29th, which is today. Suddenly, the aircraft jolted violently, prompting Zhong Jing to exclaim, "Oh no," as she clutched Song Han's arm tightly. What's happening to the plane? I'm so scared." The once azure sky and ocean outside had vanished, replaced by swirling black clouds racing past the window. "Don't be afraid," Song Han reassured Zhong Jing. "The plane may have entered a cloud layer." As Zhong Jing pondered this, the gentle, resonant voice of the flight attendant echoed through the cabin. "Ladies and gentlemen, due to unstable air currents, our plane is experiencing turbulence. Please return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts. During this time, the restrooms will be temporarily closed and cabin service will also be suspended. Thank you for your cooperation." The usually outspoken Luo Wei chimed in after hearing the announcement. "TCH, with the restrooms closed, what are we supposed to do if we need to go?" Zhong Jing felt a chuckle rise within her, but managed to suppress it. As the plane shook and jolted, a wave of anxiety swept over the passengers. However, the soothing tone of the flight attendant soon restored calmness. Everyone understood that encountering turbulence while passing through clouds was a normal occurrence. Song Han, I'm scared. Having never flown before, Zhong Jing appeared particularly anxious and bewildered by the sudden turbulence, leaning against Song Han as if seeking solace. Hearing Zhong Jing's voice, Luo Wei and Tang Bixin turned simultaneously to look back. They observed Zhong Jing gripping Song Han's arm, nearly resting her head on his shoulder, prompting Luo Wei to stick out her tongue at Song Han, her eyes wide with surprise. Zhong Jing, it's perfectly normal for a plane to encounter turbulence. Don't make a fuss. Tang Bixin calmly explained to Zhong Jing, effectively answering on Song Han's behalf. Song Han continued to gently reassure Zhong Jing, it's all right, really, don't be afraid. Only then did Zhong Jing shyly release her grip on Song Han's arm. She's not afraid. She's clearly looking for a shoulder to lean on, employing a little tactic that I've used before, and it really works. Luo Wei whispered to Tang Bixin, stifling a laugh. I felt the same way on my first flight. Tang Bixin seemed to defend Zhong Jing, disagreeing with Luo Wei's assessment. Did you also pretend that your heart couldn't take it and cling to the handsome guy beside you? Shut up, I'm not that trivial. Though Luo Wei and Tang Bixin's hushed conversation was soft, Zhong Jing heard every word clearly, her cheeks flushing as she crossed her arms and looked down in silence. Time slipped away unnoticed, and the aircraft continued to jolt, seemingly remaining within the turbulent air layer. Although the turbulence was mild, Song Han felt a sense of confusion and unease. An ominous premonition began to unfurl within Song Han's mind. While the passengers in the cabin remained relatively steady, a keen observer would notice the palpable anxiety and tension among the flight attendants as they hurried past. On the surface, the crew appeared calm, their smiles intact. Yet, Song Han, adept at reading the atmosphere, sensed a suffocating tension in the air. A chill ran down his spine, and he couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Something urgent was either about to happen or was already underway. Chapter 2: Disaster Strikes. Zhong Jing, is your seatbelt fastened? An ominous premonition grew increasingly intense within Song Han. However, there was nothing he could do at that moment. He had to feign nonchalance like the flight attendants, concealing any signs of abnormality. The only thing he could do was advise his colleagues nearby to fasten their seatbelts. Song Han was certain that something was amiss with the aircraft. He was acutely aware that once an airplane encountered trouble at an altitude of 10,000 meters, how much could seatbelts truly help? They merely served as a psychological comfort. Yet this was all they could do. As a passenger, Song Han and his colleagues could only adopt a stance of resignation, facing any unforeseen calamity that might befall them. I've already fastened my seatbelt, Zhong Jing replied obediently, diligently checking her safety strap. Despite her usual nervousness, she failed to perceive the unease that gripped Song Han. Hey, you two, stop chatting and check your seatbelts, Song Han called to Luo Wei, and Tang Bixin in front of him, attempting to maintain an air of calm. Luo Wei turned around, saying, why are you so anxious? It's not like our plane is going to crash. How ironic that she would mention such a thing. Shut your crow's mouth, Song Han retorted, slightly irritated. Noticing Luo Wei still wearing her sunglasses on the plane, he sternly instructed her, take off those ridiculous sunglasses you bought for 9 yuan and 9 cents. Luo Wei was displeased by his comment. How can I compare with you, Song Zong? I'm poor and can't afford anything expensive. Is 9 yuan and 9 cents not money? I wear them because they make me happy, and what's it to you? What if I glued red paper on my lips? What'd you do then? As Luo Wei and Song Han exchanged barbs, he could hardly be bothered to engage further and swiftly removed the sunglasses from her nose. I'll hold on to these for you and return them later. Is this robbery? Give them back. Luo Wei attempted to reclaim her sunglasses, but Song Han refused to relent. In a moment of desperation, she exclaimed, these sunglasses are a token of love. If you take them, it means you're my boyfriend, and I'll cling to you every day. Tang Bixin, overhearing, couldn't help but laugh. Luo Wei, are you not ashamed? The usually quiet Zhong Jing interjected, Song Han, you shouldn't just take someone else's belongings. Return the sunglasses to Luo Wei. Song Han replied tersely, no. In truth, Song Han did not wish to quarrel with Luo Wei, nor did he desire her sunglasses. He merely believed that wearing them posed a danger. In the event of an emergency or severe turbulence, shattered lenses could become deadly projectiles. Disregarding Luo Wei, he turned to observe Chenhua and Qin Kai in the rear seats. These two appeared as if they had taken sleeping pills, remaining unfazed and peacefully asleep despite the turbulence. After a brief hesitation, Song Han decided against disturbing their slumber. His gaze shifted to Lung Wenshan, who sat observing them with an amused expression, as though watching a play. Song Xiong, don't stoop to the level of women. Our luck is about to change, Lung Wenshan remarked, a cryptic smile curling at the corners of his mouth, causing Song Han's hair to stand on end. It was evident that Lung Wenshan, like Song Han, had sensed that something was amiss with the aircraft. Luo Wei, hearing Lung Wenshan's comment, found it offensive and directed her ire towards him. What do you mean by not stooping to the level of women? What kind of remark is that? Last night, you wanted to jump off a building, yet you didn't. Lung Wenshan shot back. Crazy woman, you bite whoever you see. The plane had ceased its turbulence. It appeared to be flying normally again, and outside the window, the sky was a serene blue. It's fine now, Song Han sighed in relief, having just felt a sense of dread. Song Xiong, your observation is flawed. Take a closer look. Lung Wenshan's words seemed to awaken Song Han, prompting him to follow Lung Wenshan's gaze towards the hurriedly passing flight attendants. Song Han noticed that the flight attendants had lost even their basic mechanical smiles, their faces etched with grave concern. The sense of relief he had just experienced vanished, replaced by a surge of anxiety. Suddenly, an announcement echoed through the cabin, but this time it lacked the gentle and reassuring tone of the flight attendants. Dear passengers, this is your captain speaking. Due to the aircraft passing through a region of severe turbulence, our instruments and communications have malfunctioned, and we have lost contact with the ground. The plane has deviated significantly from its intended course and cannot continue normal flight. We have decided to initiate an emergency landing on land or at sea. Please follow the instructions of the flight attendants, remain seated, and fasten your seatbelts. I will notify you at the moment of landing. The captain's words detonated like a bomb within the cabin. Oh my God, how could this happen? What are we going to do? The timid among the passengers had already begun to wail, and chaos erupted. The chief flight attendant repeatedly attempted to calm the passengers and provided instructions on how to brace for impact. However, the cacophony of cries drowned out her voice. Zhong Jing clutched the seat in front of her tightly, trembling as she muttered, I knew something was going to happen when my eyelids kept twitching. The once boisterous Luo Wei now repeated in a panicked tone, Oh my God, what are we going to do? I'm not even married yet. Am I going to die like this? Song Han could clearly feel the trembling body of Zhong Jing beside him, her fear palpable. His heart was heavy with guilt. He felt responsible for leading his colleagues into this abyss of despair. The night before, after the incident where Lung Wenshan considered taking his own life, his colleagues had approached Song Han to discuss whether to change their flight tickets. He had opposed the idea, believing that taking Lung Wenshan to Australia would be the best remedy for his heartache. If only he had agreed to reschedule the tickets. But alas, there is no medicine for regret. Song Han glanced back at Chenhua and Qin Kai, along with the other colleagues. While some bore expressions of fear, they did not wail like others. Instead, they exhibited the composure and calmness expected of their youth. There was also a sense of resigned acceptance. An impending catastrophe loomed. Song Han bit his lip, clenched his fists, and signaled to his colleagues with a gesture of strength. Perhaps death awaited them. But in the face of mortality, one ought to maintain a measure of dignity. The aircraft descended. An emergency landing was imminent, and survival now hinged on luck. With this thought, Song Han found himself surprisingly calm. He turned to gaze out the window. The sky had cleared, and the ocean lay below, as if the plane were about to plunge headlong into its tumultuous waves. If the plane truly dove into the sea, would they not be shattered to pieces? Song Han clenched his teeth, instinctively tensing his body. Suddenly, he noticed a patch of color different from the ocean ahead of the plane. Without further thought, he unbuckled his seatbelt, stood, and leaned closer to the window. Indeed, a landscape of greenery and land emerged ahead, more specifically, a large island. It appeared that the aircraft was preparing to make an emergency landing on this island, which was undoubtedly preferable to plunging into the ocean. If the plane had dived into the vast Pacific, there would have been no hope of survival for anyone on board. Dear passengers, I'm the captain of this flight. The aircraft will make an emergency landing on an island in 5 minutes. If prayer can ensure our safe descent, let us pray together. Chapter 3 Catastrophe. 5 minutes. 5 minutes is a fleeting moment, scarcely enough time to utter a few words, let alone contemplate what to leave behind. In that brief span, one cannot even enjoy a proper meal or traverse more than 300 to 400 meters. They all understood the dire implications of an emergency landing on a remote island encased in untamed jungle. Their time was swiftly dwindling. Perhaps many among them would complete the journey of their lives within those 5 minutes. After hearing the announcement, Song Han found himself engulfed in a void, his ears buzzing, oblivious to the cries of his fellow passengers. He sensed that their apocalypse had arrived. Song Han, beside him, Zhong Jing trembled and asked, I'm so frightened. Is an emergency landing dangerous? Zhong Jing's inquiry jolted Song Han back to reality. He thought to himself, foolish girl, does she believe a runway awaits us on this deserted isle? The immense force of impact could shatter our aircraft upon landing. Do not fear, the pilot will locate a flat area to glide down slowly. It will only be a bit bumpy. Hold onto the seat in front of you. You'll be fine. Song Han felt that this might be the last falsehood he would utter in his life. Surprisingly, Zhong Jing believed him. All right, you hold on too. Song Han was astonished to observe that the timid and fearful Zhong Jing exhibited an uncharacteristic calmness and innocence in the face of calamity. From her gaze, he perceived a sense of fearlessness and resilience, as though his earlier lie had transformed into her truth. The disaster arrived as anticipated. A thunderous crash resonated, akin to the collapse of the heavens and earth. Song Han felt a deafening blow to his head before succumbing to unconsciousness. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, a gust of humid, jungle-scented wind revived Song Han. He opened his eyes to find himself still firmly strapped in his seat, yet the aircraft's fuselage was nowhere to be seen. Resembling a passenger in an open-top vehicle, having fallen into a thicket of thorns. He cautiously moved his limbs and discovered he could still function. A quick examination of his body revealed multiple lacerations from branches and thorns, but he sensed no severe injuries. After releasing a sigh of relief, his mind began to clear, and he turned to survey his surroundings. The aircraft had scraped against the towering trees and ground during the emergency landing. The colossal impact resulting in its disintegration, mercifully without a catastrophic explosion. The scene was chaotic. Aircraft components and luggage were strewn across the ground like petals scattered by divine hand, with some individuals even hanging from high branches. Zhong Jing, Zhong Jing. Only then did Song Han realize that Zhong Jing, who had been seated beside him, was now missing. He hurriedly unfastened his seatbelt, disregarding the pain in his body, and emerged from a thicket. Luo Wei, Tang Bixin, Lung Wenshan. He called out the names of his colleagues, convinced that if he survived, they too had escaped the clutches of death. Among the bodies strewn about, some struggled to rise. Others lay moaning in agony, while some were beyond salvation, rendering the scene unbearable to behold. Zhong Jing. Song Han's voice grew hoarse. Zhong Jing was 5 or 6 years his junior and had joined Xinguang Company only a little over a year ago. She had always addressed him as Song Zong or Brother Song, but for some unknown reason, she had recently begun calling him simply Song Han. Song Han was close friends with Zhong Jing's brother, Zhong Jixiang, from university, and it was through him that Zhong Jing had come to Xinguang Company. He recalled the day Zhong Jing joined, accompanied by her brother, who had implored Song Han to look after her. Out of respect for their past camaraderie, Song Han had readily agreed. Now, amidst this calamity, where could Zhong Jing be? Was she alive or dead? Regardless of her fate, Song Han was determined to find her. Ouch, it hurt so much. Help! The fuselage was severed into 3 sections, with many survivors trapped within the wreckage, their cries for help echoing through the air. Although Song Han was deeply concerned about Zhong Jing's safety and felt an overwhelming urgency, he noticed smoke billowing from one section of the fuselage, posing an imminent explosion risk. The situation was dire. With no time to ponder, Song Han dashed toward the aircraft. Song Han, are you alright? Quickly help me carry this injured person down. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the voice belonged to Lung Wenshan, whose face was smeared with soot and blood, resembling a comedic figure painted for a theatrical performance. Wenshan, where are you hurt? Song Han nearly failed to recognize him. I'm fine. Hurry, it seems like it's going to explode. Now is not the time for idle chatter. Lung Wenshan limped, clearly injured, and Song Han swiftly moved to assist him in carrying the injured individual. My leg was grazed and isn't functioning well. After you lay him down in a safe place, return quickly. I'll continue to pull out those trapped passengers. Song Han said nothing, efficiently carrying the rescued individual down from the aircraft. Upon returning to the scene, he found several lightly injured passengers had also joined the rescue efforts. Hey brother, come help me. A voice called out to Song Han. Turning around, he saw a large board pinned down on an individual's body, with only their head visible. Song Han hurried over and asked, are you alright? Hold on. I'm fine, just trapped under this. Please help me out. Without hesitation, Song Han rushed to shift the heavy metal plates that pinned the person down. However, they were too large and cumbersome for him to lift alone. Don't worry, brother, we'll move them one by one. Sweat poured down Song Han's brow as he toiled, but the trapped individual offered encouragement, indicating solid mental fortitude and a knack for conversation. My name is Zhang Chong, a crew member on this flight. What about you? I am Song Han. As Song Han worked to remove the metal plates while conversing with Zhang Chong, he finally succeeded in freeing him after about 10 minutes. Fortunately, Zhang Chong sustained no severe injuries. Thank you, brother Song Han. Zhang Chong shook hands with Song Han, gratitude mingled with guilt on his face. As a crew member, he likely felt remorse for the disaster, believing they had failed to manage the unforeseen circumstances effectively. Song Han offered him an understanding and encouraging glance. After all, no one wished for such calamity to strike, and they had done their utmost. Zhang Chong said, the aircraft has leaked fuel, posing an imminent explosion risk. We must not squander the initial rescue opportunity. Nodding in agreement, Song Han and Zhang Chong hurriedly separated to continue searching for survivors. Help! Someone please save me. Suddenly, Song Han recognized a familiar voice calling from a distance. Chapter 4 missing. It is Luo Wei's voice. Lung Wenshan also heard this and shouted to Song Han. Luo Wei is calling for help. We must hurry to rescue her. Song Han hesitated for a moment, observing the smoke-filled cabin where many passengers still required immediate assistance. He decisively replied to Lung Wenshan. Luo Wei has already fallen out of the cabin. She is likely not in immediate danger. This area could explode at any moment, so we should first relocate the injured to a safe zone. Lung Wenshan remained silent, tacitly agreeing with Song Han's perspective. However, Song Han was consumed by anxiety. He regretted uttering those words and felt compelled to rescue Luo Wei and his colleagues immediately. As the team leader, Song Han bore responsibility for the safety of his colleagues during their trip to Australia. Furthermore, he had dismissed their suggestion to postpone the journey the previous night. In light of this dire situation, shouldn't he prioritize saving his colleagues? Nevertheless, life is equal in the face of disaster, and he could not forsake those in greater peril merely to rescue his own. Time was of the essence, for at that moment, time equated to life. After Song Han, Zhang Chong, and Lung Wenshan managed to transfer the incapacitated injured to a secure location, a tremendous explosion erupted from the cabin engulfed in smoke. The blast inflicted a second wave of harm on those within the danger zone, claiming many lives. Luo Wei, where are you? In the aftermath of the explosion, everything momentarily fell silent. Just before the detonation, Song Han believed he had heard Luo Wei's continuous calls. But now, there was no trace of her voice. Could it be? He shouted Luo Wei's name, while he and Lung Wenshan began to search in different directions. One after another, Song Han and Lung Wenshan discovered Chun Bo and Qin Kai, who had been thrown from the cabin into unconsciousness, as well as several other colleagues. Fortunately, none of them appeared severely injured. Regrettably, they also uncovered the bodies of 3 unfortunate colleagues who had not survived. After taking stock of the situation, Song Han noted that, aside from the 3 deceased, 3 female colleagues, Zhong Jing, Luo Wei, and Tang Bixin, remained unaccounted for. I still heard Luo Wei's voice. They must still be alive. Earlier, Lung Wenshan had displayed remarkable courage while rescuing others. Yet now, he was overwhelmed with emotion, weeping like a child. Stop crying. Song Han comforted Lung Wenshan. This is not the time for tears. We must split up and search for them. The wind began to rise. The sea breeze rustled through the island's dense foliage, lifting light debris and leaves into the air. It seemed to echo a mournful lament for the deceased, a poignant tribute to those lost. Song Xiong, come quickly. Luo Wei and Tang Bixin are over here. Upon hearing Lung Wenshan's call, Song Han and his colleagues rushed heedlessly toward the source of the sound. The scene before them elicited a mixture of incredulity and amusement in Song Han. Luo Wei and Tang Bixin had been ejected from the aircraft during its disintegration. Thanks to their seatbelts, they were now seated comfortably among a cluster of dense shrubs, both still attached to their seats. Luo Wei, upon spotting Lung Wenshan and Song Han approaching, joyfully waved her arms in excitement. Come help us down. Her voice remained as clear and vibrant as ever, indicating that she had sustained no injuries. Otherwise, she would not be so animated, flailing her limbs like a playful child. Why did you suddenly go silent earlier? I dozed off. I took a nap here. After speaking, Luo Wei raised her arms and recited aloud. Who awakens first from the grand dream? I alone know. Is Tang Bixin all right? Seeing Luo Wei in such high spirits reassured Song Han, but he grew concerned when Tang Bixin remained silent. I'm fine too, Tang Bixin replied. The group hurriedly helped the 2 women down and unbuckled their seatbelts. Luo Wei stood up from her seat and stretched her back. Oh dear, my back is killing me. We set out for a vacation in Australia and ended up here. They dropped us from the plane without parachutes, leaving me to narrowly escape death. I'll demand compensation when we return. Could you tone it down a bit? Song Han was somewhat irked by Luo Wei's flippant remarks. This was hardly the time for humor, yet her nature seemed unchangeable regardless of the circumstances. Lung Wenshan added, Luo Wei, if you don't stop talking, no one will take you seriously. Quiet down. Luo Wei shot Lung Wenshan a glance, noticing his face smeared with soot, with only his white teeth visible, and suddenly burst into laughter. I thought there was an African here. Turns out it's you, Lung Xiong. When did you change your skin color? Huh. Luo Wei was renowned in the company for her cheerful disposition, always the optimist, even in dire situations. Despite Song Han and Lung Wenshan's admonitions, she remained her playful self. Song Han, uninterested in further engaging her, asked Tang Bixin with concern, Bixin, are you truly unhurt? Tang Bixin shook her head, surveying the group, and inquired, how many of us are left? The group gradually lowered their heads, and Song Han solemnly whispered, we lost 3 colleagues in this tragic incident. Upon hearing this, Luo Wei immediately sobered, her playful demeanor vanishing as she searched the crowd with wide eyes, trembling as she asked, what about Zhong Jing? Is she? Song Han shook his head and replied, Zhong Jing is among the missing. She has not yet been located. Then we must hurry to find her. Chapter 5 The Judgment of 2 Souls. The aircraft, upon its emergency landing, skidded for a considerable distance upon contact with the ground, resulting in several passengers being ejected from the cabin. The location, a dense jungle, was evidently chosen by the crew to minimize the risk of a catastrophic explosion by allowing the plane to graze the foliage rather than crash directly into the earth. However, in such an impenetrable wilderness, locating an individual swiftly proved to be a formidable challenge. The setting sun cast a blood-red hue across the horizon, as a flock of seabirds swooped down into the thicket, chirping noisily. As twilight approached, colleagues began to carefully push aside the undergrowth and low shrubs in search of Zhong Jing, yet their efforts yielded no results. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, visibility in the jungle had diminished significantly. Song Han sensed that their search could not continue, as they were entirely unfamiliar with the island's terrain, which was likely home to many fierce predators. He could not disregard the safety of his colleagues. Before nightfall, they needed to gather with the other survivors aboard the aircraft to endure the impending night filled with uncertainty. Song Han, have you given up? Tang Bixin approached him, questioning his resolve. Zhong Jing is the youngest among us. Have you forgotten her brother's request? You promised to ensure her safety. Song Han remained silent. Lung Wenshan interjected. Song Han's decision is prudent. Searching at night poses too great a risk. We cannot afford to take such chances. Bo and Qin Kai nodded in agreement. At this moment, Luo Wei spoke up again. Zhong Jing is also the most timid among us, even if she is still alive. The sounds of nocturnal creatures will surely terrify her, and she might even become prey. Will we be able to find her alive by morning? Enough, Luo Wei. Your words are nothing but curses. Can you refrain from such negativity? Lung Wenshan shouted at her. Luo Wei retorted defiantly. Why are you yelling at me? Lung Wenshan? Am I mistaken? You all seem indifferent to Zhong Jing's fate, but I still care. She added under her breath. You heartless person. You should have jumped off the building last night. I refused to jump just to please you. How can you gloat over others' misfortunes? Lung Wenshan shot back. The two often engaged in banter, and now they were at it again, with Lung Wenshan mimicking Luo Wei's earlier gestures exaggeratedly. As if a dream would awaken you. Luo Wei, you should have remained in slumber. Before he could finish, Luo Wei interrupted, her words firing off like a machine gun. Look at you, Lung Wenshan, barely clinging to life. You didn't T-jump last night, and today, you survived the fall from the plane. But mark my words, your fate will catch up with you soon enough. Can you both be quiet? Song Han raised his voice to quell their argument, seeing their leader's anger. Lung Wenshan and Luo Wei exchanged exasperated glances and stepped back. As darkness enveloped the land, the temperature began to plummet. Nearby, a pair of bonfires blazed brightly, with some survivors huddled around them for warmth. Song Han prepared to lead his colleagues to join them when he noticed three figures approaching through the firelight. He hurried to greet them. Song, brother, we've been looking for you, came the response from Zhang Chong, a crew member, accompanied by two flight attendants in uniform. Song Han shook Zhang Chong's hand and said, we have one colleague unaccounted for. Many injured need care and immediate attention. The search for the missing must wait until tomorrow. Allow me to introduce you. Zhang Chong gestured to the two flight attendants. This is Tian Yingying, and this is Li Yao. Please take good care of them. After exchanging greetings, the attendants joined the group by the fire, tending to the injured with basic first aid. Under the luminous moon, its silvery light struggled to penetrate the treetops, casting flickering shadows that danced like specters in the wind. Time slipped away unnoticed as Tang Bixin observed that Song Han and Lung Wenshan were utterly exhausted from their day's efforts. Song Wenshan, why not take a break? We'll watch over the injured. Call for you if anything arises. Both men, accustomed to the confines of an office and lacking physical exertion, felt as though their very bones were weary. Very well. We shall find a place to rest for a while and return in an hour to relieve you. Though the night air was cool, Song Han and Lung Wenshan felt no chill as they distanced themselves from the fire. They found a spot where they could gaze at the vast starry sky and the ocean below. As Song Han contemplated the infinite expanse of the cosmos, profound thoughts surged within him. The Earth, a mere speck in the grand universe, mirrored human existence. In the face of nature's might, humanity appeared so insignificant. When calamity strikes, how helpless and vulnerable we truly are. Lung Wenshan replied, indeed, a catastrophe serves as a profound baptism in life, prompting survivors to reevaluate the essence of existence and altering their perspectives on life itself. Song Han continued, I have finally grasped the notion of remaining unperturbed by external circumstances. Life is so fragile. Why do we concern ourselves with trivial matters? I feel quite ashamed, Lung Wenshan admitted. Your words resonate deeply with me. Earlier, I was just bickering with Luo Wei over trivialities. In hindsight, those matters are inconsequential. Wenshan, I must say, it is rather laughable that you consider jumping off a building over a breakup with your girlfriend. Such behavior lacks dignity, Song Han remarked. Lung Wenshan felt a flush of embarrassment. Please, Song, I wish to disappear into the ground. Accept what comes and let go of what leaves. Some things are beyond our control, Song Han advised. Lung Wenshan nodded vigorously in agreement. Observing his companion, Song Han reflected on how, just the night before, Lung Wenshan had contemplated suicide over a breakup, a deed that had left Song Han with disdain. Yet today, he had risked his own safety to assist the injured. Song Han found himself silently admiring Long Wenshan, who now seemed a man transformed. Chapter 6: The Depths of Night. The night deepened. Overwhelmed by fatigue, Song Han dozed off. In a half-conscious state, he seemed to see his former university friend, Zhong Jing, standing before him. Jixiang, how is it that you are here? Song Han queried, vividly recalling that Zhong Jing had not been aboard the flight. Song Han, I considered you a brother. I entrusted you with the care of my sister. Now, she is missing, and you can still sleep soundly? Jixiang, please allow me to explain. I do not wish to hear your excuses. I regret having known you. Zhong Jing retorted before turning away in anger. Jixiang, wait. Song Han rushed after him, only to suddenly realize he was trapped in a dream. As the saying goes, thoughts by day manifest in dreams at night. His concern for Zhong Jing's safety weighed heavily on his heart, coupled with a sense of guilt for failing his friend's request. Around, luminous moon hung high in the azure sky, while the profound starry expanse twinkled with shimmering lights, reflecting upon the undulating waves of the sea, creating a beautiful and enigmatic tapestry. However, Song Han's heart was burdened with weighty thoughts, leaving him devoid of the inclination to admire the natural marvel before him. Zhong Jing, where are you? He silently pondered, glancing at his watch, which indicated precisely 4 a.m. He surveyed his surroundings. The nocturnal forest exuded an aura of the unknown and instilled a sense of dread. Suddenly, a chill swept over him, and upon touching the ground, he realized it was damp and laden with moisture, soaking his garments. The distant bonfire flickered faintly, and concerned for the slumbering Long Wenshan, who might catch a cold, he gently nudged him twice. Abruptly, he discerned a voice, faint and intermittent, imbued with sorrow and helplessness. Songde, where are you? Please come and save me. I'm here. Zhong Jing? Song Han sprang to his feet, straining to listen for the direction of the voice, his gaze scanning the dark thickets. Songde, hurry and save me. The voice of Zhong Jing resonated once more from afar, feeble as if it hailed from another realm. Yet, Song Han perceived it distinctly. Wenshan, awaken. I hear Zhong Jing calling for help. He crouched down, vigorously shaking Long Wenshan, but the latter remained as unyielding as a log, oblivious to his efforts. In resignation, Song Han hastened to the fire, quickly binding dry twigs together to fashion a torch, which he ignited. He then trod a few steps towards his colleagues Chun Bo and Qin Kai, intending to rouse them. However, to his astonishment, he found that everyone appeared to be in a deep slumber, impervious to his calls. Why was everything so bizarre? An unsettling feeling washed over him, shrouding the forest in an eerie ambience. He could not linger in thought. Zhong Jing's cries still echoed in his heart. With a torch in one hand and a sturdy stick for protection in the other, he dashed into the thicket. From a distance, the growls of tigers and leopards reverberated, akin to thunder rolling through the valley, reminding Song Han of the perils of venturing alone into the wilderness. Yet, for the sake of rescuing Zhong Jing, he would risk his life without hesitation. Although she was merely a colleague, not kin nor beloved, in such dire circumstances, the value of life transcended familial ties. He had vowed to Zhong Jing to look after his sister, and a man's word is as precious as gold. Song Han ventured forth, guided by the torchlight, while calling out Zhong Jing's name. Song Han, I am here. The voice continued to beckon from ahead, compelling him to run towards it. However, after covering considerable distance, the elusive voice still emanated from further ahead. Confusion gripped him. He mused that even if Zhong Jing had been ejected from the aircraft during its disintegration, she could not have been propelled this far. Surely, he had run at least a kilometer. Fear gripped him suddenly. Was he succumbing to hallucinations? Turning back, he discovered that the path he had traversed was now ensnared by thorns, rendering his return impossible. Just as he hesitated, Zhong Jing's voice echoed once more. Song Han, hurry and save me. This time, he heard her clearly. She was not far ahead. Clutching the torch, he pressed forward and indeed beheld Zhong Jing dangling from a tree, reaching out for his assistance. Zhong Jing, do not fear. I am coming to rescue you. He rushed towards her, but suddenly, a warning pierced through the air. Be careful. You are at the edge of a cliff. Startled, Song Han halted and peered down, realizing he stood precariously at the precipice. One more step, and he would plunge into the abyss below. A cold sweat broke upon him as he observed Zhong Jing suspended above the chasm, her entire body swaying perilously. The branches creaked ominously, threatening to snap at any moment, sending a shiver down his spine. Do not move. I will find a way to rescue you. As he comforted her, he raised the torch to survey the terrain, seeking a swift means of salvation. Suddenly, his foot caught on something, and he instinctively grasped a nearby tree to avoid falling over the cliff. Unfortunately, in the process, the torch slipped from his grasp and plummeted into the darkness below. Zhong Jing, Song Han, I am frightened. Her voice quivered in the air, and before she could finish, A violent gust swept through, accompanied by the ominous crack of breaking branches, and with a terrified cry, Zhong Jing fell into the abyss. Chapter 7. Deep Bonds of Siblings. Zhong Jing. Song Han shouted, jolting upright, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Song Han, what is wrong? His cry roused Lung Wenshan, who quickly sat up, concern etched on his face. I had a nightmare. I saw Zhong Jing fall off a cliff. Lung Wenshan attempted to reassure him. Do not worry too much. At dawn, we will search for her. In a sudden surge of urgency, Song Han leapt to his feet and exclaimed, Zhong Jing's fate is uncertain, while we remain here asleep. This may be the gravest mistake of my life. He strode purposefully away, with Lung Wenshan hastily following. The two rallied their colleagues Chun Bo and Qin Kai, and the four split into two groups, brandishing torches as they commenced their search for Zhong Jing's whereabouts. At 4 a.m. Sydney time, a joint search and rescue team from Australia and China set out, centered around the last known position of the flight that had lost contact the previous afternoon, launching extensive aerial and maritime searches. In fact, the Australian authorities had dispatched patrol vessels to the area of the incident the night before. Yet, despite their efforts in a limited maritime search, no wreckage or victims had been discovered. The airport had promptly notified the families of all passengers aboard following the incident. Zhong Jing's brother, Zhong Jixiang, upon receiving the news, was consumed with anxiety. He immediately contacted Yang Yi, the chairman of a real estate company. Yang Dong, I have a favor to ask of you. It's Jixiang. We are family, so please do not hesitate to ask. Yang Yi was a real estate magnate in a certain city. Years prior, during an expedition to climb Mount Everest, Yang Yi's team encountered an avalanche, and he was buried in the snow. Fortunately, Zhong Jixiang rescued him, and they swore brotherhood in that moment of peril. Zhong Jixiang conveyed the distressing news of his sister's missing flight to Yang Yi, seeking his assistance. Upon hearing this, Yang Yi readily agreed to help. Consequently, the following morning, Zhong Jixiang flew to the city to meet with Yang Yi. In Yang Yi's office, before Zhong Jixiang could speak, Yang Yi inquired, Jixiang, what do you intend to do about this situation? Zhong Jixiang, direct and forthright, replied, I wish to borrow your private plane, Yang Dong. Yang Yi immediately grasped Zhong Jixiang's intent. After a moment of contemplation, he calmly responded, I understand your feelings, Jixiang, but you know that a missing flight is an exceedingly complicated matter. The challenges of maritime search are immense, and the authorities have likely already taken action. What more can we do? Zhong Jixiang, feeling anxious, interpreted Yang Yi's words as an excuse to decline his request, and stood up, pressing, just tell me plainly. Will you lend me your plane or not? Yang Yi, a person of deep loyalty, approached Zhong Jixiang, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Where'd you like to start? The official search will undoubtedly be confined to a radius of several hundred nautical miles. So, do you wish to extend the search beyond that range? Yang Yi interjected, interrupting Zhong Jixiang's words. Zhong Jixiang nodded. Yang Yi pondered for a long while, and then sighed gently, his expression revealing a hint of helplessness. Zhong Jixiang could not fathom Yang Yi's thoughts, and looked at him with a gaze filled with inquiry and confusion. Brother Jixiang, do not overthink it. Zhong Jing is also my sister. How could I stand idly by? Yang Yi continued slowly. However, expanding the search radius to several hundred nautical miles presents tremendous difficulty, and the likelihood of success is exceedingly slim. Upon hearing this, Zhong Jixiang fell into a prolonged silence. He was an astute man. Did he not realize that if the plane had indeed crashed into the sea, the chances of survival for those aboard were minuscule? Yang Yi's civilian aircraft was not a military fighter jet. Even at full capacity, how far could it fly? Could it circumnavigate the Pacific? Even if the wreckage of the plane were found, what difference would it make? Perhaps his sister's life had already perished, and besides, flying across the ocean, especially over the Pacific, was fraught with peril. Such an endeavor was indeed unwise. Yang Dong, I regret my hasty considerations. Perhaps we truly are powerless in this matter, and should refrain from taking such risks. Upon witnessing Zhong Jixiang retreating from the challenge, Yang Yi recognized the impracticality of the endeavor. Yet, being a man of deep loyalty and affection, why should he decline to assist Zhong Jixiang if he had the means to do so? Even if Zhong Jixiang's sister, Zhong Jing, had perished, perhaps with her remains lost, should they simply abandon the search? Even in death, the remains deserved to be sought. It was a matter of respect and an attitude of accountability from the living to the deceased. Chapter 8. Surviving the catastrophe, the sun seemed to break free from the bonds of the waves, emerging from the vast horizon, resembling a bashful maiden shyly casting rays of light upon the sea. Song Han and the others had been searching for Zhong Jing's whereabouts since midnight, brandishing torches. Hours had passed, yet they had found not a trace. Although they discovered some fragments of bodies during their search, none bore the attire that would identify them as Zhong Jing. Song Han distinctly remembered that Zhong Jing wore a white turtleneck sweater, complemented by a tailored gray trench coat. With her long hair cascading over her shoulders and her slender figure accentuated by her elegant attire, she was truly a beautiful girl, embodying grace and charm. Could such a stunning girl be overlooked by fate, her life so ruthlessly snatched away? Was it possible that not even a single intact bone remained? This was inconceivable. Song Han dismissed his fanciful thoughts. Although the plane had disintegrated during the emergency landing, there had been no significant explosion at the time, making it improbable for Zhong Jing to have been torn to shreds. She must have fallen in a location that had eluded their discovery. Resolute, Song Han silently vowed that regardless of whether Zhong Jing was alive or deceased, he would find her. Even if she had met with disaster, he would retrieve her remains, return them to her hometown, and account to her brother, Zhong Jixiang. Song Han resolved to broaden the search area, meticulously examining every inch of the trees, bushes, and ravines they passed. Suddenly, he faintly heard a low voice. The sound was subtle, as if carried by the wind. He immediately halted, straining to listen, hoping to catch a few words as they drifted into his ears. After standing still for a while, he heard nothing further, apart from the rustling leaves in the wind. There were only the chirps of small birds in the jungle. The birds' song seemed to infuse the unknown island with boundless vitality. Yet they also resonated like a mournful requiem for the lost. Was it an illusion? Song Han shook his head to clear his mind, striving for clarity and sharpening his hearing, longing for the earlier sound to reach him once more. Help me, Zhong Jing. This time, he was certain he had heard Zhong Jing's voice. She was still alive. Energized and overflowing with joy, he called out, Zhong Jing, where are you? And dashed towards the source of the sound. Before him, the ancient vines intertwined, forming a vast net. Through the dense foliage, he glimpsed a figure ensnared in the vines, suspended several meters above the ground. Song Han, I'm here, Zhong Jing called out. He hastily dropped the stick in his hand, grasped the vines, and began to climb. Don't worry, Zhong Jing, I will save you. Lung Wenshan and Cheng Bo, upon hearing the cries, rushed over. Reaching Zhong Jing's side, Song Han quickly assessed her condition and noted that she bore no visible wounds. However, fearing she might have sustained fractures, he hesitated to move her. How do you feel? Can you move your limbs? I can, but I lack the strength, she replied. Thank heavens. Song Han lifted Zhong Jing, allowing her to rest on his shoulder, one arm securing her waist while the other clutched the vines as he slowly descended. At that moment, his colleagues arrived, and together, they carefully brought Zhong Jing down. During the disintegration of the plane, Zhong Jing's seatbelt had come undone, and she had been flung far away by a tremendous force. Fortunately, she had landed upon this natural net woven by the earth, sparing her life. Thank you all. Zhong Jing sat on the ground, tears welling in her eyes. No need for thanks. Are you all right? Are you injured? Can you walk? Lung Wenshan and their colleagues, overjoyed at Zhong Jing's survival, inquired with concern. Zhong Jing gritted her teeth, attempting to rise from the ground, but Song Han quickly stepped forward to grasp her hand, helping her to her feet. Uncertain whether it was the chill of the night air or the overwhelming shock, or perhaps an internal injury, Zhong Jing felt dizzy and collapsed against Song Han. Zhong Jing, what is wrong? I'm fine. Just help me walk, she replied. I'll carry you. As Song Han spoke, he hoisted Zhong Jing on his back, and they, along with their colleagues, made their way back to the gathering point from the previous night. Zhong Jing, drowsy, rested her head against Song Han's shoulder, inhaling a scent reminiscent of her brother. Brother, I want you to carry me. The familiar aroma transported her back to her childhood. You are so spoiled. You wanted me to carry you to school, and even when gathering firewood. Am I your steed? Zhong Jing chuckled. You're my camel. A steed has no place to lean, but a camel has a hump to rest against. Brother Zhong Jixiang laughed as he explained, camels, horses, unicorns, and the like are all collectively known as mounts. Do you understand? Brother, have you seen a unicorn? Zhong Jing inquired with innocent curiosity. Of course I have, he replied. You're lying. There are no unicorns in this world. Besides, can you even ride one? Why not? In Journey to the West, wasn't there a character, either Taishang Laojun or Yuanshi Tianzlin, whose mount was a unicorn? Brother, you're teasing me. That's just a myth. Zhong Jixiang laughed heartily. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Please mount the camel. Zhong Jing joyfully leapt onto her brother's back. Brother, you smell funny. What smell? A sour odor. Chapter 9. Self-rescue. Zhong Jing, are you asleep? Song Han felt the warmth of Zhong Jing's head, leaning against his shoulder. Concerned that she might have internal injuries, causing her to faint, he tentatively inquired, Are you all right? No, I just feel very tired, Zhong Jing replied. Thank you, Song Han. The scent emanating from Song Han was reminiscent of her brother, Zhong Jixiang. Although it was a mixture of sweat, Zhong Jing found it oddly pleasant. She was fond of this scent. It evoked a sense of tranquility akin to stepping into nature, inhaling the fragrance of grass and earth. which brought her a sense of serenity. Zhong Jing recognized that Song Han was the best friend of her brother, and therefore, he should be regarded as her closest companion as well. She recalled her initial trepidation upon joining the company. He was her superior, and his demeanor was often serious. However, as time passed, she discovered that Song Han was not as fearsome as she had imagined. Instead, he took a genuine interest in her well-being both professionally and personally. This sparked a mysterious affection within her, the origin of which she could not quite articulate. Since she no longer feared him, why continue to address him as Song Zong? It felt more intimate to call him by his first name. Zhong Jing believed such a form of address would foster a sense of closeness, allowing her to act a little coy in his presence. The bonfire from the previous night still emitted faint wisps of smoke, though it was nearly extinguished. The sun gradually ascended from a sea, casting warm rays upon the island, causing the temperature in the jungle to rise. The long, cold night had finally passed, rendering the bonfire obsolete. A row of people stood silently, heads bowed, before the many bodies of the deceased. It turned out that Zhang Chong and his companions were mourning those who had perished. How could a fire have gone out? Song Han muttered as he approached Zhang Chong. Upon hearing the commotion behind him, Zhang Chong turned and walked toward Song Han. Brother Song, 9 critically injured individuals succumbed last night. Song Han ignored Zhang Chong's words and pressed him. Why has the fire gone out? As a crew member, are you not aware of the significance of the flames? Zhang Chong, taken aback by Song Han's tone, thought to himself, who are you, Song Han, to lecture me? Given that you saved my life yesterday, I had intended to consult you out of respect. I never imagined you would assume such an authoritative stance. Though Zhang Chong felt discomfort, he concealed it, his expression merely awkward. Do not worry, Brother Song. I have already instructed 2 individuals to gather firewood at the mountaintop to build a signal fire. Did those 2 bring any tools? Song Han inquired. Zhang Chong could not help but chuckle, thinking this person is simply overestimating his understanding. Can knives even be brought aboard a commercial flight? This is common knowledge. He suppressed his emotions and shook his head at Song Han. Without tools, how can they fell trees? 2 people alone cannot construct a signal fire, Song Han argued. While his reasoning was indeed sound, it came across as abrasive to Zhang Chong, as if he were implying that Zhang Chong was foolish. Zhang Chong felt a surge of anger, believing that Song Han's condescending attitude demonstrated a lack of basic respect for others. Moreover, he had remained indifferent upon hearing that 9 individuals had died from their injuries. Zhang Chong held a deep disdain for those devoid of empathy. Yet, he refrained from unleashing his frustration, as Song Han had saved his life. He chose to suppress his anger once more and dismiss Song Han's words with indifference, turning to leave. Song Han remained oblivious to Zhang Chong's emotional shift. Although he noticed Zhang Chong's solemn expression, it was understandable given the gravity of their situation. Brother Zhang, wait. I have further inquiries, Song Han called after him. Without looking back, Zhang Chong strode ahead. What is it? How long can the food we salvage from the aircraft sustain us? 2 days. Zhang Chong replied tersely, still not turning around. How can it possibly be so little? Song Han was surprised. Zhang Chong halted, staring at Song Han for a moment, as if he were scrutinizing a fool. My friend, you claim that a single flight lasts over 10 hours. Do you expect us to bring food for half a year? Song Han found Zhang Chong's reasoning valid and nodded, smiling as he asked, is it not possible to bring a bit more? Clearly, he was an outsider who lacked understanding, which warranted an explanation. Thus, Zhang Chong patiently elaborated, excess weight on the aircraft consumes more fuel. Additionally, all food on board must be fresh. Anything that goes uneaten, such as fast food, vegetables, and meat, will be discarded, leading to considerable waste. After a moment, he asked, Brother Song, have you ever eaten spoiled or stale food on a plane? Song Han shook his head, realizing that Zhang Chong's points were valid. Commercial aircraft are not even equipped with parachutes. Would they really carry extra food for emergencies? Since their food supply would not last long, the immediate challenge was to secure sustenance. Yet, amidst this desolate wilderness, where could they find life-sustaining food? Chapter 10. A clash of fists and feet, the island teemed with wildlife. Yet for these unarmed survivors, relying on the creatures of the land and sky to stave off hunger was an exceedingly daunting task. Brother Zhang, based on my observations with my colleagues, this island is vast. The jungle stretches endlessly to the south, and the climatic conditions are suitable for human habitation. Perhaps if we proceed southward, we could encounter local indigenous people who might assist us, Song Han proposed. Before he could finish, Zhang Chong interrupted, Brother Song, you are being overly naive. What do you mean, Brother Zhang? Zhang Chong continued. To the east of the South Pacific lies a region colloquially known as the Ocean Desert, a deadly expanse where the weather is unpredictable and maritime storms rage, rendering it uninhabitable. Where would you find any local inhabitants? On what basis do you make this claim? How do you know we are in the Ocean Desert? Song Han countered. He had previously heard of a perilous area known as Cape Nemo in the vast South Pacific. While it featured numerous island oases, The region was notorious for frequent storms and treacherous undercurrents, making navigation perilous. Consequently, vessels seldom passed through, and all flight paths circumvented this zone. Could it be true, as Zhong Jing suggested, that their aircraft had landed in a desolate area severed from the outside world? Zhong Jing did not provide a direct answer. He was merely making an educated guess based on his experience and could not ascertain their exact location. Noticing Zhong Jing's silence, Song Han continued, "Brother Zhong, if what you say is accurate, and we are at Cape Nemo, we have strayed far from our flight path, meaning the search area would not be extensive. What is your suggestion?" Song Han pressed. "In my opinion, we cannot remain idle. We must forge our own path and head south." "I disagree," Zhong Jing exclaimed. "Venturing into the jungle is tantamount to courting death. Seeking death is better than waiting passively for our fate. Let me ask you, what will we eat in 2 days? Shall we wait to starve?" Song Han felt justified in his perspective. He believed that rather than resigning to fate, they should take initiative in seeking survival. In such an expansive jungle, if wildlife could thrive, could not intelligent humans do the same? Song Han remained steadfast in his viewpoint, while Zhong Jing insisted on waiting for rescue. The two began to argue vehemently, and even the attempts of Lung, Wen Shan, and others to mediate were futile. "Do not presume that your act of removing a few planks to rescue me yesterday grants you dominion over this place. I am a survivor and a member of the crew. Thus, I hold the responsibility for all those who remain. You claim to be part of the crew. Then why did you allow the aircraft to veer off course and plummet? Do you consider yourself remarkable? Do you think you shine brightly?" Upon hearing this, Zhong Jing became infuriated. "I am nothing extraordinary, but who are you to dictate anything here? I shall indeed assert myself. What will you do about it?" Song Han, fueled by anger, stepped forward and shoved Zhong Jing. The latter lost his balance and fell, his eyes wide with rage as he retaliated with a punch straight at Song Han. Caught off guard, Song Han felt a sharp pain between his brows. A flurry of stars danced before his eyes, and his eye socket instantly darkened. Cursing under his breath, Song Han retaliated fiercely, landing a blow squarely on Zhong Jing's nose, causing blood to pour forth. Witnessing the two engage like wild beasts, the crowd rushed forward to intervene. Lung Wen Shan and Chung Bo hurriedly pulled Song Han away, while Qin Kai blocked Zhong Jing, who was poised to strike back. Meanwhile, flight attendants Li Yao and Tian Yingying trembled in fear at the scene. "Stop fighting!" cried Zhong Jing, who had just been rescued, alarmed at the sight of both Song Han and Zhong Jing wounded. Not far away, Luo Wei, Tang Bixin, and other passengers, alerted by the commotion, hurried towards the altercation. As Zhong Jing and Song Han's tempers began to cool, Zhong Jing took several napkins from flight attendant Tian Yingying, dabbing at his bleeding nose while glaring at Song Han. "What are you staring at? Not satisfied?" Both men stood at a height of 180 centimeters. Zhong Jing donned a soiled flight attendant uniform, marred by grease and torn in several places, yet still exuding a hint of martial prowess. In contrast, Song Han appeared refined, imbued with an academic air. Despite their equal stature, Song Han showed no sign of intimidation, for during his school days, he was a key player on the basketball team, boasting commendable physicality and stamina. Should a true confrontation ensue, the victor remained uncertain. "Do you think you possess extraordinary beauty? Why do I have to endure your glare?" Zhong Jing shot back. "Could you two cease this bickering? Is it amusing?" With an assertive stance, Luo Wei intervened between the two, her demeanor surpassing that of the squabbling men. Zhong Jing spat a bloody loogie onto the ground, wiping his still bleeding nose again. "Listen, brother, I respect you as a man. What do you propose we do?" Song Han retorted, "What to do? If you are unsatisfied, shall we find an uninhabited place to continue?" Chapter 11. The long road ahead. Zhong Jing, standing beside Song Han, feared he would escalate the conflict further and thus grasped his arm, pulling him aside. "Song Han, calm down. Do not pull him away. I have matters to discuss with him," Zhong Jing shouted at Zhong Jing. Song Han remained steadfast. "He claims to have something to discuss with you." Zhong Ying timidly tugged at Song Han. "What good can he offer?" Song Han replied brusquely. Zhong Jing stepped before Song Han, their gazes locked for a moment. Producing a cigarette from his pocket, he lit it, inhaled deeply, and exhaled a plume of smoke. "What does this imply? A provocation?" Having entered the workforce immediately after university, Song Han had encountered fewer individuals like Zhong Jing, retaining a youthful arrogance. In contrast, Zhong Jing, seasoned by experience, appeared more composed. After another deep drag, Zhong Jing slowly stated, "I acknowledge your position in the company as a leader, yet in this situation, all must heed my command if we hope to survive." Flicking the ash from his cigarette, he continued, "Of course, you may serve as my deputy." Upon hearing this, Song Han quickly replied, "So you aspire to be the leader? Very well, I shall grant you the title of chief of this island." Luo Wei chuckled at Song Han's remark, prompting a serious glance from Zhong Jing, causing her to stifle her laughter. "We shall establish a beacon at the mountain's peak. while gathering food and distributing it evenly, all the while constructing rudimentary shelters as we await rescue. I cannot agree with your plan. Song Han immediately objected, staunchly defending his original stance. You must comply, for I am responsible for every survivor. Remaining here in anticipation of rescue is the optimal strategy and our sole hope for salvation. Indeed, I must also safeguard my colleagues' lives. Should you wish to linger here, I will not oppose, but my colleagues must accompany me, Zhong Jing asserted loudly. Why must you be so obstinate? This will endanger your colleagues. Song Han interjected. Ask my colleagues. Those who wish to stay may do so, while those who wish to follow me shall do so. Surely, your newly acquired title of chief will not infringe upon their freedom. Both Song Han and Zhong Jing turned their attention to Lung Wenshan, Luo Wei, and the others. Song Han, we shall follow you, his colleagues declared almost in unison. A heavy silence enveloped the group. Team leader, I believe Song Ji's plan is correct. Flight attendant Tian Yingying whispered her opinion to Zhong Jing. How can that be right? The uncharted jungle of this island conceals untold dangers. Venturing into the wilderness is tantamount to courting death, and we risk missing our chance for external rescue. Tell me, Chief, Song Han's tone dripped with sarcasm. How long can our provisions sustain us? 2 days. And after those 2 days, what shall we eat? If rescue does not arrive within 2 days, or even 10 days or more, shall we all perish from hunger under your command? Let us reassess if rescue does not arrive after 2 days, Zhong Jing retorted. Once 2 days have passed without food, will we still be able to move? The two men fervently debated, ultimately failing to reach a consensus. It was decided that all survivors would choose either to remain with Zhong Jing awaiting rescue or to accompany Song Han in search of a way out. Team leader, I wish to follow them. Flight attendant Tian Yingying approached Zhong Jing, her demeanor meek. I too believe that Song Dege and his group are correct. Flight attendant Li Yao echoed, stepping forward. Zhong Jing had already granted everyone the freedom to choose, while he wished for Tian Yingying and the others to stay. He could only nod in agreement. The 40 or so survivors each chose their allegiance. They collectively buried the bodies of the deceased and divided the food equitably. Whether they awaited rescue on the spot or ventured into the jungle for survival, they were bound to confront severe trials. As dusk fell, the sky blazed with hues of crimson and gold, casting a radiant glow across the vast ocean, which sparkled endlessly. Zhong Jing stood alone upon a large rock, facing the sea, allowing the warm evening sun to warm her frail, cold body. Unbeknownst to her, Song Han had quietly approached from behind. Song Han, Zhong Jing turned. Her arms crossed over her chest, meeting his gaze. Have you taken care of matters with the others? Song Han nodded. Yes, I have briefed them. We shall depart from here at dawn. Zhong Jing nodded gently, shifting her gaze from Song Han to the vast expanse of the sea. Look how beautiful the ocean is, she exclaimed. However, her tone was not infused with the joy typically evoked by such a magnificent sight, but rather imbued with a subtle melancholy. Standing side by side with Zhong Jing, Song Han wished to offer her some words of comfort, yet found himself at a loss for what to say. He felt a profound sense of guilt, recalling how Zhong Jing had been perilously close to peril the previous night. Should anything happen to her, he could scarcely imagine how he would explain it to their mutual friend, Zhong Jixiang. Fortunately, Zhong Jing was safe now, but the uncertainty of tomorrow and the fate that awaited them both weighed heavily on him. Song Han, too, lifted his eyes to the shimmering sea beneath the twilight. Lost in deep contemplation. Song Han, why are you so silent? Zhong Jing prompted. Quickly collecting his thoughts, Song Han smiled and replied, I am here to watch the sea with you. This statement resonated with poetic significance and longing for Zhong Jing, especially coming from Song Han. She turned slowly, casting a tender glance his way, longing for his words to be more than mere idle chatter. If that were truly the case, she would willingly remain trapped on this island for a lifetime, as long as she could be with him. Do you think we can make it out alive? She inquired. I do not know. Song Han hesitated before adding, to be honest, I am uncertain myself. Perhaps I should not have insisted on my opinion yesterday. Maybe Zhong Jing was right. If I have erred, will you regret leaving here with me? Zhong Jing smiled without answering, yet her eyes revealed a trust and determination. It seemed that for her, the question of survival had become secondary. In a mysterious way, she felt an inexplicable connection with the man beside her, as if their fates were intertwined by unfulfilled wishes from a past life. As long as she could remain by his side henceforth, she feared neither the ends of the earth nor the possibility of death. A faint light emerged on the distant horizon, as the once sleeping ocean roared to life like a woken demon, thrashing against the shores that dared to impede its path with thunderous sounds. The island's birds appeared accustomed to the ocean's might, soaring freely in the morning breeze as they began their new day. Zhong Jing marveled at her unusual ability to sleep soundly until dawn, a rarity for her when in unfamiliar surroundings. Perhaps it was the comforting presence of Song Han beside her that had granted her such peace. She noticed a blanket draped over her, undoubtedly acquired by Song Han from some unknown source. Was it this blanket that dispelled the night as chill? Was it Song Han-esque companionship that alleviated her solitude and fear on this desolate island? A wave of heartfelt gratitude surged within her, rubbing her sleepy eyes. She searched for Song Han-esque figure. The island survivors had begun to stir, busying themselves as the earth welcomed another dawn, gathering their belongings and surveying the aftermath of their calamity for anything of use. A bundle of clothing or an empty water bottle had become precious commodities in this forsaken place. In this primitive jungle, far removed from the comforts of civilization, they faced a stark scarcity of everything, including food. At daybreak, Zhong Jing approached to rouse Song Han, organizing a gathering of all deemed useful items, food included. Can we use the belongings of the deceased? Song Han asked Zhong Jing. Zhong Jing firmly rejected the notion, stating, no, we cannot touch the possessions of the deceased. They must be returned to their families for identification. He then addressed everyone loudly. Listen up, only collect your own items. Anything not belonging to you must be gathered and recorded. No one is permitted to claim others' belongings. Huh? Luo Wei scoffed at Zhong Jing's words. I wouldn't want the belongings of the dead, even if they were given to me for free. Lung Wenshan shot her a disapproving glare. What's your problem? She retorted. Why do you always have to pick on me? You love to snag a little advantage. What is wrong with calling you out on it? Is what you have truly yours? Luo Wei held up a military water bottle, clearly not part of the flight supplies, and in her other hand, 2 packs of cigarettes, creating a rather incongruous image with her scant possessions. These are unclaimed items I found in the jungle, she declared with a dismissive glance at Lung Wenshan, a hint of pride in her demeanor. Lung Wenshan mocked. Those are the belongings of the dead. Be careful, or their spirits may come for you. You and your superstitions. Upon hearing their quarrel, Song Han approached. Stop arguing. According to Zhong Jing, we should place any items not belonging to us over there. Luo Wei sulked, but Zhong Jing interjected. Let her keep it. The water bottle might prove useful. With this, Song Han fell silent, and Luo Wei made a triumphant face at Lung Wenshan before turning to leave. Lung Wenshan pursued her. Luo Wei, you don't smoke. Hand me those cigarettes. You wish. Luo Wei shot him a disdainful look. You think you can just take from me? With Zhong Jing and Song Han holding differing opinions, the group naturally divided into 2 factions. Zhong Jing and about 20 other survivors chose to stay put, hopeful that modern technology would soon facilitate their rescue. In contrast, Song Han believed they should venture out in search of food, rather than wait passively for help. Flight attendants Li Yao and Tian Yingying supported Song Han's plan and decided to join him. However, they felt uneasy about leaving their colleague Zhong Jing and abandoning the other passengers. Thus, Li Yao timidly approached Zhong Jing. Group leader, she began, but Zhong Jing interjected. No need to say more. I understand your intentions. Whether you choose to stay or leave is your prerogative. At last, Song Han and his companions set forth, resembling a daring expedition team delving into the depths of the jungle. Their destinies lay ahead, shrouded in the same uncertainty as the wilderness that surrounded them. Song Han envisioned that no corner of the earth remained untouched by humanity. If this lush jungle was a haven for beasts and birds, it must surely harbor human presence as well. Yet his colleague Chun Bo expressed skepticism and even dissent, opposing Zhong Jing's decision to remain and doubting Song Han's perspective, convinced that their venture was fraught with peril and might lead them down an irrevocable path. Chun Bo believed that in such a desolate place, far removed from civilization, any human activity would likely come from indigenous inhabitants. Chun Bo had a penchant for peculiar literature, and he even speculated that the indigenous people here must be exceedingly savage, likely to resist humans from civilized regions and possibly even resort to cannibalism. This led to some friction between Chun Bo and Song Han. However, in the eyes of their colleagues, Chun Bo lacked the gravitas that Song Han possessed, prompting him to yield. Upon reaching a mountain summit, Song Han beheld the vast expanse of the ocean on one side and an endless primitive jungle on the other. This only solidified his conviction that there must be human life on this land. If they could locate the inhabitants, assistance would be within reach, and communication with the outside world could be established. From the mountaintop, the land appeared to curve like a crescent moon, dividing the ocean from the land. Hence, they named this uncharted island as Banyu Dao. What a fitting name. It signifies that we shall meet our demise here in the latter half of our lives, remarked the blunt Luo Wei. Before long, we shall all revert to savagery. Cold Wenshan chuckled. This is called returning to nature. Return to your head. Luo Wei retorted immediately. In less than half a year, I wager you will be running about bare-bottomed. Cold Wenshan was undeterred. And if men are running about bare-bottomed, what of it? Just wait until you, Luo Wei, find yourself in the same predicament. That would be truly embarrassing. Cold Wenshan, you scoundrel. Me a scoundrel? Who knows who the real scoundrel is? Luo Wei and Cold Wenshan began bickering anew. Song Han turned around and shouted, "What are you two squabbling about now? Is it not chaotic enough?" Cold When Shan replied, "She is just well-fed and restless. Let us see how long she can keep this up. When food runs out, I'll have you for dinner, Cold When Shan." The colleagues had grown accustomed to the quarrels between Luo Wei and Cold When Shan. They were well aware that the two enjoyed sparring with words. Thus, when they witnessed the exchange, no one intervened, and instead, they simply laughed it off. Song Han, having grown weary of their antics, noted that everyone seemed fatigued after a day of trekking, especially as he observed several girls, including Zhong Jing and Tang by Exun, panting heavily. Therefore, he addressed everyone, "Let us find a spacious and safe place to camp." As the sun dipped toward the west, hidden behind distant mountains, a thin mist began to envelop the jungle. Song Han and his companions set up camp in a relatively elevated and dry area. By evening, hunger gnawed at them, signaling that it was time for a meal. Earlier, Song Han and Zhang Chong had distributed food evenly among the group. However, as the journey progressed, Song Han centralized the food management, believing it unwise for the provisions to be scattered among individuals, as some might not exercise restraint and could deplete their share prematurely. After a day of walking, everyone was ravenous, devouring their portions with great haste. Song Han, holding his share, approached the quietly seated Zhong Jing. "Have you eaten?" Upon seeing Song Han approach, Zhong Jing smiled brightly. "I finished long ago." "Not satisfied, I presume?" Song Han gently seated himself beside her, extending the food in his hand. "I have a bit left. Please eat." Zhong Jing instinctively accepted it. "Did you eat?" "I already have," Song Han replied. "I'm full as well." "You should give it to Bai Xian and Luo Wei." After saying this, Zhong Jing turned to search for Tang by Xian and Luo Wei. "Be seen, Luo Wei. Song Han has some food left. Hurry and come take it." Hearing the call, Tang by Xian and Luo Wei glanced over, both of them indeed still feeling hungry. Especially Tang by Xian, who at 168 meters tall, was plump and somewhat curvaceous, with an appetite akin to a man's. The meager portion she had received earlier was hardly sufficient to satiate her hunger. Just as she was about to rise, Luo Wei yanked her back down. "Zhong Jing is foolish. Turns out you were too? What do you mean?" Tang by Xian asked, puzzled. Luo Wei whispered. Song Han gave his share to Zhong Jing. "Are you going to go steal someone else's affection?" Tang by Xian nodded vigorously at this revelation. Luo Wei continued. "Song Han truly cares for Zhong Jing, even willing to go hungry for her sake. Are you envious? Song Han is our company's quintessential handsome man. There must be a line of girls who adore him. Do you wish to be the leader of that line?" Tang by Xian remarked. "It seems, Luo Wei, you're out of luck. Song Han has set his affections solely on Zhong Jing." Luo Wei shot a defiant glance towards Song Han and Zhong Jing, feeling rather disgruntled. What of them falling for just one flower? If I, Luo Wei, were to make a move, Zhong Jing would be no match for me. Chapter 14. The Jungle Python. Tang by Xian asked in astonishment, "Do you truly like Song Han? With his handsome visage and remarkable talent, who wouldn't he?" Luo Wei suddenly burst into laughter, her voice echoing eerily like a spectre-esque wail, particularly as dusk deepened and mist swirled, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Tang by Xian felt a chill run down her spine. In the shadowy jungle, the wind rustled the trees, resembling 1,000 spirits in flight. Tang bi sin suda involutia. As night fell, Song Han instructed everyone to find a comfortable place to rest, but to remain close together for mutual support in case of any emergencies. Thus, they lay side by side, with no more than 2 to 3 meters separating them. The flight attendant Tian Ying was not very familiar with Song Han's group. Though she and Li Yao had been following them, they rarely spoke. Consequently, Tian Ying and Li Yao positioned themselves a bit farther away from Song Han, about 10 meters apart. However, over the past couple of days, Tian Ying and Qin Kai had grown quite close, seemingly becoming good friends. So, Tian Ying invited Qin Kai to sleep beside them, to which he readily agreed. With Qin Kai as her protector, Tian Ying felt less apprehensive despite the distance from the others. In the dead of night, an unknown bird in the jungle emitted a mournful and eerie cooing sound. The night breeze swept through, causing Tian Ying to feel both cold and frightened. She instinctively clutched her sister Li Yao for warmth and comfort. Li Yao, Li Yao. After a day of trekking, Li Yao had long since drifted into slumber. Tian Ying gently called her name twice, but Li Yao remained unresponsive, prompting her to close her eyes and attempt to sleep. The spot they chose to rest was one Li Yao had selected during the day, where the grass was lush. Strangely, however, the grass seemed to have been pressed down by something, lying flat against the ground. Lying atop the soft grass felt like resting on a cozy bed. Half awake, Tian Ying sensed movement beside her and murmured, "Li Yao, don't move, just sleep well." In her drowsiness, she reached out to embrace Li Yao. But in that moment, she felt something amiss. Her hand brushed against something thick and coarse, akin to a human thigh. This object was substantial and began to shift forward. It was clearly not Li Yao's delicate and smooth leg. Startled, Tian Ying abruptly awakened. Ah! Her piercing scream shattered the stillness of the night, rousing everyone from their slumber. Those nearby, including Song Han and Cold Wind Shan, immediately sprang to their feet, rushing towards her. With the beam of the flashlight illuminating their surroundings, Song Han and his companions were rendered speechless. Before them lay an enormous python. In response to Tian Ying's screams and the approaching crowd, the python remained unfazed, gliding slowly as if it were an indomitable warrior. "Don't move, for heaven's sake. Do not provoke it," Cold Wind Shan shouted urgently to Tian Ying. The flower protector, Qin Kai, had actually regained consciousness. He too had never encountered such a colossal serpent and stood frozen in fear, resembling a wooden statue. Observing this, Song Han swiftly stepped forward and scooped up the terrified Tian Ying, who was paralyzed with fear. Fortunately, the massive python was not startled and did not retaliate. Instead, it casually disappeared into the dark wilderness. The group, having broken out in a cold sweat, finally sighed in relief. This was a jungle python, known for its non-aggressive nature towards humans, provided one did not incite its wrath. The erudite Chun Bo began to expound confidently on the subject. "It is said that this type of python will not attack unless provoked." "You nearly scared me to death," interjected Luo Wei, who had rushed to join the group, clutching Tang Bixin's arm while palpitating her chest in trepidation. Upon hearing Chen Bo's statement, she could not help but add, "It's mainly that the python isn't hungry. If it were, you would be like a drumstick to it." Chen Bo, disinterested in banter with Luo Wei, cast her a sidelong glance and thought to himself, "Why is she so loquacious? Are you all right?" Chen Bo asked with concern as he approached Liao. Liao looked at him gratefully and replied, "I am fine. Let's check on Tian Ying." After carrying Tian Ying to a safe spot, Song Han noticed that her pants were completely soaked, accompanied by a distinct odor. It turned out that Tian Ying had wet herself in fright. Zhong Jing brought over a blanket to lay on the ground, instructing Song Han to place Tian Ying on it, then removed her own outer coat to cover Tian Ying, discreetly concealing the wet pants. Zhong Jing's silent act of kindness earned Song Han's approval. She was perceptive and considerate. "Find another pair of clean pants," Song Han whispered to Zhong Jing. "I have a clean pair. You all should step aside for a moment," she replied. Shortly thereafter, Song Han heard Zhong Jing's urgent call. "Song Han, come quickly." Startled by her tone, he rushed over. Chapter 15. Seeds of hatred. Tian Ying had fallen ill, burning with fever and beginning to babble incoherently. This distressed everyone, particularly Qin Kai. Although he had only known Tian Ying for 2 days, they seemed to have formed a deep bond, becoming good friends, true comrades in adversity. As a flight attendant, Tian Ying was naturally sweet and delicate in appearance, her charming dimples accentuating her smile. Though it may not be said to be love at first sight, Qin Kai found himself increasingly drawn to her. Likewise, Tian Ying enjoyed conversing with Qin Kai, appreciating not only his intellect and eloquence, but also his masculine charm. Moreover, she considered him quite handsome, despite the fact that he was not conventionally so. "Where are the medicines? Hurry, we need them," Qin Kai exclaimed, his anxiety palpable. Noticing Chun Bo's inaction, Song Han grew impatient and shouted, "Chun Bo, why are you standing there? Go fetch the medicine kit." Chun Bo remained motionless, muttering, "I don't have the medicine kit. Where's the kit then?" It turned out that before parting ways with Zhang Chang's team, Song Han had received a medicine kit from Zhang Chang, which contained a first aid kit and common medications. Since he had to carry the bags for Zhong Jing and a few other girls, he had handed the kit to Chun Bo for safekeeping, forgetting to take it along. "How could you forget?" Song Han glared at Chun Bo, his anger mounting. "Bring your bag here. Let me see if there's anything." I really don't have it," Chun Bo replied timidly, avoiding Song Han's gaze. His demeanor only fueled Song Han's suspicion, leading him to suspect that Chun Bo was hoarding the supplies for himself. Without further ado, Song Han shone his flashlight into the pile of luggage and extracted Chun Bo's bag. "Open your bag," he commanded sternly. Chun Bo not only refused to comply, but also attempted to snatch the bag back. Cold Wind Shan stepped in, forcefully taking the bag from Chun Bo's grasp. "Hand it over, unless you have something to hide." Chun Bo remained silent, tried to reclaim his bag, and even shoved Cold Wind Shan roughly. Taken by surprise, Cold Wind Shan fell to the ground, igniting his fury as he engaged Chun Bo in a scuffle. Song Han and Qin Kai rushed to separate the two, and Song Han addressed Chun Bo with a stern tone, "You must open that bag tonight and retrieve the medicine. Do you wish to stand by while she suffers?" "My bag truly has no medicine. I forgot it in my haste," Chun Bo explained. "Then please open it so we can see for ourselves." "We will not touch your personal belongings," Song Han insisted. Chun Bo hesitated. Cold Wind Shan indignantly remarked, "In times of trouble, one's true colors emerge. I never expected you, Chun Bo, to be so selfish and indifferent to our plight." Chun Bo was left speechless. It was then that Liao spoke up. "Chun Bo, if you have medicine in your bag, please take it out to help Tian Ying. I truly have no medicine. It was my fault for being so rushed. Chin Budamentit. Li Yao, displaying the gentle demeanor expected of a flight attendant, softly asked, "Would you mind if I check your bag? If there really is no medicine, I will help you organize it and apologize on behalf of everyone." Chin Bo, resigned, nodded in acquiescence. Li Yao knelt down and cautiously opened Chun Bo's bag, only to find it devoid of any medicine. However, the group soon discovered that Chun Bo had hoarded an abundance of snacks, including ham, biscuits, and chocolates, filling half the bag. Cold when Shan scoffed, "It truly is a case of knowing someone's face, but not their heart. What a selfish person he is. These are my belongings. I bought them before boarding the plane." Chun Bo protested vehemently. "Chun Bo," Song Han interjected, "if our plane had not encountered trouble, no one would have touched your food. But since we are in this predicament, Zhang Chong and I asked everyone to surrender their food for equitable distribution. Did you notice anyone else hoarding food?" Cold when Shan added, "He even had the audacity to ask for an extra portion during dinner yesterday." Chun Bo fell silent for a moment before finally conceding, "I will surrender." Though he outwardly appeared to relent, he internally harbored a grudge against Cold when Shan. Thus, an unsettling night passed, and the world welcomed a new dawn. With the arrival of daylight, Song Han resolved that everyone should remain in place temporarily. He, along with Cold when Shan and colleague Wu Bo, set out to procure medicine for flight attendant Tian Yingying in a search for any edible provisions. Wu Bo, a graduate of a traditional Chinese medicine college, was well-versed in herbal remedies and asserted that traditional medicine could effectively cure Tian Yingying's condition. Song Han entrusted his male colleagues, Lung Wenshan and Qin Kai, with the responsibility of ensuring the safety of the girls in the team, while Zhong Jing and Tang Bixin took it upon themselves to care for the ailing Tian Yingying. As Zhong Jing gazed at the retreating figures of Song Han and the others, her heart was filled with apprehension. Chapter 16, Company Recruitment, Jiangqing City. Xinguang Entertainment Company. Limited Chairman Li Jian sat behind his desk, exuding an air of authority reminiscent of a county magistrate presiding over a court, akin to a local emperor ruling over his domain. Indeed, this was his territory, his kingdom. Early in the morning, Chairman Li Jian summoned the head of the Human Resources Department, Lu Wei, and the director of the Planning Department, Li Wanqing, to his office. "Is there any news?" Li Jian inquired sternly, his penetrating gaze fixed on Lu Wei and Li Wanqing. Lu Wei cautiously stepped forward and asked, "Are you referring to the news about the airplane?" Li Jian, visibly impatient, retorted, "What do you think? Given the gravity of the situation, is there anything more pressing than this?" It was evident that Li Jian's mood was far from pleasant. In response to the chairman's inquiry, Lu Wei reported, according to reliable sources, "The official search efforts have yielded no progress. So, the plane must have met with misfortune?" Li Jian sighed heavily. "Indeed, the flight that Song Han and the others were on has undoubtedly encountered trouble," Lu Wei replied succinctly. Li Jian, feigning ignorance, posed a question, "What is the survival rate for passengers in the event of a plane crash?" Lu Wei answered, "The mortality rate is essentially 100. Li Jian's expression remained largely unchanged. He rhythmically tapped his fingers on the desk, appearing deep in thought, while his demeanor suggested a lack of sorrow. He displayed a hint of agitation. "What shall we do?" Lu Wei speculated on Li Jian's thoughts, saying, "The compensation issue falls under the purview of the airline and insurance companies. Our company merely needs to provide a token amount to the families." Li Jian tilted his head back. "The compensation is a trivial matter, but losing so many senior technical personnel will undoubtedly impact the company's operations." At this moment, the director of the planning department, Li Wanqing, who had been quietly standing nearby, interjected, "Chairman, it is imperative that we replace the technical staff. The company must devise a solution promptly." Li Jian replied slowly, "Indeed, while the technical personnel may have perished, our company still exists. Convey this, from today onward, the remaining technical staff will assume double duties. We cannot allow this incident to disrupt our operations." "I have already communicated this verbally, but," Li Jian prompted. "But what?" Li Wanqing responded, "The remaining technical staff cannot indefinitely manage two roles. We must recruit a new batch of technical personnel to fill the gaps." Lu Wei from the Human Resources Department agreed. "Yes, we need to consider this matter." After some contemplation, Li Jian looked up at Li Wanqing and instructed, "From today, you will serve as the director of the technical department in addition to your role in planning, taking over Song Han's responsibilities. Additionally, organize a recruitment fair immediately." At the recruitment fair hosted by Xinguang Entertainment Company, Limited, a bustling crowd filled the venue, akin to a lively marketplace. It was no surprise, given Xinguang's flourishing business and generous benefits, that many talented individuals were drawn to apply. A fashionably dressed woman gracefully approached. Tall and elegant, she was undeniably striking, a true beauty among the crowd. As she stood among the applicants, she could easily be described as a standout. Fang Qian, Li Wanqing, the recruitment fairs coordinator, took the resume from the woman's hand and, upon seeing the familiar name, could not help but ask. The stylish woman nodded in acknowledgement. Do you know Lung Wenshan from our company? Li Bunking Inkidat. Yes, the girl replied. And you are? Li Wanqing, intrigued, pressed further. Fang Qian smiled. I am Fang Qian. Does knowing Lung Wenshan have any bearing on this recruitment? Li Wanqing scrutinized Fang Qian, her gaze sharp as an eagle. It does not. Li Wanqing replied, then continued. Why do you wish to apply to our company? Is this a personal inquiry or a part of the interview? If it's personal, I reserve the right to decline to answer. Li Wanqing thought to herself, what an assertive individual. However, this does not concern the company. Conversely, if she passes professionally, she is indeed a talent. This is a question for the interview. You must respond. Fang Qian answered straightforwardly. It's simple. Your company offers high salaries and excellent benefits, which is why I am here. Moreover, I can apply my expertise in this position. Her response was candid yet sincere. Li Wanqing nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded to assess Fang Qian's professional knowledge, to which Fang Qian responded fluently. Li Wanqing was quite satisfied. You have passed the interview. Prepare for tomorrow's written test. Fang Qian accepted a form from Li Wanqing, expressed her gratitude, and gracefully departed. Li Wanqing observed Fang Qian's retreating silhouette and muttered to herself, clumsy Lung Wenshan stands no chance against this woman. Lu Wei from the Human Resources Department, perplexed, asked, is she Lung Wenshan's girlfriend? Li Wanqing shot Lu Wei a glance and replied, she used to be. Lung Wenshan nearly took his own life over this woman. Courting someone as formidable as Fang Qian is simply self-degrading. Chapter 17. The poisonous fruit having passed the written test. Fang Qian and 15 other elite individuals successfully joined Xinguang Entertainment Company, Limited, filling the roles previously held by Song Han and Lung Wenshan. It would not be long before these individuals became indispensable to the company. Chairman Li Jian was pleased with the recruitment outcome. For him, the airplane disaster merely represented a small sum in employee death compensation. This token amount was negligible for a magnate like him and did not shake the company's foundations. After the written test, Lu Wei from the Human Resources Department remarked to Li Wanqing from the Technical Department, if Song Han and the others return safely one day, where will these new hires be placed? Li Wanqing replied, do you believe Song Han and the others will return? Lu Wei shook his head in confusion. Despite the ongoing official search efforts, it seemed all was in vain, merely awaiting the final announcement of the search results. Indeed, upon hearing that the plane carrying Song Han and the others had gone missing, it was widely accepted that they could no longer return. Early that morning, Song Han and his companions had traversed the jungle for the better part of the day, finding little to no success. Although the dense vegetation of the primeval forest was lush, edible resources were virtually non-existent. Even wild fruits seemed to have been consumed by the local wildlife and birds. Common herbs were also scarce, and they were uncertain whether this was due to the geographical conditions or the region itself, as their foraging efforts yielded minimal results. According to Wu Bo, they had not ventured in the right direction, as herbs tended to thrive in well-lit areas. Consequently, Song Han and his companions resolved to ascend the mountain peak in hopes of discovering the resources they sought. Before them loomed a towering mountain, its rugged cliffs visible from the base. For avid climbers like Song Han and Lung Wenshan, the ascent posed no challenge, but Wu Bo lagged considerably behind. The mountain's vistas were breathtaking. Suddenly, a colleague named Shi Lei spotted a peculiar shrub adorned with vibrant red fruits, plump and glistening enticingly. As the wind blew, the fruits released a fragrant aroma. What they currently lack is food, and this discovery filled Shi Lei with elation. Song Han, come quickly! Shi Lei's excited voice echoed, prompting Song Han and his companions to rush towards his direction, fearing an accident had occurred. With the demeanor of a victor, Shi Lei proudly showcased the ripe, plump wild fruits in his hand, his face beaming with joy. You've truly found a new world, exclaimed Song Han. These wild fruits will sustain us for several days. Song Han, along with Lung Wenshan and others, joyfully rushed over to assist in gathering the fruits into a bag. These fruits are incredibly sweet. You must try them, Shi Lei insisted, eager to showcase his find to Song Han. After a long day of travel, Song Han was already ravenous. Let us rest for a moment. We should eat first before resuming our tasks. Do not eat. Spit out anything you have in your mouth. Wu Bo, who had lagged behind, limped forward, having both seen and heard everything. Fortunately, Song Han had not yet tasted the fruit. After a brief inspection of the wild fruit in his hand, he found nothing amiss. Lung Wenshan, being astute, immediately suspected the fruit might be poisonous and quickly spat out what he had in his mouth. These wild fruits are highly toxic. Who has eaten them? Wu Bo scrutinized each person present, his expression grave and tense. Shi Lei's triumph was abruptly shattered. Once a victor, he now felt like a failure, engulfed by disappointment. Just because you say they are poisonous, does that make it true? I ate several just now, and I haven't died yet. Wu Bo refrained from arguing with Shi Lei, instead countering, did you truly eat them? Of course, I really did, Shi Lei replied defiantly. Upon hearing this, Wu Bo's expression shifted dramatically. Quick, find a way to induce vomiting. Do it now. Song Han sensed the gravity of the situation, regardless of whether Wu Bo was correct. At this crucial moment, following his instructions seemed the wisest course of action. Everyone, help Shirley. They rushed to assist him, patting his back and offering water. Although Shirley felt reluctant and skeptical, the seriousness of Wu Bo and Song Han's demeanor began to sway his belief. Perhaps these wild fruits truly were toxic. He bent over, probing his throat with his fingers in a desperate attempt to induce vomiting. With several heaves, Shirley expelled a torrent of bile, tears streaming down his face. Rinse your mouth, drink some water, and then spit it out, Wu Bo instructed. Are you trying to kill me? I ate a few just minutes ago, and I've felt no pain whatsoever. Why should I believe you? Shirley continued to challenge Wu Bo. Though his words were defiant, he nevertheless complied with Wu Bo's directives. Shirley retched again, expelling even more bitter contents. Wu Bo then instructed him to choose some herbs, claiming they were an antidote. When he observed that Shirley showed no adverse reactions, he felt relieved. Song Han, perplexed, inquired of Wu Bo, "Are you familiar with these wild fruits?" "No," Wu Bo replied. "Then how do you determine they are poisonous?" Song Han pressed further. Wu Bo nodded emphatically. "They're not only poisonous, but highly toxic." Chapter 18. Poisoning. Wu Bo held a wild fruit aloft, shaking it for all to see. "Behold, this wild fruit is vibrantly colored, plump, and exudes an enticing aroma." Lung Wenshan interjected, perplexed. "Not necessarily. Are all colorful and fragrant fruits poisonous? Aren't apples both appealing and safe?" "You are correct, but this particular wild fruit is indeed toxic." Wu Bo approached a low shrub and plucked a spiny wild fruit. This fruit is called Yi Ci Li. It is sour and covered in thorns. This is the season for Yi Ci Li to ripen. Yet why are there none left on the trees? Because these fruits are non-toxic. After a brief pause, he continued, "The island is teeming with wild beasts and birds, most of which subsist on wild fruits. Thus, once these fruits ripen, they are swiftly devoured by the animals, which explains why we have searched tirelessly yet found so few edible wild fruits." Lung Wenshan interjected, "Are you suggesting that all the edible fruits have been consumed by the beasts, leaving only the toxic ones?" "Exactly," Wu Bo affirmed. Upon hearing Wu Bo's explanation, a profound silence fell over the group. It is well known that such vibrant and plump fruits could hardly escape the notice of the island's wildlife. It would be strange if anything that even the beasts avoided were not poisonous. Shirley began to tremble with fear, stammering, "I just ate two, although I expelled them. I don't know if any toxins remain in my body." "That depends on your luck," Wu Bo replied. "What do you mean?" Song Han queried, concerned for Shirley. Wu Bo explained, since Shirley ate them not long ago, they should not have been digested yet, but what? At that moment, Shirley, unsure if it was psychological or a genuine reaction, began clutching his abdomen, a pained expression crossing his face. Wu Bo elaborated, "Some toxins are absorbed into the body rapidly. It depends on the speed of their toxicity. Nevertheless, you should be fine." Wu Bo intended to continue his discourse, but noticing Shirley's distress, he hurried over to support him, asking, "What's wrong? What do you feel discomfort?" At that moment, Shirley's lips turned bluish, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead, classic symptoms of poisoning. "I am poisoned. My stomach is in excruciating pain." Shirley's face contorted in agony. Realizing the severity of the situation, Song Han urgently implored Wu Bo, "Hurry, find a way to save him." Wu Bo was anxious but felt helpless. Although adept in medicine, he was without remedies or equipment and could only feel anxious. "What should we do?" Song Han pressed Wu Bo. "He is not a trained physician, and certainly lacks clinical experience. Stuff a towel in his mouth to prevent him from biting his tongue in agony." "No, we should first induce vomiting," Wu Bo blurted, flustered by Song Han's relentless questioning, rendering him at a loss. "I just gathered some licorice. Quickly, have Shirley try some and see if it helps." Although not a doctor, Song Han had heard that licorice could counteract poison. Shirley was in pain, yet his mind remained clear. Upon hearing Song Han's suggestion, he took a handful of licorice from Lung Wenshan and began chewing vigorously. Hours passed, and Shirley remained in a coma from the poisoning. As darkness fell, Tian Yingying awoke, her fever subsided, and her condition appeared to improve. Thank heavens for that. Zhong Jing prepared some rice porridge for her, after feeding it to her. Her spirits seemed to lift, and her complexion gradually regained its color. This small alcohol stove was a gift from a mountaineering enthusiast a few days prior. That same enthusiast had received care from Zhong Jing and, before passing, had given her his mountaineering supplies, stating that they would prove immensely useful in their current predicament. He had indeed been correct. As night descended once more, Song Han and the others had yet to return, leaving Zhong Jing and Tang Bixin deeply worried. On this island, aside from the giant pythons and venomous snakes, many ferocious beasts roamed, particularly at night. If Song Han and the others do not return by nightfall or tonight, both sides face the peril of wild animal attacks. without the protection of Song Han, Lung Wenshan, and other male colleagues. The safety of Zhong Jing and her companions becomes highly unpredictable. Although Chen Bo, Qin Kai, and a few other male colleagues remain at the camp to safeguard Zhong Jing and the other girls, Zhong Jing harbors no fondness for Chen Bo and views Qin Kai as a coward. Following his performance last night, Zhong Jing feels quite disappointed in Qin Kai. How can one expect someone who could not even protect Tian Yingying to safeguard others? Zhong Jing, what are you thinking? Tian Yingying, noticing Zhong Jing lost in thought beside her, inquired with curiosity and concern. While Zhong Jing is always willing to help, she is not particularly talkative. Especially when Song Han is away, she often chooses silence during such times. I am thinking about Song Han and the others. Where do you think they are now? Why haven't they returned yet? Chapter 19. The heart of a small-minded person, Tian Yingying intended to offer some words of comfort to Zhong Jing, but found herself at a loss for how to begin. Although comforting others is typically her strength as a flight attendant, she felt that the phrases she used in the air were superficial and somewhat insincere. She did not wish to employ such expressions to console Zhong Jing. During her illness, Zhong Jing had cared for her with utmost attention, akin to caring for a family member, and thus Tian Yingying should regard her as a close sister or kin. One should be sincere towards their sisters. Do not worry too much about them. They will be fine. After a lengthy contemplation, Tian Yingying managed to utter these words, though she felt they still bore a tinge of superficiality. Yet, she truly could not think of anything more comforting to say. Zhong Jing nodded and cast a grateful glance at Tian Yingying, but remained silent. This left Tian Yingying uncertain about what to say next. Perhaps it was more fitting to allow Zhong Jing some quietude at this moment. Girls often harbor fantasies and expectations in their hearts that they are reluctant to share with others. Tian Yingying directed her gaze towards Qin Kai, who was not far off. She felt a twinge of disappointment in him. Over the past couple of days, she had developed some affection for Qin Kai, believing him to be an intriguing man, excelling in various aspects. However, after last night, her perspective on Qin Kai shifted drastically. It was a stroke of luck that she had not become a meal for the giant python after inadvertently embracing it. Yet, it was humiliating. She had been so frightened that she had lost control, and Song Han, who had carried her away, had witnessed her disgrace. Last night, it was Qin Kai who had volunteered to be the protector, but regrettably, he too had been rendered speechless by fear. He does not embody the qualities of a man. Song Han does. Tian Yingying withdrew her gaze and turned back to Zhong Jing. Is Song Han your boyfriend? Tian Yingying had only known Zhong Jing and Song Han for 2 days, and she was unsure of their relationship. Seeing Zhong Jing so concerned about Song Han, it was likely he was her boyfriend. She envied Zhong Jing, but felt no jealousy. Zhong Jing smiled at Tian Yingying and shook her head in denial. The hearts of women are often alike. Although Zhong Jing denied it, Tian Yingying recognized that Zhong Jing had feelings for Song Han. She was deeply concerned about him. I heard Song Han and the others went out to find medicine for me. They are so dedicated. It truly worries me that they have not returned by now. Tian Yingying turned to sit beside Zhong Jing, expressing her shared concern in this manner. Do not worry. Song Han and the others will be fine. Luo Wei interjected. At this moment, Tang Bixin also chimed in. How can you be so sure that Song Han and the others will be all right? Luo Wei replied with a smile. We survived a plane falling from 10,000 meters in the air. We are a group of fortunate individuals. Thus Song Han and the others will be safe. That is certainly a point. Tang Bixin agreed. Not necessarily. A deep male voice interjected. It was Chen Bo, who had approached and overheard their conversation. The girls all turned their gaze toward Chen Bo simultaneously. Chen Bo, what brings you here to join commotion? Originally, Luo Wei had a fairly good impression of Chen Bo, as they were considered friends at work. However, his behavior over the past few days and his selfish actions had altered her perception, and she found herself somewhat disliking him. It is dark now. I am here to protect you. I do not need your protection. You should focus on safeguarding yourself and sneak away to enjoy your feast in a secluded spot. Luo Wei's words dripped with sarcasm. Do not cling to one incident. I have shared a bounty of food with you all. You should be grateful to me. Chen Bo settled into what he deemed a comfortable spot. You only shared after being discovered. Otherwise, you would have indulged alone. Luo Wei had no intention of accommodating Chen Bo and did not plan to give him face, which irritated him. Have you seen the Scream series of movies? Chen Bo suddenly adopted a more subdued tone. Zhong Jing, feeling timid, replied, Brother Chen Bo, do not speak of horror movies at such a late hour. I'm not discussing horror films. I've been pondering a matter these past few days that I must express. What matter? In truth, we survivors, much like those in the movies, were originally destined to be taken by death. Yet, we have inadvertently evaded this fate. Death will not spare us. It is merely a question of who will depart first. Upon hearing this, Luo Wei became displeased. Pooh, 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 you ravenous mouth, your words are filled with nonsense. Chen Bo continued mysteriously. Some matters are quite eerie. Do not dismiss them, for there's an unseen order to everything. Chunbo's words sent chills down Zhong Jing and the other girls' spines. Chapter 20. The curse behind Luo Wei shouted at Chunbo. If anyone is to depart, it should be you first. If death is to come, let it be you who faces it first. Do not speak such alarming words at this hour. I am not being alarmist. I have calculated that one among us is destined to leave first. Chunbo, who often indulged in peculiar literature and boasted about his nonsensical theories in front of colleagues, had begun to earn some belief from them through repetition. Luo Wei was momentarily taken aback by Chunbo's words. Ha, do tell us who will leave first. Qin Kai, having been a silent listener, felt quite repulsed by Chunbo's alarming remarks directed at the girls, but refrained from confronting him out of concern for his image. Chunbo looked up, smiling at Qin Kai, and said, I have deduced that Lung Wenshan will be the first to perish. Upon hearing this, Luo Wei and Qin Kai's immediate reaction was, this Chunbo truly holds a grudge, as Lung Wenshan had snatched his bag and made him appear foolish. Now he curses him here, out of courtesy. Although Zhong Jing and Tang Bixin found Chunbo's words absurd, they did not wish to argue with him. Let Chunbo harbor his petty thoughts. It is hard to believe that mere words could lead to death. Yet, there was one individual who would not tolerate Chunbo as petty demeanor, Luo Wei. Do you know that cursing someone behind their back is the most despicable act? Chunbo retorted, how am I being despicable? I am merely stating facts. Lung Wenshan should have died that day when he attempted to jump. He has repeatedly evaded death's grasp. Having survived the plane crash, do you not think he should be the first to go? Luo Wei remarked. Such a person has a great destiny and cannot perish. Chunbo, you ought to be cautious. Perhaps it is you who will meet an untimely end first. An inexplicable sound swept through the jungle, echoing like a wind that was not a wind, sending a chill down Chunbo's spine. Luo Wei's words held truth. Lung Wenshan was indeed fated to survive. Just moments ago, in the dark and slippery conditions, he had accidentally slipped down a ravine and into a deep pool. Yet he lived on. Meanwhile, it was his colleague, Shirley, who faced the brink of death, having ingested a toxic fruit. Despite immediate attempts at inducing vomiting, traces of poison had entered his bloodstream, leaving his life hanging by a thread. Song Han and the others fashioned a makeshift stretcher from branches to carry Shirley back to their camp in hopes of finding a solution. The jungle at night was shrouded in mist. Song Han and his companions soon found themselves lost along the way. Clearly, they were no longer on the path they had initially taken, and if they continued in this manner, they would inevitably drift further from the camp. With no other option, Song Han sought a spacious area to temporarily camp, planning to discern their bearings with the dawn. The cold wind howled through the night, and distant sounds of tigers and wolves echoed. While the 7 or 8 men huddled together felt a semblance of courage, Song Han was consumed by an unusual worry. He was anxious about Zhong Jing and the others. After ensuring Shirley was settled, Song Han found a stone to sit upon and rest. Having carried Shirley for much of the night, fatigue weighed heavily upon him. Physical exhaustion was a minor concern. A brief respite would suffice. However, it was his heart that felt weary, burdened by an unprecedented sense of helplessness. He was uncertain of what tomorrow would hold for them, or what fate awaited them. In moments of silence, a wave of profound despair surged from within him. He understood that as the backbone of this team, he could not afford to succumb to despondency. His resolve must remain unyielding. Wenshan, come over and talk. Lung Wenshan approached and sat beside Song Han. What is it you wish to discuss? Wenshan queried directly, aware that Song Han's invitation was not merely for idle conversation. There was something of importance he wished to address. Is it already the 4th day? Song Han inquired. Wenshan nodded affirmatively. Do you think we will be rescued? What is the usual duration of official search and rescue operations? Wenshan replied, the duration of the search can vary. It depends on whether any valuable findings are made. It can be as short as 7 or 8 days or extend to 1 or 2 months. He added, the optimal rescue period at sea is within 24 hours. Song Han was aware of these facts. Yet he remained in the dark about how long official rescue efforts could last and whether they would ever locate them. His intuition led him to believe that their chances of being saved were slim, perhaps even non-existent. What would they do if help did not arrive? In the stillness of the night, Zhong Jing wrestled with her own fears and worries, unable to find sleep. She felt an unprecedented dread in the absence of Song Han. He had become her emotional anchor. As long as he was by her side, she believed she could withstand any challenges that lay ahead. Yet tonight, her anxiety was overwhelming. The previous morning, Song Han had promised to return before nightfall, but he had not kept his word and had yet to come back. Where could they be now? Chapter 21. Missed opportunities on the 4th day since the flight disaster. Zhong Jing's brother, Zhong Jixiang, learned from media reports that the search and rescue efforts had yielded no progress. Despite extensive searches by both Chinese and Australian teams, there had been no trace of the flight that his sister had boarded, as if it had vanished from the face of the earth. Last night, Zhong Jing and his close friend Yang Yi flew to Australia and invested a significant sum to rent a search plane, intending to expand their search beyond the official scope. Yang Yi opposed this decision, but given Zhong Jing's determination, he refrained from further argument, recognizing the bond of brotherhood they shared. Money was no object. If they could find her, Yang Yi would willingly spend whatever it took. The question remained, however, whether this aimless search could indeed locate Zhong Jing alive. They feared that they might end up finding no trace at all. If that were the case, it would truly be an exercise in futility. Yet, in order to fulfill his brother's wish, Yang Yi resolved to accept the possibility of a fruitless endeavor. He would take the loss without complaint. Zhong Jing understood Yang Yi's concerns and felt that his actions were imposing on his friend, who was already contributing both financially and physically to the search. He recognized that he had perhaps gone too far. In that case, shall we turn back? It is unlikely that Zhong Jing's flight would have strayed this far. Yang Yi replied, "Since we are here, let us fly a bit further. Perhaps there is something to discover." Zhong Jing chose not to argue further, as he was relieved by Yang Yi's suggestion. As they continued their journey, they indeed stumbled upon something. In the distance, an oasis appeared on the horizon. "Look, is that an island or land? Have we flown to the other side of the Pacific?" Yang Yi speculated. "It must be a large island. We have yet to cross the area known as the Death Desert. Perhaps this island is what they refer to." This unexpected sight filled Zhong Jing with excitement. It was possible that his sister's flight had made an emergency landing there, and perhaps she was still alive. Yet, as he pondered this, rationality struck him, reminding him of his naivety. His actions seemed absurd to an outsider. The wind picked up over the sea, and dark clouds began to gather. "This truly is a treacherous area. It appears we cannot fly over this island," Zhong Jing lamented upon witnessing the sudden change in weather. Yang Yi, understanding his friend's dismay, reassured him, "The cloud cover is low, we can fly above it." However, if they flew above the clouds and could not see the sea or land, what significance remained in their flight? Yang Yi thought to himself that whether they sighted land or not mattered little. Their journey had always been marked by hopelessness, and he was merely fulfilling a promise to his brother. In the tranquil jungle of the island, a buzzing sound suddenly filled the air. Song Han, with his keen ears, listened intently and became inexplicably excited. He distinctly heard the sound of an approaching airplane engine. It is indeed the sound of an aircraft. Lung Wenshan and his colleagues also heard the sound, which suddenly ignited a glimmer of hope for their rescue, filling them with joy. As if the airplane had come specifically to retrieve them, Song Han gently set down the stretcher bearing Shirley and hastily sprinted towards the highest point, yearning to stand upon the open rocks and wave his hands towards the sky, hoping that the aircraft soaring above could catch a glimpse of him. However, disappointment washed over him as the previously azure sky became suddenly shrouded in ominous clouds. The airplane could only be heard, its form obscured from view. Perhaps this was a fleeting opportunity, never to be repeated. A profound sense of despondency enveloped Song Han, yet deep within his heart, a flicker of hope reignited. If the airplane passing overhead was not searching for them, then perhaps this vast island harbored modern civilization. If they could venture beyond this area and find people, they would be saved. In another part of the island, Zhang Chong and his companions also heard the airplane sound. Zhang Chong immediately instructed someone to ascend to the elevated beacon tower to ignite a fire, sending a plume of thick smoke billowing into the sky. On board the aircraft, Zhong Jing, who had been peering down intently, endeavored to discern any signs through the gaps in the clouds, but his efforts appeared to be in vain. He could see nothing. Suddenly, he thought he spotted a patch of smoke differing in color from the surrounding clouds. What could it be? He urgently called for Yang Yi to look. Yang Yi scrutinized the area for a while, but found nothing. The clouds shifted too rapidly. The unusual colored smoke swiftly merged into the vast expanse of gray mist, leaving Zhong Jing unable to track it further. "I believe I saw a wisp of smoke that differed in hue," he mused, troubled by the thought, sensing that he had stumbled upon something significant. This was entirely reasonable. Upon closer inspection, the clouds below revealed shades of black, white, gray, and blue. Indeed, Zhong Jing no longer clung to his previous assertion. The clouds thickened, suggesting a storm was imminent. "Brother Yang, we should turn back," he suggested. Yang Yi nodded in agreement, responding, "Brother, the storm is approaching. Our aircraft should swiftly exit the cloud zone. Perhaps we should return tomorrow to explore this area again." Zhong Jing shook his head, "No need. We shall venture to other locations tomorrow. If we find no fruitful results, we shall return home." Yang Yi remained silent. Little did Zhong Jing know that fate had played a cruel jest on him, just as it had on Song Han and his companions. They had thus missed their golden opportunity. Zhong Jing's reason prevailed over his fantasies. He felt that their aimless search was futile. The joint search efforts by both the Chinese and Australian teams had yielded no results, and with his and Yang Yi's limited capabilities, they could hardly make a significant impact. Perhaps his sister was no longer alive. 2 days later, Zhong Jing and Yang Yi boarded a plane back to their homeland. Chapter 22. Nonsense today. Song Han felt exceedingly dejected, as if the skies above were cloaked in a haze. During their days stranded on the desolate island, the weather had been splendidly clear. But today it abruptly transformed. Sudden changes in weather are not uncommon. Yet why did the sound of an airplane pierce through the altered skies, only to remain unseen? Was this some kind of jest? The airplane's presence felt more like a cruel tease than a promise of salvation. Hope seemed so distant and unattainable. The anguish of missing an opportunity was a novel experience for Song Han and his colleagues. Thus, his spirits were low and his temper frayed. You finally returned. Why were you gone for 2 whole days? When Song Han and the others returned, Zhong Jing, filled with worry and anticipation, greeted them eagerly. Song Han merely grunted in acknowledgement, then muttered a string of discontented words. Seeing Song Han's foul mood, Zhong Jing was at a loss for how to comfort him, and quickly rushed to attend to the poisoned Shirley. Luo Wei, starved to the point of dizziness, appeared gaunt and frail, resembling a specter from Liaozhai. Brother Song, please, I beg you for something to eat. Exhausted and listless, she resembled a beggar on the street. Observing Luo Wei's self-absorption while ignoring Shirley's plight troubled Song Han, leading him to respond coldly, "There is no food." Luo Wei, disheartened by the lack of food, retorted, "Oh, so you all went on a leisurely excursion while we starved here?" Song Han shot her a glare. "Is that all you can think about? If you starve to death, I suppose I could slice off a piece of my thigh for you." Although Song Han's mood was dismal, he did not mean to provoke Luo Wei. Her anger flared at his words. "Have you lost your mind? Where has your gentlemanly demeanor gone? You dare to bicker with us? Go ahead, slice off a piece of your thigh. I'm waiting." Tang Bixin noticed the escalating tension between Luo Wei and Song Han and quickly pulled Luo Wei aside. "Just say less. You can't provoke an angry man unless you were his girlfriend," she whispered. Luo Wei, choosing to speak loudly, responded, "Just because I'm not his girlfriend. I can't say anything. I merely asked for something to eat." And look how he replied, suggesting I should taste human flesh. As Zhong Jing attended to Shirley, she approached Luo Wei. "Sister Luo Wei, Brother Song is in a bad mood. Don't bother him." "Is he bothered? I'm more bothered than he is." Though Luo Wei was blunt, her heart was soft. Seeing Song Han's distress, she truly did not wish to antagonize him, yet she was unwilling to concede. Zhong Jing's gentle call softened her heart. "I don't wish to argue with him. He merely dislikes me." "Jinger, Song Han likes you. You are his girlfriend. Go and comfort him." Zhong Jing's face flushed as she cast a furtive glance at Song Han, eager to gauge his reaction. To her surprise, Song Han dismissed Luo Wei's comment with a sharp retort. "Nonsense." Luo Wei remained silent this time, yet Zhong Jing felt a ripple of emotion. While Song Han had rebuffed Luo Wei's words as absurd, did it mean he held no feelings for her? His words plunged Zhong Jing's spirits into despair. She felt profoundly embarrassed. Throughout the afternoon, Zhong Jing quietly completed her tasks before retreating to a distant stone to sit in solitude, gazing out at the boundless ocean, which seemed to stretch endlessly before her. In her view, the horizon was obscured, and the hope of returning home vanished. She reminisced about her parents and her brother, Zhong Jing. At home, they showered her with love and affection, treating her as the cherished jewel of the family. Consequently, Zhong Jing developed a somewhat timid disposition, accustomed to the profound love and reliance of her family. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she thought of her parents and brother, streaming down her cheeks. "Do you know where I am? You must be worried sick looking for me these days. I wish I could call you, but there is no signal here, and my phone has run out of battery." As she spoke to herself, she could not help but choke back sobs. "I don't even know where I am, but I'm still alive." In the afternoon, when food was distributed, Song Han could not locate Zhong Jing. "Lung Wenshan, have you seen Zhong Jing?" Lung Wenshan pursed his lips and glanced into the distance. Following his gaze, Song Han spotted a figure sitting quietly on a protruding rock in the distant forest. Beneath the setting sun, it resembled a captivating painting. Yet, the silhouette within the painting exuded a profound sense of melancholy and homesickness. Song Han felt a surge of compassion and picked up the dinner meant for Zhong Jing to approach her. However, after taking a few steps, he halted. He had just overheard Luo Wei's remark that he, Song Han, had feelings for Zhong Jing. In truth, he was merely fulfilling a friend's request to look after his sister and held no romantic notions toward her. Moreover, given their current predicament, who had the luxury to entertain such chaotic thoughts? First, they needed to escape the island, not knowing if they would even make it out alive. "Wenshan, please take this food to her." Song Han turned and handed the meal to Lung Wenshan. "The young girl might be feeling homesick. Go and console her." Lung Wenshan remained silent, nodding as he accepted the food. At that moment, Luo Wei interjected, "Song Han, you must have mistaken your role. Can someone who wanted to jump off a building after a breakup really console another?" She jokingly added, Don't let Zhong Jing end up jumping into the sea after your consolation. Lung Wenshan retorted immediately, this insufferable woman. Just had a meal and suddenly has the energy to argue? Song Han found Luo Wei's words to be quite inappropriate and admonished her. What sort of talk is that? Speak less of such things in the future. Yet, he then reconsidered. Although Luo Wei never uttered a kind word, there was some truth in her observation. Lung Wenshan indeed lacked the skills to offer comfort. Otherwise, how could he have ended up on the rooftop that night? Regret crept into Song Han's mind, but he felt too embarrassed to ask him not to go. In his hesitation, Tang Bixin approached and took the dinner from Lung Wenshan. Saying, I'll go, she trotted over with a cheerful demeanor. Zhong Jing, you truly know how to enjoy life, relishing this boundless beauty all alone without inviting me along? Tang Bixin spoke lightly, her smile radiant like a blooming peach blossom. Before joining the company, she had spent a few months as a kindergarten teacher, clearly preparing to employ her charming methods to cheer children. Zhong Jing sat with her knees hugged to her chest, resting her chin on her wrists, gazing vacantly into the distance. It was unclear what thoughts occupied her mind. Perhaps she thought of nothing at all, merely savoring the solitude and loneliness in that moment of twilight. Bixin Jia, Zhong Jing called out upon hearing her voice. She turned to see Tang Bixin's beaming face, as though she had encountered something exceedingly joyful. Emotions are contagious. Upon seeing Tang Bixin's bright smile, Zhong Jing felt a lift in her spirits, her own face lighting up. Jinger, what are you thinking about? I've seen you sitting here for quite some time. Zhong Jing, with her gentle nature and sweet tongue, naturally referred to everyone as Jia. And thus, Tang Bixin and Luo Wei had become accustomed to calling her Jinger. A somewhat sentimental Zhong Jing, upon hearing Tang Bixin's inquiry, felt a wave of sadness wash over her. I miss home. Crystal clear tears welled in her eyes again. Yet her face bore a smile that she had not yet managed to hide, rendering the scene somewhat comical to Tang Bixin. We will surely return home. Tang Bixin reassured Zhong Jing, though a subtle melancholy stirred within her heart, as she too was uncertain if they could ever return to their distant home. Song Han Gij sent me to bring you some food. Please eat a little. Thank you, Bixin Jia, Zhong Jing replied, accepting the food and devouring it hungrily, clearly famished. After finishing her meal, Zhong Jing asked, Who did you say sent you to bring me food? Song Han, why? Tang Bixin appeared somewhat surprised. Oh, nothing. Zhong Jing shook her head, but a warm current flowed through her heart. It is often said that a woman in love possesses an IQ of 0, and this sentiment resonated with her, as even a simple act was perceived as kindness directed towards her. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from a distance, accompanied by Song Han's loud voice calling, Wu Bo, hurry! Zhong Jing and Tang Bixin quickly turned to see a crowd gathering, unsure what had transpired. Bixin Jia, let us go see, Zhong Jing urged, and the two hurriedly ran toward the gathering. It turned out that their colleague, Shirley, was in dire straits after mistakenly consuming poisonous fruit the previous day. He had been unconscious and feverish ever since, and now he was vomiting blood. Panic swept over everyone. With neither medicine nor doctors available, the only one with medical knowledge was Wu Bo, a graduate of a traditional Chinese medicine school. Although Wu Bo could be considered a doctor, he was powerless without medication to treat Shirley, left only to watch in anxiety. Help him sit up. We must prevent the blood from flowing into his airway. Shirley's face was a deep purple, and the veins in his neck bulged, indicating his extreme suffering and imminent danger. Wu Bo, I leave Shirley in your hands. Please save him. Song Han shouted, but Wu Bo wore a distressed expression, unsure of how to proceed. I have nothing. How can I save him? Wu Bo lamented, resorting to basic medical procedures, checking Shirley's pupils and taking his pulse. The pupils were not dilated. Shirley was in danger, but had not yet reached a critical state. Quickly boil the herbs we collected yesterday and give them to him. Upon hearing this, Lung Wenshan hastily emptied the contents of a travel bag filled with herbs. Which herb should we boil? Wu Bo shouted back, it doesn't matter. Just boil them all. Wu Bo's intent was clear. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Regardless of the specific herbs, those collected yesterday were harmless. As for their detoxifying properties, even Wu Bo could not ascertain. Wu Bo was trained in traditional medicine, so logically he should have been aware. 10 minutes later, Lung Wenshan hurriedly approached with a steaming metal container. Step aside, the medicine is here. Wu Bo took the steaming metal container, intending to test the temperature of the broth, but as soon as his lips touched the edge, he quickly recoiled. Baka, are you trying to burn me alive? Wu Bo exclaimed in frustration, even slipping into exclamations in Japanese. Lung Wenshan blushed in embarrassment. I'm sorry. Didn't he know to pour it out and let it cool? Song Han fetched a lunchbox and poured the medicinal liquid from the metal container into it, then blew on it vigorously to cool it down. Luo Wei once again joined the fray, and upon witnessing Song Han puffing his cheeks and blowing forcefully, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. How fortunate she was to still find humor in the situation. Song Han, this is quite unsanitary of you. Your saliva is spraying everywhere. If you happen to have an infectious disease, what about Shirley? Wouldn't he be at risk of contagion? Song Han shot her a glare and retorted, yes, I also have AIDS, so keep your distance from me. Hearing this, Lung Wenshan couldn't help but chuckle from the sidelines. Although Luo Wei enjoyed making jokes regardless of the occasion, she still held a certain respect for Song Han and dared not confront him directly. Noticing Lung Wenshan's suppressed laughter, which was clearly at her expense, she redirected her ire toward him. What are you laughing at? Stay away from me. Lung Wenshan promptly replied, do you really think you possess such a lure that I would want to be near you? While his words were uttered casually, they struck a painful chord, especially given that Luo Wei was a girl. Although her remarks were often sharp and sarcastic, everyone knew she meant no harm, which is why they usually laughed it off. However, Luo Wei did feel a sting to her pride, believing that Song Han, Lung Wenshan, and the others were conspiring against her and isolating her, which left her feeling quite miserable. Yet, she recognized that her own loose tongue was to blame, and thus could not fault others. Suddenly feeling quite aggrieved, tears welled up in her eyes. Lung Wenshan, do you wish to engage in a contest of wits with Luo Wei? Song Han noted the change in her expression and quickly admonished Lung Wenshan. Glancing at Luo Wei and seeing her expression of deep grievance, Lung Wenshan felt a pang of guilt and obediently stepped aside. 2 hours later, after consuming a pot of medicinal soup, Shirley miraculously awoke, his complexion gradually regaining some color, which filled Song Han and the others with immense relief. Shirley had essentially been given a second chance at life. Song Han decided they would rest here for another night before continuing their journey deeper into the jungle the following day. In his mind, he envisioned human habitation at the far end of this wilderness, hoping to seek assistance from the locals. After sharing his thoughts with the group, his colleagues unanimously agreed. However, one dissenting voice emerged. Chunbo, I disagree with your assessment. Song Han, no human has ever set foot in this region, let alone reside here. Chunbo scanned the faces of his colleagues, searching for any signs of agreement with his perspective. When he noticed their silence, which seemed to imply tacit approval of his words, he continued, I've stated repeatedly that the primordial jungle is fraught with unforeseen dangers. Your approach will only lead us to a dire fate. Lung Wenshan, equally uncertain of who was right, interrupted Chunbo, asking, what do you mean by possibly? Chunbo replied, Song Han's choice may indeed be a road of no return. Chapter 24. The thief incident. Chunbo's ominous words sparked hushed conversations among their colleagues. Some even felt that they should never have followed Song Han, but instead remained with Zhang Chong to await rescue. This sentiment was especially strong in stewardess Li Yao, who began to regret her decision to accompany them into this perilous situation. She believed Chunbo was correct in asserting that Song Han's decision was reckless. Li Yao longed to return to Zhang Chong's group, yet she now found herself unable to retrace her steps and feared venturing back alone. Chunbo is right. We should retrace our steps and reunite with Zhang Chong, she asserted. As soon as she voiced her thoughts, Li Yao was quick to add, we have spent days without escaping this predicament, and instead, we have seen Tian Yingying fall ill and Shirley suffer from poisoning. Zhang Chong's team may have already received external assistance. Just as Song Han was about to explain, Lung Wenshan seized the opportunity to counter her argument, saying, don't be so naive. What external assistance could Zhang Chong's team possibly receive? At least he managed to find some wild fruits to stave off hunger. Who knows, they may have starved to death by now. Li Yao countered, perhaps a plane spotted them yesterday. Song Han interjected, the likelihood of that assumption is exceedingly low. Even in broad daylight, a plane would struggle to locate individuals within the jungle. Moreover, yesterday's fog and overcast skies would have hampered any aerial observation. Li Yao remained steadfast in her opinion, asserting, I refuse to continue. I wish to go back. Hearing her words, Tian Yingying felt a shift in her own resolve. She and Li Yao were not part of Song Han's team and should logically be with Zhang Chong. Sister Li Yao, I too wish to return, she declared, disregarding Qin Kai, who had not spoken a word to her all day. She felt disillusioned with him, as he had failed to protect her in this crisis. A man like him was of no use to her. Let's go, we'll find brother Zhang Chong. We never belonged here, she said, pulling the feverish Tian Yingying along. Seemingly intent on leaving, Qin Kai quickly stepped in to block their path, saying, Li Yao, Yingying, please calm down. It's dark now. How can you possibly leave? Lung Wenshan, perceiving Li Yao's act as mere theatrics, remarked disdainfully, Qin Kai, don't stop them. Let us see how far they can get. Li Yao, already feeling unjustly treated, was further incensed by Lung Wenshan's comment. What business is it of yours how far we can go? You are not even a part of our lives. Zhong Jing, noticing the brewing conflict, intervened, saying, Sister Li Yao, please don't go. It's nearly dark and the jungle is teeming with wild beasts. Some may even be hoping we get devoured, viewing us as a burden. Zhong Jing patiently reassured her, Sister Li Yao, you are not a burden. Who says that? Liao pointedly replied him. It was clear she referred to Lung Wenshan. Lung Wenshan, unperturbed, shot back, "Nonsense. You are the one talking nonsense. Luo Wei is right. Why don't you just jump off a building and end it? A person like you seeking a girlfriend is laughable. Take a good look in the mirror. You're a pathetic mess that disgusts everyone." Liao, already strong-willed, felt her anger boil over at Lung Wenshan's taunts. Conversely, Lung Wenshan despised having his weaknesses exposed and, in a fit of rage, lashed out, "I refuse to jump off just to satisfy you. I wouldn't want to date someone as ugly as you, you vile woman." Seeing Lung Wenshan, a man, stoop to such hurtful words, Song Han forcibly pulled him aside, saying, "What is wrong with you? Are you really going to argue with a girl?" Unyielding, Lung Wenshan muttered, "Who does she think she is? I'm not going to coddle her. If she is so capable, she can leave on her own without dragging others with her. Whether I go or not is none of your concern. Does it bother you?" Liao shot back defiantly as they parted ways with lingering animosity. As night fell, each person seemed lost in their own thoughts, quietly lying or sitting in contemplation. Some may have already succumbed to sleep, while others wrestled with their preoccupations. Song Han took 2 blankets, draping one over the feverish Tian Yingying before quietly approaching Zhong Jing's side. Zhong Jing leaned against her travel bag, curled up, seemingly oblivious to the chill or fear. Just days prior, she had expressed her fear of the dark and cold, claiming that with Song Han, she felt safe. Yet tonight, she lay quietly alone, and Song Han, observing her frail form, felt a pang of sympathy. Deep down, he understood that Zhong Jing's quietude was a consequence of something he had said earlier that day. Luo Wei asserted that Song Han harbored feelings for Zhong Jing, to which Song Han retorted that Luo Wei was spouting nonsense. This remark pierced Zhong Jing's heart. Gently, Song Han draped a blanket over Zhong Jing, who remained blissfully asleep. He then settled beside Shirley, whom he resolved to keep an eye on for the night. Although Shirley's symptoms of poisoning had somewhat alleviated, he required constant care. The night was eerily silent, with no wind rustling through the forest, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and serenity. Only the flickering flames of the campfire broke the stillness. Feeling a bit drowsy, Song Han stifled a couple of yawns and lay down beside Shirley. In a state of half-consciousness, he was awakened by Tang Bixin, who had mysteriously approached him. "What is it?" he inquired sleepily. "I saw Liao stealing," Tang Bixin whispered. Rubbing his eyes, Song Han sat up and asked languidly, "Stealing from whom? Are you certain?" He dismissed the matter, pondering how their group of castaways had become so primitive that there was little of value for Liao to steal. "She is stealing food from Zhong Jing and Tian Yingying." Song Han scoffed. "It's merely a few wild fruits. It's not a significant issue. Perhaps she is just hungry. Leave her be." Tang Bixin nodded and departed. In the middle of the night, Lung Wenshan, desperate to relieve himself, encountered Tang Bixin. "Why are you still wandering about while everyone else is asleep?" he asked with curiosity. Tang Bixin leaned in and recounted what she had just witnessed. Unlike Song Han, who advised her to ignore the incident, Lung Wenshan felt compelled to intervene. Striding over, he seized Liao by the arm. "You shameless thief! Hand over what you've stolen." Liao was taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, wrenching free from Lung Wenshan's grasp and shouting, "You mad dog! How dare you accuse me? What have you seen me steal?" "Denial from a thief. Someone witnessed you pilfering from Zhong Jing and Tian Yingying." In his haste, Lung Wenshan blurted out Tang Bixin's name, inadvertently dragging her into the fray. Liao shot a furious glare at Tang Bixin. "Which eye of yours saw me stealing?" Chapter 25. Malignant Thoughts. Tang Bixin, known for her gentle demeanor and her reputation as a model employee, felt a surge of panic under Liao's fierce gaze, as if she herself had committed a wrongdoing. Stammering, she struggled to defend her innocence. I didn't. What did you not do? Is it not your slander that has brought this trouble upon me?" Liao pressed on relentlessly, rendering Tang Bixin tongue-tied. "I didn't. Please do not wrongfully accuse me. I would never steal." In a verbal duel, Tang Bixin was no match for Liao, whose sharp retorts left her floundering and confused. Lung Wenshan, caught in a haze, turned to Tang Bixin and asked, "What is happening? Are you the thief, or is she?" Before Tang Bixin could respond, Liao interjected, "It was her. She is the thief, trying to frame me." The commotion had roused the others, who hurried over to ascertain the cause. "Who is the thief? Who is being bullied? Do not slander without proof." Upon hearing the disturbance, Luo Wei rushed over to support Tang Bixin. Although Luo Wei and Tang Bixin possessed contrasting personalities, they shared a close bond, akin to sisters. Seeing her friend being bullied, Luo Wei would not stand idly by. With determination, she stepped forward, shielding Tang Bixin behind her. Raising her chin defiantly, she confronted Liao, delivering a barrage of scathing remarks. Luo Wei had once dubbed herself the most eloquent speaker in Jiang City, while her rivals, led by Lung Wenshan, scoffed at her self-proclaimed title. Her sharp tongue proved advantageous as she overwhelmed Liao, who struggled to keep up. Do not think you can bully someone just because you have numbers. Liao, once aggressive, now appeared vulnerable as tears welled in her eyes. Lung Wenshan glanced between Liao and the fierce Luo Wei, stifling a laugh as he thought to himself, despite her frequent disputes with us, Luo Wei is loyal to her own. For that, I commend her. As a colleague of Liao, Tian Yingying naturally sided with her. Observing the crowd gathering around Liao and hearing her cries, she shakily approached. What has happened to you, Sister Liao? Please do not behave this way. Liao, appearing even more aggrieved, embraced Tian Yingying, and they both dissolved into tears. Having heard the ruckus, Song Han, initially intending to investigate, was interrupted by Shirlei, who awoke and requested water. After tending to Shirlei, Song Han strode over. What is all this shouting? Are you all conspiring to bully someone? Disperse at once. Luo Wei, having lost her initial bravado upon seeing Liao and Tian Yingying in such a pitiful state, softened, with Song Han's authoritative command. She hurriedly pulled Tang Bixin away, as if the recent events had never transpired. As Song Han approached to comfort Liao and Tian Yingying, Chen Bo and Qin Kai advised him to inquire with Luo Wei about the situation while they consoled the two women. Tian Yingying, believing that Song Han's colleagues were conspiring against her and Liao, snapped at Qin Kai, "Stay away. Do not come near us." Once having thought highly of Qin Kai, Tian Yingying's opinion had soured following the incident with the python. "Yingying, you are still feverish. Do not cry," Qin Kai said softly. Liao, with a nasally voice, retorted, "Qin Kai, do not feign sympathy. I know your true intentions towards Yingying." Chen Bo suggested, "You should leave. I will talk to them." Feeling embarrassed, Qin Kai turned to leave. Chen Bo was adept at comforting others, especially women. Soon, both Tian Yingying and Liao ceased their tears and began conversing with him. Despite her outwardly gentle appearance, Liao was known for harboring grudges, always seeking revenge. In her previous job at the airline, she had once retaliated against a colleague by secretly placing contraband in their bag, resulting in the colleague's dismissal. Thus, Liao should not be underestimated. After tonight's tumult, her animosity toward Tang Bixin, Luo Wei, and Lung Wenshan intensified. She silently vowed to make them experience her wrath. However, she recognized that facing them alone would be futile. She needed an ally, one who would unwaveringly obey her commands. Liao had already chosen her accomplice, Chen Bo. Although he may not be as handsome as Song Han, he possessed a certain rugged charm. Liao harbors a considerable affection for Chen Bo significantly. The differences in opinion between Chen Bo and Song Han present an opportunity for Liao to exploit. As the moon ascends above the treetops, Tian Yingying, unwell due to a fever, find a place to rest. Meanwhile, Liao and Chen Bo experience a sleepless night, reminiscent of their initial acquaintance. Strolling side by side and engaging in lively conversation. Chen Bo Gu, I have always held you in high regard. In the disagreement between you and Song Han, I believe you are in the right. Chen Bo, who has long struggled to find a sense of belonging, feels a surge of pride at Liao's words, particularly as they come from such a stunning woman. At the age of 28, despite his decent qualities, Chen Bo's eccentric demeanor has hindered him from securing a romantic partner. The apparent affection Liao has for him fills him with joy. As a flight attendant, Liao possesses an elegant demeanor and a tall figure, making her the epitome of Chen Bo's ideal partner. Stranded on a desolate island, uncertain of what tomorrow may hold, he finds solace in her company, accepting his fate with grace. The saying goes, to die under a flower is to live on as a charming spirit. Though uncertain of the correctness of his thoughts, he is convinced that Song Han's stubbornness in delving deeper into the jungle is a grievous error. I feel the same. You are indeed correct. Liao begins to flatter Chen Bo, suggesting, with your capabilities and insights, you should lead us out of this predicament. Chen Bo sighs, unfortunately, my colleagues do not heed my advice. They all believe Song Han is right. I will listen to you. Will you protect me from now on? Chen Bo feels a swell of pride and joy at being acknowledged. Liao, shedding her earlier expression of grievance, engages in delightful conversation with him. During their exchange, a vicious plot for revenge against Tang Bixin and Luo Wei begins to take root in her mind. Chapter 26. An unexpected harvest. Song Han had initially planned to lead the team the following day, but due to his disagreement with Chen Bo, coupled with Liao and Tian Yingying's siding with Chen Bo, he finds himself hesitant. Lung Wenshan suggests that since Shirlei is recovering, it will be prudent to wait another 2 days before departing. Thus, they remain stationary for an additional 2 days. Miraculously, Shirlei's health improves, bringing joy to Song Han and his colleagues. However, a new crisis looms silently: hunger. Without resolving the food issue, they may not only fail to escape the jungle, but also lack the strength to even attempt it. Over the past 2 days, Song Han and Lung Wenshan, along with several strong men, have tirelessly scoured the area for food, returning empty-handed each time. The most pressing matter is to satiate their hunger. Otherwise, all discussions are moot. After 2 exhausting days, the group of men, alongside the faint and weary female colleagues, find themselves in dire straits. Observing the 20-some individuals around him, all resembling wilted plants, Song Han feels an overwhelming sense of despair, questioning if his initial decision was flawed. Perhaps they should have stayed with Zhong Chang. Yet, remaining in one place would still expose them to the threat of starvation. They must find food, else they will perish here. In a moment of desperation, Song Han resolves to take a gamble and confront the beasts of the jungle, even if it means facing fierce tigers or venomous snakes. He is determined to procure food for the group. On this day, Song Han, Lung Wenshan, and 7 or 8 other men, armed with makeshift spears, ventured deep into the jungle. This time, they specifically searched for caves in the densest parts of the forest, hoping to uncover traces of wild animals. Song Han, on this expedition, we must capture at least one beast. Otherwise, returning empty-handed is tantamount to waiting for death. If we cannot find food, we will not last much longer. Song Han gasps to Lung Wenshan. Let us hope so. Otherwise, I might have to sacrifice a piece of my thigh for Luo Wei to eat, he adds jokingly. Lung Wenshan laughs. You may jest, but Luo Wei, when starved, would indeed dare to consume human flesh. Song Han retorts, do not view Luo Wei through a tinted lens. Despite her penchant for banter, she embodies great team spirit. Lung Wenshan quickly clarifies, you misunderstand me. While she enjoys sparring with me, I recognize her good nature. Song Han continues, her forthrightness defines her character. Though she may quarrel, she holds no grudges. Lung Wenshan concedes, indeed, without Luo Wei, our group would lack much of its laughter. Just then, a rustling in the jungle startles them, and something darts out, quickly vanishing into the underbrush. What was that? Song Han strains to see, but Lung Wenshan exclaims, it's a wild boar. The mere mention of the wild boar stirs excitement. Not only is it a delectable feast, but it also represents their lifeline. We cannot let it escape. However, wild boars are notoriously fierce creatures, as dangerous as tigers or lions. Provoking one can lead to a fierce attack. Nevertheless, one undeniable truth remains. All wild animals inherently fear humans. Upon sensing their presence, the first instinct of the boar is to flee. Armed with their weapons, the group makes a significant commotion, causing the wild boar to panic and run. The creature, having never encountered humans, perceives them as terrifying giants and bolts in fear. Song Han and the others pursue it, brandishing their weapons and creating a cacophony that echoes through the valley. The wild boar, overwhelmed by the commotion, becomes frightened and disoriented. Suddenly, a deep pool blocks the boar's path. Being a creature of instinct rather than intellect, it does not comprehend the need to evade. With a loud splash, it plunges into the pool. Although wild boars can swim, they're not adept at navigating deep waters. Upon falling into the pool, the animal becomes disoriented, unable to locate a safe exit. Encountering steep banks, it struggles futilely. This provides Song Han and his companions with a crucial opportunity. They swiftly descend the slope, encircling the pool and thrusting their spears toward the boar. Startled and enraged, the boar emits a series of furious cries, seemingly prepared to fight to the death against these intruders. Yet, trapped in the water and unable to mount an offensive, it can only flail helplessly. Ultimately, the wild boar, outmatched by the humans, succumbs to their relentless assault, drowning in the pool. Once the creature lies lifeless, Song Han and Lung Wenshan cautiously enter the water to drag it to the shore. Weighing in at over 200 pounds, this boar could provide sustenance for their group for several days. Their unexpected bounty ignites overwhelming joy. How shall we transport this boar back? Song Han ponders, realizing that even a few men cannot lift it. Let us skin it, gut it, and cut it into smaller pieces for each person to carry, Lung Wenshan proposes. Although the suggestion is sound, executing it poses challenges as they lack proper tools. Typically, they use sharp metal scraps from the wreckage of their aircraft to chop wood or other materials. These sharp iron pieces, though capable of substituting for a knife, prove cumbersome and unwieldy in practice. How can one efficiently dismember this wild boar under such circumstances? Let us proceed thus. Chun Bo and Wu Bo, you shall return and gather everyone here to set up camp, while I, along with Lung Wenshan and others, will attend to the preparation of the wild boar and await your return. Lung Wenshan chuckled, proclaiming, we shall roast several large pieces by the time you return. You will be able to savor roasted pork. Chun Bo and Wu Bo accepted the task and departed. Meanwhile, the famished Zhong Jing and Luo Wei, along with a few other young women, found themselves incapable of action, only able to sit together in a daze, placing all their hopes upon Song Han and his companions. They fervently prayed for their swift and safe return, yearning for them to return laden with provisions. The days spent in the wilderness, coupled with hunger, had evidently caused the young women to grow gaunt. Luo Wei, patting her growling, sunken belly, raised her hand to touch her pronounced cheekbones, jesting. If anyone wishes to lose weight, they should come here. Zhong Jing remarked, this is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. I have no desire to return. Luo Wei responded with a forced laugh. Tang Bixin, somewhat pessimistic, mused, do you still wish to come back? Perhaps we may never return in this lifetime. Not far off. Liao and Tian Yingying sat conversing in hushed tones. Liao lamented, we are on the brink of starvation. We should never have accompanied them, but instead remained with Zhang Chang's group. Tian Yingying replied, regret is futile. We must accept our fate and adapt to our circumstances. Liao continued, do you think Zhang Chang and the others are still where they were? What might their situation be? Tian Yingying shook her head in confusion. Chapter 27. Malice breeds from the heart. In truth, Zhang Chang and his group faced a dire predicament. The fast food supplies aboard the aircraft had spoiled rapidly due to the lack of refrigeration, rendering them inedible after a few days. Hunger and the specter of death loomed over them, saturating the atmosphere with a sense of despair. Zhang Chang, having previously served in the military, possessed certain wilderness survival skills, and could have survived alone on the island. However, he now bore the responsibility of ensuring the survival of over a dozen individuals. The scarcity of food posed the gravest threat they encountered. Zhang Chang resolved to set traps to capture wild beasts and birds, crafting fishing hooks to catch fish along the shore and foraging for edible shellfish. Every conceivable method was employed, yet their efforts yielded minimal results, far from meeting the sustenance needs of the group. Over the course of several days, the living members of Zhang Chang's group dwindled from over 30 to merely 18. Those severely injured succumbed to infection and starvation, leaving only a few capable individuals. Qianjun and Yu Rong were a married couple. Initially, Qianjun had supported Song Han's proposal and opposed Zhang Chang's decision to remain in place, awaiting rescue. However, with his wife pregnant and incapacitated, he had no choice but to stay. In times of calamity, fortune and misfortune often divide individuals. In this disaster, Qianjun and Yu Rong were fortunate to remain unscathed. Apart from the two of them, there were also Zhang Yi, Lu Hui, and flight attendants Yu Xiaojun and Pan Lin. Among them, the mental and physical states were comparatively robust. Zhang Chang felt somewhat powerless. Despite exhausting all avenues, he could not escape the looming threats of hunger and death. Nor had he received any external aid. He harbored a growing sense of pessimism, doubting his own abilities and judgment. One day, Zhang Chang convened a meeting to discuss their next steps. Regardless of the circumstances, we are fortunate, he began. Our aircraft unfortunately crash-landed here, resulting in significant casualties. The fortunate aspect is that we are still alive, but we now face a formidable survival challenge. I have gathered everyone to deliberate on our future course of action. Qianjun interjected, we have waited here for half a month without receiving any external assistance, and each day, we lose lives. At this rate, it won't be long before we no longer have the luxury of waiting for rescue. Zhang Chang replied thus, I wish to gather your opinions on whether we should continue waiting or depart to seek a way out. Lu Hui also presented his views. It has become evident that Song Han's plan was indeed the right one, while we are merely awaiting death here. That is not entirely accurate, Qianjun countered, taking up Lu Hui's point. Song Han's group consists of able-bodied individuals, whereas we had many severely injured. How could they possibly move? Therefore, Zhang Chang's decision to wait for rescue was also justified. Lu Hui retorted, yet we have been waiting for over 10 days. The number of deaths has escalated. What are the odds we will receive external assistance if we continue waiting? Zhang Chang shook his head, responding, the chances are exceedingly slim. In the crucial window for rescue, we have yielded no results. It is possible that the authorities have ceased large-scale search efforts. Although searching continues, it is merely a token effort. Qianjun inquired, so, does this mean our hope of rescue from the outside is effectively zero? Zhang Chang nodded, yes. That is a fair assessment. A prolonged silence ensued. Everyone understood that if external search efforts ceased, they might face a grim fate of self-destruction. The air was thick with tension, and no one dared to speak. Zhang Chang, feeling the weight of past misjudgments, refrained from asserting authority. He was neither a leader nor a captain. There were no leaders or captains here. They were like grasshoppers on the same vine. After a lengthy pause, flight attendant Yu Xiaojun spoke. Perhaps Song Han's original plan was indeed correct. Liao and Tian Yingying's decision to follow him was also justified. Her words effectively undermined Zhang Chang, who remained silent. Pan Lin felt that Zhang Chang had already invested so much effort during these days, working diligently. Even if his initial decision was flawed, he should not face moral condemnation. Xiaojun, you cannot say that. Right and wrong cannot be definitively judged. Can you be certain that Song Han and the others are faring well? Yu Xiaojun ceased speaking, but like Pan Lin, she held deep respect for Zhang Chang. Observing the prolonged silence, Zhang Chang finally articulated his thoughts. We cannot remain here waiting for death. If there are no objections, We shall set out tomorrow in search of Song Han and his group. Qian Jun questioned. They have been gone for many days. Can we still find them? Zhang Chang replied. Do you think they're marching along with ample logistical support? I can assure you they have not ventured far. They cannot escape this jungle. Qian Jun further queried. Could their group have suffered significant losses as well? Zhang Chang shot him a glare, wondering if the lad actually wished for the demise of others. How could I know? But I can assure you, their situation is not better than ours. Zhang Chang's assertion held merit. Song Han's group was indeed not faring better than Zhang Chang's. They had run out of provisions for 2 days. The young women were dizzy with hunger, lacking even the strength to stand. Why haven't Song Han and the others returned? I am on the verge of starvation. Luo Wei was so famished that she had neglected to comb her hair, appearing disheveled and ghostly. Zhong Jing felt a pang of sympathy for Luo Wei. Searching her own person for sustenance, yet finding nothing, she knew full well there was no food left on her. Human beings can sometimes be rather irrational, knowing full well that their pockets are devoid of funds, yet still rummaging through them one by one. Sister Luo Wei, just hold on a little longer. Brother Song Han and the others will be back soon. Zhong Jing consoled Luo Wei while deftly tying her hair back with a rubber band. I feel like I am dying. I cannot hold on any longer. Nearby, Liao, overhearing Zhong Jing and Luo Wei's conversation, muttered under her breath. If you can't hold on, then just go die. Don't make a fool of yourself here. Beside her, Tian Yingying, who was famished and nearly dozing off, inquired. Sister Liao, who is dying? Liao retorted. Those who deserve to die, of course. Tian Yingying, aware of Liao's lingering resentment towards Luo Wei and Tang Bixin, attempted to soothe her. Let bygones be bygones. We are all friends. Who is friend with them? Just wait and see. Liao Isa, casting a fierce glare at Luo Wei and Tang Bixin, as if wishing for them to perish right before her eyes. Chapter 28. The peculiar misstep as dusk descended. Golden rays filtered through the lush treetops, casting dappled shadows across the forest floor. Birds returning to their nests chirped merrily, adding a touch of liveliness and tranquility to the serene woodland. The birds overhead, feeling famished, emitted sorrowful calls. Starved, Luo Wei believed that everything she could see in this world was equally hungry. Zhong Jing smiled and explained, those birds are not starving. They are calling for their companions. Oh, they're beckoning their companions to return and bring them food. But where are our companions? Why aren't they back with provisions for us? Zhong Jing handed her a bottle of water. Drink some water first. Song Han and the others will be back shortly. How do you know they will return soon? Do you think they will find food? At that moment, all that occupied Luo Wei's mind was the prospect of food. Nothing else mattered. Zhong Jing reassured her. They have been gone for nearly a day. They should be back soon, and perhaps they have even hunted some game. Then we will have meat to eat? Luo Wei swallowed hard at the thought. Zhong Jing replied, yes, once they return with the game, we shall feast. Just then, Chun Bo and Wu Bo returned, brimming with excitement. Everyone quickly gathered their belongings and prepared to move. Luo Wei felt a wave of disappointment upon seeing Chun Bo and Wu Bo return empty-handed, and she shouted at them, you come back empty-handed after a whole day out? Are we moving because we've spotted enemies, or are they attacking? Zhong Jing, noticing only Chun Bo and Wu Bo, asked, where are Song Han and the others? Why aren't they with you? Chun Bo, grinning, replied, Zhong Jing's question hits the mark. I have good news for everyone. We hunted a wild boar weighing over 200 pounds. Song Han and Lung Wenshan are currently roasting the meat and sent me and Wu Bo back to bring everyone over. Upon hearing this, spirits lifted, especially Luo Wei, who sprang to her feet and rushed toward Chun Bo. Where's Song Han and the others? Hurry, take us there. Chun Bo smiled at Luo Wei but did not respond. Instead, he turned to Liao and Tian Yingying. Luo Wei felt embarrassed and pouted at Chun Bo's back, muttering, what's so great about that? He asked, turning his elbow outward. Wu Bo interjected on Chun Bo's behalf. Song Han and the others are not far from here. We will reach them after crossing 2 hills. Let us hurry. As they hurried along, the thought of meat invigorated everyone, making them feel as if they could sprout wings and fly. However, the 2 hills were not easy to traverse, due to their hunger. Those with better stamina gradually distanced themselves from the weaker ones. Luo Wei, though constantly complaining of hunger, marched ahead with surprising vigor. In truth, it was Tang Bixin who felt the most famished. She had not uttered a word of hunger, but was now physically drained, lagging behind. Following Tang Bixin were Liao and Tian Yingying, with Wu Bo and Chun Bo bringing up the rear. The mountain path was narrow, to say the least. There was hardly enough space to walk side by side, forcing them to maintain a distance of 1 to 2 meters apart. As they approached the cliff, Tang Bixin, who had a fear of heights and was battling hunger, suddenly felt dizzy and nearly lost her footing. She quickly halted, pressing her hand to her forehead in an attempt to regain her composure. Suddenly, she distinctly felt someone push her from behind. Stumbling, she opened her eyes just in time to see herself teetering toward the edge of the cliff. Terrified, she screamed, her voice echoing through the valley. The others, who had been searching for their footing, looked up in alarm. They beheld Tang Bixin plummeting down the cliff in free fall. They rushed over, peering down to locate her and calling her name loudly. Liao, who had been directly behind Tang Bixin, stood frozen in shock, her face pale as she trembled in confusion. How could she have fallen? Wu Bo and Chun Bo arrived almost in unison, questioning Liao. I don't know. I just saw her head tilt, and then she slipped. Chun Bo had intended to scold Liao, asking why she hadn't T-grabbed her, but realizing the gravity of the situation rendered any words futile. He approached the cliff's edge to assess the terrain. From where Tang Bixin fell, the bottom of the cliff was not visible. There appeared to be a protruding ledge below, densely covered in foliage and vines, which sparked a glimmer of hope in Chun Bo. He quickly began to descend, gripping branches and vines. Wu Bo, not wanting to lag behind, followed suit. Zhong Jing, Luo Wei, and the others heard the commotion and rushed over to the cliff's edge, calling out Tang Bixin's name, but received no response. Tian Yingying, who had been closely following Liao, seemed to have seen something. Stunned, she finally regained her composure and whispered to Liao, Sister Liao, what did you just do? Liao shot a fierce glance at Tian Yingying. What did you see? Tian Yingying quickly shook her head. I didn't see anything. Perhaps Tang Bixin's fate was not yet sealed. Perhaps divine intervention had spared her, for she fell into a tangle of vines that cushioned her descent. Chun Bo and Wu Bo breathed sighs of relief, simultaneously feeling immense joy. Chun Bo, being strong, carried Tang Bixin on his back and instructed Wu Bo to tie them together to prevent her from falling again while they climbed back up. Chun Bo's hands became bloodied, yet he managed to ascend the cliff with Tang Bixin safely. Seeing her unharmed brought everyone joy, and after the scare, they continued on their journey as a grand feast awaited them. After her fright, Tang Bixin's legs trembled, leaving her unable to walk. Without hesitation, Chun Bo offered her another ride on his back. Are you hurt? He asked. I'm much better. Thank you and Wu Bo for saving me. Please put me down. I can walk on my own. Don't be stubborn. Let me carry you for a bit. Tang Bixin was incredibly grateful to Chun Bo. How could you have fallen? He inquired again. Chun Bo's inquiry evoked a haunting recollection for Tang Bixin, reminding her of the earlier incident. Initially, she felt dizzy, confident that she would not fall due to her clarity of mind. As she halted her steps, Liao approached from behind. In a sudden turn of events, she was shoved, resulting in her descent. This thought ignited a terrifying notion within Tang Bixin. Could it be that Liao intended to take her life? Ever since their conflict, they had not exchanged words. Yet Tang Bixin never anticipated such deep-seated animosity from Liao, to the extent of wishing for her demise. Chapter 29. The dawn of primitive existence. Upon reaching their destination, the group gathered around the bonfire, reveling in the rare delicacies while sharing laughter and conversations. The sumptuous feast of roasted wild boar temporarily alleviated all worries. The merriment around the fire reignited long-forgotten joy. The earlier incident of Tang Bixin's fall seemed to have transformed into a mere footnote, failing to dampen the spirits of the gathering. It appeared as though the event had been collectively forgotten. However, Tang Bixin remained unsettled, contemplating the precariousness of her survival. Had she not been caught midway during her fall, she would not be here today. While secretly grateful for her fortune, she grappled with lingering questions and confusion. She meticulously recalled the moment of her fall, despite her dizziness. She was not fainting, for she distinctly felt a hand push her from behind. Who could that individual be? Remembering that Liao was trailing her, Tang Bixin questioned whether Liao truly harbored intentions to end her life. Their relationship had not been marred by deep-seated hatred. Any desire for vengeance seemed disproportionate to the severity of their conflict. Unless, of course, Liao was suffering from severe psychological issues. Pondering this, Tang Bixin discreetly observed Liao from a distance. Liao appeared to be in high spirits. Her cheeks flushed and a bright smile adorning her face as she conversed animatedly with Tian Yingying and Chun Bo. It was as if nothing untoward had transpired, suggesting that in her heart, she bore no guilt. Witnessing Liao's exuberance caused Tang Bixin to doubt her own judgment. Perhaps Liao had not pushed her off the cliff at all. Could this all have merely been a figment of her dizzy imagination? Resolving to bury her doubts and confusions, she vowed never to speak of them again. Song Han firmly believed in the adage that a change of scenery can invigorate life. He led the group deeper into the jungle. However, after more than a month of wandering, they had still not emerged from the forest, nor encountered any indigenous people. Their provisions had long been depleted, and hunger loomed as their greatest threat. With the weather turning cooler and winter approaching, Song Han grew increasingly anxious about their survival. Addressing the urgent need for sustenance, he convened a meeting with Long Wenshan and others, ultimately deciding to seek a slightly level area near the coast as their temporary refuge. Song Han divided the group into smaller teams, assigning tasks such as lumbering for shelter, foraging for wild fruits, and collecting shellfish by the sea. Adopting a primitive lifestyle, they planned to endure the winter in this newfound haven. Through their collective efforts, they gathered an abundance of wild fruits, vegetables, and wood ear mushrooms. They occasionally managed to catch fish and set traps for seabirds. Their ingenuity and toil effectively alleviated their hunger. Although their existence resembled that of primitive humans, they were nonetheless surviving. A few sturdy wooden cabins were constructed not far from the shoreline, providing adequate shelter for Zhong Han and his companions to weather the cold winter. With preparations complete, Zhong Han felt a slight sense of relief amidst his anxiety. Yet, in recent days, he noticed his companions appeared listless and dispirited. Concerned, he summoned Wu Bo for clarification. The team had been reporting symptoms of fatigue, lack of energy, and some even experienced nausea. What would be the cause? Wu Bo replied, I was just about to discuss this matter with you. We have been here for nearly 2 months, and our diet has lacked sufficient salt. The human body requires salt, and the absence of it leads to the symptoms we are experiencing. Are you suggesting these symptoms stem from a lack of salt? Zhong Han asked. Indeed, Wu Bo confirmed. Salt is an essential mineral for our bodies. We must find a way to procure it. Otherwise, we will continue to feel weak and lethargic, and our food will taste bland. Wu Bo hesitated, then added, but where can we find salt now? Zhong Han slapped his thigh in realization. Isn't the solution obvious? The sea is right beside us. We can obtain as much sea salt as we need. Puzzled, Wu Bo asked, while it is common knowledge that seawater contains salt, we currently lack the tools to extract it. That's simple, Zhong Han replied excitedly. We can dig a couple of pits by the shore, channel seawater into them, and let the sun evaporate the water. The salt we need will crystallize. Wu Bo's face lit up with understanding. How did I not think of that? I will gather a few people to start collecting sea salt immediately. Days later, the seawater in the pits had evaporated, leaving behind a layer of white crystalline grains. Each batch yielded approximately 30 kilograms of salt. Although this unrefined salt contained impurities like sand, it effectively solved their salt deficiency. Meanwhile, the joint search and rescue team from China and Australia, after 2 months of futile searching, announced a temporary halt due to the impending winter and frequent storms at sea. This news struck a heavy blow to the families of the missing passengers, effectively declaring their loved ones lost to the void. It signaled the end of their hopes for reunion. For Zhong Han and his companions, the outside world seemed irrelevant. They persevered on a remote island, living resiliently, waking with the sun and resting at dusk. Months of wilderness life had left them unkempt, their appearances transformed by the elements. Their clothes, tattered from daily traversing the jungle, had been shredded to pieces. Similarly, Zhong Jing and the other girls wore ragged garments, yet their daily visits to the seaside allowed glimpses of their delicate and beautiful faces. One day, Lung Wenshan hurried past Luo Wei, fishing gear in hand, his torn clothing barely providing coverage. Luo Wei had once jested that there would come a day when Lung Wenshan would be seen in such a state. Unexpectedly, her words materialized swiftly. His clothes, torn by thorns, flapped in the wind like colorful banners, exposing his skin. Luo Wei stifled a laugh. Yet watching Lung Wenshan's retreating figure, she refrained from expressing her amusement. Chapter 30. Attire unfit for decency. Luo Wei beheld Lung Wenshan clad in tattered trousers, so worn that they left his backside exposed. As he ambled past her, her usual penchant for mockery vanished inexplicably. Lung Wenshan was preparing to fish, having crafted a fishing implement from vines and branches, eager to test his newly devised tool today. Hoping for a successful catch, his spirits seemed high as he busied himself while humming a cheerful tune. Intrigued, Luo Wei followed him, yet he appeared disinterested in her presence, his focus entirely devoted to his makeshift treasure. Hey, do you need assistance? She called out. Lung Wenshan cast a fleeting glance her way, too apathetic to respond. Are you ignoring me on purpose, or did you genuinely not hear me? The seaside was windy and noisy, making it plausible he might not have caught her words. However, it was clear he had acknowledged her with that brief glance, indicating his desire to disregard her. Irritation brewed within Luo Wei, yet she refrained from expressing it. Standing on a rock and glaring at him, his hair had grown long, and his face was adorned with stubble. Though Lung Wenshan's hair was unkempt by the sea breeze, it had initially been neatly parted, suggesting he had borrowed a comb from someone before venturing out. Now disheveled, the parting remained discernible amidst the tousled strands. What are you staring at? Do you not recognize me? Lung Wenshan inquired, feeling a tad uncomfortable under her scrutiny, primarily due to his disheveled attire. At that moment, Luo Wei realized she hardly recognized him either. The figure before her, clad in rags with long hair and a bearded visage resembling a wild man, was not the Lung Wenshan she remembered. He was typically refined, always impeccably dressed in the office, his face shining, and a pair of glasses perched on his nose while working. Who are you? I truly do not recognize you, she exclaimed. Lung Wenshan assumed she was merely teasing him again, and with no time to indulge her, he retorted, "Not recognizing each other is just fine. I don't know you either, so kindly step aside." Surprisingly, Luo Wei did not take offense at his icy words. "Lung Wenshan, you've been fiddling with that contraption for 2 days. Will it actually catch any fish?" He remained silent. "That thing is quite large, and you can't cast it alone. Let me assist you." Still, he offered no response, acting as if she were invisible. This incited Luo Wei's annoyance. "What else with the attitude? Do you think you're so important? You're wearing pants that are practically split. Don't you feel embarrassed? Perhaps in a good mood?" Lung Wenshan was reveling in the excitement of his freshly invented fishing tool. Yet, he was aware that Luo Wei often relished dampening his spirits. So he felt compelled to engage her. He shifted his hips slightly and remarked, "This is this year's most fashionable style. Avant-garde and trendy. More importantly, it's breezy and comfortable. Would you care for one?" Luo Wei burst into laughter. "Fashionable? Your backside is hanging out. Aren't you ashamed? What do I have to be ashamed of? The real shame lies with those who spend their days staring at others' behinds," he retorted. Luo Wei was momentarily at a loss for words, her expression one of disinterest. However, she was in no mood to engage in a verbal spar with him today, as she recognized his preoccupation. Returning to the wooden cabin, she retrieved her travel backpack, emptying its contents onto the floor. Every piece of clothing was now marred, torn by branches and thorns. Though not riddled with holes, each item was in tatters. "What a pile of rags," Luo Wei lamented, tossing the garments outside, where they landed squarely upon an incoming figure. "Who has incited our esteemed Luo, the main new S.I.er today?" She turned to find Song Han, Zhong Jing, and Tang Bixin entering. Song Han began picking up the discarded clothing, stating, "Winter is fast approaching. We cannot discard these." Zhong Jing and Tang Bixin assisted in folding the clothing neatly and placing it on the bed. "Where's Lung Wenshan?" Song Han inquired. "He by the seaside tinkering with something, claiming he fishing," Luo Wei replied. Song Han chuckled, "Seeing you upset. I knew it had to do with that rascal Lung Wenshan. If he not around, I can start with you." As he headed outside, he turned back to say, "I'll go teach that lad a lesson." Luo Wei hurried after him, "Song Ge." He paused and asked, "Is there something wrong?" "No, nothing at all. I just wanted to inform you that Lung Wenshan hasn't provoked me today, so please do not scold him." With a smile, Song Han departed. It is often said that 3 women create a drama. Once Song Han left, only Luo Wei, Zhong Jing, and Tang Bixin remained in the cabin. They chatted for a while, eventually landing on the topic of Lung Wenshan's attire. "Did you not see? His trousers are utterly ruined, exposing his pale backside. He likely doesn't even realize it. Strutting around in front of me like that is truly mortifying," Luo Wei said, stifling laughter. Zhong Jing flushed at the comment. Tang Bixin chuckled for a moment before asking, "Does he not have any decent trousers to change into?" Luo Wei shook her head. "I haven't seen him change clothes or trousers in over 2 months." Zhong Jing interjected. Lung Wenshan was practically dragged onto the plane by Song Han and the others. He didn't bring any luggage, so how could he have spare clothes? Luo Wei nodded vigorously. Yes, he boarded the plane with just the clothes on his back, bringing nothing else. Song Han even suggested he could buy whatever he needed after landing, not knowing we would end up here. "Well, this is splendid. There's nothing available for purchase here," she added with a teasing tone. Zhong Jing suddenly had an idea. "I have 2 pairs of long jeans in my bag, bought just before boarding the plane and never worn. I can give one to Lung Wenshan." Luo Wei burst into laughter. "Zhong Jing, what size are your jeans? Lung Wenshan is much larger than you. I think those jeans would fit him better as sleeves." Tang Bixin joined in the laughter, stating, "I'm bigger. Perhaps my Lung Wenshan can make do with them, but I have no spare trousers." Luo Wei chimed in, "Neither do I. Even if I had some, he wouldn't fit into them. I think you should just go without." Zhong Jing protested. "That won't do. It's too embarrassing." "What is so embarrassing? He could just tie a few leaves around his waist like a primitive man." Chapter 31. The theft incident. Zhong Jing could not contain her laughter at Luo Wei's suggestion of Lung Wenshan binding leave around his waist for modesty. Covering her face as she giggled uncontrollably, Luo Wei, puzzled by Zhong Jing's reaction, asked, "What is so amusing? Is what I said really that funny?" Zhong Jing continued to laugh, her face flushed. Tang Bixin explained to Luo Wei, "She's just a young girl. Naturally, she finds such sensitive topics amusing." Luo Wei scrutinized Zhong Jing, astonished. "Is that really true? You've never encountered such a situation before?" Zhong Jing, lost in laughter, seemed oblivious to the conversation between the 2 women. She looked up and asked, "What have you never seen?" "Nothing, nothing." Tang Bixin hastily redirected the topic, fearing that Luo Wei, known for her indiscreet remarks, might utter something outrageous that would startle the naive Zhong Jing. At times, Zhong Jing truly appeared to be quite innocent. Lung Wenshan and Song Han were tirelessly toiling outside each day for survival, their clothes becoming tattered and worn. If this continued, they would indeed resemble savages. Tang Bixin skillfully shifted the conversation and Luo Wei chimed in. Given our current situation, it is difficult to avoid becoming savages. We have already begun living like them. Have we not? Tang Bixin responded. The life of savages involves men hunting while women spin and weave at home. Luo Wei immediately countered. That pertains to the era from primitive tribes to slave society. Savages would not possess such skills. At this moment, Zhong Jing interjected. Let us not dwell on the historical development of humanity. Bixin is correct. We shall spin and weave for them. But where will the thread come from? What will we use to weave? Stop overthinking, Luo Wei replied, exasperated. Zhong Jing retorted. Our civilization has evolved to this advanced stage precisely because we possess the intellect to think. Bark clothing and linen weaving were invented in humanity's early days. Why not emulate our ancestors? Upon hearing this, Luo Wei clapped her hands in realization. Indeed, there are readily available tree bark and linen in the jungle. Tang Bixin nodded in agreement, but pondered for a moment before adding, this method is feasible, yet the implementation will be arduous. It requires numerous processes to weave a single garment. It might take 1 or 2 months before we can truly produce anything. Zhong Jing replied. 1 or 2 months is manageable. We can gather the materials before winter arrives. Luo Wei clapped her hands again. Excellent. It's settled then. But what about Lung Wenshan in the meantime? A brief silence enveloped the conversation. I believe I have a pair of long trousers. I will wash them and contribute them to Lung Wenshan tomorrow. The following day, Tang Bixin retrieved the trousers she mentioned, washed them at the seaside, and hung them to dry at the entrance of their wooden cabin. After a modest breakfast, Zhong Jing, Luo Wei, and Tang Bixin, armed with their homemade iron knives, ventured into the jungle. The fishing tool invented by Lung Wenshan proved effective, capturing several fish, much to the excitement of Song Han and the others, who returned to the beach to fish again early that morning. As noon approached, Song Han expressed his thirst, but their jug of fresh water had long been emptied. Lung Wenshan suggested they return to refill it. While walking back, he noticed Li Yao lingering near the entrance of the wooden cabin where Tang Bixin and Zhong Jing resided, appearing somewhat furtive. Lung Wenshan quickened his pace towards Li Yao. What are you doing here? He greeted her casually, observing that she clutched a wrinkled piece of clothing, her demeanor slightly flustered. I had a pair of trousers drying here this morning. I'm just putting them away now. Oh, do you have any boiled water left? Song Han is thirsty, and I came to refill a jug. Yes, follow me. Lung Wenshan thought nothing of it, and followed Li Yao into her wooden cabin. This small cabin was shared between Li Yao and Tian Yingying. They had a relatively comfortable living situation. In contrast, Zhong Jing, Luo Wei, and Tang Bixin shared a similarly sized house, with 3 or 4 individuals generally residing in each dwelling. Due to some prior misunderstandings, Lung Wenshan had never visited Li Yao's cabin before. Upon entering, he was pleasantly surprised. Li Yao and Tian Yingying, being former flight attendants, had kept their small home impeccably clean. Although devoid of furniture, a sense of modernity pervaded the space. Moreover, a faint fragrance lingered in the air. As everyone was becoming akin to savages, where could this delightful aroma be coming from? After surveying the room, Lung Wenshan noticed a bottle of shampoo resting atop a makeshift table. Wow, your place is quite tidy, he complimented. Li Yao smiled. One must keep their living space clean, no matter where they are. Lung Wenshan regarded her with admiration, thinking that this often quarrelsome Li Yao could indeed speak with grace at times. Do you still have some shampoo? I haven't washed my hair in days. Lung Wenshan picked up the bottle on the table, his intentions clear. Li Yao replied, there is a little left. Why don't you wash your hair first? Sure. Lung Wenshan, feeling no hesitation, used Li Yao's shampoo to wash his hair, leaving in high spirits with a jug of cool, boiled water. Upon reaching the riverbank, Song Han asked Lung Wenshan why he had taken so long. Lung Wenshan candidly explained that he had washed his hair with Li Yao's shampoo, praising her warm hospitality and the cleanliness of her home. In the evening, as Song Han and Lung Wenshan returned from their work, they passed the entrance of Zhong Jing and Tang Bixin's cabin, where Tang Bixin gestured for them to come inside. Not knowing the reason, Song Han entered the room alongside Lung Wenshan. What as with the secrecy? He inquired. Tang Bixin opened her mouth to respond, but the quick-tongued Luo Wei interjected. You're right. Someone has committed a shameful act. Bixin's trousers, which she hung out to dry, have been stolen. What nonsense! Who among us would steal your trousers? Song Han expressed disbelief. Song Ji. Bixin did indeed hang a pair of trousers outside this morning, and they were gone when we returned, Zhong Jing added. Song Han suggested, let us search again. Perhaps the wind blew them away. Luo Wei countered. How could the wind blow them away? Bixin even tied them with a string while drying. Lung Wenshan had remained silent, listening intently. He was astonished and somewhat incredulous, pondering how Li Yao could resort to such petty theft as to take a pair of trousers. Was it a dark gray pair? He asked. Yes, have you seen them? Tang Bixin replied. Upon hearing this, a surge of anger welled up within Lung Wenshan. Given their current plight, How could Li Yao be so selfish and scheming as to engage in such sordid behavior? This was simply intolerable. Without a moment's hesitation, Lung Wenshan dropped his tools and stormed out. Chapter 32. Truth and Accusation. Nobody stopped Lung Wenshan as he exited. The interior of the cabin was dimly lit by the evening light, and no one paid attention to the expression on his face. They merely found his hasty departure somewhat surprising. He did not disclose his destination, nor did Song Han inquire. Inside, others assumed he had gone to search for Tang Bixin's missing trousers. Approximately 10 minutes later, the sound of Li Yao's cries echoed outside, followed by a fierce argument between Lung Wenshan and Chun Bo. What on earth are they doing? Song Han remarked, just as loud, thumping noises resonated from outside. Zhong Jing exclaimed, "Oh no, they're fighting." Song Han stood up and, along with the others, rushed outside to investigate. There, they beheld Lung Wenshan and Chun Bo in a frenzied brawl, exchanging blows like two bulls in a bull ring. "Stop it, both of you!" Song Han shouted, his voice booming like thunder. This startled the grappling Lung Wenshan and Chun Bo, and the crowd quickly rushed forward to separate the two. The battle has ceased, yet the sound of Li Yao's weeping persists. "What is the matter?" Song Han inquired. Li Yao remained silent, her sobs echoing with profound sorrow, as if she bore an immense grievance. Song Han fixated his gaze upon Lung Wenshan and Chun Bo. Chun Bo had blood streaming from his nose, using the back of his hand to wipe it, leaving half of his face stained red. Meanwhile, Lung Wenshan was unable to stand upright, clutching his abdomen, evidently having been dealt a significant blow. Tang Bixin and Zhong Jing hurried to support Lung Wenshan, while Tian Yingying prepared a handkerchief to wipe the blood from Chun Bo's face. Song Han shouted in anger, "Do not concern yourselves with them. They are not in mortal danger." Tang Bixin and the others obediently retreated to the side. Chun Bo seized the initiative, declaring, "Song Han, you should ask Lung Wenshan what heinous acts he has committed today." Song Han questioned, "What has he done?" This afternoon, he barged into the room of Li Yao and her companions. Upon finding only Li Yao, he harbored ill intentions, attempting to violate her. "You lie," Lung Wenshan retorted furiously, pointing at Chun Bo and accusing him. "You, Chun Bo, are slandering me. You and Li Yao are colluding to fabricate lies to defame me." Enough of this quarrel. Since Song Han was recognized as the leader of the group, it was his duty to uncover the truth and handle the matter appropriately. He resolved to gather everyone together, attentively listening to the accounts from both sides before determining who was in the right. A month prior, they had constructed several rudimentary wooden houses, yet none could accommodate more than 20 individuals simultaneously. Thus, they gathered in an open space to ignite a bonfire, forming a circle to prepare for an extraordinary meeting. As late autumn approached, the nights in the forest had begun to grow chillingly cold. Although they sat around the fire, the wind still sent a chill down their backs. "Let us stoke the fire larger. The dry wood in this forest could burn for a century, so there is no need to be frugal." Qin Kai and Wu Bo tended to the fire, ensuring it blazed brightly, illuminating the campsite as if it were daylight. Once everyone was settled, Song Han cleared his throat. The meeting commenced. One side would speak, followed by the other without interruption, and finally, there would be time for rebuttal. Song Han first conveyed the rules for accusation and defense. Judging by intuition, he believed that Lung Wenshan was unlikely to engage in such disreputable behavior. While his judgment was not infallible, based on Lung Wenshan's character, Song Han trusted he would not commit such acts. As for the flight attendant Li Yao, he found it difficult to judge her, given his unfamiliarity with her. She had consistently clashed with Lung Wenshan and Tang Bixin. Perhaps she seized this opportunity to falsely accuse him. Regarding Chun Bo's confrontation with Lung Wenshan, it was evident he had taken Li Yao's side, especially since their recent interactions hinted at a budding romance. The truth would necessitate further inquiry. "Lung Wenshan, please recount your version of events," Song Han prompted. Lung Wenshan's eyes bulged as he glared at Li Yao and Chun Bo. He recounted his experience of fetching water, with many details previously shared with Song Han, where he had even praised Li Yao. This is the crux of the matter. A person of integrity fears not the shadow of a lie. "Did I, Lung Wenshan, ever imply such things about Li Yao? I'm not that kind of person." Growing agitated, he added, "I witnessed Li Yao stealing Tang Bixin's pants. When I confronted her, she turned the accusation back on me." After hearing Lung Wenshan's account, colleagues nodded, evidently inclined to believe his version of events. Song Han turned his attention to Li Yao. "Now, please share your account of what transpired." By this point, Li Yao's emotions had stabilized. "Everything Lung Wenshan just stated is a fabrication." She began to speak eloquently. "This afternoon, when Lung Wenshan passed by my door, he greeted me, inquiring if I had cold water. Upon my affirmative response, he entered. He then remarked on my beauty and the tidiness of my room, even using my shampoo. To my shock, after washing his hair, he became aggressive, attempting to touch me. I resisted, and after I kicked him fiercely, he fled." Taking a breath, Li Yao continued. Just as dusk approached, he barged in again. threatening me not to disclose what had occurred during the day. I, Liao, wished to let the matter lie, but anger compelled me to insult him. In a fit of rage, he slapped me twice. Liao's voice quivered as she said, "You can check for yourselves. His handprint is still on my face." She began to weep, exclaiming that he attempted to strike her again, but luckily, Chun Bo and Tian Yingying arrived just in time. Such nonsense, pure drivel. Lung Wenshan could not contain himself, interrupting Liao. Song Han sternly admonished him, "Allow her to finish." Liao resumed her accusations, after Lung Wenshan's disgraceful behavior was revealed. He sought to frame me for stealing Tang Bixin's pants, attempting to divert attention. I swear by my conscience, I, Liao, have never been a thief. Once Liao concluded her testimony, Song Han felt a headache coming on. Both parties presented their cases, but without witnesses. It was a matter of one person's word against another's. How could a resolution be reached? Lung Wenshan challenged Liao. "Do you dare assert that the pants in your possession were not Tang Bixin's?" Liao scoffed, "Of course not. That is my clothing. If you doubt me, I shall retrieve it for all to see." Standing up, she returned to her room and soon emerged holding a piece of clothing. At that moment, Tian Yingying also rose, declaring, "I found a pair of pants on the ground this afternoon. See if this is the one." 2 items of clothing, 1 shirt, and 1 pair of pants. Now, lay before the group, both matching in color, a dark gray. Lung Wenshan's expression faltered upon realizing the predicament he faced. Chapter 33. No choice left. Liao now had both witness and material evidence. Witnesses included Tian Yingying and Chun Bo. The material evidence consisted of 2 items of clothing that were identical in color, and the pants belonging to Tang Bixin were in Tian Yingying's possession, who claimed to have found them, not stolen by Liao. Lung Wenshan had no witnesses, meaning his previous claims were merely one-sided. What credence could one-sided testimony hold? Song Han and the others turned their gazes toward Lung Wenshan, hoping he could provide evidence in his favor. However, Lung Wenshan was no match for Liao. In terms of eloquence, he could not compete with her articulate nature. In terms of cunning, he was outmatched. Thus, in this battle of right and wrong, Lung Wenshan suffered a complete and utter defeat, losing all face. "Lung Wenshan, you must apologize to Liao." Although Song Han harbored doubts, this was not a court of law, and there was no need to scrutinize who was right or wrong too harshly. In the spirit of seeking peace, and considering that Liao is a young lady, Lung Wenshan ought to apologize to her, regardless of the circumstances. He approached Liao, his demeanor one of defeat, having no intention of further contesting the matter. He thought to himself that everyone had fallen into misfortune, and what good would his victory bring? Yet, the image he had cultivated would henceforth be that of a lecherous and despicable individual. Lung Wenshan lamented under his breath, "Damn it, I must bear this unjust blame. Liao, I'm truly sorry. I apologize to you," he said, bowing his head in a gesture of contrition. "Is a mere apology sufficient? You struck me twice." "I shall return the favor," Liao retorted, unwilling to let him off so easily. It was not in her character to forgive Lung Wenshan without consequences. She recalled a past incident at the office where a colleague had merely exchanged a few harsh words with her, and she had orchestrated that colleague's dismissal. The current situation with Lung Wenshan had escalated to such a point that if she did not retaliate, it would be seen as a concession on her part. With a swift motion, Liao rolled up her sleeves and aimed to slap Lung Wenshan across the face. Lung Wenshan, unwilling to endure public humiliation, hastily stepped back as she advanced with fierce intent. While he could forfeit his dignity, a man's pride was not something to be trampled upon. "What do you intend to do? Please do not overstep your bounds," he protested. Liao missed her target on the first attempt and, filled with indignation, declared, "Unless I return these slaps, my heart will not find peace." She lunged once more at Lung Wenshan. This time, her speed caught him off guard, and she landed a resounding slap against his cheek. "Curse it!" Lung Wenshan growled, truly enraged now, and prepared to retaliate, only to be restrained from behind by Chun Bo, rendering him immobile. Liao, quick and opportunistic, seized the moment to deliver 2 more sharp slaps to Lung Wenshan's face. Seeing this, Song Han rushed forward to separate them. "You foul man, do you wish for me to slap you all the way to the Pacific Ocean?" Lung Wenshan seethed with righteous anger, but he refrained from retaliating against Liao, knowing it would lower him to her level, and instead directed his wrath toward Chun Bo. "Are you going to let go? Chun Bo, if you don't, I swear I'll end you." Song Han shouted back at Lung Wenshan, "Who do you think you're threatening? Keep this up, and I will teach you a lesson." "Qin Kai Wu Bo, drag him back," she ordered. Meanwhile, Tian Yingying and a few other girls managed to coax Liao away, while Qin Kai and Wu Bo pulled Lung Wenshan away. What had begun as an attempt to resolve the issue had devolved into chaos and discord. On another front, Zhong Jing had waited at their location for over a month, yet external aid had not arrived, and many had perished. Ultimately, Zhong Jing, along with the surviving few, decided to leave their encampment in search of Song Han and her group. After more than a month of wandering, they still had not caught sight of them. Qian Jun's wife, Yu Rong, who was pregnant, had endured tremendous hardships along the way. One day, exhausted and famished, with her stomach in pain, she pleaded, "Qianjun, I can no longer continue. Just a bit longer. Perhaps Song Han and the others are just ahead." He encouraged her, though he had repeated this sentiment countless times, making it feel like a lie. "I refuse to move another step. Let me die here," Yu Rong insisted, steadfast in her resolve. Faced with her stubbornness, Qianjun had no choice but to consult with Zhang Chang. "Brother Zhang, can we rest for 2 days before moving on? My wife is unwell and cannot go any further." Zhang Chang hesitated, acutely aware that their mission to find Song Han was one from which there was no turning back. As winter approached, Zhang Chang had been determined never to abandon their original camp. However, he had acquiesced to the group's consensus to seek out Song Han's party, understanding that they needed to reunite in order to survive the impending harsh winter. Abandoning this quest now could spell doom for them all. After much contemplation, Zhang Chang ultimately agreed to Qianjun's request for a 2-day respite. During these 2 days, Zhang Chang ventured out with a few of the stronger individuals in search of food, yet their efforts yielded little. They had survived thus far by foraging for wild fruits along the way. Remaining in one spot would not provide enough sustenance for their group of 10. After 2 days, Zhang Chang felt they could no longer remain idle and insisted that Qianjun and his wife prepare to depart. However, Yu Rong's condition had not improved. Instead, it had worsened. Zhang Chang contemplated creating a makeshift stretcher to carry her, but their dwindling energy left them incapable of lifting even one person. Yu Rong, not wishing to burden the group, urged Zhang Chang to continue without them. Zhang Chang refused, understanding that leaving them behind would be tantamount to sentencing them to death. Yet, despite their pleas, Qianjun and Yu Rong remained resolute in their decision to stay. With no other option, Zhang Chang reluctantly found a cave for them to shelter in, leaving behind all their remaining food supplies before continuing onward with the others. After watching Zhang Chang and the others fade from view, a profound sense of sorrow enveloped Qianjun, who felt an overwhelming wave of despair and helplessness. "Qianjun, will we perish here?" Yu Rong lay in the darkness of the cave, listening to the rhythmic drip of water from the walls, consumed by fear. It felt as though death itself was approaching. "Not at all. Zhang Chang and the others promised to return for us once they find Song Han," Qianjun reassured her, determined to remain strong in front of his wife because he was a man. Yu Rong offered a bittersweet smile, her eyes brimming with sadness and guilt. "It is my fault. I know that staying here is a one-way street, yet I simply cannot go on. We have no other choice. Please do not blame me." As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. "Do not be so pessimistic, my love. Since we have chosen to stay, we shall face whatever comes together," Qianjun replied. Try to instill hope in their dire situation. Chapter 34. A life-or-death struggle. Yu Rong, weakened from pregnancy and lack of nutrition, was emaciated and frail. She could scarcely sit up, lying instead on the cold, damp ground that sent shivers through her body. Their circumstances were dire, beset by hunger and cold, their lives hanging by a thread. Qianjun exited the cave, using the makeshift tools left by Zhang Chang to chop some branches and gather 2 bundles of dry grass to bring back inside. He found a relatively flat and dry spot to lay them down and hurried back out. In the late autumn forest, a thick carpet of yellow leaves covered the ground. Qianjun gathered the leaves, rolled them together, and brought them back to the cave, spreading them evenly over the grass to create a surprisingly comfortable makeshift bed. Yu Rong lay atop it, finding both comfort and warmth. Although she had been shivering just moments before, she gradually felt warmth return to her body after consuming some wild fruits and drinking a bit of water, her complexion slowly regaining a hint of color. "Qianjun, you are truly capable. I always knew you were the best," she praised, and Qianjun felt a swell of pride and satisfaction at her recovery. Once Yu Rong was settled, Qianjun took a moment to assess their surroundings within the cave. It was neither too large nor too small, and the light filtering in from the entrance suggested that it did not extend too far back. This cave is merely a rock cavern at best, and cannot be classified as a karst cave. It serves as a shelter for us. To stabilize his wife's emotions and alleviate her fear, Qianjun began to share his thoughts. "If we had food, we could reside here for a year or even for several years." Upon witnessing her husband's unwavering confidence in survival, Yu Rong also began to adopt an optimistic outlook. "If that's the case, let's South consider this place our home until our child grows up, and then you and our son can go hunting together." After saying this, Yu Rong unexpectedly revealed a long-lost smile. As long as Qianjun's spirit and will remain unbroken, she felt that hope would flourish wherever they might be. However, her smile was fleeting, ephemeral. Deep down, she understood that hope felt distant and elusive. It was as far away as the other side of the ocean, beyond reach. As nebulous as the stars in the vast sky, unattainable. They had already lingered on the edge of death. Yu Rong discreetly wiped her tears, and every gesture of his wife could not escape Qianjun's notice. He felt helpless, his heart aching. "My dear, Don't you think this cave is quite spacious and well-lit? Qianjun sought to initiate conversation. Yu Rong understood his intent and readily agreed. Indeed, she thought to herself. Why was she crying? She must not let it affect her husband's spirits. Their morale and resolve must not falter. They had not yet reached the end. I believe this place is far more spacious than the 4-bedroom apartment we bought in Jiangsheng for millions. Let us just stay here and not go back. After saying this, Yu Rong chuckled. Qianjun joined her laughter. Yes, let's not go back. We can live here for the rest of our lives. And we won't have to repay the 2 million in mortgage. Let the bank worry about it. Yu Rong replied with a laugh. You're trying to be clever. To which Qianjun retorted, I'm not being clever. If the bank wants to collect the mortgage, let them come. The two shared a hearty laugh. They were merely lacking electricity. If they had it, they could hang colorful lights all around, illuminating the cave in splendor. After indulging in humor for a while, Yu Rong felt hungry. Darling, I'm craving food again. When Zhang Chong and the others left, they had left behind a bag of provisions for Qianjun. Upon opening it, he discovered a handful of dry nuts, their shells covered in spines. Had these nuts not been thorny, they would have been devoured by wild beasts and birds long ago, leaving nothing for them. However, these wild fruits were scarce. The two of them could only sustain themselves for 2 days at most. What would they eat after those 2 days? They could not simply starve to death. Now, they had no one to rely on but themselves. Yu Rong, feeling weak, knew these wild fruits would hardly suffice for her and the nourishment required for the child within her. What should they do? If they did not devise a plan soon, they would surely perish in the cave. Qianjun pondered deeply when suddenly a dangerously reckless idea struck him. This notion was tantamount to suicide. Yet, Qianjun felt compelled to take a desperate gamble. Having studied zoology, he understood that certain carnivorous animals are extremely sensitive to blood. The scent of blood can be detected from several kilometers away, drawing them near. Qianjun intended to use his own blood as bait to attract these predators. Wolves, leopards, even tigers, or any other wild beast, he would welcome them all. Zhang Chong and the others had also left him a handmade spear. Qianjun sharpened the spearhead against a stone until it was extraordinarily acute. He envisioned thrusting this sharp spear fiercely into the bodies of the greedy beasts drawn by the scent of blood. Qianjun thought to himself, greed must come at a price, be it for the beasts or for me. Either the ferocious creatures become my sustenance, or I shall become theirs. This truly was a case of lacking the prowess of Wu Song, yet attempting to undertake Wu Song's exploits. Qianjun set to work. When his wife inquired about his activities, he replied that he was preparing to hunt some squirrels or gophers for food. Yu Rong believed him. Unaware of Qianjun's grander appetite, he desired a more significant catch, hoping to feast abundantly. Qianjun began to move many stones from outside the cave, sealing the entrance to prevent any ferocious beasts from entering and potentially harming his wife if he lost control of the situation. Should that occur, he would truly have lost both his beloved and his life. Following this, he began crafting traps, weaving a large net from vines, equipped with a mechanism. Once a beast triggered the mechanism, the net would automatically retract, ensnaring the animal mid-air. Subsequently, Qianjun would naturally use the spear to jab at the creature below. The plan was flawless. There's a saying, idealism is bountiful, while reality is stark. Qianjun mused, regardless of whether the outcome was bountiful or stark. Either the beast would fill his belly, or he would become a mere skeleton left on this island. Nevertheless, the conclusion would be perfect. Once all preparations were complete, Qianjun instructed Yu Rong not to emerge under any circumstances, regardless of the sounds or events that transpired outside. Yu Rong felt a surge of fear but nodded in agreement, repeatedly urging him to exercise utmost caution. After sealing the cave entrance, Qianjun pierced his leg with the spearhead and caught the blood in a container. He lost more than half a kilogram of blood from his leg. Reluctant to let go of the child, he pressed on. After bandaging his leg, he sprinkled his blood within the trap and on the leaves. He then camouflaged himself with the leaves, taking the spear and climbing a tree, awaiting the arrival of the beasts. The sun dipped below the horizon, and the winds began to stir in the twilight jungle. Although gentle, it was conducive to the spread of scents. Qianjun crouched in the tree, his eyes wide open, observing everything in the jungle, straining his ears to catch the rustling of the grass in the wind. As darkness enveloped the earth, the echo of a tiger's roar resonated from a distant ravine. Chapter 35. Who will slay the deer? A tiger's roar reverberated through the valley, causing the earth to tremble slightly. The tiger is known as the king of beasts, reigning supreme in the forest. If this vast island were devoid of human life, the tiger would be its sovereign, ruling unchallenged. Though Qianjun felt a surge of panic upon hearing the tiger's roar, he quickly regained his composure. Damn it, I aimed for a grand catch, and it seems I've attracted quite the formidable beast. Qianjun thought to himself, this time, I've truly escalated the stakes. He understood that tonight, he was not merely setting a trap, but engaging in a high-stakes gamble. Whether the stakes were 100 million or a billion, in the end, they amounted to nothing more than a pile of paper. Yet, the wager that Qianjun placed was the lives of himself and his wife. Was the bet of 2 lives not significant? Tonight's gamble was bound to be thrilling. Qianjun endured the tense wait for 2 to 3 hours, with the wind rustling the grass several times, yet nothing transpired. Beads of sweat formed on his brow, drying and reappearing multiple times. The roaring tiger that had once echoed through the mountains did not appear. It seemed that one party would be absent from tonight's wager. Qianjun felt disheartened, cursing inwardly. Damn it, will this beast come or not? In truth, there was no need for cursing. A tiger was, after all, a wild creature. The moon rose above the treetops, casting a soft, silvery light into the forest, which was eerily quiet. Even the chirping of insects and the songs of birds had ceased. It seemed as if all living things were in slumber. Qianjun had been perched in a tree for several hours, feeling the strain in his back and limbs, and experiencing numbness in his hands and feet. After a day filled with toil, moving stones and crafting traps, combined with the tension from earlier, he now felt utterly exhausted. His eyelids began to droop, and he was on the verge of falling asleep. Qianjun let out a long sigh, realizing that human calculations pale in comparison to the will of the heavens. Not everything one envisions can be brought to fruition. It appeared that the tiger this evening had no intention of granting him any respect. The rendezvous had been missed. Perhaps the tiger was not hungry at all, or perhaps it simply held no interest in them. Qianjun yawned and gazed towards the cave's entrance. The interior was shrouded in darkness, and he could not ascertain whether his wife was asleep. Without Qianjun by her side, she must certainly be terrified. Stretching his legs, he prepared to descend from the tree. Suddenly, he heard an unusual rustling sound in the woods and quickly strained to listen. This noise did not resemble the wind rustling through leaves, but rather the sound of something brushing against the underbrush. Soon after, a scent reminiscent of charred cloth and decayed cotton wafted through the air. Qianjun knew that large wild animals often exude such a burnt odor. His heart raced his throat. It had finally arrived. Holding his breath, he observed keenly in the direction from which the sound emanated. By the moonlight, he discerned a dark figure slowly moving through the bushes. Although he was extremely tense, he remained remarkably calm, understanding that this gamble presented a singular opportunity for both him and the tiger. Initially, Qianjun had only hoped to encounter a wolf or a fox, creatures that he believed he could easily handle with his equipment. To his astonishment, a tiger had indeed appeared. Could his slight frame contend with such a formidable beast? There was no time for overthinking. The tiger had arrived at the base of the tree. If it advanced a few more steps, it would trigger the trap Qianjun had set. He silently urged, just a bit further, just a bit more. The ancient vines of the primordial jungle were remarkably resilient, and Qianjun had crafted a robust net. He believed that if the tiger stepped into the trap, the net would ensnare the several hundred pounds of the beast, rendering it unable to escape. However, events did not unfold as Qianjun had envisioned. The tiger halted beneath the tree, sniffed the ground, and then looked up towards him. Their eyes met. Hello there. What magnificent creature it was. The tiger had clearly spotted Qianjun perched above, and it showed no signs of fear, gazing intently at him for several minutes. It was no wonder, having never encountered a human before. It was unsure whether the lump of flesh in the tree would be palatable and thus needed to investigate further. The tiger sniffed again, perhaps finding the scent agreeable, as it seemed to judge the meat to be tender and succulent. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and let out a roar. It then began to claw at the tree trunk, attempting to climb up. Clearly, it had taken a liking to Qianjun. Yet Qianjun was no fool. He was aware that tigers and leopards could scale trees, although not steep or straight trunks. The tree he had chosen was one he had meticulously selected, with smooth bark and high branches. After a futile struggle, the tiger abandoned its efforts and moved forward. Ahead lay the trap. Qianjun readied himself for a confrontation. Yet, inexplicably, the tiger walked past the trap without triggering the mechanism. The beast successfully traversed the perilous area and slowly approached the cave's entrance. Qianjun was rendered speechless. Yurong was inside the cave. Although he had blocked the entrance with stones, it was not secure. If the tiger possessed even a modicum of intelligence, it might succeed in opening the entrance. As expected, the so-called king of the forest demonstrated some wit. The tiger sniffed at the cave's entrance and began to emit low growls, clearly aware that something valuable lay within. It started to claw at the stones, blocking the entrance. Qianjun felt a surge of urgency. My dear, do not be afraid inside. Quickly start a fire and climb as high as you can. I will distract this beast. He swiftly descended along the rope he had previously arranged, gripping his sharp spear tightly as he charged towards the cave's entrance without a second thought. Come here, you beast. Qianjun aimed to divert the tiger's attention, but he knew that once he leapt from the tree, it seemed he had sealed his fate. In this game of wits against the tiger, Qianjun had already lost. He stood to pay the ultimate price, potentially endangering Yu Rong's life as well. Husband, do not concern yourself with me. Just run. Clearly, Yu Rong had sensed the imminent danger within the cave, and it was now right before her. Hearing Qian Jun's efforts to lure the tiger away, her thoughts were solely on his safety. She called out to him to flee. Yet Qian Jun could not abandon his own life to save her. This calamity had been summoned by him, and he must bear the consequences. He hoped that, after satiating its hunger with him, the tiger would spare Yu Rong. Oh, come here, you beast. As Qian Jun approached the tiger, it heard his calls, turned its head, and let out a fearsome roar before lunging at him. Qian Jun now found himself in dire peril. In this gamble, one party held a significantly poor hand, so much so that surrender seemed inevitable. Qian Jun was that party. It appeared he was destined to lose. However, the tides of fortune are ever-changing. Until the final card are revealed, who can truly predict the outcome? The fate of the deer remains uncertain. Chapter 36. Mutual support in terms of speed. A human cannot outrun a tiger, especially in the nocturnal forest, where visibility and agility are far superior in the tiger. Hence, Qian Jun's intention to divert the tiger and prevent it from posing a threat to Yu Rong within the cave meant that if he turned and fled, he would be assuredly defeated. The only viable option was to have the tiger step into the trap. Only then would there be a glimmer of hope for survival for both him and his wife. Qian Jun understood that he could not afford to panic. He required utmost calmness and sharp reflexes. As the tiger turned to pounce towards him from the cave entrance, Qian Jun dashed past the trap at sprinting speed, positioning himself opposite the trap, and called out to the enormous beast, "Come here, you rascal. Your grandfather is here." Qian Jun's actions were fraught with great risk. He was uncertain why the tiger had not triggered the mechanism when it had previously passed the trap. Should the trap fail to activate this time, his life would truly be forfeit. Yet he had no other choice. With a sudden snap, the mechanism was triggered, and a robust net surged upwards in fury. The tiger was ensnared, suspended in midair, thrashing in a desperate attempt to break free while emitting furious roars. The creature's strength and vigor were formidable. It would not yield easily. It clawed and bit at the net, causing it to sway violently, and the thick vines tugged at the tree, producing a cacophony of creaks and groans. Leaves scattered in every direction. As Qian Jun watched the tiger suspended, he momentarily exhaled in relief, only to see that the beast was far from subdued, seemingly unwilling to submit. Should the net prove inadequate and the vines fragile, the consequences would be dire. Qian Jun reacted swiftly, grasping the exquisitely sharpened spear in his hand, and began to jab at the massive creature ensnared within the net below. These ancient vines, having grown for decades, or even centuries, possessed an extraordinary resilience. It was no mere task to lift a weighty tiger, let alone a formidable elephant. The great beast was tightly ensnared in the net, unable to unleash its prowess as the king of beasts. After a vigorous struggle, it was left to lament in despair. Qian Jun thrust the spear into its belly repeatedly, blood gushing forth like rainwater cascading from a rooftop, splattering Qian Jun, who stood below, in crimson. After several agonizing minutes, the tiger within the net lay motionless. Pity for this great creature, which had reigned supreme in the forest for countless years, finally succumbed to Qian Jun's might. He discarded the spear, wiped the tiger's blood from his face, and joyfully spat. Darling, I have triumphed." Qian Jun rushed toward the cave entrance, moving stones aside. Upon seeing Qian Jun's bloodied visage, Yu Rong, inside, assumed he was injured and burst into tears. "Do not weep, my love. I am unscathed. This is merely the blood of the tiger I vanquished." "Really?" Yu Rong, still skeptical, smiled through her tears when she saw him unharmed after he entered. A looming disaster and crisis had been averted by Qian Jun's cleverness. Once more, they embraced tightly, relieved to have survived. As dawn broke, Qian Jun skinned the tiger and roasted several pieces of meat over the fire. After months of abstaining from meat, Yu Rong felt revitalized after consuming the roasted tiger meat. Qian Jun, too, regained his strength. "Qian Jun, do you think Zhang Chang and the others have found Song Han?" Qian Jun shook his head. "I do not know. This vast primitive forest is immense. Where could they possibly search? Perhaps we may never find them again," Yu Rong said, her tone tinged with sadness and pessimism. Qian Jun, attentive to both Yu Rong's physical health and emotional state, understood that a positive outlook in times of adversity could empower them to overcome all challenges. "For now, let us refrain from searching for them. Focus on your recovery here. I find this place quite satisfactory. With this tiger, we shall surely survive the harsh winter." "And what of after this winter?" Yu Rong inquired. Qian Jun replied, "Once we endure this winter, perhaps we shall be saved. Rest assured, my dear, I possess great survival skills, and we shall not perish." Hearing Qian Jun's words, Yu Rong gazed at him with affection and deep trust, believing wholeheartedly that her husband was the finest man in the world. The few bags of salt Qian Jun had salvaged from the plane wreckage now proved invaluable. He cut the tiger meat into small pieces, seasoned it with salt, and smoked it to create jerky, hanging it within the cave. Each day, he ventured out to forage for food, setting traps to catch small animals. He reinforced the cave entrance with stones, leaving a small opening, and fashioned a door from wood, propped securely with a sturdy stick. This place became the home of Qian Jun and his wife, a sanctuary where even the fiercest beasts would find it challenging to intrude. As the weather grew colder, Zhong Jing and Tang Bixin emulated ancient practices, crafting garments from tree bark and hemp to guard against the impending chill of winter. However, after a couple of days of trying them on, Song Han and Lung Wenshan found them unbearable and ultimately removed them. Despite providing some warmth, the garments were too coarse. Movement caused friction against the skin, leaving painful abrasions. Wearing these clothes is torture. I'd rather go bare, Lung Wenshan exclaimed upon returning from the seaside, discarding his attire upon entering. What kind of garments are these? They are a death trap. The girls, who had labored tirelessly to create the clothing, were disheartened by Lung Wenshan's disdain. Tang Bixin glared at him. What wealth do you possess? Why will we seek to harm you? Zhong Jing chimed in with a laugh. Look at your ragged attire. What valuable possessions do you have that we would covet? Tang Bixin, eager to tease Lung Wenshan, thought of something amusing. He still possessed something of value. Luo Wei retorted, that is worth nothing. Even a dog would find it distasteful. As soon as she spoke, the girls erupted in laughter. Lung Wenshan, infuriated, realized he was no match for the group of girls, and his frustration only led to further humiliation. He stormed out in anger. At that moment, Song Han returned and bumped into the fuming Lung Wenshan. Who has riled our little mountain? Luo Wei remarked. Who would bother with him? This fellow has mistaken kindness for weakness. Just look at him, trampling on the clothes we painstakingly made. Lung Wenshan shouted, can these clothes even be worn? Why don't you try them yourselves? Song Han, too, removed his garments, saying, Lung Wenshan is correct. These clothes are indeed unwearable. The girls felt deflated and disappointed upon hearing this. So our efforts over the past few days were in vain? Chapter 37. Midnight Screams, not at all a waste. Song Han encouraged. The garments are exquisitely crafted, with innovative designs that stand out. He was adept at giving praise and motivation. Not only a skilled technician in his company, but also a mid-level manager. His years of navigating the workplace had honed his social skills, earning him the respect of colleagues and the admiration of superiors. To commend the girls for their hard work and achievements, he continued, if we were to participate in the Paris International Fashion Show, we would surely win an award. Luo Wei exclaimed excitedly, is that true? You speak so grandly. I almost believe you. Song Han affirmed, absolutely true. More importantly, the warmth provided by your garments is exceptional. Encouraged by Song Han's praise, Luo Wei and Tang Bixin felt a wave of joy wash over them, dispelling the disappointment caused by Lung Wenshan's earlier remarks. Our big brother Song knows how to speak. Lung Wenshan, take notes. Luo Wei gleefully chimed, pleasantly surprised by Song Han's high regard for their creations. With Song Han's validation, Zhong Jing felt elated as well. Yet, she sensed that his compliments were not entirely sincere, merely a way to please them, akin to how an adult would pacify a child. Suddenly, she found his words overly embellished, bordering on disingenuous. Zhong Jing did not appreciate such a character in a man. Song Han, if you believe these garments are well-made, stylish, and warm, why then did you remove yours? Song Han replied with a smile, the garments are indeed well-crafted, but their coarse material causes friction that can harm our skin. That is the crux of the issue. Yet, to resolve this problem, Zhong Jing and Luo Wei are powerless. However, problems must be addressed. After thorough deliberation, Sing HN and Ling WNSHN reached a consensus. If they could sew soft animal fur onto the shoulder area of their garments and at the joints where humans move, these clothes would be nearly perfect, both warm and practical. Yet, the question remained, where could they procure such animal fur? 2 months prior, Sing HN had chosen this location as their temporary refuge for a reason. It is a crescent-shaped bay, providing a natural harbor. The waves here are relatively gentle, attracting many fish that shy away from tumultuous waters. Thus, Sing HN and Ling WNSHN have enjoyed bountiful catches each day. However, terrestrial animals are scarce, and the reasons for this elude them. Since settling here, sightings of wildlife have become increasingly rare, perhaps due to the animals' aversion to humans, prompting them to quietly relocate elsewhere. Recently, however, a group of monkeys appeared from an unknown source, becoming their neighbors. These monkeys, though small in stature, with long tails and dense fur, possess a certain charm. Initially wary of humans, they gradually grew bolder upon discovering their benign nature. In recent days, Sing HN and his companions noted the inexplicable disappearance of various items, ranging from food to clothing hung out to dry. It soon became evident that this mischief was the work of the monkeys, who excelled as thieves. As the weather turned colder, the wild fruits in the forest dwindled, leading to fruit-foraging monkeys to invade their homes while the humans were away, rummaging through their stores with abandon. Having tasted the spoils, the monkeys now spent their days perched in trees, eagerly watching for any opportunity to scavenge. In response, Zhong and his companions consolidated their food supplies and assigned someone to guard them. However, the monkeys remained undeterred, wreaking havoc in their absence. Consequently, the humans' initial friendliness towards these uninvited guests morphed into disdain. Is it really so difficult to obtain animal fur? Zhong suggested. We could easily set a trap to catch a dozen or 20 monkeys and skin them. This remark was uttered in jest, fueled by his growing irritation towards the monkeys. Yet, unbeknownst to him, his words ignited a fire within Zhong Jing, who regarded him with wide, astonished eyes. Was this latent bloodlust part of his character? The image Zhong had cultivated in her mind, a leader and older brother figure, seemed to shatter in that moment. Upon her arrival at Yl Company, she had held a favorable impression of him, and his support during their time together had endeared him to her. However, of late, she perceived Zhong as increasingly cunning, a trait she found unappealing. Hearing him propose the killing of monkeys for their fur incited immediate opposition from her. I oppose this. I denounce all actions that harm primates. I concurred, adding, I too am against it. Monkeys and gorillas are distant relatives of humanity. To kill a monkey is akin to taking a human life. Often at odds with LWI, felt compelled to voice his dissent, despite sharing her sentiment against harming the monkeys. In a bid to vent his frustration towards her, he provocatively countered, don't exaggerate. Killing a monkey is not the same as taking human life. Spare me the melodrama. If it weren't for my daily fishing, you'd be hungry. Let us see if you'd refuse a piece of monkey meat if you were starving. LWI retorted, nonsense. I would rather starve than consume monkey flesh, and I oppose the slaughter of these creatures. LWNSHN cast a disdainful glance at her. What are you pretending to be, the Virgin Mary? SNHN. Burdened by his own thoughts and growing weary of the bickering between LW1 and LWNSHN, irritably declared, you two continue. I need some peace. With that, he stepped outside, and Zhong, seemingly compelled to say something to him, followed suit. Zhong turned back and asked, do you have something to say? Caught off guard, Zhong could only shake her head in confusion. Inside, LWNSHN and LWI continued their verbal sparring, the intensity escalating. 2 nights later, as LWI arose in the middle of the night for a respite, she opened the door only to have a sticky substance collide with her face. In the dim moonlight, she instinctively recoiled, letting out a terrified scream that echoed through the night. Chapter 38. The Monkey Incident. Zhong, a light sleeper, quickly sprang from her bed upon hearing LWI's cry. Sister L, what happened? There's a dead body hanging on the door. What? TNBX and also awakened, and she and Zhong hurriedly lit a torch and approached the door, trembling with trepidation. There hung a grotesque sight, swaying ominously. Though not human, the bloodied form dripped crimson onto the ground. Zhong gasped in horror, while TNBXN, slightly braver, drew closer with her torch, revealing that it was a monkey, skinned and lifeless. Who could be so cruel? TNBX exclaimed as she grabbed a knife and swiftly severed the rope suspending the monkey, then carried the torch directly to the doors of SNHN and LWNSHN. Knock, knock, knock. Without bothering to call out, she pounded on the door with urgency. Who is it? SNHN and LWNSHN were jolted awake by the commotion. SNHN, LWNSHN, come quickly. We have a serious situation. TNBXN, possibly flustered, continued to knock fervently. LWNSHN shouted back. TNBXN, have you lost your mind? What calamity could befall us at this hour? There might indeed be a problem. SNHN hastily threw off the covers and rushed to open the door. What has happened in such a frenzy? A dead monkey. A skinned dead monkey has been hung on our door, and it frightened LWI to faint. You must come and see. Is that true? SNHN accepted the torch from TNBXN and strode toward their abode, with LWNSHN hastily following behind. Inside, Zhong had lit an oil lamp. Startled by the incident, LWI burst into tears upon seeing SNHN enter, exclaiming, someone is trying to harm us. The skinned monkey lay just outside the door, and a pool of blood stained the ground, a truly harrowing sight. SNHN. Who did this? We were just about to ask you, Zhong replied, her tone tinged with frustration. As LWNSHN entered, he casually picked up the dead monkey from the ground and, after examining it for a moment, remarked, was this the one hanging at your door? Who had such creativity to surprise you? He added with a smirk, I heard LW, I fainted. She certainly doesn't look fainted to me. ZH ing J ing chastised L ing WNSHN. How can you jest at a time like this? Someone was genuinely frightened. T ing BX N. Recalling L ing WNSHN's earlier remarks about killing monkeys during his argument with LWI, began to suspect that he might be involved in this sinister act. Lung Wenshan, is this something you did? Lung Wenshan feigned innocence, saying, do not wrongfully accuse me. What benefit would I gain from such actions? I, Lung Wenshan, am not deranged. At this moment, Luo Wei interjected, I believe you are indeed the culprit, Lung Wenshan. During our argument today, you mentioned wanting to kill a monkey for me to see. I never anticipated you could be so insidious. Lung Wenshan, upon hearing this, grew anxious. Why are you all pointing fingers at me? By heaven's grace, I have never committed such a vile act. Song Han can attest to my whereabouts. I have been with him since yesterday. Song Han nodded in affirmation, serving as a witness for Lung Wenshan. Tang Bixin suddenly spoke, that cannot be true. Last night, just before dusk, you went alone to the thicket behind the house and did not return for quite some time. What were you doing? Zhong Jing seemed to recall the event as well, adding, at that time, Song Han was with us. He could not vouch for you. What were you up to? Lung Wenshan replied with a chuckle. What a joke. I merely went to relieve myself. Must I seek your permission for that? If you do not believe me, wait until dawn, and I will show you the evidence. Zhong Jing, usually uninterested in conflicts, could not help but retort, how absurd. That is mere evasion. Luo Wei pressed on. How does scaring me benefit you, Lung Wenshan? Your behavior is utterly incomprehensible and inhumane. Now, Lung Wenshan found himself outnumbered and at a loss for words, repeatedly asserting, you are slandering me. I did not commit this act. I did it, Song Han declared. Rising from his seat, is it not tedious to bicker endlessly? Since we cannot determine the perpetrator, let it be known that I am responsible, thereby satisfying both parties. The girls, witnessing Song Han's anger, lowered their heads, refraining from further comments. We are but a group of 20-some individuals, yet we engage in such backstabbing and daily quarrels. If we were to add another 100 or so people, would you not instigate a mutiny? As he spoke, Song Han cast a sharp gaze first at Luo Wei and then at Lung Wenshan. Luo Wei, from now on, you shall take my place as team leader. I abdicate. Luo Wei turned her head away, scoffing. No way, I refuse. Song Han then asked Lung Wenshan, what about you? Lung Wenshan quickly replied, I cannot do it. Who would heed my words? If none of you are willing, then who shall lead? Zhong Jing answered decisively, you should, for aside from you and Song Han, who else commands respect? Song Han stood firm, stating, very well, if my word holds weight, then let tonight's incident be forgotten, and we shall resume our rest. With that, he pulled Lung Wenshan outside, closing the door behind them for Zhong Jing and the others. Inside, Zhong Jing, Luo Wei, and Tang Bixin exchanged glances, resigned to continue their slumber. Outside, Song Han and Lung Wenshan encountered their colleague Wu Bo, who joined them as they returned indoors. Having eavesdropped for quite some time, Wu Bo remarked that the matter at hand seemed trivial, primarily serving to frighten Luo Wei and her timid companions, unlikely to yield significant consequences. Wu Bo entered the room, eager to share his thoughts with Song Han. However, he shifted his tone, stating, yet, the manner in which this was executed is quite heinous, and the intent is exceedingly insidious. In truth, Song Han shared Wu Bo's sentiments and gestured for him to continue. This appears to be a frame-up, as yesterday, Lung Wenshan and Luo Wei argued over the topic of whether to kill a monkey. Tonight, someone hung a skinned monkey at their door to implicate Lung Wenshan, clearly aiming to sow discord and deepen divisions. Song Han posed, are you suggesting that among our group of 20-some individuals, there lurks a villain? Someone secretly working against us to incite conflict? Wu Bo nodded affirmatively. But what could be their motive? We are all in this together, sharing in both triumphs and tribulations. After pondering for a moment, Wu Bo shook his head. It is difficult to ascertain. Perhaps jealousy? Or revenge? Or perhaps they seek to achieve some other objective. Song Han responded, we have over a dozen colleagues in our company. I trust that while they may bicker, they harbor no ill will. Upon hearing this, Lung Wenshan eagerly concurred, yes indeed. What do you mean by yes? Song Han shot Lung Wenshan a glare. Lung Wenshan fell silent. Wu Bo continued, in addition to our company, there are 8 or 9 others present. Yet, they all seem amicable, except for one. Who? Song Han inquired. Chapter 39. Analyzing the case, Wu Bo hesitated before responding to Song Han. Speak freely. It is just the 3 of us now, and no one else is listening. Wu Bo glanced around mysteriously at Song Han and then at Lung Wenshan, asking, have you not noticed that one person has consistently been working against you? This prompted Lung Wenshan to immediately think of someone. Are you referring to Li Yao? Wu Bo affirmed, who else could it be? Over the past 2 months, she has clashed with you on numerous occasions, first with Tang Bixin, then with Luo Wei, and eventually with you, Lung Wenshan. Just as Song Han was about to speak, Lung Wenshan interjected, Wu Bo, be careful with your wording. Clash suggests something more serious. A few days ago, regarding Tang Bixin's lost pants, I suspected Li Yao and Tian Yingying conspire to frame me, leaving me with no defense. Song Han interjected, do not involve Tian Yingying. Although she works with Li Yao, she has never spoken ill of her. That day, she merely stated a fact. Besides, Tian Yingying gets along quite well with Zhong Jing and the others. Wu Bo concurred. Tian Yingying is innocent. With a decisive slap on the table, Lung Wenshan declared, it must be Li Yao. She has a heart as cold as a serpent's and is capable of any misdeed. Song Han admonished Lung Wenshan, be mindful of your language. Just because you argue does not make her malevolent. Wu Bo chuckled, suddenly posing an unrelated question to Song Han. Among the girls here, who is the most beautiful? Including Li Yao and Tian Yingying? Song Han shot Wu Bo a skeptical look, uninterested in such trivial matters. Upon hearing Wu Bo's question, Lung Wenshan perked up, exclaiming, shall we rank them? Wu Bo nodded. Lung Wenshan began, first of course is our goddess, Zhong Jing. As for second, should it be Li Yao? Wu Bo inquired. Lung Wenshan responded, to speak honestly, she indeed ranks second. Song Han, growing impatient, interjected, enough of this. Are we ranking heroes from Liangshan now? Wu Bo replied with all seriousness. A beautiful appearance often allows one to escape scrutiny for their misdeeds and evade examination of their true nature. Song Han questioned, what are you implying? Wu Bo continued, when Tang Bixin unexpectedly fell from the cliff, it was perplexing, yet no one seemed to care about her, nor inquired about the details of her fall. Naturally, we are not a criminal investigation team, so it is reasonable that we do not seek the truth. Song Han chimed in, afterward I inquired, and Tang Bixin claimed she was dizzy and lost her balance, causing her fall. Wu Bo responded, I asked as well, but my answer differed from yours. Song Han remarked, initially, Tang Bixin provided the same explanation to me, but as a physician, I understand a patient's condition at various stages. Tang Bixin stated she was merely dizzy, yet her mind remained clear. I merely stated that when a person is in a state of consciousness and experiences dizziness, they will gradually crouch down rather than fall like a lifeless log. What did she say afterward? Song Han inquired urgently. Wu Bo continued. Tang Bixin mentioned that she felt dizzy and stopped in her tracks when someone suddenly pushed her from behind. To avoid conflict, Tang Bixin asked me not to disclose this and suggested it might have been her hallucination. Who was following her at that time? Song Han asked. It was Li Yao and Chun Bo, Wu Bo replied. Song Han, perplexed, remarked, if Li Yao had been alone behind Tang Bixin, I might have believed she pushed Tang Bixin off the cliff. However, Chun Bo, our colleague, was also there, and he has no grievances with Tang Bixin. Surely, he would just stand by and watch Li Yao push her down. Wu Bo said, I later asked Chun Bo, and he claimed he did not see Li Yao push Tang Bixin. I also asked him if he was following Li Yao and Tang Bixin the whole time. Chun Bo paused before nodding and stated he was indeed behind them, asserting that Tang Bixin fell on her own. Wu Bo paused momentarily and added, I have a lingering feeling that Chun Bo is not telling the whole truth or is concealing certain details. At this juncture, Lung Wenshan interjected, why would Chun Bo not speak the truth or hide details? Wu Bo chuckled, because Li Yao is quite beautiful. Chun Bo is likely being chivalrous. Song Han responded to Lung Wenshan, are you not aware that Chun Bo is currently in a relationship with Li Yao? Lung Wenshan retorted, what a pair of scandalous lovers. Song Han nudged Lung Wenshan, how can you speak like that? Is there anything wrong with their free romance? Stop viewing everything through your tinted glasses. Right now, Wu Bo is merely analyzing the situation. What evidence do you have? Wu Bo added, indeed, the three of us are privately analyzing the matter, without sufficient evidence. We should refrain from jumping to conclusions. However, Wu Bo shifted his tone. I still believe Li Yao is somewhat suspicious. Why do so many incidents relate to her? The first time, Tang Bixin caught Li Yao stealing food and reported her, and shortly after, Tang Bixin inexplicably fell off the cliff. The second time, there was a quarrel between Lung Wenshan and Li Yao, followed by the incident of Tang Bixin's stolen pants, which left Lung Wenshan utterly humiliated. Song Han asked, is there more? Wu Bo replied, there's also tonight's incident. Song Han said, do you think tonight's incident is related to Li Yao? Wu Bo stated, I am merely suspicious. Li Yao is cunning and harbors a strong desire for revenge. If tonight's events are connected to her, then she is indeed insidious to an alarming degree, and we must remain vigilant. Song Han laughed heartily, somewhat dismissively. Do not view every situation so grimly. Do you really think we are staging a palace drama or a power struggle here? We are merely a group of shipwrecked islanders. We should focus on survival. Wu Bo chuckled. Song Han, you may be an effective leader, but when it comes to intrigue, you truly lack skill. Song Han cast a meaningful glance at Wu Bo and said, I will offer you a piece of advice. You may analyze military affairs well, but you cannot be the commander. Wu Bo puzzled asked why. Song Han laughed. A commander must strategize, grasp the overall situation, and exhibit great wisdom disguised as simplicity. Both Wu Bo and Lung Wenshan erupted in laughter. At that moment, their colleague Shirley knocked and entered. Shirley, what brings you here? Is there something you need? Shirley replied, lately, I have been experiencing headaches every night, along with relentless nightmares, making it difficult to sleep. Upon hearing your conversation, I decided to come. Song Han inquired with concern. Is your body still recovering from the last time you suffered food poisoning? Make sure to rest adequately. As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards Wu Bo. Wu Bo, since you live with Shirley, please look after him more at night. Wu Bo responded, recently, Shirley has been talking in his sleep, but as you all know, I sleep very soundly. Once I fall asleep, I would wake even if someone tossed me outside. Lung Wenshan offered, let me take care of Shirley. My sleep is light. Shirley repeatedly expressed his gratitude. There is no need for trouble. I feel completely recovered. It's just that I've been dreaming every night. And they're all nightmares, which is rather bothersome. What have you been dreaming about? Shirley replied. It feels as though my soul has left my body, wandering like a lonely ghost. Chapter 40. Nightmares come true in the jungle. There exists a bird that, as soon as it calls at night, heralds the dawn. Song Han and the others refer to this bird as the Zhong. While the actual Zhong does exist, those from the bustling cities have never encountered it, so they broadly label any bird that sings before dawn as such. Song Han is accustomed to wearing a watch at the office, treating it as an accessory rather than a means of tracking time. When he wishes to know the hour, he instinctively checks his phone on the table. This simple action serves multiple purposes. It reveals the time and indicates whether there are any WeChat messages to attend to. In real life, mobile phones are akin to divine objects, omnipotent in their utility. People cherish their phones as fervently as mice adore rice. On the day of boarding, Song Han inexplicably felt that the watch on his wrist was cumbersome, so he removed it and tossed it into the drawer of his desk. Coincidentally, among the 20 or so individuals on their side, none wore a watch. Everyone had a mobile phone. Now, with no signal and no battery, this once miraculous device had become mere scrap metal. During the cleanup, Lung Wenshan retrieved 2 watches from the deceased, only to be reprimanded by Zhong Jing, who insisted that the belongings of the victims should not be disturbed. Lung Wenshan recounted this to Song Han, who confronted Zhong Jing, arguing that with their plane having crashed on this island, the survivors should at least be allowed to use the watches to keep track of time. Ultimately, Zhong Jing agreed to let Lung Wenshan keep one, while he would keep the other for the deceased. Although Lung Wenshan was scolded, he refrained from arguing, yet felt quite unsettled, deciding he did not want either and asked Zhong Jing to give it to Song Han. Song Han, however, did not wish to take such a trivial advantage, reasoning that primitive people in ancient times managed just fine without watches. As they parted ways with Zhong Jing, he handed another watch to Song Han, who firmly declined the gesture. Zhong Jing, helpless, passed it to Shirley, who also did not accept it, glancing at Song Han, who turned away and walked off. Zhong Jing urged Shirley, take it. Your entire team will suffer without a watch to keep track of time. After some contemplation, Shirley accepted it. However, since wearing the watch, misfortune seemed to shadow him. First, he lost his backpack while traveling, then he nearly perished from consuming poisonous fruit, and now he was plagued by nightly nightmares. Shirley held superstitious beliefs, convinced that this watch, belonging to a deceased person, was an ill omen. He removed it from his wrist, intending to dispose of it. Wu Bo, who shared a room with Shirley, learned of his plan to discard the watch and intervened. Shirley insisted that the watch emanated evil energy and that he no longer wished to wear it, handing it to Wu Bo. As an atheist, Wu Bo dismissed the notion of cursed objects. He accepted the watch, but did not wear it, instead hanging it on the wall of their room. Yet, Shirley continued to be tormented by nightmares each night. After the monkey incident, Luo Wei experienced some psychological trauma, but the repercussions were not severe, and Song Han and the others were unable to identify the true perpetrator behind the malicious act. The matter is not as grave as murder or arson. It remains unresolved. The weather grows colder with each passing day. In the early morning, frost begins to form on the treetops, shimmering under the sunlight like countless pearls embedded within the forest. A few young women, clad in thin garments, evoke a sense of pity. Song Han has resolved that once winter arrives, the girls shall remain indoors each day, tending the fire for warmth. The responsibility for procuring food for the 20-odd individuals during winter falls solely on the men, who venture out daily to search for sustenance. Although provisions have been stored, one must always remain vigilant. One cannot merely consume what is available without thought for the future. Yet, men, too, are human, susceptible to the cold, far from invulnerable. Taking advantage of the relatively mild weather, Song Han and his companions must hasten to hunt a selection of the island's wild beasts. Whether wolves, foxes, leopards, or tigers, all are acceptable targets. The hides can be fashioned into clothing, and the meat can be cured for preservation, armed with long spears and sharp blades. The group of over a dozen men is prepared to confront any tiger that may cross their path. due to human activity on the island. The beasts instinctively avoid confrontation with humankind, perceiving humans as the greatest and fiercest predators. To the wild creatures, those with tails are the indigenous inhabitants, while those without are regarded as foreign devils. Consequently, the hunters often return with meager spoils, sometimes empty-handed. Within a radius of several dozen miles, the men find little game. Expansion of their hunting territory is imperative. However, venturing beyond this distance means they cannot return on the same day. Faced with this dilemma, Song Han decides to leave the ailing Shirley and Wu Bo at the camp to care for the 7 or 8 young women. It would be unwise for all the men to leave the women alone. Should any emergencies arise, chaos would likely ensue. Shirley, currently unwell, is thus left behind, while Wu Bo, being a doctor, remains to attend to any ailments that may afflict the girls. With arrangements made, Song Han gathers sufficient provisions and sets off with all the men, determined to return only after a successful hunt. As night falls after dinner, Wu Bo and Shirley retire to their room. It would be inappropriate for 2 men to linger in the women's quarters at night. Each room is warmed by a roaring fire, ensuring that those remaining at the camp do not feel the chill. Yet for some, the heart feels cold, lonely, and burdened with worry. This describes Li Yao. Chun Bo, as a man, naturally should accompany Song Han and the others on their hunt, a duty he does not shy away from. Nevertheless, he too harbors concerns and an inability to let go. Since their romantic involvement, Chun Bo and Li Yao have genuinely loved one another. Regardless of Li Yao's character, her affection for Chun Bo is sincere. After he departs, Li Yao is consumed with worry for his safety, rendering her unable to sleep. Recently, Zhong Jing and Luo Wei have been whispering behind Li Yao's back, insinuating that she orchestrated the incident with the monkey. This infuriates Li Yao, yet with Chun Bo gone, she feels she must endure in silence. In the same room, Tian Yingying has fallen ill with a cold and fever, succumbing to sleep early. The fire within burns brightly, creating a warm atmosphere, and Tian Yingying appears to be sleeping soundly. Only Li Yao, troubled, stares at the ceiling with wide eyes. In a daze, she finds herself wandering along a winding path, with Tang Bixin swaying ahead of her. A nefarious thought crosses her mind, and she stealthily quickens her pace to catch up with Tang Bixin, hoping to push her off a cliff when she is unaware. Unexpectedly, Tang Bixin turns sharply, exclaiming, "Despicable woman! Attempting to harm me again? Go to hell!" As she speaks, Tang Bixin suddenly swings a burlap sack, covering Li Yao's head. Li Yao is engulfed in darkness and screams, awakening from her dream, only to find the nightmare has materialized into reality. A burlap sack is indeed over her head, and someone is heavily perched upon her. Li Yao attempts to struggle, but finds herself immobilized. She tries to scream, but her mouth and nose are covered. Then, she feels 2 heavy blows to her head and loses consciousness. Chapter 41. The island's rules. Tian Yingying, in a drowsy state, roused by a noise, awakens amidst her fever. The fire has burned low, yet the dim light allows her to make out the scene around her. In the shadows, she sees a figure attacking Li Yao, striking her repeatedly. Who is it? Tian Yingying's immediate thought is that Li Yao is being assaulted. Grabbing a piece of wood from beside her bed, she strikes at the shadowy figure with all her might. In her panic, she is unsure if she has hit her target. However, the assailant, noticing Tian Yingying awake, abandons Li Yao and swiftly escapes through the door. Is it Shirley? In the faint glow of the fire, Tian Yingying thinks she recognizes the figure. Yet, with only a silhouette in the darkness, she cannot be certain. Fearing for her safety, she refrains from pursuing and, after the attacker has fled, quickly secures the wooden door and lights a lamp to check on Li Yao. After a brief period of unconsciousness, Li Yao awakens, possibly roused by pain, and begins to wail loudly. Tian Yingying cautiously removes the burlap sack from Li Yao's head, revealing that her face has been battered, bruised, and bleeding. With Li Yao's cries distorting her features, she is unrecognizable, a far cry from the beautiful Li Yao. Tian Yingying is horrified. Help! Wu Bo, Shilai, come quickly. She dares not open the door, instead shouting for assistance from within. Although Wu Bo is in a deep slumber, Tian Yingying's nearly frantic cries jolt him awake. Uncertain of the situation, he leaps from his bed, opens the door, and rushes outside to investigate. Everyone in the camp awakens. Something has happened to Tian Yingying. Bixinu Luo Wei. Wake up! Zhong Jing is the first to stir, followed closely by Luo Wei. However, they soon realize that Tang Bixin is missing from her bed. Just as they ponder this, Tang Bixin rushes in from outside. Hurry! Something seems to have happened over there. Were you just now? Zhong Jing asks. Putting on her shoes. I just want to relieve myself, Tang Bixin replies. The group hastens to the room where Tian Yingying and Li Yao are staying, discovering that Tian Yingying is unharmed while Li Yao is covered in blood. Upon seeing Li Yao injured and Tian Yingying unscathed, Luo Wei smirks, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Zhong Jing, upon witnessing Li Yao's condition, quickly dampens a towel to clean her face. Unbeknownst to her, the water is seawater, and the salt stings Li Yao's wounds, causing her to cry out once more. After a considerable effort to comfort her, Li Yao finally ceases her sobbing. Wu Bo inquires, what just happened? Tian Yingying glances at Wu Bo and Shirley, suddenly trembling and struggling to articulate her words. I don't know, I didn't see anything. Wu Bo turns his attention back to Li Yao. Li Yao shook her head, seemingly unaware of anything, and could not help but burst into tears. Wu Bo and she were both quite anxious, their emotions unstable. Tang Bixin suggested waiting until tomorrow to inquire further. Zhong Jing agreed, stating that Wu Bo should first find some medicine to treat Li Yao and then ensure both of them get proper rest. Discussing matters again when Song Han and the others returned the next day. Wu Bo complied, applying some medication to Li Yao before returning to rest with Shirley. Zhong Jing stayed behind to accompany Tian Yingying and Li Yao. Luo Wei, seeing that Li Yao was the one in trouble, had no desire to stay and dragged Tang Bixin away with her. By noon the following day, Song Han and the others returned. They had successfully set traps and captured several foxes, coming back with a bountiful catch. Fox meat is edible, and their fur is an excellent source of warmth, making Song Han and Lung Wenshan appear quite elated. However, they were unprepared for the incident involving Li Yao that had occurred the previous night. The most distressed was Chun Bo, who was enraged to see his beautiful girlfriend so disfigured. He clenched his teeth, demanding that Song Han investigate the matter and provide an explanation for Li Yao, ensuring that the perpetrator was punished. It was clear that only a human could have transformed the beautiful Li Yao into an ugly sight. Could it be a wild beast? Yet, apart from Song Han and his companions, there were no other humans on this island. Since Song Han and Lung Wenshan had only just returned at noon, those who had gone out were absolved of any wrongdoing. The culprit must be among those remaining at the base. Who could it be? Such malicious tactics? Song Han resolved to uncover the truth, providing answers for both Li Yao and Chun Bo. Since everyone remaining at the base was a suspect, they could not be present during the investigation to avoid any conflicts of interest. Chun Bo, being Li Yao's boyfriend, would likely struggle to maintain composure. Thus Song Han decided not to include him in the special task force. There are laws governing nations and rules for islands. Without regulations, chaos reigns. Therefore, the establishment of this task force was imperative. Otherwise, would it be permissible to commit acts of violence on this remote island far from civilization? These were the words Song Han conveyed during the meeting. Luo Wei then posed a question. If there are laws for nations and rules for islands, should someone truly commit murder, would it be up to the 20 or so of us to hold a trial and then execute the perpetrator? Zhong Jing naively asked, do we have the authority to execute offenders? That seems to be a power reserved for higher courts, does it not? Before Song Han could respond, Lung Wenshan interjected boldly. Why wouldn't we have that authority? We are currently enforcing wartime discipline. Anyone who disrupts morale with nonsensical chatter could indeed be taken out and dealt with. Song Han shot Lung Wenshan a glare, retorting that it was he who was speaking nonsense. Luo Wei laughed heartily, suggesting they should take Lung Wenshan out and deal with him. You, Luo Wei, should be under suspicion. If it turns out you are the culprit, I, Lung Wenshan, will personally take care of you. The two bickered once more. Should they become a couple, their life together would surely be quite entertaining. However, their jesting angered one individual, Chun Bo. He felt it was inappropriate for them to jest while Li Yao lay in such a state, and the perpetrator remained at large. Thus, Chun Bo began to harbor resentment towards Luo Wei and Lung Wenshan. I hereby announce the formal establishment of the Special Task Force, consisting of Song Han, Qin Kai, Xiaomo, and Lung Wenshan, tasked from this day forward with a thorough investigation of the assault on Li Yao, with Song Han serving as the team leader. Lung Wenshan solemnly read from a prepared statement. Lung Wenshan, did your language arts teacher teach you this? Luo Wei interjected. Song Han, Qin Kai, Sha Mo, and Lung Wenshan? It has already been noted as 4 individuals. Who else are you waiting for? Song Han, feeling helpless in dealing with these two, adopted a serious demeanor and declared. The investigation begins. All unrelated parties must withdraw. Upon hearing this, everyone obediently exited. Luo Wei, understanding that Song Han found her talkative, stood up reluctantly to leave. Lung Wenshan smirked, disdainfully saying to Luo Wei, get lost. Chapter 42. Motive for the crime. The investigation proceeded as planned. First, Song Han questioned the victim, Li Yao, while Sha Mo, proficient in swift writing, took notes. The proceedings resembled a formal investigation, though the individuals involved appeared somewhat wild, which elicited a bemused reaction. Nonetheless, the effectiveness of their inquiry was unchanged. Li Yao, please recount the events of last night, Song Han prompted. Li Yao replied, I was half asleep when suddenly someone was on top of me, putting a bag over my head, and then began to hit me. Did you see the person's face clearly? Li Yao shook her head. No, I couldn't see, By the time I woke up, my head was already covered. Do you think that person was male or female? After a moment of contemplation, Li Yao responded, it must have been a man, as he was quite strong, and I was powerless to resist when he was on top of me. Song Han inquired further, apart from the beating, did that person make any inappropriate advances towards you? Li Yao shook her head. Once I lost consciousness, I knew nothing more. However, upon waking, aside from a headache, I found no other parts of my body to be unusual. Song Han nodded, indicating he grasped the situation, preparing to ask Tian Yingying for her account when Li Yao suddenly added, I have a feeling that person was Lung Wenshan. He holds a grudge against me and wants to retaliate. Lung Wenshan was taken aback by this accusation. Song Han chuckled, I can vouch for Lung Wenshan. He has been by my side since last night, and we only returned this afternoon. Happy to have been here. Upon hearing this, Li Yao hesitated. Then it must be Tang Bixin. She also has a grudge against me and wants to harm me. Calm down. We will investigate and provide you with clarity. Song Han assured her. He then stepped out to summon Chen Bo, instructing him to take Li Yao to his room to rest while they continued to gather information from Tian Yingying. After Chen Bo escorted Li Yao away, Song Han turned to Tian Yingying. You were present last night. Can you describe the situation? What did you witness? Tian Yingying appeared nervous. I heard Li Yao scream and woke up to see a dark figure on top of her, beating her. Did you see the person clearly? Tian Yingying responded. The lighting was dim, but I felt the person resembled someone. Song Han pressed. Who did they resemble? Tian Yingying hesitated before finally saying, they looked like Shilei. Shilei? Are you sure? Tian Yingying wavered, shaking her head. I cannot be certain. At the time, I picked up a stick and struck at them, feeling like I hit them on the forehead, and they quickly jumped off and fled. Are you certain you struck them? Tian Yingying nodded firmly, timidly adding, I saw the shadow resembling Shilei, but today I noticed a bruise on Wu Bo's forehead. Could it be? Let us not jump to conclusions. We will investigate this matter. Is there anything else you know? Tian Yingying shook her head, indicating that was all she knew. After returning to their quarters, Song Han began to speak. After comprehensive analysis, we have identified 3 suspects, Shilei, Wu Bo, and Tang Bixin. Lung Wenshan nodded in agreement, while Qin Kai and Sha Mo inquired, why are these 3 individuals under suspicion? Song Han stated, the first suspect, Shilei, raises suspicion because Tian Yingying perceived a shadow resembling him. Based solely on this point, Shilei's suspicion is indeed valid. The second suspect, Wu Bo, one of the 2 men remaining at the campsite, is also under suspicion. Additionally, the bruise on his forehead raises questions as to whether it was inflicted by Tian Yingying last night, which remains to be investigated. However, Wu Bo's suspicion appears to be somewhat greater than that of Shilei. After a brief pause, Song Han continued, as for Tang Bixin's suspicion, I believe it is minimal. Although Tang Bixin has had past grievances with Li Yao, their personal vendetta does not seem to warrant such extreme actions from her. Lung Wenshan concurred with Song Han's assessment, yet Sha Mo presented a starkly different perspective. I contend that Tang Bixin is the most suspicious. Why? Firstly, she harbors a grudge against Li Yao, and her reserved nature contrasts sharply with Li Yao's flamboyance. Consequently, in their numerous disputes, Li Yao has always held the upper hand, leading Tang Bixin to secretly harbor resentment and seek an opportunity for revenge. Secondly, Tang Bixin is tall and strong, while Li Yao is slender and petite. Might Tang Bixin not prefer to avoid a confrontation in plain sight, resorting instead to a covert approach to teach Li Yao a lesson? At this juncture, Sha Mo emphasized, most importantly, Wu Bo and Shilei have no prior grievances with Li Yao. If they are indeed suspects, it would only be because they were captivated by her beauty, attempting to take advantage of her when the rest of us were absent. However, there are no signs of assault or violation on Li Yao. The perpetrator only inflicted physical harm. Consider this. Why would the unprovoked Wu Bo and Shilei assault Li Yao? Logically, it does not add up. In conclusion, Sha Mo asserted that Tang Bixin bears the greatest suspicion. However, Lung Wenshan disagreed with Sha Mo's viewpoint. I know Tang Bixin well. She is not one to initiate enmity or seek revenge. She always prefers to resolve conflicts peacefully. I cannot believe she would resort to such underhanded tactics. Sha Mo countered. Do you truly understand Tang Bixin? Are you close to her in any way? Lung Wenshan replied. I'm not close to her, but one cannot unjustly accuse a good person. The 2 engaged in a heated argument. Song Han intervened to quell their dispute, as the atmosphere grew tense. Both Lung Wenshan and Sha Mo held steadfast to their respective views, leading to a stalemate in the case analysis. Song Han summarized. We can interview the 3 suspects individually and apply a process of elimination. I am confident we will identify the true culprit. However, this is not a matter of heinous crime. Even if we uncover the assailant, should they truly face imprisonment? Li Yao has merely been assaulted without further violation. Our focus should be on education to prevent similar incidents in the future. Everyone concurred with Song Han's perspective, and they first called upon Wu Bo. Can you explain the injury on your forehead? Wu Bo chuckled. How did I become a suspect? I understand, though. There were only 2 men left here last night. Myself and Shirley. However, I assure you, I am not the so-called perpetrator who assaulted Liao. While I had the opportunity, I lacked the motive. As for the bruise on my forehead, I hurried over after hearing Tan Yingying scream and accidentally bumped my head against the door. Indeed, their door is quite low, and Song Han has similarly bumped his head on 2 occasions. Thus, Wu Bo's account holds a degree of credibility. If we eliminate Wu Bo as a suspect, that leaves only Shirley and Tang Bixin. Who among them could be the assailant from last night? What might their motives be? Chapter 43. The vanishing food. As Wu Bo departed, he touched his forehead and joked, I almost wish it had been Tan Yingying who hit me. Unfortunately, she did not. He then added mysteriously, if I were the assailant last night, my target would have been Tan Yingying. Do you believe me? After finishing his quip, Wu Bo hummed a tune and left, seemingly unconcerned about being viewed as a suspect. Sha Mo remarked to Wu Bo's retreating figure, Wu Bo has lost his mind. Song Han replied, he is not mad. He has someone in his heart. Lung Wenshan exclaimed, Wu Bo has fallen for Tan Yingying? Sha Montak, as if awakening from a dream, responded, it is highly likely. No wonder he is always thinking about her. However, Tan Yingying is quite gentle and beautiful. It remains to be seen if Wu Bo possesses the capability. Next, they summoned Shirley, who appeared somewhat anxious, a stark contrast to Wu Bo's earlier calm demeanor. Where were you last night when Li Yao was attacked? I was sleeping. How did you wake up? Wu Bo called me. What do you think about Li Yao's incident? I do not know. Shirley's responses seemed indifferent to the matter at hand. Indeed, it was not his concern. It was sufficient for Chen Bo to be involved. As Li Yao was not Shirley's acquaintance, she belonged to Chen Bo, thus irrelevant to him. Can you recount the events of last night? Shirley replied, I accompanied Wu Bo to Li Yao and Tan Yingying's room, where I found Li Yao injured and bleeding, while Tan Yingying was unharmed, which reassured me. Do you harbor any hatred towards Li Yao? Not hatred, merely disdain. Song Han shifted his tone to a serious note, regarding last night's events. You are under considerable suspicion. How do you respond? Shirley immediately tensed, hastily explaining, Li Yao has always bullied my colleagues, Tang Bixin and Luo Wei, and falsely accused Long Wenshan. Thus, I dislike her, but we have no personal enmity. Why would I harm her? The true assailant must be someone else. Who do you think it might be? I do not know. After Shirley left, Long Wenshan remarked, Shirley is timid. He would not commit such an act. He is well liked in the company. I do not believe he is the suspect. Song Han inquired. Then who do you think it is? Tang Bixin. When Tang Bixin entered, Luo Wei insisted on accompanying her. Before Song Han could speak, Luo Wei interjected. Why did you summon Bixin? To interrogate her? Let me tell you, Bixin slept with us last night and did not leave even for a moment. If you wish, summon Zhong Jing to verify my words. I assure you, not a single word is false. Do not underestimate Bixin. She appears gentle and easy to bully. Song Han replied with a smile. When have I, Song Han, ever bullied Tang Bixin? Luo Wei muttered. As long as you do not bully her, the incident last night was not our doing. The 3 of us can vouch for one another. At that moment, Zhong Jing also entered, her account mirroring Luo Wei's, albeit with differing wording and tone. It appears that Tang Bixin's suspicion can be entirely dismissed. Thus, we are left with Shirley and Wu Bo. Who among them is the assailant from last night? Song Han felt a headache coming on and decided to pause the investigation for the day, opting to observe further before continuing the search for the truth. Having not had a haircut for months, Song Han's hair had grown to shoulder length, causing him considerable annoyance. Early one morning, after washing up, Song Han took a makeshift knife outside to cut his hair. He was spotted by Mo Yali, who was fetching water. Song Han, what are you doing? Song Han replied, my hair is too long, but I have no proper tools, so I must use this knife. Mo Yali rushed over. Let me help you. I have learned some beauty and hairdressing skills. Taking the knife from Song Han, Mo Yali cheerfully said, Song Han, I will just use this knife on your head. Song Han responded with a smile. Go ahead. Today my head is in your hands. You can style it however you wish. Mo Yali and Song Han work in the same department. She is now 28 and still without a boyfriend. MYL is indeed exceptionally beautiful, possessing a visage that could rival the allure of the moon and the flowers. Thus, her standards have always been elevated, and, unwittingly, she finds herself among the ranks of older, single women. During her time at the company, WNSHN and WB were both younger than MYL by a few years, hence they would not consider MYL, their elder, as a potential romantic partner. Now, in this setting, her prospects have diminished even further. Apart from SNHN and LWNSHN, who are among a dozen men, the only other option is the island's gorilla. SNHN is also 28, the same age as MYL. Thus she could entertain thoughts of him. However, MYL is perpetually apprehensive that SNHN might not reciprocate her feelings. She embodies a proud and elegant demeanor. Thus she would never take the initiative. With one hand wielding a large knife and the other pressing down on Shn's head. Her stance is quite intimidating, leading one to believe she intends to behead him. In that moment, Myl found herself at a loss as to how to proceed. As she brushed her fingers through his dark locks, she felt an overwhelming aura of masculinity. Despite Shn's tattered attire and unkempt appearance, his enchanting charm remained undeniable. Soudainement, MY had found herself somewhat entranced. Well, go ahead and make the cut. Shn's voice jolted her from her reverie. All right, but if I do a poor job, do not blame me. Shn chuckled. Just trim it as you would grass. I couldn't help but let out a peal of laughter. As Myl beamed a radiant smile while touching Shn's head, a keen observer, Zhong Jing, took note of the scene. Zhong Jing had long admired and respected Shn. However, she recently perceived a certain cunning in him that did not align with her ideal of masculinity, leading to a shift in her feelings. Witnessing Shn flirt with Myl today only intensified her disappointment. Consequently, her admiration for him transformed into mere respect for a leader and elder, the earlier infatuation fading into oblivion. On that day, Qnki, who managed the food warehouse, emitted a rather undignified cry. Shn, come quickly. Something terrible has happened. Upon hearing Qnki's shout, Ng's opinion of him further deteriorated, perceiving him as an unreliable man incapable of handling significant matters. Thus, her initial fondness for Qnki vanished entirely, replaced by a hint of disdain. Shn and the others, alerted by Qnki's exclamation, hurried towards the warehouse. Standing before the entrance, they were left in shock. The warehouse, once brimming with provisions for the winter, had miraculously emptied. This specially designed small warehouse contained their hard-earned sustenance for the winter, including cured meats, fish, and wild fruits. The doors and windows were intact, and the walls were unscathed, leaving them bewildered as to how the contents had vanished without a trace. Chapter 44. The Attack of the Army Ants. Gazing at the barren warehouse, Shn felt himself on the verge of collapse. The items stored represented the fruits of their labor over the past months, vital food supplies for their group of over 20 individuals. The island's wild fruits had nearly been exhausted, and edible wild vegetables and roots had been dug up within a radius of several dozen miles. Furthermore, many wild animals were competing with them for food, suggesting that the area's resources were nearly depleted. With winter approaching, the sudden disappearance of their provisions left them questioning what they would eat the following day. Lnwnshn was incensed, on the verge of exploding with rage. Half of the food in that warehouse was the result of his labor, or rather, the fruits of his invention of fishing tools that captured the fish. These fish had been cured or pickled, transformed into various dried foodstuffs meant to meet their nutritional needs throughout the winter. Yet now, all of it had evaporated into thin air, evoking feelings of sorrow and anger. Who stole it? As Shn and Lnwnshn entered the warehouse, they suddenly found their feet sinking into the ground, which had inexplicably turned soft and foamy overnight. Upon closer inspection, they discovered a tunnel leading underground, the entrance concealed by a layer of loose soil. What is this? Shn and Lnwnshn exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, WB entered, and after surveying the scene, his expression turned grave. Shn regarded WB with suspicion, sensing something amiss and a lurking threat. There are army ants here, WB declared. Army ants? WB composed himself and recounted the terrors of army ants in tropical jungles. Army ants are the predators of all wildlife in the jungle, known for their communal living and collective attacks to acquire food. Terrifyingly, these ants feast on carrion, but due to their large numbers and hunger, they often adopt an aggressive approach, swiftly overwhelming their prey before they even realize what is happening. In mere minutes, they can strip an elephant to nothing but bones. Similarly, when hungry, they also attack humans. If a person is unfortunate enough to be covered by army ants, they risk a tragic fate of being reduced to a pile of bones within minutes. These army ants are particularly sensitive to human scent, indicating that they were drawn here by the aroma of humans. Why then do they not attack us, but instead steal our cured fish and meats? Shn inquired. WB replied, these army ants are exceptionally intelligent, arguably the most intelligent among ant species. Although they are attracted to the scent of humans and enjoy human flesh, they also understand that humans are formidable adversaries. When they approached, eager to test their strength, they discovered our stored food and seized the opportunity to consume it overnight. Shn asked, does this mean they intend to eat us next? Affirmed. Indeed, army ants have an enormous appetite, so after devouring our food supplies, they will surely turn their attention to us. Lnwnshn. In a fit of anger, retorted, "Nonsense. I refuse to believe that a mere ant could possess such audacity and ambition to seek out humans for a meal. Watch how I eradicate them." WB cautioned, "We must not underestimate these army ants. We cannot be complacent. They are far more ferocious than tigers or lions." Seeing the seriousness etched on WB's face, Elling WNSHN began to entertain doubts. Are army ants truly this formidable? WB nodded, biting his lip as he continued, "We may be facing a grave crisis. These army ants are exceedingly difficult to deal with. Our only option is to escape quickly." SNHN asserted, "Fleeing is absolutely not an option. Winter is upon us. Where we go? We cannot build new shelters in such a short time. Thus, we cannot leave this place before winter passes." WB sighed and fell into contemplation. "Can we not devise a way to eliminate them?" SNGHN inquired. WB replied, "We currently do not know the number of army ants. If their numbers are in the millions or even billions, we might stand a chance against them. However, if their population exceeds billions, then no matter how strong we are merely awaiting our demise." Billions? In the realm of fantasy? "It seems implausible that such a multitude of carnivorous ants could inhabit this island," remarked Song Han. Wu Bo nodded in agreement, suggesting that it was likely not feasible, as every creature has its natural enemy. The number of these ants might reach several hundred million, perhaps even more. Lung Wenshan appeared somewhat impatient, asserting that regardless of their numbers, they must find a way to eradicate them. Song Han concurred, emphasizing the urgency to eliminate these ants swiftly so that they could devote their time and energy to locating food. Time was not on their side. Indeed, time waits for no one, and with winter approaching, their food supplies had dwindled, compounded by the threat of the ants. If they did not act quickly to eliminate the ants, how could they find the time and energy to seek sustenance for the winter? Their foremost task lay in confronting the carnivorous ants head-on. "What methods can we employ to exterminate these ants?" Lung Wenshan inquired. Without hesitation, Song Han replied, "What else is there to ask? We shall use fire." Indeed, Wu Bo interjected, "Carnivorous ants fear both fire and water. Either element could spell their demise. However, we lack the means to employ water, so we must gather materials on-site and utilize fire against them. How do we use fire?" He continued, "By sealing the entrance with flames, we can suffocate them within their burrows." "That won't suffice," Wu Bo countered. "The ants have multiple exits, if they possess 2 or 3. Merely sealing one will not eradicate them. It may even provoke them to summon reinforcements for a counterattack. What then should we do?" Song Han pressed. Wu Bo responded, "For now, we cannot engage them directly. However, we must fill this entrance with firewood. When we locate their other exits, we will ignite the flames simultaneously." Upon hearing this, Song Han waved his hand decisively and declared, "Let us split up to search for the entrances of the carnivorous ants." As Lung Wenshan, Chen Bo, and the others prepared to follow Song Han's directive, Wu Bo called out from behind, "Wait." Song Han turned to inquire, "What is it now?" Wu Bo explained, "Once the ants consume our food, they will attack us immediately. We are already in peril. From this moment forth, none of us should act alone, and everyone must carry sufficient torches. If an ant climbs onto you, ignite your torch without hesitation." Wu Bo swallowed hard, adding furthermore. Chapter 45. The Art of Survival. Wu Bo's words cast a palpable tension over the group. An unseen danger loomed, saturating the air with an inexplicable dread. Everyone present felt as though they were facing a formidable adversary, their sense of security precariously hanging by a thread. What else is there to say? Can you not finish your thought in one breath? Song Han noticed the anxiety and fear etched on the faces of those around him, and his own heart sank with unease. If he incited panic among them, a sudden assault by the ants would catch them unawares, spiraling the situation out of control. "I wish to express, though it may not be accurate," Wu Bo continued, "that my understanding of the habits and attack methods of carnivorous ants is limited. Most of my knowledge comes from novels and American horror films." Song Han was taken aback by this revelation. "Oh, so you have watched too many horror films and are employing their exaggerated tactics to frighten us? Surely the carnivorous ants are not as fearsome as you portray?" While Song Han aimed to stabilize the group's emotions, he recognized the necessity of vigilance. The potency of the ants should not be underestimated. They could devour the contents of an entire warehouse overnight. Should they launch a collective assault on humans, the consequences will be dire. Although Song Han was not well-versed in the specifics of carnivorous ants, he understood that such predatory species possess formidable mandibles and sharp teeth. A single bite could induce excruciating pain. In the event of a group attack, an individual might succumb to unconsciousness within moments, leaving them vulnerable to being reduced to mere bones in a matter of minutes. Regardless, it was imperative for the group to remain composed, resisting the urge to panic in the face of impending danger. "Song Han, you misunderstand. Although I have indeed indulged in horror films, reports of carnivorous ants attacking humans are exceedingly rare in reality. However, This does not negate the existence of such ants. The attack on our warehouse last night is sufficient evidence of their presence. Moreover, their threat may be more severe than depicted in films. We must not allow ourselves to be complacent and commit a grave error. Song Han grew increasingly impatient, despite the lengthy discourse. All Wu Bo had done was reiterate the ant's terrifying nature without offering any actionable insights. Speak plainly, what should we do next? Wu Bo surveyed the anxious faces around him, noting the palpable tension, particularly among the girls, such as Zhong Jing and Luo Wei, whose pallor reflected their fear. Realizing the panic his words had incited, he understood Song Han's intent and reassured them. We possess the most intelligent minds on this planet. How can we be afraid of a mere swarm of ants? At that moment, Luo Wei chimed in, Wu Bo, since Song Han has spoken, please refrain from boasting. If you lack a plan to confront the ants, do not flaunt your bravado here. Wu Bo chuckled, I do have a plan. What are you withholding? Speak, Song Han urged. Before we locate the ant nests and their various exits, we must construct a few barriers to protect our shelter from their assault. Wu Bo explained. Taking a few steps forward, we will draw a circle around our shelter, encompassing all our dwellings, and erect 2 barriers outside to deter the ants' advance. And how shall we create these barriers? Someone inquired. Of course, we shall utilize fire. We will stack firewood around the perimeter of our homes. And when the ants launch their attack, we will ignite the flames, forming 2 rings of fire to obstruct their advance. We shall remain safe within our shelter. Lung Wenshan chuckled, but won't such a large fire consume the entire forest along with our houses? Are you suggesting we lack the foresight to create a firebreak? The group turned their gazes toward Song Han, awaiting his decision. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, this endeavor is no small feat. Enough chatter. Let us commence our preparations. Meanwhile, Zhang Chang and his team have been searching for Song Han for over a month since departing their base. Due to the hasty nature of their departure, they were ill-prepared and faced extreme hardships along the way, enduring hunger and cold. Yet, amidst the vast and unyielding jungle, they had yet to catch sight of Song Han or his companions. Over the course of this month, many in Zhang Chang's team had succumbed to starvation and illness, dwindling their numbers from over 20 to a mere 14. One day, after burying another member who had tragically succumbed to poison from a mushroom, Zhang Chang found himself in a state of utter despair. As the leader of the group, he felt powerless to guide them out of this boundless predicament. The dense, primordial forest offered no clear path, and the specter of death hovered over them, as if it were a constant companion. Exhausted, both physically and mentally, Zhang Chang sat down on a rock, sighing heavily. Captain Zhang, shall we continue onward? One of his companions inquired. Summoning his remaining strength, Zhang Chang stood and replied, yes. We shall press on, but where shall we go? If we continue like this, we will all perish. Zhang Chang sighed deeply. If we do not move forward, we will die here. To continue onward offers us a glimmer of hope. Hope? How laughable. Where is our hope? None of us can truly discern whether we will see the sun rise tomorrow. The speaker, a man named Lu Xing, wore a despondent expression as he weakly argued with Zhang Chang. I will not leave. If you wish to go, then depart on your own. I shall not leave either. Lu Xing's younger brother, Lu Gao, echoed his sentiments upon witnessing his brother's refusal to move. Zhang Chang felt helpless, fully aware that the decision to stay or leave belonged to others. His so-called leadership was merely that of a guide. He had no authority to dictate if others would follow him. Zhang Chang envied Song Han, for at least in his team, his colleagues listened to him. Here, his words seemed utterly meaningless. With a sigh, Zhang Chang conceded, those who wish to stay may do so. I will leave my portion of food with you, and I wish you the best of luck. As he spoke, he handed over his meager rations to Lu Xing and gifted them his only warming blanket before continuing on with the other 12 individuals. Embarking on a journey fraught with uncertainty, Lu Xing and Lu Gao chose to remain, seeking refuge in a cave much like the couple Qianjun and Yu Rong had done previously, preparing to endure the frigid winter within its confines. Qianjun and Yu Rong had been compelled to stay due to Yu Rong's pregnancy, which prevented them from continuing onward. Conversely, Lu Xing and Lu Gao's circumstances should have been more favorable, as Qianjun had to support both himself and his expectant wife. Yet who was Qianjun? He would sacrifice everything for his spouse, unleashing his latent instincts, and his survival skills in the wild were exceptional. He could hunt a tiger for sustenance and transform a cave into a secure home. Did Lu Xing and Lu Gao possess such abilities? As the night descended, the cold winds began to howl, echoing like a train's whistle and crashing like waves against the shore, relentlessly battering the cave entrance. The brothers were kept awake by the eerie, wailing winds that disturbed their peace. The biting chill rendered the already frigid cave unbearably cold, akin to residing in a terrifying abyss. Why does this place feel like an ice pit? Lu Xing rose to kindle a fire for warmth, but to his surprise, the cave did not vent smoke. The flames filled the space with a thick haze that made them weep. At long last, dawn broke, revealing that the cave walls were adorned with icicles, confirming that they truly inhabited an ice cavern. With no choice left, the brothers abandoned the frigid cave in search of a more hospitable shelter. After scouring the hillside, they finally found a dry little rock cave shielded from the wind, with two large stone slabs that could serve as beds. Filled with joy, Lu Xing and Lu Gao quickly tidied the cave, covering the floor with dry grass and leaves, creating a simple yet warm home. Their next challenge was to gather sufficient food to survive the winter, but after a day of foraging, their efforts yielded little. Nonetheless, they remained undeterred, believing that residing here was preferable to Zhong Chang's aimless wandering. Perhaps if they endured this winter, salvation would come in the following year. As they settled into sleep that night, they exchanged encouraging words, discussing their plans and aspirations, everything seeming quite normal. However, the next morning, Lu Xing awoke to find his brother Lu Gao afflicted with a high fever. "Brother, what is wrong?" "I have a severe headache, and I feel cold," Lu Gao replied. It turned out that Lu Gao, having a weaker constitution, had succumbed to illness after a night exposed to the elements. Panic gripped Lu Xing, for he possessed neither medicine nor knowledge of herbal remedies. What could he do? Zhong Chang's group had ample supplies, including medical professionals. Yet they had forgotten to leave behind even a small portion of their medications. Lu Xing had recalled this, but had only asked Zhong Chang to leave food, believing that nutrition was more vital than medicine, as those who perished did so from starvation rather than illness. Now regret consumed him. Yet, what good was remorse? Lu Gao was gravely ill, and Lu Xing found himself powerless, at the mercy of fate, praying for his brother's recovery. Unfortunately, contrary to his hopes, Lu Gao's condition worsened after 2 days. "Brother, I feel as though I may not last much longer." Lu Xing's heart ached as he gazed at his ailing brother, tears streaming down his face. "You will be all right. I am here for you, and you will recover swiftly." Lu Gao, at merely 23 years old, had recently graduated from university and was en route to study in Australia when an unforeseen accident befell them, leaving the brothers stranded on this desolate island. Fortunately, neither had suffered injuries in the incident, but now Lu Gao was gravely ill. The bond between the brothers had always been strong. Lu Gao revered Lu Xing, who cherished his younger sibling. Lu Gao, once slightly plump, had now withered to skin and bones, his eyes sunken and devoid of life, radiating an air of sorrow and despair. "Brother, do you remember the film Death Comes?" Lu Xing understood the ominous implications of Lu Gao's words, knowing that such morbid thoughts should be avoided, particularly by someone in frail health. "What are you saying, brother? Do not dwell on such grim notions." Lu Gao managed a weak smile. "Brother, this calamity is orchestrated by death. Many have perished, and those of us who remain shall inevitably meet the same fate." "Silence. You must not speak such nonsense," Lu Xing interrupted, irate. Lu Gao, stung by his brother's reprimand, wept silently, tears cascading from his hollow eyes. Lu Xing's heart ached at the sight, and he grasped his brother's hand tightly. "Forgive me, brother. I have not cared for you well enough." "Brother, do not feel guilty. Life and death are determined by fate, and fortune is in the hands of the heavens," Lu Gao replied, offering a faint smile that illuminated his pale, gaunt face with a touch of youthful innocence. Lu Gao held onto Lu Xing's hand tightly. "Brother, it is said that if a dying person clutches the hand of a loved one, they will not succumb, for death cannot take them away." Lu Xing instinctively tightened his grip. "As long as you hold my hand, I will not die," Lu Gao said, sharing a torrent of thoughts with Lu Xing, seemingly feeling slightly better as he spoke. Lu Xing listened intently, captivated by his brother's voice, which had never sounded so melodious. They reminisced about their childhood, sharing cherished memories, including moments of quarrels and fights. Lu Xing became entranced by the tales. Eventually, Lu Gao spoke of their parents, urging Lu Xing to treat them well in the future, to which Lu Xing nodded earnestly. Night quietly descends. This evening, the air is still, and the cave exudes a sense of tranquility and warmth. "Brother, you have spoken too much. It is quite late now. You should sleep." Lu Xing gently caresses his younger brother, Lu Gao's feverish face. "Brother, I do not wish to sleep. I cannot fathom why I feel an overwhelming urge to converse with you tonight, as if tomorrow I shall no longer have a chance to speak with you. Dear brother, do not utter such foolishness. You will be well by morning." Lu Gao's deeply sunken eyes emit an unusual glimmer as he gazes affectionately at his elder brother, his eyes seemingly brimming with profound attachment and reluctance. "Brother, you won't find me bothersome, will you? Silly brother, how could I ever be annoyed by you? I cherish hearing your words." Lu Xing, by nature, tends to be more introverted, hence it is usually Lu Gao who speaks the most when they are together. This appears to be perfectly normal, yet tonight feels distinctly different. Lu Xing listens quietly as Lu Gao continues to speak, his hand firmly gripping Lu Gao's, as if loosening his hold would allow death to claim his beloved brother. Lu Xing's grip tightens further. The night deepens. Exhaustion overwhelms him, and he succumbs to sleep, head tilting as he drifts away. When Lu Xing awakens, the sun has risen, casting warm rays into the cave. Suddenly, he realizes he is clutching a cold hand. Chapter 47. The returning corpse. Morning sunlight bathes his youthful visage, now devoid of color, resembling paper in its pallor. He is gone. Brother, wake up. Do not frighten me. Lu Xing feels Lu Gao's rigid, icy hand. The grim truth dawning upon him that his beloved brother has departed, slipping away quietly while he slept. He cannot recall if Lu Gao uttered any last words. Perhaps he requested another kiss or a gentle squeeze of his hand. Yet, Lu Xing slept soundly, leaving his brother in sorrow and disappointment, not to mention profound regret. Now awakened, Lu Gao is forever asleep, never to awaken again. Lu Xing wishes that it were he who had perished, not his youthful brother, who deserved a bright future. However, Lu Xing weeps uncontrollably, his heart shattered, unwilling to accept this cruel reality. Yet, after his tears, reason asserts itself. Lu Gao is indeed gone, his body now stiff. Lu Xing finds a spot he deems sacred and digs a grave to lay Lu Gao to rest. He then pens a eulogy, weeping by his brother's grave before setting it aflame as a tribute. After burying his brother, Lu Xing cries once more before returning to the cave, lost and desolate. Surrounded by reminders of his brother's presence, the belongings he once used, and the place he once slept, Lu Xing is engulfed by sorrow once again. As night falls once more, Lu Xing finds himself alone in the cold, dark cave, feeling an unprecedented loneliness that stirs memories of his departed brother. Tears stream down his face as he records this day of unbearable grief in his journal, capturing the depth of his bond with Lu Gao. After finishing his entry, Lu Xing cries until he is utterly exhausted, finally closing his eyes and succumbing to sleep. In a dreamlike state, Lu Xing seems to return to his childhood, joyfully running through the fields with his brother, chasing after fluttering butterflies until they vanish into the vegetable patch. In this reverie, his brother seems to return to him, sharing heartfelt conversations. He clings to Lu Gao's hand tightly. A gust of cold wind sweeps into the cave, awakening Lu Xing from his dreams. He opens his eyes to find daylight streaming in once again. Suddenly, he discovers that he is tightly gripping a cold hand. Lu Gao lies beside him, his face a ghastly shade of blue, long deceased. Lu Xing jumps up in shock, rubbing his eyes vigorously, convinced he is hallucinating. When he sees Lu Gao's lifeless form clearly, he is struck by a blend of sorrow and disbelief. Brother, did you not leave me yesterday morning? How have you returned? Lu Xing does not dwell on the absurdity, assuming he has misremembered the date of his brother's passing. He weeps again over the cold body, then lifts it and returns to the sacred spot. Upon arrival, Lu Xing is bewildered to see a freshly dug grave. Was this not the very pit he had excavated just yesterday to bury Lu Gao? What could possibly be happening? Has Lu Gao truly risen from the grave? If he has, so be it. After all, he is merely his brother, and Lu Xing feels no fear. Perhaps his grief has clouded his memory. Regardless, he decides to bury Lu Gao once more. After laying his brother to rest, Lu Xing again weeps at the grave before returning to the cave, recording the day as bizarre events in his journal. Once he has completed this, Lu Xing takes his tools and ventures outside to seek food. Beneath the warm sun, he resolves to shake off his sorrow and embrace the challenges of life alone. He believes he will endure this trial, surviving the cold and lonely winter ahead. Today, fortune smiles upon him as he traps a small wild boar. Though it is but a modest catch, it will sustain him for several days. Lu Xing brings the boar back and roasts a generous piece of meat as an offering at Lu Gao's grave. Brother, it has been days since you last ate. You must be famished. Today, I have brought back a small wild boar, specially roasted for you. Enjoy it slowly, and I promise, I will not forget you when I have more delicious food in the future. As night falls, Lu Xing returns to the cave. The night is a steadfast companion to solitude and loneliness, shadowing him persistently. As darkness envelopes him, the deep-seated feelings of isolation resurge, and he begins to reminisce about his deceased brother Lu Gao. The following morning, when Lu Xing awakens, he is nearly driven to madness by the sight before him. Lu Gao's corpse lies rigidly beside him once more, and Lu Xing's hand remains tightly clasped around the icy hand of the deceased. Brother, when did you return again? Please do not frighten me. I'm aware you have been gone for 2 days, and I distinctly remember burying you. Lu Xing suspects he is experiencing hallucinations, vigorously rubbing his face before consulting his journal. Indeed, it clearly states that Lu Gao has been dead for 2 days and that Lu Xing has buried him. Why has he returned? Can the dead truly rise from their graves? A sense of dread begins to creep in as Lu Xing shoulders the corpse and makes his way back to the sacred spot, burying Lu Gao once again. Upon returning, he steadies his emotions, meticulously reflecting on the strange occurrences of the past few days. Lu Xing suddenly recalled a foreign novel he had read long ago, which bore a striking resemblance to his current predicament. In the story, a deceased individual repeatedly appeared before his friend, driving that person to the brink of mental collapse, ultimately leading to suicide. The truth was that the living person, overwhelmed by sorrow and solitude, had sleepwalked to unearth the buried corpse. Upon awakening, he forgot his nocturnal actions, believing the corpse had emerged from its grave and returned to him. This cycle persisted until the individual succumbed to madness and took his own life. Was Lu Xing's fate akin to that of that character? Did he, too, suffer from somnambulism? Lu Xing pondered that if he were indeed afflicted with this condition, it would explain the bizarre occurrences of the past few days, as he might have unwittingly unearthed Lu Gao's corpse during his sleepwalking episodes. He resolved to remain awake that night, to ascertain whether the strange events would continue, and if the deceased Lu Gao could somehow return. Chapter 48. A solitary individual, in the stillness of night, often feels an overwhelming sense of loneliness. Yet, separated by a mere wall, he can faintly hear the laughter and joy of his neighbors, as well as the distant roar of vehicles on the highway. He merely enjoys his solitude within a cacophonous world. However, Lu Xing's current environment was not merely a lonely space. The outside world was equally desolate. He found himself the sole living being in a cold cavern, isolated to the extent that even wild beasts shunned him. It is difficult to fathom the turmoil within Lu Xing's heart as he stood alone on a deserted island, confronting the vast, impenetrable darkness. This torment of solitude seemed more excruciating than a descent into the deepest hell. At least in hell, there were cries of anguish, whereas here, there was only silence. The world was eerily still. His only relative had become a lifeless body, and with the onset of night, Lu Xing felt unprecedented helplessness and fear. This fear seemed even more formidable than the demons of hell, as he thought of his brother, the deceased Lu Gao. How he wished he were alive. How miraculous it would be if he could return. Alas, he had perished, and Lu Xing had buried him. He could never come back. In his profound loneliness, Lu Xing found himself wishing fervently for his deceased brother to reappear by his side. What harm would it be, even if he were but a corpse? A body, after all, was still his brother's, and even a corpse could accompany him through the long, lonely nights. Exhausted and weary, Lu Xing yearned for sleep. He even fantasized about sleepwalking again to retrieve his brother's corpse, so that the cold body could keep him company through each solitary night. Yet reason cautioned him against such self-deception. The endless torment of a corpse would deny his poor brother's soul peace. He could not act upon this impulse. He could not allow himself to sleepwalk. Lu Xing vigorously rubbed his eyes, striving to maintain clarity of mind and resist the pull of slumber. He believed that if he could endure 2 nights, he would acclimatize to his solitary existence and no longer disturb his deceased brother. Lu Xing urged himself on, convinced of his indomitable spirit, capable of overcoming all obstacles, to dispel fatigue and nightmares. He stoked the fire and took out his journal to record the day's events and his thoughts. Suddenly, a chilling gust of wind swept into the cave, accompanied by rustling sound from outside, as though someone were approaching. Lu Xing was taken aback. Could it be a wild beast? Perhaps a gorilla or a bear? Yet it did not seem so. It was unmistakably the sound of human footsteps. He looked up towards the cave entrance, and what he saw sent a shiver down his spine. The ghastly sight of Lu Gao, long deceased, had returned, his eyes rolling back as he grinned at Lu Xing. It was a smile unlike any Lu Xing had ever witnessed, a smile of the dead. The air was thick with the stench of decay, making Lu Xing feel nauseated. Do not approach me. You are dead. Do not disturb me again. Return to your grave. Lu Xing shrieked in terror, retreating as he brandished a burning stick to ward off the apparition, which suddenly revealed a grotesque visage, lunging toward him with outstretched arms. Lu Xing fainted from fright. After an indeterminate time, Lu Xing felt a warm sensation enveloping him, gradually awakening to find a beam of sunlight streaming through the cave entrance, casting light upon him. He instinctively glanced at the spot where Lu Gao had lain. To his horror, there lay Lu Gao's corpse, now emitting a foul odor, swarmed by flies and insects buzzing around it. Maggots crawled from the exposed flesh. Lu Xing's stomach churned violently, and he retched uncontrollably. He realized that the body could not be buried again. If it were, it would surely return. Lu Xing dragged the corpse outside, piled it with firewood, and set it ablaze. The inferno consumed the decaying flesh, reducing it to ashes. Without a container for the remains, he used a tattered garment to gather the ashes and buried them in a site deemed auspicious. Dust to dust, let the deceased find peace and the living be liberated. Lu Xing muttered a prayer for Lu Gao, hoping his spirit would find tranquility and be reborn. He then resumed his quest for sustenance, determined to gather provisions before the onset of winter to ensure his survival. Like a famished beast, he utilized his human ingenuity to scour the island for signs of wildlife, unearthing pangolins, gophers, and frogs from their burrows, capturing anything edible. He even extracted venomous snakes from their winter slumber, skinning them and salting the flesh to cure it. In the face of human resourcefulness, no creature could resist. If humanity desired it, it was theirs without question. After incinerating Lu Gao's remains, the strange occurrences ceased, and Lu Xing was finally able to enjoy a few peaceful nights of sleep. He meticulously documented his daily activities and the events that transpired. After half a month, with his food stores nearly sufficient, his taut nerves began to relax. One night, gazing at the dark cave walls, a wave of loneliness washed over him as he began to miss distant relatives and friends, as well as his deceased brother Lu Gao. Overcome by emotion, tears streamed down his cheeks. Suddenly, a strange wind surged, causing the cave entrance to emit eerie howls. Lu Xing looked up in terror, collapsing to the ground as he beheld the very bundle containing Lu Gao's ashes being drawn towards him by the wind. A voice echoed in Lu Xing's ears. "Brother, how have you been? How could you be so heartless as to burn me, preventing my rebirth? I shall not forgive you. You must accompany me now." Lu Xing was horrified, his body trembling with dread as he retreated. "Do not come near me. Do not seek me out. I must be dreaming. This cannot be real." Lu Xing picked up a stone from the ground and threw it, muttering incessantly to himself. "An illusion? It must be an illusion." The ominous bundle emitted a low, mournful sound as it continued to approach him, causing Lu Xing to faint once more. As dawn broke, Lu Xing awoke from his slumber, astonished to find the bundle of ashes lying beside him. "Damn it," he cursed under his breath. Seizing the bag of ashes and sprinting outside, he ran breathlessly to the seaside, stood atop a large rock, and unwrapped the package, scattering the ashes into the sea. "Let the fish of the ocean devour you. Let's see how you return now." Chapter 49. Overwhelming shadows. Since that inexplicable night when she was brutally beaten, Liao had been troubled by the incident. Song Han had promised to uncover the truth and provide her with answers. However, days passed without any progress in identifying the assailant. Recently, it seemed that Song Han had forgotten about the matter entirely, as they busied themselves constructing barriers around their dwelling, stacking dry wood to prepare for the impending assault of the flesh-eating ants. Everyone had their hands full, yet only Liao felt discomfort, using her facial injuries as an excuse to abstain from labor. The weather had been splendid for the past 2 days, and Liao sat at the door, basking in the sun while observing the bustling crowd of over 20 individuals. To her, everyone resembled the person who had attacked her that night. The one she found most disagreeable was Lung Wanshan, whose sharp features and cunning demeanor marked him as a scoundrel. However, he had not been present that fateful evening, which cleared him of suspicion, but she vowed that one day he would feel her wrath. As Liao contemplated this, Luo Wei passed by, carrying a bundle of firewood. Upon seeing Liao, she offered no greeting, merely casting a fleeting glance before hurrying past. Liao perceived Luo Wei's glance as laden with scorn and mockery, as if she were saying, "Serves you right for being beaten into a clownish visage. Are you comfortable now?" Liao spat at Luo Wei's retreating figure, cursing her silently. Luo Wei, with sharp hearing, seemed to catch the murmur behind her and turned back to inquire, "What did you say?" Startled, Liao quickly feigned nonchalance and began to hum a tune. "The sun rises, climbing the hill. As I ascend, I long to sing." Luo Wei, upon seeing Liao's swollen face resembling that of a jester, could not suppress her laughter and joined in the song. "I sing this song for my sister." Upon hearing it, she smiles with glee. Luo Wei twisted her hips playfully, further infuriating Liao. In the distance, Tang Bixin, hearing Luo Wei's song, called out, "What delightful news is you in such high spirits today?" Luo Wei cheerfully replied, "I just passed by a place that inexplicably filled me with joy." Tang Bixin, upon hearing this, cast a glance toward Liao and whispered something to Luo Wei, which Liao could not discern. She assumed they were mocking her, causing her complexion to darken. After 2 days of labor, Song Han and his colleagues had successfully built the barriers around the dwelling and established 2 defensive lines. With everything in place, they began the hunt for the flesh-eating ants' nest, intending to take the initiative and incinerate them. However, after extensive searching, they found no additional nests aside from the one in the warehouse. Determined to act, Song Han led a team to excavate the nest in the warehouse. Indeed, as they unearthed the soil, a foul stench assaulted their senses, revealing thousands of flesh-eating ants writhing within. A chill ran down their spines at the grotesque sight. "Burn it," commanded Song Han, and several torches were ignited, igniting the dry wood stacked at the entrance of the nest. The crackling sounds echoed like firecrackers during a festival, but the noise was subdued, reminiscent of damp fireworks. The smoke and flames drove the ants into a frenzy as they desperately surged toward the exit, only to be thwarted by the raging inferno. The acrid scent of charred insects filled the air, Suddenly, they noticed that the fire began to swell, resembling a small volcano. Not good. The ants are breaking through the flames. Quick, add more wood. It became apparent that millions of ants were exerting tremendous force from within the nest, attempting to escape the fiery onslaught and confront their attackers. Shocked, everyone hastily threw more firewood onto the flames, igniting the entire warehouse. The sheer number of ants was staggering, as they surged forth in relentless waves. Yet, such insignificant creatures were ultimately reduced to ashes in the blaze. A collective sigh of relief escaped Song Han and his companions. Suddenly, Wu Bo and Chun Bo rushed back in haste, shouting frantically, "The flesh-eating ants are coming!" Song Han and Lung Wenshan hurried to investigate. Flesh-eating ants? Where? How many? So many, they are overwhelming. Song Han was taken aback and immediately pulled Lung Wenshan to check the situation. Indeed, over 100 meters away, vast swathes of flesh-eating ants were advancing from all directions, creating a cacophony of rustling akin to a tidal wave. "Quick, set the forest ablaze," urged Lung Wenshan loudly. At this point, they could no longer afford to hesitate. Even if it meant incinerating the entire forest, their survival was paramount. Song Han quickly concurred, light the fire, burn the forest. They hurriedly set about igniting the mountain, but it was too late. The barriers they had constructed had left the dry leaves and grasses within cleared, while the dry wood and dead foliage beyond the 100-meter mark had been concentrated behind the two barriers. The flames were insufficient to deter the oncoming tide of flesh-eating ants. "Everyone, retreat behind the barriers," Song Han called out, urgently directing those outside to withdraw. "Shall we ignite the fire?" Lung Wenshan asked, brandishing a torch as he approached the stacked firewood at the barrier. "Wait, don't rush," Song Han yelled, halting him, for the ants were still some distance away. If they ignited the fire too soon and consumed the firewood, they would be defenseless against the overwhelming swarm of ants. "Goodness, why did you provoke them by burning their nest? Now they're furious." Luo Wei trembled, crouching on the ground in fear and uncertainty. "Indeed, they have many exits, but we could not locate them before. Now it is too late to lament. Everyone, remain calm and take up your torches to prevent the ants from crawling onto you. Girls, gather together for mutual support." Song Han swiftly gathered the women into a single room, ensuring that if the flesh-eating ants breached the barriers, they could protect their safety from the outside. However, if the ants truly managed to break through, all their lives would hang in the balance. A swarm of insignificant ants, ostensibly devoid of intelligence, could hardly be considered sentient beings. However, it is precisely these ants that possess an extraordinary spirit of teamwork and cooperation. Furthermore, their desire for vengeance is particularly intense, coupled with formidable collective offensive capabilities. These ants are driven by a singular belief: to vanquish their adversaries. They exhibit little awareness of their own existence, rendering them fearless in the face of death. Once they have set their sights on a target, they charge forward without hesitation, even if it means being reduced to mere dust. In a certain sense, death becomes their path to survival. In Chapter 50, titled The Battle of Humans and Ants, the speed of the carnivorous ant surpasses that of other ant species by a significant margin. Their assaults are characterized by swiftness. Once their comrades lock onto a prey, they collectively swarm and ascend upon the targeted being, launching a frenzied and violent attack. Millions of carnivorous ants can reduce a colossal creature to a mere skeleton within minutes. Should such horror befall humanity, it would indeed be a sight too gruesome to behold. A distance of over 100 meters is merely a matter of 1 or 2 minutes for these ants, surging forth like the relentless tides of the Yangtze River, rolling and trampling over one another in a unified mass. The trampling among the carnivorous ants is a means of harnessing each other's strength to enhance their speed. In the blink of an eye, they surge past the first barrier. "Light the fire." Song Han had just urged Lung Wenshan to wait a moment longer, unaware of the astonishing speed of the ants, and he urgently shouted for the fire to be ignited. Lung Wenshan, along with Wu Bo and a dozen other men, hastily ignited the dry wood of the first barrier. The wind fanned the flames, and in an instant, a wall of fire surged upwards, repelling the encroaching swarm of carnivorous ants. As previously mentioned, the ants seemed to possess a lesser awareness of death compared to other creatures. They appeared indifferent to the towering flames before them, rushing headlong into the inferno in an attempt to breach the fire and attack their target. However, the barrier of fire proved insurmountable. Any ant that approached was immediately incinerated, dissipating into wisps of smoke. The preparations made by Song Han and his companions over the past few days were not in vain. They were well aware of the ferocity of the carnivorous ants. Thus, they remained vigilant and committed, successfully gathering ample firewood from the abundant dry branches and grasses of the primordial jungle, establishing a robust fire barrier. Yet, the sheer number of carnivorous ants was overwhelming, almost suffocating. As Song Han surveyed the scene, a dense mass of ants extended deep into the jungle. leaving them uncertain of how many more lay beyond. How strange. Why are there so many carnivorous ants here? What do they usually feed on? Lung Wenshan mused, noticing that the fire had formed a secure protective barrier, preventing the ants from advancing, and began to grow complacent. Why worry about what they eat? Now they intend to feast upon us. Song Han, however, remained pessimistic. The ants were far too numerous, and if they continued their relentless advance, what would happen when the firewood ran out? His concerns were not unfounded. An hour later, the accumulated bodies of the ants smothered the flames. In some areas, the fire was nearly extinguished. Add more wood, Song Han shouted in desperation. Yet, they had already replenished the fire several times, and their supply of dry wood was nearly depleted. Song Han, there is no more wood left. We can only use the wood from the second barrier, someone reported. That is not an option. The wood for the second barrier must not be disturbed. It will dismantle our shelter. Zhong Jing immediately voiced her opposition to Song Han's suggestion to dismantle the house. How much wood can those few beams provide, and how long can they hold out? If we lose these shelters from the wind and rain, how will we survive this cold winter? Lung Wenshan shouted back. If we cannot withstand the onslaught of the carnivorous ants, we will all become mere piles of bones. Do you still think you will have a chance to live in these houses? Zhong Jing retorted angrily. Then go ahead and dismantle it. I take back what I said just now. Indeed, in such a perilous moment, no one could maintain a calm demeanor. Luo Wei stood by Zhong Jing's side, also intervening. The houses cannot be torn down. I would rather die than see them destroyed. Are you men so inept that you cannot even fend off a few ants? Lung Wenshan, bemused, replied, Come on, sister, take a look for yourself. This is not just a few ants. It's a black tide. Enough of the arguing, Song Han interjected. We will not dismantle the house. Let us quickly retreat to the second barrier. In that moment, Song Han felt that the women in their group had grown remarkably resilient. Perhaps the trials they had endured had forged within them a tenacious spirit, showcasing an unfaltering bravery in the face of danger and death that the men could learn from. The houses were their refuge for survival during this winter and could not be sacrificed. As the flames of the first barrier flickered dangerously low, signaling the impending breach by the ants, they had no choice but to hastily retreat to the second barrier. The accumulated bodies of the ants finally extinguished the flames of the first barrier, rendering it ineffective against the advancing swarm. Song Han and his companions swiftly ignited the fire of the second barrier. The carnivorous ants surged forth like an unstoppable tide, resembling frenzied warriors charging into the flames without regard for their own safety. Song Han and his group now felt as if they were defending a crumbling fortress, relying on the fire to fend off the relentless onslaught of the ant army. Should we instruct everyone to write a farewell letter, to document our experiences, so that others may know we once lived so valiantly? Perhaps future generations will write a book about us. Faced with the ferocious assault of the ants, Zhong Jing, though anxious, maintained a calm facade, though a hint of regret and longing for life could be seen in her eyes. Perhaps they would all meet their demise today, consumed by the ants. In these final moments, should they leave something behind? Song Han nodded, feeling helpless against such a massive army of ants. He could only place his hopes in the second barrier, praying it would hold firm. Zhong Jing, Luo Wei, and Tang Bixin took each other's hands and retreated indoors. They no longer wished to concern themselves with the ants, knowing they could do nothing to assist Song Han in surrendering to fate. Song Han, we cannot hold out much longer. The fire will soon extinguish. What shall we do? Cold Wenshan was genuinely anxious now. Song Han shook his head. There is nothing we can do. Let us pray. After a few minutes, the flames of the second barrier were flickering perilously low. Song Han sighed deeply. Human plans are no match for the heavens. Who would have thought we would perish here today? Cold Wenshan stamped his foot in frustration. Who would have imagined we would meet our end at the hands of a swarm of ants? Standing before the small house, Tian Yingying surveyed the dire situation and felt that all hope was lost. She turned to Liao, weeping, Sister Liao, we are all going to die. Being bitten by ants must be agonizing, right? Our bodies will be devoured piece by piece, and we won't even have a complete corpse left. Liao managed a sorrowful smile. A complete corpse? The ants will gnaw on our bones, alas. We are finally finished. Luo Wei took a piece of paper from Zhong Jing, holding it for a long time without writing a word. Zhong Jing inquired, Sister Luo Wei, why haven't you written anything? What should I write? I've already penned a farewell letter to my parents, and it's still in my bag. Who am I going to write another letter for now? Zhong Jing suggested. Then perhaps you could write one for your beloved. Laughed heartily, saying, No man has ever shown interest in me, yet I find myself fond of one. However, today he is destined to accompany me on a journey to the underworld. And he has no time to spare, does he? Who is he? Inquired Zhong Jing. Without hesitation, Luo Wei replied, as the saying goes, when one is on the brink of death, their words ring true. At this juncture, I shall not conceal it any longer. I am fond of Song Han. Zhong Jing was taken aback. Chapter 51. Turning peril into safety upon hearing Luo Wei confess her feelings for Song Han, Tang Bixin was equally astonished, as she had never heard her express such sentiments before, nor had she observed any overt displays of affection toward Song Han. Luo Wei, are you jesting? Does Song Han even know? Would he reciprocate your feelings? Luo Wei shot a disapproving glance at Tang Bixin and then at Zhong Jing. Why are you so anxious? Tang Bixin, my feelings for Song Han have nothing to do with you. Tang Bixin chuckled. What am I anxious about? I am merely concerned for you. Do you truly believe Song Han would fancy you? Luo Wei laughed. Whether he likes me or not is inconsequential. What matters is that I like him. Besides, we are on the brink of death. Can I not express my feelings? You could also declare your love for Song Han. Does loving someone necessitate their affection in return? After speaking, Luo Wei turned her gaze towards Zhong Jing and asked, what do you think, Zhong Jing? Zhong Jing non-committally replied, I am unsure. Luo Wei burst into laughter. See, Zhong Jing, you are flustered. I am merely teasing. I have no intention of competing with you. Zhong Jing, with a serious expression, retorted, compete for whom? For Song Han? I have no interest in him. Luo Wei rolled her eyes at Zhong Jing. Even at this moment, you speak disingenuously. I shall no longer engage with you. With that, she exited. Tang Bixin, gazing at Luo Wei's departing figure, appeared perplexed and asked Zhong Jing, who is she teasing? You or me? Zhong Jing responded, she claims to be teasing both of us. Tang Bixin queried, do you truly not have feelings for Song Han? Zhong Jing remained silent and followed Luo Wei outside, where they beheld Song Han diligently transporting firewood, lost in contemplation. The fire continued to blaze, and the army of voracious ants launched a fierce assault. The ashes from the carcasses of the ants had accumulated into a thick layer, and it seemed that the second line of defense would succumb to the same fate as the first. Their battle against the ants appeared destined for failure. Perhaps in mere minutes, this place would become a domain ruled by the voracious ants, with every soul here besieged by them, amidst cries of despair. Subsequently, a multitude of bones would be interred within this primeval jungle, and their tale would come to an end. Song Han felt helpless and began to despair. He shook his head at Lung Wenshan and Wu Bo, Qin Kai, and retreated to the cabin's entrance. Should the voracious ants breach the second line of defense, they would have no choice but to retreat indoors and ignite the cabin, perishing alongside the ants. Zhong Jing rushed forward and embraced Song Han, her heart gripped by fear. Perhaps dying alongside Song Han would fulfill a lingering wish of hers. Although she had yet to truly love him, he had been her pillar of support during these trying days. On this island, Song Han was her closest companion. Luo Wei, sensing that the situation was spiraling out of control, felt a premonition of her impending doom and began to weep. Seeing Luo Wei in tears, Lung Wenshan felt a pang of sorrow, wishing to comfort her, yet it seemed they had never exchanged a kind word. What good will crying do? Will tears scare away the voracious ants? Luo Wei paid no heed and, like Zhong Jing, wrapped her arms tightly around Lung Wenshan. I shall cry as I please. Your concerns are irrelevant. If we are to perish, let us face death together, and I shall still scold you in the afterlife. Lung Wenshan remained speechless, letting out a long sigh. Chen Bo's thoughts turned to Li Yao, and he found solace in her presence. Li Yao appeared strong, accepting that if they could not escape, they would face death together. With death, all grievances would be resolved. Tang Bixin observed that both Zhong Jing and Luo Wei were embraced by someone, a man at that. While she had no one to hold, she had no desire to embrace anyone else, so she decided to embrace a sturdy tree, wishing to merge her spirit with it and imbue it with vitality. Thus resolved, Tang Bixin dashed over and enveloped a large tree in her arms. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the jungle, prompting everyone to look up. They beheld countless pangolins emerging from the underbrush. Pangolins, the natural enemies of ants, instinctively flee from their foes. In an instant, the team spirit of the voracious ants disintegrated. Without their fighting spirit, they fled in disarray. The sounds of crackling echoed as the voracious ants vanished without a trace, while the pangolins, appearing satiated, retreated slowly. Song Han and the others stood in stunned silence, having narrowly escaped disaster. Afterward, they gathered together, overwhelmed by the extraordinary events they had just witnessed, which seemed the stuff of science fiction, yet had unfolded before their very eyes. Everyone was astounded. Why did so many pangolins suddenly appear? It is as if divine intervention guided them. Why are there so many ants on this island if pangolins are their natural enemies? The fortunate survival of Luo Wei prompted her to resume her loquacious nature. Allow me to explain. Song Han cleared his throat and continued. The provisions we stored attracted a swarm of voracious ants, but they do not comprise the entirety of those on the island. Typically, these ants are scattered, not gathered in such large numbers. The presence of pangolins, the ants' natural foes, on this island is significant. Our destruction of the ants' nests incited the wrath of all the ants, causing them to unite in their assault against us. Song Han took a sip of water, parched from hours of exertion. Many pangolins inhabit this island, yet they usually remain dispersed, each foraging for sustenance. However, the recent surge in the ant population has drawn all the pangolins to this area. The sudden arrival of so many pangolins was not coincidental. They detected the delectable feast before them and naturally sought to partake. Song Han's explanation garnered nods of agreement from a group. He added, "We must remain vigilant, as many ants likely still lurk nearby. Be cautious when venturing out to prevent attacks and bites from the voracious ants." Lung Wenshan remarked, "There is no need for concern. The ants will not gather in such numbers again. The pangolins have arrived, and they will not leave this bountiful area anytime soon." Song Han noted, "Our store provisions have been ravaged by the ants. What shall we eat tomorrow?" The ever-quick-tongued Luo Wei, having lost interest in the ants, was primarily concerned with food. "Indeed, finding sustenance is our most pressing task. With so many pangolins around, should we not capture a few? They are a culinary delight," suggested Lung Wenshan. "Nonsense," Luo Wei exclaimed, striking Lung Wenshan playfully. "You ungrateful wretch. We should not feast upon our saviors. The pangolins are our benefactors." This time, Song Han sided with Luo Wei, giving her a thumbs up. "I commend you, Luo Wei. I wholeheartedly agree. Even if we were to starve, we must not capture the pangolins here." Chapter 52. A conversation by the sea. Having triumphed in the battle against the voracious ants, the group rejoiced, filled with optimism, despite their plight as castaways on a deserted island. As for the external rescue efforts, they seemed to have despaired. Everyone believed that so much time had elapsed that the outside world must have abandoned the search, presuming them all to be dead. Indeed, how many could survive after a plane crash? The previous incident involving Malaysia Airlines stirred global attention, with vigorous official search and rescue operations, yet ultimately ended inconclusively. Were they not the second Malaysia Airlines? Their existence and fate had already faded from the world's memory. All that remained was for them to live out their days in this desolate place. There were a total of 25 individuals here, mostly young adults, with an average age in their 20s and nearly all unmarried. Thus, a problem arose. The gender ratio was severely imbalanced. Among the 8 women were Zhong Jing, Luo Wei, Tang Bixin, Li Yao, Tian Yingying, and Mo Yali. In contrast, there were 17 men. What would be done? Fair competition? However, some could be considered already spoken for, thus excluded from the competition. For instance, Zhong Jing, with her goddess-like demeanor and exceptional grace, could only be matched with someone like Song Han, especially since she harbored some feelings for him. Therefore, aside from Song Han, the men here had no hope of winning her affection. Then there was Li Yao, who was already in a relationship with Chun Bo, leaving no opportunities for others. Tian Yingying had once held affection for Qin Kai, but his persistent cowardice had turned her sentiments entirely against him, causing her to lose interest. Qin Kai had squandered his chance and left the field open for others. One day, Song Han took several individuals out hunting, while Lung Wenshan, skilled in fishing, brought his tools and Wu Bo to the seaside. The girls remained at home, tending to logistical tasks such as sewing or preparing meals. However, food supplies had run out these past few days, making it impossible to roast any meat. Today, they would have to wait for Song Han and Lung Wenshan to procure fresh food. Recently, they had caught numerous foxes, their pelts providing warmth wrapped around their waists. Today, Zhong Jing, feeling whimsical, wrote a note, placed it in a bottle, and persuaded Tang Bixin to accompany her to the shore. She wished to cast a message in a bottle into the sea. "Sister Bixin, why does the winter wind blow from the northwest in our hometown, but from the southeast here?" Tang Bixin, unable to explain, replied, "Our hometown is in the northern hemisphere, so the winter winds blow from the northwest, while this is the South Pacific, hence the southeast winds." Zhong Jing accepted this explanation. "Sister Bixin, what do you think this bottle will drift?" Tang Bixin ansua, as one would to a child, "It will drift north, surely reaching the coastal areas of our country." With all her strength, Zhong Jing tossed the bottle into the sea. The waves swept the bottle away, leaving no trace. Standing by the shore with her hands clasped, she murmured incantations. She was not casting away a mere bottle, but rather her hopes and aspirations. Lung Wenshan and Wu Bo were fishing nearby when they spotted 2 lovely figures standing on the rocks by the sea, gesturing towards the ocean. The sea breeze tousled their long hair, and under the sun's radiance, they appeared as a picturesque scene full of longing and dreams. "Who are those 2? Wu Bo inquired. After observing carefully, Lung Wenshan replied, "They seem to be Zhong Jing and Tang Bixin." Wu Bo suddenly exclaimed, quoting a classic line from Song Xiaofeng, "Wow, in such a setting, I feel compelled to compose a poem." Lung Wenshan stifled a laugh and replied, "You can recite poetry? Let us hear it." Wu Bo, indeed inspired, began, "Two beauties by the water's edge, ensnare my soul, sever my heart." Lung Wenshan burst into laughter. "You're a lewd genius, a true lewd genius." After sharing a hearty laugh, Wu Bo sighed, It seems we must spend our remaining days here. Lung Wenshan echoed, yes. It appears we truly can never return. Wu Bo then proposed, since we cannot go back, why not establish a home here? But what then? Wu Bo continued, did you not notice? There are 17 bachelors here and only 8 women. How are we to manage that? Lung Wenshan shot him a look. Do you think this is a marketplace where you can just divide them up? Indeed, some are already claimed, thus not part of any plan. With a smile, Lung Wenshan asked, do you have a plan? Who are you scheming for? Wu Bo, deep in thought, mused that Zhong Jing was destined for Song Han, an attractive couple, undeniably fitting. After all, being handsome is indeed advantageous, leaving those of us with less appealing features lamenting our fate. Lung Wenshan chuckled. I suspect your intentions are not pure. Wu Bo earnestly responded, I speak of serious matters. This concerns the lifelong happiness and unity of us all. We cannot resort to dueling for survival, can we? Lung Wenshan regarded him with disdain. Keep your convoluted thoughts to yourself. Do not impose them upon others. We do not share your views. Do not be so naive. Lung Wenshan, given time, conflicts will arise. For the sake of these few women, there will inevitably be a confrontation among the men. Confrontation, you say? Do you think everyone else is like you? I, Lung Wenshan, will not compete with you even if I remain single forever. Very well. That leaves us with one less competitor. Noticing Wu Bo's increasingly absurd remarks, Lung Wenshan asked, who do you have your eye on? Wu Bo replied, it matters not who I fancy. What is essential is whether they fancy me. Lung Wenshan retorted, I see no one would take a liking to you. If you're desperate, perhaps seek out a female gorilla in the forest. Wu Bo laughed, do not mock. After being single for so long, even a female gorilla begins to seem charming. Recently, the activities of Song Han and his group had become quite frequent, creating considerable noise that frightened the local wildlife, likely causing them to migrate. For several days, Song Han and his companions had set traps all around but failed to catch a single beast, leaving them somewhat disheartened. With favorable weather, Song Han and his team wandered for miles without discovering any traces of wildlife, yet they stumbled upon several caves. Upon entering one cave, a strong stench assaulted their nostrils, startling the bats within to flee in a panic. Chunbo inquired if bats were edible. Song Han replied that bats carried too many viruses and were too repulsive to eat. They ventured into the bat cave with torches, hoping to find other beasts concealed within. Suddenly, they noticed the ground was polished smooth, forming a broad, slick pathway. Something resided within the cave, and it was undoubtedly a substantial creature. Chapter 53, Death. Holding the torch, they followed the trail deeper into the cave. The further they went, the more a chill crept up Song Han's spine. A colossal being was surely hidden within. Let us turn back. We should not proceed further, Song Han urged, halting before the dark, unfathomable depths of the cave. Chunbo scoffed, what is there to fear? There are over 10 of us armed with long spears. Even a bear would be riddled with holes. Qin Kai, timid by nature, expressed his fear. Let us heed Song Han's advice and not act recklessly. Do you think you're Ultraman, capable of battling monsters? A chilling wind swept through the cave, accompanied by the sound of rushing water. After gathering their courage, Song Han and Chun Bo pressed on for about 100 meters, only to find a vast river blocking their path, its dark, bottomless waters roaring ominously. Song Han observed the surroundings and addressed the group. This colossal creature is likely an amphibian, usually concealed within the river waters. Its ascent here must be in pursuit of the bats dwelling in this cave. A giant python? Song Han shook his head, no. Even the largest python cannot catch bats clinging to the cave walls. Chun Bo inquired, then what is it? Have you seen the movie Deep Freeze? I suspect it resembles that enormous creature from the film, a mutated giant octopus. Indeed, although the giant squid typically resides in deep waters. It feeds on shallow marine species and can even crawl ashore. This cave's underground river must connect to the ocean, and the abundance of bats within provides a rich food source for the giant squid. Upon saying this, Song Han shook his head and continued, we are certainly no match for this creature. Fortunately, it is daytime. If we ventured in at night, we could easily encounter it. Chun Bo listened quietly, suddenly recalling something. The conflict between Chun Bo and Lung Wenshan ran deep, exacerbated by Lung Wenshan's previous assault on Liao, which had fueled Chun Bo's resentment and desire for revenge against him. Chun Bo mused that this place is truly remote. Even taking a life here would not incur repercussions. He contemplated finding an opportunity to lure Lung Wenshan here, pushing him into the treacherous waters of the underground river without a trace, ensuring he would vanish from existence. With this thought, a sinister smile crept upon Chun Bo's lips. I wonder if Lung Wenshan's ears are burning now. After exiting the cave, Song Han used a stone to inscribe a warning at the entrance. Beware of ferocious creatures. Do not enter. The sun gradually sank, finally embracing the ocean. Song Han and his companions returned empty-handed, and the thought of the women at the campsite anxiously awaiting their return filled Song Han with guilt. He lamented, to return empty-handed is truly shameful before the elders of Jiangdong. Sha Mo jested. We have no elders here, so we can only feel ashamed before the women at home. Qin Kai chimed in. You have no women at home either. Those few women are not yours. Sha Mo retorted. Are they yours then? Enough. We are all brothers and sisters here. Let's not jest on this topic. Song Han felt a flicker of anger. Sha Mo and Qin Kai fell silent, their faces stained with defeat. They wondered how Zhang Chong and the others were faring. Sometimes they found themselves missing them. Reflecting on Zhang Chong's team, Song Han sighed deeply. Regardless of past grievances and disagreements, they were still fellow wanderers in this desolate world, each harboring concern for the other. Sha Mo sighed as well. They cannot be faring much better. They have likely become wild men. Qin Kai added, they might have perished entirely. Song Han shot Qin Kai a glare. A dog cannot spit out ivory. Do you think others are fools while you alone possess survival skills? Sha Mo remarked. Surviving on this island must be equally arduous for them. Among those facing the harshest conditions on this island is Lu Xing alone on the island. Lu Xing struggled for survival, feeling utterly abandoned and beset by difficulties. He deeply regretted leaving Zhang Chong and the others. Had he remained with his brother Lu Gao alongside Zhang Chong, his brother would surely still be alive. Yet now, Lu Gao was gone. Following Lu Gao's death, an array of bizarre events began to unfold around Lu Xing. He felt as if haunted by malevolent spirits. In a fit of rage, he scattered Lu Gao's ashes into the sea. For a few nights thereafter, tranquility enveloped him, allowing him some solace in sleep. Days passed in solitude on the deserted island, with Lu Xing residing in his cave, increasingly engulfed by profound loneliness and terror. His mental state teetered on the brink of collapse. He yearned to leave this place in search of Zhang Chong or Song Han, but the vast, untamed jungle left him wondering where to go. With winter's arrival, he feared freezing to death along the way. Lu Xing hoped to survive the winter, having stocked up on food and firewood, believing he could endure. However, this winter felt interminable, each day stretching like a century. The relentless solitude and fear returned as night fell. One night, Lu Xing recalled his deceased brother Lu Gao. Feeling immense guilt for having scattered his ashes, believing he had wronged his departed sibling. Sitting alone by the fire, he found sleep elusive. Suddenly, he heard a strange wailing outside the cave, akin to a ghost lament or a wolf's howl. This was no mere wind. Lu Xing had heard it before. Each time such sounds emerged, peculiar events followed. Biting his finger in pain, he remained wide awake. He distinctly saw Lu Gao, covered in crawling insects, approaching him with a menacing grin. This cannot be. It is an illusion. Lu Xing's hair stood on end as he slapped his own face repeatedly, attempting to awaken himself. His face stung from the blows, leaving him unsure whether he was dreaming or in reality, as the grotesque figure continued to drift closer. Lu Xing's mental state shattered completely. He seized a sharp, makeshift dagger from the ground, aiming it at his heart. This is a dream. If I plunge it down, I shall awaken. And if this is real, then I shall embrace death. With resolve, Lu Xing thrust the dagger into his chest. A surge of blood erupted from his wound, splattering against the cave walls, forming a crimson blossom. Lu Xing perished, following his brother Lu Gao into the afterlife. Beside his lifeless body lay a diary in which he had meticulously recorded his experiences and the strange occurrences within the cave. He documented these inexplicable events, uncertain of their truth, hoping that one day, should he die, someone would discover this diary and unravel the mysteries he faced. Chapter 54. The perilous somnambulism. Wu Bo was a man of action. On that day, when he and Lung Wenshan spotted Zhong Jing and Tang Bixin tossing messages in bottles by the seaside, the sea breeze unveiled the distinctive curves of the female form, igniting Wu Bo's primal desires. In a realm where men outnumbered women, Wu Bo resolved to seize the initiative. He was aware that among the girls, the goddess Zhong Jing was unattainable. He admired Luo Wei's physique and appearance, while he appreciated Tang Bixin's temperament and depth. However, Wu Bo recognized the impossibility of having both. While Luo Wei possessed an alluring figure, her fiery and assertive nature intimidated him. On the other hand, Tang Bixin was elegant, poised, and had a gentle disposition, though her appearance was somewhat lacking, appearing a bit robust. After careful consideration, Wu Bo decided to pursue Tang Bixin. He poured his heart into crafting a love letter, drawing upon his literary skills, and nervously approached Tang Bixin with the letter in hand. Zhong Jing and Luo Wei had just stepped out, leaving only Tang Bixin inside. Upon entering, Wu Bo felt awkward and fidgety. Wu Bo, do you need something? Tang Bixin inquired. No, nothing. What is that in your hand? A letter. Whose letter? Gathering his courage, Wu Bo replied. Yours. Tang Bixin was quite astonished. For me? Let me see what it says. Wu Bo, trembling with apprehension, handed over the love letter. After glancing at it briefly, Tang Bixin discerned its meaning and tossed the letter back to Wu Bo with a flick of her wrist. I cannot comprehend what is written. You may take it back. Her attitude was resolute. Indeed, I do not wish to see it. If there is nothing else, you may leave. Wu Bo was taken aback by Tang Bixin's outright rejection and returned in a state of embarrassment and melancholy. Upon returning to his dwelling, he noticed Shirley, his housemaid, seemingly preoccupied with some task, who appeared oblivious to Wu Bo's entrance. In an attempt to garner Shirley's attention, Wu Bo kicked over a small chair placed at the doorway, hoping to express his disappointment. Yet, Shirley continued to ignore him, which struck Wu Bo as peculiar. He sensed something was amiss with Shirley's demeanor that day. Approaching Shirley, Wu Bo gently tapped him on the shoulder, causing Shirley to look up in surprise. Wu Bo noticed Shirley's eyes were bloodshot, his gaze vacant, and a hint of menace emanated from his expression. Wu Bo was taken aback. Shirley, what are you doing? I want to kill someone. Who? Shirley suddenly snapped back to reality, looking down as he replied, Nothing. I misspoke. For reasons unknown, Wu Bo felt a chill run down his spine. His instincts as a doctor alerted him that Shirley's mental state was compromised. Just as Wu Bo was about to inquire further about Shirley's odd behavior, Feng Yao burst in, fuming and pointing an accusatory finger at Shirley. I spent ages digging and found a pangolin, and you released it. If I go hungry tomorrow, I expect your share. Shirley appeared remarkably calm, repeatedly apologizing to Feng Yao and promising to give him his portion of food the following day. Wu Bo intervened, and with some reluctance, Feng Yao departed. Feng Yao was not a colleague of Wu Bo and Shirley. Like Li Yao and others, he had initially supported Song Han's views and accompanied them to this place. Feng Yao was typically taciturn and avoided conflicts. Yet today, after Shirley had released his pangolin, he was unyielding. After Feng Yao left, Shirley complained of a headache and retreated to sleep alone. That night, Shirley remained in a deep slumber, murmuring in his sleep, though Wu Bo could not discern his words. Influenced by Shirley's condition, Wu Bo struggled to find sleep himself and only dozed off in a fog by midnight. After an undetermined time, Wu Bo awoke abruptly, realizing Shirley's bed was empty, and feeling puzzled, he rose to search for him. Upon opening the door, he found Shirley standing outside, brandishing a sharp knife and seemingly chanting to himself. Wu Bo, unsure of Shirley's state, dared not approach. Shirley, Shirley. Wu Bo called out several times, but Shirley merely glanced back as if he did not see him. After wildly stabbing at the air with a knife, he returned inside and fell into a deep sleep. Wu Bo, too anxious to sleep soundly, stayed awake, and at dawn, he headed straight to Song Han and Lung Wenshan's quarters to report Shirley's strange behavior from the previous night. He must be sleepwalking, Song Han speculated. Wu Bo replied, his actions resemble sleepwalking, yet it bears violent tendencies, which is perilous. Lung Wenshan remarked, Shirley has been our colleague for several years, and we have not previously observed such behavior. Wu Bo explained, a person may suddenly exhibit sleepwalking after experiencing a mental stimulus or an unforeseen incident. Shirley recently ingested a poisonous fruit, did he not? This may be the catalyst, and it is quite possible that the toxin has left residual effects on his psyche, triggering his sleepwalking. Can you treat him? Song Han inquired. Wu Bo responded, without medication, how can one treat him? Then please keep a closer watch on him at night. Song Han advised. Wu Bo nodded and returned, finding Shirley awake and appearing to be in a much better mental state than the previous day. Shirley, you are awake? How do you feel? Wu Bo asked with concern. I feel fine, Shirley replied, though it seems I dreamed again last night. What did you dream about? In my dream, I wanted to kill someone, but my reason told me not to. Shirley smiled at Wu Bo. Fortunately, it was just a dream. If I had such thoughts in reality, that would be worrisome. Indeed, dreams should not weigh on your mind. They are not real. Although Wu Bo spoke these words, he inwardly gasped, realizing Shirley's sleepwalking indeed had violent inclinations, which posed a significant danger. But what could one do with a fully grown man? It was inconceivable to have him bound and restrained without justification. Wu Bo remained vigilant, not daring to sleep soundly that night. Instead, he placed a wooden table against the front of his bed, propping it with 2 pieces of wood, fearful that Shirley might act out during his sleepwalking. Throughout the night, Wu Bo oscillated between half-sleep and alertness, keeping a watchful eye on Shirley. Fortunately, Shirley seemed to sleep soundly without uttering a word in his dreams, and Wu Bo gradually relaxed his guard, slipping back into a light slumber. When he finally awoke, dawn had already broken. Turning to look, he found Shirley still peacefully asleep, prompting Wu Bo to breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that the night had passed without incident. After rising, Wu Bo inadvertently cast another glance at Shirley. That glance nearly caused Wu Bo to lose his composure. Lying in bed, Shirley clutched a bloody knife in his hand. Chapter 55. Wu Bo's face drained of color, his legs quaking as he struggled to maintain his balance. Realizing that Shirley had undoubtedly committed a grave act during his sleepwalking, he shuddered at the thought of who the unfortunate victim might be. Knowing someone had likely fallen prey to Shirley's blade the previous night, Wu Bo rushed out, pounding on Song Han's door with the urgency of a sprinter. A flurry of knocks ensued as Song Han, just rising, hurried to answer. Wu Bo, his tongue tied with anxiety, stumbled over his words. You. What are you talking about? Song Han exclaimed, surprised by Wu Bo's demeanor. Wu Bo swallowed hard, steadying himself. Something has happened. Shirley must have killed someone last night. What? Who'd he kill? Both Song Han and Lung Wenshan expressed alarm. I do not know. He was holding a knife, smeared with blood. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Song Han turned to Lung Wenshan, urging, quickly, let's split up and investigate. Song Han first ran to the building where Zhong Jing, Luo Wei, and Tang Bixin resided, finding the three of them engaged in washing their faces and combing their hair. Appearing to be well, this offered him a momentary respite. Song Han, why are you in such a hurry? It's nothing. Stay inside and do not come out. Song Han said, turning to jog away. Observing Song Han's urgency, Zhong Jing sensed something was amiss. She abandoned her grooming and hurried after him. Luo Wei and Tang Bixin, too, felt the tension in the air and rushed after Zhong Jing. Meanwhile, Lung Wenshan and Wu Bo checked on Qin Kai, Qin Bo, and others, finding them safe and sound, prompting them to continue their search through the other residences. When Wu Bo arrived at the quarters of Li Yao and Tian Yingying, he found them well and organizing their room. Just as he was about to leave, Li Yao called out to him. Wu Bo, is there something going on so early? Your complexion looks off. Li Yao, Lung Wenshan, and Luo Wei maintained a silence among themselves. However, Wu Bo had never had any conflict with her, and given that Wu Bo was a doctor, in the event of any ailment, she would need to seek his assistance for treatment. Therefore, Li Yao held a profound respect for him. Wu Bo spoke up. An incident occurred last night. Shirley may have injured someone during a sleepwalking episode. At that moment, a loud call from Lung Wenshan echoed from outside. Song Han, come quickly. Feng Yao has been murdered in his room. Upon hearing this, Wu Bo abandoned Li Yao and Tian Yingying, rushing outside. Tian Yingying, her eyes wide with shock, exclaimed, oh my goodness. I noticed something was off with Shirley a long time ago. He truly has committed murder. Li Yao, taken aback by the news of Feng Yao's death, was astonished, not expecting Shirley to be the culprit. She gazed at Tian Yingying with wide eyes. Tian Yingying continued, last time, when you were attacked at night, I thought the silhouette of that person resembled Shirley, but I couldn't be certain. Ever since then, I have been observing him closely and realized he often behaves strangely. In what way does he behave oddly? Li Yao inquired. Sometimes his actions are bizarre, almost as if he is possessed, especially the way he secretly watches you, filled with hatred and murderous intent. A chill swept through Li Yao upon hearing this, and she felt fortunate that she had not been the one killed last night. A sudden sense of impending danger loomed over her heart. Could she be the next victim? Her face twitched slightly, and her lips began to tremble as she slumped down. Sisterly, are you all right? Tian Yingying asked with concern. I'm fine. Was it really Shirley who killed? Tian Yingying suggested. Let's go outside and take a look. Trembling, Li Yao followed Tian Yingying as they approached Feng Yao's room. There lay Feng Yao bloodied, with his eyes wide open in eternal slumber, lifeless on the bed, his body already stiff. Song Han gently closed Feng Yao's eyes and draped a tattered cloth over his face, then turned to Lung Wenshan and said, we must apprehend Shirley. Shirley had awakened. The commotion outside had undoubtedly alerted him to what had transpired. He sat there motionless, tightly gripping the bloodied dagger in his hand. With a few poisonous fruits he had mistakenly consumed laid out before him. Shirley, put down the knife, Song Han urged. Upon witnessing Shirley's demeanor, no one dared to approach him, fearing the catastrophic consequences if he suddenly erupted in violence. Slowly, Shirley raised his head, his gaze devoid of the anticipated malice, instead filled with guilt and remorse. I killed someone, didn't I? Lung Wenshan retorted angrily. Isn't it you who committed the murder? Can you explain the presence of the knife in your hand? Tears streamed down Shirley's face. I know I killed someone last night, but I never intended to. I have no idea how I ended up killing. It felt like a dream. Speak slowly, don't rush. Just hand me the knife. Song Han cautiously approached Shirley, aiming to relieve him of the weapon. Don't come any closer. Shirley suddenly pointed the knife at his own throat. If you come any nearer, I'll take my own life to atone for Feng Yao. Song Han halted, unwilling to advance any further. At that moment, Shirley revealed an eerie smile and reached for the poisonous fruits, devouring them greedily. Shirley, don't eat that. It's toxic. Shirley replied with a strange grin. It is indeed poisonous, but it won't kill me. I'll become addicted to it. If I don't consume it for a day, I feel terrible. However, this substance induces hallucinations, causing one to commit horrific acts in their dreams. Shirley savored the poison-laden fruit and continued, when I dislike someone or if they oppose me, I can kill them in my dreams. It was evident that the fruits Shirley ingested were a hallucinogenic substance, not only inducing illusions, but also inciting violent aggression during sleep. Shirley, stop consuming that. You will recover in time. Drop the knife and don't do anything foolish. Wu Bo also stepped forward to counsel him. Shirley glanced at Wu Bo, then obediently discarded the knife onto the ground. Wu Bo, save me. Shirley cried, tears streaming down his face. In his heart, he regarded Wu Bo as a brother, the one he trusted most. Wu Bo seized the opportunity to throw the knife outside and approached Shirley to offer comfort. Shirley wept openly in Wu Bo's embrace. Observing that Shirley had surrendered, Long Wenshan quietly asked Song Han, should we restrain him? Song Han glanced at Wu Bo, who shook his head in response, indicating it was unnecessary, as Shirley was now lucid and would not harm anyone further. Song Han signaled for everyone to step outside. Once outside, Long Wenshan reiterated to Song Han, Shirley is a dangerous individual. If we do not restrain him, he may once again become a threat. Liao added vocally, why haven't we tied up such a perilous person? Are we waiting for him to kill us one by one? Her loud voice penetrated the room, reaching Shirley's ears. Chapter 56. The enigmatic sounds of Night. Song Han found merit in the arguments presented by Long Wenshan and Liao. Shirley resembled a ticking time bomb, liable to explode at any moment. If no measures were taken, it was uncertain who would be the next victim. Although Shirley was not inherently malevolent, his actions were uncontrollable while in a sleepwalking state. It was unpredictable when he might enter that state. Should he happen to doze off during the day, the consequences could be dire. Song Han resolved that it would be safer to restrain Shirley. Regardless of the lack of judicial procedures on the island, there were still island rules that could not be ignored, especially considering he had taken a life. Song Han retrieved a length of rope and entered the room. Upon seeing the rope in Song Han's hands, Shirley did not resist, but extended his arms instead. I'm sorry, he murmured. Song Han wasted no time, quickly binding Shirley to a pillar in the room. Wu Bo did not dare to intervene. After securing him, Song Han instructed Wu Bo, you are responsible for watching over him and providing treatment until he is fully recovered. Wu Bo inquired, what about his bodily needs? Attend to that while he is lucid, Song Han clarified, implying that Shirley could be untied for such matters when he was coherent. Liao felt the danger still loomed. Who could predict when Shirley would relapse or when he would be lucid? What if he deceived Wu Bo about needing to relieve himself and escape to kill? Liao feared she might be Shirley's next target. She was tempted to eliminate Shirley once and for all to eradicate this threat. Although she harbored such thoughts, she understood she could not act upon them. If she were to kill Shirley, she would become the next dangerous individual. Liao was not foolish enough to walk that path. She resolved to remain vigilant regarding Shirley, especially during the night. Yet, she also needed to sleep. What if Shirley attacked her while she was unconscious? Just as he had done to Feng Yao, would that not render her demise futile? Liao confided her concerns to Chun Bo, hoping he would protect her at night. Chun Bo was more than willing to safeguard Liao, but with Qin Kai sharing a room with him, it would be inappropriate to invite Liao into a space with two men. Liao and Tian Yingying cohabitate, and it is inconceivable for Chun Bo, a grown man, to intrude upon Liao's space. Tian Yingying would never consent to such a thing. Liao pulled Tian Yingying aside, expressing her fear of a potential assault by Shirley at night. Thus, she called upon Chun Bo for protection and suggested that Tian Yingying move into Chun Bo's room to reside with Qin Kai. Tian Yingying's eyes widened in disbelief. Sister Liao, what are you thinking? You and Chun Bo are lovers, and it's only natural for you to live together. But what am I to Qin Kai? Asking me to share a room with him is quite absurd. After a moment of contemplation, Liao replied, then I shall move into Chun Bo's room, and Qin Kai must vacate. Tian Yingying countered, your request for Qin Kai to leave is not my concern, but he cannot move here. Liao Laoga. Isn't it perfect for Qin Kai to come over to protect you? Tian Yingying responded with seriousness, Sister Liao, please do not jest. Chun Bo then took Liao away, insisting that Qin Kai move out. Qin Kai had no objections, but was uncertain of where to relocate. So he sought assistance from Song Han. You mean Chun Bo has ousted you, and now resides with Liao? Song Han expressed surprise. Qin Kai nodded, appearing quite forlorn. Long Wenshan chuckled. It won't be long before the island's population increases. Song Han shot Long Wenshan a glance, stating, that is someone else's freedom. We should focus on finding a place for Qin Kai. Long Wenshan replied, isn't it simple? There are vacant houses available for Qin Kai to move into. Song Han inquired, are you referring to the house where Feng Yao lived? Upon hearing this, Qin Kai's face paled. No. I refuse to live in that house where someone died. Song Han rolled his eyes at Long Wenshan. Do you dare to live there if I send you? Long Wenshan shook his head vehemently. I wouldn't even consider it. Then let Qin Kai temporarily stay with us. You have no objections, right, Long Wenshan? Long Wenshan conceded, I have no objections. Let be settled. As night fell, a sudden outburst of screams startled the slumbering Song Han. What a predicament. Something must be wrong. His immediate assumption was that Shirley had struck again. Long Wenshan snickered. That sound has been echoing throughout the night. It's Liao's voice. In the stillness of the night, the raucous noise from the two was quite indelicate. Luo Wei exclaimed, "Is someone slaughtering pigs, or what?" Zhong Jing and Tang Bixin stifled their laughter. After about an hour, the jungle finally fell silent. The night passed without incident. The following day, when others encountered Li Yao and Chen Bo, they greeted the couple with warm smiles, secretly amused by the sounds from the previous night. This was quite normal. After sharing a laugh, everyone resumed their activities. However, Li Yao appeared particularly radiant today. Her cheeks flushed with joy, while Chen Bo seemed somewhat lackluster. Song Han prepared to venture out with Lung Wenshan for a hunt. Before departing, he checked on Shirley, who remained bound and appeared to be in poor condition. "How is he?" Song Han inquired. "He has been tied up all night and is nearly unconscious. It seems rather inhumane, but I dared not release him at night," Wu Bo replied. "We will be leaving. Please stay behind to care for him." After Song Han and the others departed, Wu Bo addressed Shirley. "Brother, I apologize for the suffering you endured. I truly could not let you go." Shirley responded, "I understand. Your actions were justified. I was a dangerous individual last night, unable to control myself. Now, branded a murderer, this punishment is the lightest I deserve." Wu Bo and Shirley shared a strong bond, and seeing Shirley in pain unsettled Wu Bo. "It's daytime now. You should be able to maintain control. I'll untie you, so you can rest on the bed." Shirley nodded gratefully. He was exhausted from being tied up all night and longed for a moment of rest. Once untied, Shirley quickly fell asleep, while Wu Bo remained vigilant, ensuring nothing went awry. At that moment, Luo Wei entered. "Wu Bo, please fetch us 2 buckets of water. Zhong Jing and I need to wash our hair." Wu Bo hesitated. "I must watch over Shirley." "Well, you can continue watching him every day and do nothing else," Luo Wei retorted angrily before storming off. Wu Bo contemplated Luo Wei's words. He couldn't simply watch over Shirley indefinitely. Moreover, Shirley's episodes occurred at night. There should be no issue during the day. To ensure safety, he secured Shirley's hands and feet with a rope and then went to fetch water for Luo Wei and Zhong Jing. In Chapter 57, Time Bomb, Wu Bo was known for his affability, especially towards women, often going out of his way to please them. His colleague, Shai Mo, scoffed at him, branding him a lecher. Wu Bo hurriedly attended to Luo Wei and Zhong Jing, immersed in his task, forgetting about the sleeping Shirley in the room. After 2 hours, Wu Bo suddenly remembered Shirley and rushed back, fearing he might have an episode and harm someone. Upon entering the room, he was taken aback to find Shirley's bed empty. Panicking, he searched the other houses but found no trace of him. He hurried to the house where Chen Bo and Li Yao were staying. Chen Bo had gone hunting with Song Han, leaving only Li Yao behind. "Are you all right?" Li Yao noticed Wu Bo's frantic demeanor and suspected something was amiss. "Is something wrong?" Upon confirming Li Yao was unharmed, Wu Bo exhaled in relief and replied dismissively, "It's nothing. I was just checking." Li Yao pressed, "Do not brush me off. I can tell when something is wrong." Did Shirley escape? Li Yao's tone suggested she viewed Shirley as a wild beast breaking free from its restraints. Wu Bo was displeased with her choice of words. "Yes, Shirley has escaped. You should be cautious." Wu Bo snapped back before turning to leave. Upon hearing that Shirley had fled, Li Yao was nearly paralyzed with fear. She knew that if Shirley were to go on a rampage, he would not hesitate to kill. Feng Yao had been slain by Shirley's knife, and he sought no retribution. Should he come after her, Li Yao feared she would meet the same fate as Feng Yao. Li Yao was acutely aware of Shirley's animosity toward her. Previously, Shirley had harbored feelings for Luo Wei, and after several quarrels between Li Yao and Luo Wei, they had become enemies, solidifying Shirley's hatred for Li Yao. The last time, Shirley had nearly beaten her to death. Now that he was missing, would he not return to seek vengeance? Realizing this, Li Yao hastily concealed a small knife on her person, a gift from Chen Bo for self-defense, honed to a lethal sharpness. Meanwhile, Wu Bo searched tirelessly for Shirley around the camp, but found no injuries among the women, who were all safe. Finally, he felt a sense of relief, but the question lingered. Where had Shirley gone? In the evening, Song Han and his companions returned, having gathered a more substantial bounty than the previous day, unearthing several bamboo rats and a fine white-faced creature from the depths of the cave, exquisite delicacies of the wild. Luo Wei and Zhong Jing were elated, yet Li Yao appeared somewhat despondent. The absence of Shirley weighed heavily on her mind, as his whereabouts remained shrouded in mystery. With nightfall approaching, the thought that Shirley, unbound, might succumb to his affliction and wander in a fit of aggression troubled her. Would he return to harm her? The uncertainty loomed large. With Shirley missing, Song Han admonished everyone to exercise caution that night, suggesting it would be prudent for several individuals to share a room to ensure mutual support should anything untoward occur. Tian Yingying, having spent a sleepless night in fear, was even more apprehensive about being alone again. After dinner, she decided to move her bedding to the quarters of Zhong Jing and Luo Wei. Although Tian Yingying was closest to Li Yao, she refrained from intruding on Li Yao and her boyfriend's intimacy. Furthermore, the commotion from Liao and Chunbo that night was bound to be disruptive. Thus, she chose to share a bed with Zhong Jing instead. As night fell, Shirley still had not returned. Song Han resolved to lead a search party, torches in hand, in hopes of locating him. After all, Shirley was one of their own, and with his propensity for violence when afflicted, leaving a potential threat unchecked was unwise. The primitive jungle offered no clear paths, and once they departed their encampment, they were uncertain which direction to pursue. They resorted to calling out into the dense foliage, though no response from Shirley echoed back. Since the onset of winter, the island's nights were cloaked in fog, rendering visibility extremely low. Even with torches, they could only discern a radius of 20 to 30 meters. After a fruitless search, Song Han reproached Wu Bo. How could you let Shirley slip away? Wu Bo, aware of his misstep, stumbled over his words, unable to provide a satisfactory answer. Desert interjected. Wu Bo was surely off fooling around with the girls. He loses all sense of direction when he asks with them. Wu Bo protested. Desert, don't be ridiculous. Luo Wei and Zhong Jing needed water for their hair, and by the time I returned, Shirley had vanished. Desert retorted. Am I being ridiculous? Who doesn't he know your reputation at the company? You always gravitate towards women. Wu Bo, realizing the truth in Desert's words, ceased his defense, casting a few resentful glances but remaining silent. He felt a pang of guilt and unease for having lost Shirley, fearing both for Shirley's safety and the chaos he might unleash. If another incident akin to Feng Yao were to occur, it would indeed be his fault. Song Han inquired, what do you think caused Shirley's disappearance? Wu Bo replied, there are two possibilities. One, Shirley deliberately chose to go missing, burdened by his own guilt and deciding never to return. Or two, he succumbed to his affliction, lost in confusion, unable to distinguish between day and night. Are you suggesting that these two scenarios contain further possibilities? One being that Shirley consciously chose to disappear while being safe for us, and the other that he might have gone missing in a state of affliction, posing a danger to us? Wu Bo affirmed, indeed, that is correct. Both Wu Bo and Song Han were accurate in their assessments. Shirley had indeed wandered off in a state of affliction, and he would return with a singular intent, to eliminate Liao. The phenomenon of Shirley's somnambulism was peculiar. During these episodes, his mind was chaotic, stripped of self-control, yet he retained clarity regarding those he perceived as adversaries. In his muddled consciousness, he believed himself to be a vigilante, intent on ridding the world of perceived evil. Chen Bo, having spent the day hunting with Song Han and others, was already fatigued, and the night's exertions with Liao left him utterly exhausted. He fell into a deep slumber. Liao, however, restless and unsettled by Shirley's disappearance, could not find peace. With Song Han and Lung Wenshan out searching for Shirley, the camp was eerily quiet, heightening her fear of Shirley's sudden appearance. Armed and ready to strike, the darkness and silence of the pre-dawn hours felt suffocating and terrifying. Liao, unable to sleep, remained alert to every rustle outside, fearing that any sound might herald Shirley's arrival. Suddenly, Chun Bo's loud snoring broke the stillness, filling the room with an unpleasant odor. Irked, Liao kicked him awake. Stop it. I can't take it anymore. Chun Bo merely rolled over and resumed his slumber. As Liao watched Chun Bo sleep soundly, she felt a mix of frustration and affection, hesitating to kick him again. As dawn approached, fatigue overwhelmed her, and she decided to close her eyes for a brief respite. Convinced that Shirley would not return, perhaps he had met a grim fate, becoming prey for wild beasts or tumbling off a cliff. Abruptly, in her drowsy state, Liao heard footsteps outside. Initially, she assumed it was Song Han and the others returning, but the hurried pace of the footsteps told her otherwise. They were alone and seemed to carry an air of menace, sending a chill of foreboding through her. Something's wrong, wake up, she urged as she kicked Chen Bo. At that moment, their wooden door burst open and a shadowy figure entered, brandishing a knife. Chen Bo, startled by the sudden noise, sprang into action to shield Li Yao from the impending assault. Shirley, wake up. Indeed, the figure was Shirley, lost in a state of somnambulism, who lunged at Chun Bo with a knife. Chun Bo narrowly dodged, but the force of his movement caused him to lose his balance, crashing to the ground and knocking himself unconscious against a wooden beam. Shirley, this is a dream. Wake up. You can't kill me. Liao cried out in fear, desperately hoping to rouse him, knowing that if he awoke, he would not harm her. Yet, Shirley remained oblivious. In his mind, he was a character in a game, and Liao was the enemy he aimed to defeat. Terrified, Liao fled the bed and dashed for the exit, while Shirley pursued her with relentless determination. As dawn broke, the forest was enveloped in mist and dampness. Liao, drenched in sweat and chilled by the island's humidity, ran for her life, desperate to escape Shirley. Yet, he was like a relentless predator, pursuing her with unwavering focus. Though Liao ran with all her might, she was equally determined. and despite the exertion, Shirley struggled to keep pace. Li Yao sprinted up the mountain, only to find herself at the edge of a precipice with no escape. 100 meters below roared the tumultuous sea. "Do not come any closer. If you do, we shall perish together." Shirley, witnessing Li Yao's entrapment, revealed a sinister smile. Rather than immediately lunging to end her life, he savored the moment as a victor, relishing the sight of his captured prey. Much like a cat toying with a mouse, he reveled in the thrill of the hunt. As Li Yao beheld the gleaming knife in Shirley's hand, a wave of despair engulfed her. She envisioned him plunging that blade into her repeatedly. She felt her life slipping away, her soul destined to wander far beyond. "Shirley, you madman, even as a vengeful spirit, I shall seek retribution." The cold wind swept across the cliff's edge, seemingly rousing Shirley from his stupor. "Li Yao, how we end up here?" he queried, a perplexed expression crossing his face as he regarded her with astonishment. Li Yao pondered. Has he awakened from his trance? Tentatively, she called out, "Shirley, hey, how do we end up here?" Shirley appeared to grasp the situation, guilt washing over him as he asked, "Li Yao, are you all right?" Li Yao replied with a smile, "I'm fine. We were merely playing hide and seek, but you wielding a knife frightens me. Please discard it." Upon regaining clarity, Shirley indeed cast the knife to the ground. "Li Yao, it's quite cold here. Let us return." "All right." Seeing that Shirley had thrown away the knife, Li Yao felt a sense of relief, feigning camaraderie while a malevolent thought brewed within her. He must not survive. He had to die. "I twisted my ankle earlier. Could you assist me?" "Certainly." As Shirley approached with a guilty conscience, a glint of treachery flickered in Li Yao's eyes. Li Yao, Shirley, distant figures of Song Han and Wu Bo appeared, rushing toward them. "Wu Bo, Song Han." Shirley turned to face them. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Li Yao swiftly shifted her position and forcefully pushed Shirley off the cliff. "Ah!" he cried as he plummeted from the sheer drop. Li Yao spat, "Die, fool. You think you can challenge me?" Soon, Song Han and the others caught up. "Li Yao, are you unharmed?" "Whereas Shirley?" Li Yao wore a carefree expression. "He is dead, having fallen from here." Lung Wenshan approached the cliff's edge, bending to peer down, asking, "How did he fall?" Li Yao, tempted to kick him over, replied, "He fell on his own." "Do you imply I pushed him?" Lung Wenshan glanced back at her, stating, "I never accused you of pushing him. I merely find it suspicious that he fell." At that moment, Chen Bo hurried over, shielding Li Yao, his anger directed toward Lung Wenshan. "Suspicious? You, Lung Wenshan, should refrain from making baseless accusations without witnessing it firsthand. I claim Shirley was indeed kicked down by me. Feel free to confront me." Lung Wenshan had no eyewitness account or evidence, yet he suspected Li Yao's capacity for mischief. Previously, Tang Bixin's mysterious fall might have been her doing, and now she seemed to have repeated her sinister act, leading to Shirley's demise. Everyone had their own understanding, as long as they had no guilt to bear. Li Yao retorted, "What do you mean, Lung Wenshan? Do not bark like a rabid dog." Lung Wenshan shot back, "I wonder who the real rabid dog is." Seeing the escalating quarrel, Song Han intervened. "Let us cease this pointless bickering and search for Shirley's body at the cliff's base to give him a proper burial." Chapter 59. The message in a bottle. As the clouds parted and the sun finally graced the earth with its warm smile, dispelling the chill from the island. Everyone at the camp mobilized to search for Shirley's body at the base of the cliff where he had fallen. The tumultuous sea roared below, and after a fruitless search along the shore, they speculated that his body had been swept away by the waves. They discovered only a tattered piece of cloth caught in the underbrush, likely torn from Shirley's clothing. Beside Feng Yao's grave, they dug another pit, creating a makeshift tomb for Shirley. Wu Bo stood before the grave, murmuring words of remembrance. "Brother, we could not recover your body. It is likely swept away and devoured by sharks. Yet, do not concern yourself with the flesh, as long as your spirit endures. We have built you a new home here, where you shall rest." Wu Bo ignited a pile of dried grass as a symbolic offering, continuing, "Your neighbor is Feng Yao, whom you met your end with. Should he seek vengeance, let him take his due, for you both are now spirits, incapable of being harmed." Lung Wenshan, observing Wu Bo's fervor, joined in, "Shirley, I trust you and Feng Yao will not seek revenge down below. By burying you together, we ensure companionship in the afterlife. When loneliness strikes, you may play a game of Go or Converse, but do not concern yourselves with us. We shall cherish your memories." As they listened to Wu Bo and Lung Wenshan's idle chatter, the others struggled to suppress laughter, aware of the somber atmosphere following another death. Yet they felt little sorrow. Life on this island had desensitized them to loss, making death a commonplace occurrence. Among the living, some even felt a sense of relief. Chen Bo and Li Yao, in particular, felt liberated from the latent danger, thankful for their newfound safety. In her heart, Li Yao mused, "Let it be known who dares challenge me on this island. I, Li Yao, am invincible." Standing atop the mountain and gazing at the vast ocean, Zhong Jing felt a chill akin to winter wrapping around her heart. Zhong Jing, what are you pondering? Turning to see Tang Bixin approaching with a look of concern, Zhong Jing felt warmth spread through her, dispelling some of the cold she felt. Everyone, no matter where they are, needs a true friend or two. Sometimes I long for home, for my loved ones far away. Tang Bixin sighed, yet they are unaware that we are alive. At that moment, Zhong Jing recalled something and asked Bixin, what do you think happened to the message in the bottle we lost 2 months ago? I have no idea, Tang Bixin replied, shaking her head in confusion. Zhong Jing gazed toward the distant horizon, sharing Tang Bixin's uncertainty. On the far side of the Pacific, under the sweltering summer sun, a group of children frolicked at the beach, chasing and playing. After a while, they began to collect seashells along the shore. A wave crashed, washing a bottle ashore, and one sharp-eyed child dashed over to retrieve it. The children, noticing something inside the bottle, eagerly unscrewed the cap, discovering folded triangular sheets of paper and a small pendant. A group of children unfolded a triangular piece of paper, only to discover it inscribed with unfamiliar characters that bore no resemblance to their native script. Ignorant of its significance, they carelessly discarded the paper, tossing it into the sea. The small pendant, however, was claimed by one of the children, who hung it around his neck. Not far from them, a young man and woman observed this curious scene unfold and approached with intrigue. They engaged the children in animated conversation, inquiring about what they had found and what had been cast into the ocean. The children recounted the events truthfully, and the young adults soon realized they had stumbled upon a message in a bottle from overseas. In their haste to retrieve the discarded papers, they found them irretrievably lost to the depths, having been soaked and sunk by the waves. The young couple offered a handsome sum to purchase the pendant from a child, who willingly obliged. Upon returning home, they took photographs of the pendant and the bottle, sharing them on their Weibo with the caption, "A message in a bottle from abroad." That very night, an associate of real estate magnate Yang Yi was browsing the Weibo of an overseas friend when he chanced upon this post. The photograph captured his attention, revealing the name Zhong Jing inscribed within the pendant. This revelation startled Yang Yi's subordinate, filling him with excitement. He recalled his boss mentioning that Zhong Zhixiang, his sworn brother, had a sister named Zhong Jing, who had been on a flight that went missing, leaving her fate uncertain. Could this be a sign? Without delay, he dialed Yang Yi's number. "Hello, Yang Dong. I have something crucial to report." Upon receiving the call, Yang Yi promptly opened his computer to examine the photograph sent by his subordinate, pondering whether the name Zhong Jing was indeed that of Zhong Zhixiang's sister. He then called Zhong Zhixiang, who was working late in Jiangqing. "Brother Yang, it's been a while since we last spoke. Why the late call?" Zhong Zhixiang inquired. "My brother, I've just made an unexpected discovery. Open your computer. I'll send it to you immediately. If you don't have it nearby, I'll send it via phone." Zhong Zhixiang laughed. What discovery could be so urgent? "I happen to be at my computer. Send it over." Yang Yi forwarded the Weibo message to him. 5 minutes later, Zhong Zhixiang called back. "Brother Yang, I'll take the first flight to see you tomorrow. I need to discuss something important." "All right, brother, I'll pick you up at the airport tomorrow," Yang Yi readily agreed. Knowing that the pendant inscribed with Zhong Jing's name was undoubtedly a belonging of Zhong Zhixiang's sister. The following day, Yang Yi set aside his work and canceled all business engagements, personally driving to the airport to await his brother Zhong Zhixiang's arrival. On the plane, Zhong Zhixiang was overwhelmed with emotion. After viewing the photograph the previous night, he had been unable to sleep from excitement. The pendant was the very one he had purchased for his sister 2 years prior, when Zhong Jing had insisted on having it while they were out shopping together. Zhong Zhixiang had jokingly remarked that such gifts were typically given by boyfriends, but Zhong Jing had playfully insisted on having her brother buy it for her, which he did, even having her name engraved upon it. The appearance of the pendant in a message in a bottle suggested that his sister was still alive. Yet where could she be? Zhong Zhixiang was determined to locate his sister and sought Yang Yi's assistance. After picking up Zhong Zhixiang from the airport, the two drove back to Yang Yi's company. During the ride, they exchanged no pleasantries. The formalities of friendship no longer applied to them. They were brothers bound by life and death, able to speak openly with one another. Zhong Zhixiang, seated in the passenger seat, appeared troubled and remained silent, knowing that he had come seeking Yang Yi's help, yet unsure how to broach the subject. Previously, Yang Yi had aided him extensively, dedicating over a month to assist him in searching for his sister, neglecting his own business and incurring significant expenses, but to no avail. What would this time yield? What guarantee did he have? Zhong Zhixiang felt a deep sense of guilt. He believed he should not trouble Yang Yi again. Yang Yi, driving, understood Zhong Zhixiang's urgency and empathized with his anxiety. However, he too was at a loss as to how to comfort him. Yang Yi knew that he would assist Zhong Zhixiang in his quest, as the plight of Zhong Zhixiang was inherently his own, and Zhong Jing was as much his sister as she was Zhong Zhixiang's. The help would certainly be given, and the finances would be provided. Yet how to assist? Yang Yi felt bewildered. It seemed naive to think they could locate Zhong Jing based solely on a message in a bottle. Upon returning to Yang Yi's office, he personally brewed a cup of tea for Zhong Jixiang. Share your thoughts. Where do you wish to begin? This question momentarily stumped Zhong Jixiang, as he truly did not know where to start. I lack a concrete plan, he admitted. Yang Yi, too, found himself devoid of any solid suggestions or strategies, and fell into contemplation. At that moment, the office door swung open, and a girl in her 20s burst in, radiating enthusiasm. Brother, I called, but you didn't answer. You're grown now. You could have taken a taxi. Can't you see I'm busy? Yang Yi retorted. The girl then noticed Zhong Jixiang sitting nearby, her eyes lighting up. Ah, Zhong Jixiang is here. No wonder my brother ignored me. Seems like brothers take precedence over sisters. She teased. Zhong Jixiang Zhugelet, Yang Lin. Your wit is becoming sharper. The girl was Yang Yi's younger sister, Yang Lin, of the same age as Zhong Jing. She had graduated from university 2 years prior, but had yet to secure a formal job. Yang Yi had considered hiring her as an office clerk, but Yang Lin declined, as she preferred a more active lifestyle, enjoying travel and adventure over a quiet office job. Recently, she had aspired to visit some island nations in the South Pacific to experience their cultures, but she needed financial support, prompting her to seek help from her brother. Yang Yi turned to Yang Lin. I have important matters to discuss with Zhong Jixiang. You should step out for now. Yang Lin rolled her eyes at her brother. What is so important that I can't hear? Am I not family? Do you think I would leak your business secrets? Zhong Jixiang interjected. What I'm discussing with your brother is not a business secret. It pertains to my sister, Zhong Jing. Zhong Jing? Is she all right? Yang Lin, who had initially intended to inquire about Zhong Jing's fate, caught herself, realizing that such phrasing might be insensitive, so she quickly rephrased her question. Is she okay? To everyone's mind, those aboard the plane that had gone missing a year ago were presumed to have perished. Today, I suddenly heard Zhong Jixiang mention his sister again, which piqued Yang Lin's curiosity. My sister Zhong Jing should still be alive, but I do not know where she is. Zhong Jixiang recounted the situation to Yang Lin, candidly expressing, I have come to seek your brother's assistance in my quest to find my sister Zhong Jing. Yang Lin fell silent for a moment before suddenly addressing Zhong Jixiang. Forgive my audacity, but your aspirations are simply unattainable, leading only to a futile expenditure of resources and heartache. Yang Yi quickly interjected, do not speak out of turn. Matters of adults are not for children to meddle in. Yang Lin fixed a piercing gaze upon Yang. Brother, am I still just a child? Your current understanding and perspective may not be more rational than mine. Zhong Jixiang remarked. Yang Lin, your thoughts are quite vibrant. Please share your perspective on this matter. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Lin articulated. The emergence of a message in a bottle indicates but one truth. There are survivors from the lost flight that Zhong Jing was aboard. It is fortunate that Zhong Jing is among them. However, she emphasized, the message within the bottle is no longer present, and we cannot ascertain when it was sent. It may have been a matter of recent months or perhaps a year ago. Moreover, when Zhong Jing cast this bottle, was she injured? If she suffered grave wounds and did not receive timely aid, is she still alive? Pausing, she continued, Zhong Jixiang, I empathize with your longing to find your sister. Yet we must remain rational. And I emphasize if this bottle was cast into the sea a year ago when she was grievously injured, do you understand my point? If that is the case, then this message holds no significance for us. Zhong Jixiang nodded. Reason indicated that Yang Lin's words held merit. Yet his intuition insisted that his sister was indeed alive. Your analysis is astute, but remains a hypothesis. I too hypothesize that my sister Zhong Jing is alive. Should I surrender or strive to find her? Yang Lin earnestly replied, indeed, my hypothesis carries a 50% likelihood, and yours holds the same. Even if there is but a 1% chance, it is worth pursuing. Thus, I support your endeavor, Zhong Jixiang. Thank you. However, have you considered? Yang Lin shifted the subject. The vastness of the South Pacific? There are over 10,000 named islands and reefs. In addition, there exist uncharted islands untouched by humanity. With so many islands, where do we begin our search? It is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Zhong Jixiang listened in silence, acknowledging the truth in her words. The prospect of locating his sister Zhong Jing seemed exceedingly slim. She must still be alive, yet where could she be? Yang Lin continued. Zhong Jixiang, such aimless searching will incur substantial costs. Yang Yi interjected. You need not concern yourself with that. Yang Lin shot her brother a glare, thinking to herself, with a wealthy brother like Yang Yi, why would Zhong Jixiang worry about finances? Chapter 61. The process of elimination indeed. Finances were not a concern for Yang Lin. She would not fret over it. Her brother had ample wealth, and how much he wished to assist Zhong Jixiang was his own affair, separate from her. She felt that regardless of her brother's financial status, he should lend his aid to Zhong Jixiang. Without Zhong Jixiang's intervention, her brother's life would have perished atop Mount Everest long ago. Yang Lin led dawn, positioning herself directly across from Zhong Jixiang, her gaze fixed upon him, which made him feel somewhat bashful. Zhong Jing was a campus belle and a universally acknowledged goddess in the workplace. Thus, it was easy to imagine the handsome appearance of her brother, Zhong Jixiang. Although he could not be compared to renowned figures like Pan and or Song Yu, he was undeniably charming and striking, a quintessential handsome man. Yang Lin had long harbored feelings for Zhong Jixiang, though she had never expressed them. However, she was not the type of girl to be overly reserved. She simply lacked the time and opportunity to be in Zhong Jixiang's company. Given such an opportunity, she was confident that it would not take long for him to fall for her. Zhong Jixiang, since my brother mentioned that finances should not be a concern, let us set aside that matter and deliberate on our next course of action. You mentioned searching for a needle in the ocean, correct? Yang Lin smiled indeed, but allow me to present a detailed analysis. Zhong Jixiang replied with a smile, please, I am all ears. Seeing Zhong Jixiang willing to listen attentively to her discourse filled Yang Lin with a sense of pride. With a snap of her fingers, she called to her brother, brother, please make a cup of tea. Yang, he shot her a look, what impudence. Why do you not brew tea for your brother? Though he spoke thus, he nonetheless rose to prepare a cup of tea for Yang Lin. She expressed her gratitude with a glance before commencing her exposition. In the past, Zhou Yu utilized military strategy and the process of elimination to decisively advise Sun Quan against Cao Cao's million-strong army, providing him with assurance. Now, I shall employ Zhou Yu's method to analyze the situation for both of you. Zhong Jixiang nodded in acknowledgement, urging her to continue. Zhou Yu had 4 prohibitions. I have 4 recommendations. First, we need not concern ourselves with finances. My brother possesses ample wealth, allowing us to travel to any corner of the globe. Second, we have sufficient time. If you wish to search for Zhong Jing, Zhong Jixiang, please take an extended leave. Third, you're single and unencumbered, free from worries about domestic affairs. Yang Yi could not contain himself and interjected, what kind of recommendations are these? Utter nonsense with no practical application. Zhong Jixiang chuckled and inquired, and what is the fourth? Yang Lin replied, the fourth is that I shall accompany you. After all, I'm unemployed and unencumbered. I am studying geography and possess knowledge of the islands in the South Pacific. I can serve as your strategist and guide. Yang Yi, realizing his sister's intentions, fell silent. Zhong Jixiang responded, you cannot come with me. That is out of the question. Why not? Yang Lin insisted. Zhong Jixiang grew agitated, standing abruptly. He felt he had already caused enough trouble for Yang Yi by coming here, and now he could not involve his sister as well. Yang Yi waved his hand at Zhong Jixiang, signaling him to sit down, let her finish speaking. Reluctantly, Zhong Jixiang resumed his seat. Now, let us apply the process of elimination. There are over 10,000 islands in the South Pacific belonging to several nations, most of which are inhabited. Where there are inhabitants, there are communication facilities. Since Zhong Jing chose to send a message in a bottle to reach out to the outside world, it implies that her current location lacks human habitation, or at the very least, modern civilization and communication equipment. By this elimination, how many islands remain? Zhong Jixiang slapped his thigh. Indeed, we need only focus our search on uninhabited islands. However, Yang Yi remained skeptical. The number of uninhabited reefs is indeterminate. Do you believe such a process of elimination will yield results? Yang Lin replied, at the very least, it narrows our scope. Yang Yi chucklet, do you understand just how vast this narrowed scope is? The vast South Pacific cannot be traversed merely by a small speedboat. Some locations are inaccessible even to large cruise ships. This is mere theoretical discussion. Yang Yi dismissed Yang Lin's analysis with skepticism, shaking his head repeatedly. Unexpectedly, Yang Lin remarked, we can search slowly. We have a lifetime. Yang Yi was left speechless. With Yang Lin expressing her thoughts so openly, what more could he say? It is evident that his sister has developed feelings for ZH11 and wishes to be with him, regardless of the destination. Their quest to find ZH is merely a pretext. The intentions behind her actions are not concealed. Y discreetly observes Z. Gauging his reaction, he is well aware of ZH11's character and capabilities. He is a man of responsibility and integrity, and it is clear that he is more than a suitable match for his sister. Their ages and talents align perfectly, and considering that ZH11 is his blood brother, Y sees no reason to oppose his sister's courtship of him. If ZH11 were to take an interest in YLN, Y would be overjoyed. However, ZH11 remains noncommittal. His stance ambiguous. He is no fool. YLN's declarations have made her feelings unmistakably clear. She harbors affection for him. Despite ZH11's commendable qualities, he remains unattached, which suggests he has high standards for a partner. YLN's beauty is beyond dispute, as she is captivating and alluring. Nevertheless, this is not the most critical factor. Her temperament seems not to align with ZH11's preferences. Sister, your analysis is astute and has bolstered my confidence. However, this endeavor is exceedingly daunting and uncertain. You need not worry about me, Wang Ln said, feeling displeased by what she perceived as an excuse for rejection. You tell me not to concern myself with you, yet you request that my brother worry about you. Though she thought this, Wang Ln kept her thoughts to herself, her expression shifting as she sat in silence. The trio fell into an uncomfortable silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. Wang Ln took a sip from her teacup and placed it back on the table with a loud clatter, startling Zhong Jing. Enough, enough! Wang quickly interjected, attempting to lighten the mood. Let's pause our discussion for now. We have been so engrossed in conversation that I forgot to welcome my brother properly. It is getting late, let us dine. Wang Ln seized this moment, recognizing it as an excellent opportunity to defuse the situation. She was not one to stubbornly cling to a single thought. Have you not eaten since you disembarked? She stood, her face radiant as she addressed Zh11ing. Let's go for a meal. Zh11ing, who had not eaten since arriving, felt a pang of hunger at that moment. Very well, let us dine. As they exited the office, Wang Ln walked between them, linking arms with Wang on one side and Zh11ing on the other, skipping joyfully along the way. Chapter 62. A journey through the years a year prior. Zh11ing had searched in vain for Zhong Jing, believing his sister to be lost forever, only to now find a message in a bottle cast adrift in the ocean. This unexpected discovery reignited his determination to find her. Although the notion of embarking on a quest across the vast expanse of the South Pacific based solely on a bottle seems naive and improbable, Zh11ing is unwilling to surrender hope. He often dreams of his sister, Zhong Jing, waiting for his rescue on a distant island. Should his sister still be alive, stranded and alone on an island in the South Pacific, how could he, as her brother, abandon her? Zh11ing requests an extended leave from his company, preparing to venture into the uncharted waters of the South Pacific. Wang consults a so-called sage, a mere Taoist, who solemnly selects an auspicious day for travel and holds a banquet in his honor. Brother, the real estate sector has been in a prolonged slump, and our company is transitioning into other industries, leaving me with many responsibilities. Thus, I regret that I cannot accompany you on this journey, and I feel profoundly ashamed. Wang raises his glass, stating, Today, let us hold a modest feast to honor my brother. Zh11ing lifts his glass in gratitude to Wang. With his financial backing, he feels unencumbered and sees no need to insist on companionship. Since the day Zh11ing turned her down, Wang Ln has refrained from suggesting that she accompany him. After all, it is hardly dignified for a woman to insist on journeying with a man, as it may be construed as an embarrassing advance. What would others think? Zh11ing decides to fly to Australia first, then redirect to various islands in the South Pacific, essentially leaving things to chance. At the airport, Wang bids him farewell, grasping his hand. Take care, brother. May your journey be safe, and may you find our sister, regardless of how long it takes. I will support you, for half of the Wang family fortune is yours. Zh11ing is deeply touched and speechless. Upon arriving in Australia, Zh11ing receives a WeChat message from Wang Ln. After a long absence, when will I see you again? To be honest, as a solitary traveler in a foreign land, receiving this message evokes a sense of impending tears. Zh11ing ponders for a moment and replies, This journey may take years, and I know not when I will return. Yet, knowing you await me in the distance brings peace to my heart. Shortly after, he receives another message from Wang Ln. If you agree, I am willing to accompany you to the ends of the earth. If I were to appear before you now, would you take me along? After reading her words, Zhong smiles. It is less a jest and more a sincere expression of her feelings, warming his heart. He responds, If there's a next time, I shall certainly bring you along to witness the grandeur and beauty of the South Pacific together, to watch the sunset over the ocean. Almost immediately, another reply arrives. There is no need for a next time. I am right before you. Zh11ing looks up to see a familiar figure smiling at him from a distance. Wang Ln standing with her suitcase. As winter descends upon BNUDO, food becomes increasingly scarce. Shn and the others find themselves facing dire circumstances. As their winter food supplies have dwindled, the unexpected attack by army ants has left them with nothing. Now, with winter upon them, Shn and his companions must brave the frigid temperatures daily to hunt, yet the island's wildlife seems to have diminished drastically. WNSHN continues to fish at the seaside, but the icy waters have made it unbearable, forcing him to abandon this means of sustenance. In the jungle, edible wild vegetables are nearly non-existent, and wild mushrooms have been consumed by rodents and weasels. It is safe to say that the available food on the island decreases day by day. The winter is long. What will they do? One day, Sing HN sets out early with the group, while Ling WNSHN, having fallen ill from the cold sea water, decides to stay behind. By noon, feeling somewhat better, Ling WNSHN resolves to venture out in search of food, even if it means catching a few mice or a couple of hibernating snakes. What are you doing? Lu WI inquires as she sees Ling WNSHN preparing to leave. I'm going out to find something to eat. Otherwise, you'll all go hungry again tomorrow. Weren't you pretending to be sick today? What? Have you suddenly had a change of heart? Lu WI's words are never kind. Ridiculous. How do you know I was pretending? Ling WNSHN retorts sharply. Do you think I cannot see through your little ruse? I can tell when you're up to something, Ling WNSHN. Just so, you know, as soon as you lift your backside, I know what you're up to. With that, Lu WI bursts into laughter. Who is laughing now? Let us see if you can still laugh after 2 days of hunger, Ling WNSHN mutters, deciding not to engage further in her banter, as arguing with her is a never-ending affair. He takes his makeshift hunting tools and heads out. In recent days, Luo Wei has felt stifled at home and yearns to venture outside. It is a fortuitous moment to accompany Long Wenshan. Even bickering with him can be rather amusing. For Luo Wei, engaging in playful banter is merely a normal form of conversation, while arguments are a commonplace occurrence. One wonders what she truly thinks. Long Wenshan, wait for me. What for? He retorts, I'm going to find something for you to eat. Don't bother me. He speaks as if he has been the sole provider for the past year. And who did you eat from? Those fish you consumed were not mine. Did the fish bones not choke you? If I were to choke, what would you gain from it? You would win, wouldn't you? If you died, I would surely win, for no one would annoy me again. I refuse to die. I shall infuriate you instead. If I were to die one day, I would return as a vengeful spirit to torment you, ensuring you find no peace. Luo Wei followed Long Wenshan, incessantly chattering, until he was left with a throbbing headache. He turned to scrutinize her for a moment. What sins have I committed in my past life for the heavens to send you to punish me? Luo Wei glared back at him, and upon seeing his face turn pale, she could not help but burst into laughter, feeling like a triumphant general. Indeed, I have come to punish you. Soon, I shall make you vanish from my sight. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, Luo Wei noticed that Long Wenshan had vanished, leaving her utterly perplexed. The distance was hardly more than a few meters. How could he have disappeared so abruptly? Anxiously, she scanned her surroundings. Yet there was no sign of him. Had he vanished into a time tunnel? Long Wenshan! Long Wenshan! Luo Wei shouted his name while continuing her search. Abruptly, she halted in astonishment. Before her, less than a meter away, was a dark pit exuding vapor, its entrance nearly concealed by weeds. Long Wenshan! She exclaimed as she rushed forward to clear the weeds from the pit's mouth. The darkness within appeared boundless, and a wave of hot air greeted her. Oh no! Oh no! Luo Wei never imagined that her playful insults could have truly caused Long Wenshan to vanish. She leaned over the pit and called out his name again. But aside from the rising steam, there was no response, no sign of Long Wenshan. Had he truly fallen and met his demise? She raised her voice once more. But the pit remained silent, save for the faint echo of her own voice. How deep could this pit be? An idea struck her. She picked up a large stone and tossed it into the pit. A series of clattering sounds echoed, gradually fading until they were inaudible, lasting over a minute. Luo Wei gasped, Goodness, this is a bottomless pit. It's over for Long Wenshan. She was right. Such a deep pit would surely spell doom for him if he fell. The more she pondered, the more fear gripped her, and she dashed back frantically. Help! Long Wenshan is dead. Before she could return to the camp, her ethereal voice resonated throughout the forest. Zhong Jing and Tang Bixin, gathering firewood nearby, were instantly alarmed. What happened? What is wrong with Long Wenshan? In the frigid weather, Luo Wei ran, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath as though she might faint at any moment. Cold! Cold! She repeatedly exclaimed, oblivious to the irony of her situation. Luo Wei, calm down. Speak slowly. What happened to Long Wenshan? Zhong Jing hurried over to gently pat her back, helping her to catch her breath. Oh, Luo Wei exhaled deeply, still struggling for air. Long Wenshan, oh no. Unable to articulate her thoughts, she simply declared that Long Wenshan had met his unfortunate end. In her hometown, the phrase she used connoted a person who had passed away, hinting at a sense of schadenfreude. How'd he meet his end? Please clarify. Tang Bixin urged. Gradually regaining her composure, Luo Wei explained. Long Wenshan fell into a deep pit and perished. What? Where is he now? Zhong Jing and Tang Bixin gasped. I will take you there. Luo Wei grabbed their hands and hurried back up the mountain. Nearby, Liao had overheard the entire exchange and felt a sense of satisfaction, silently relishing the thought. Those who oppose me must surely meet their demise. Just days ago, I wished him ill, and now it seems my words have manifested. Truly, my tongue possesses a formidable power. Not far away, Tian Yingying and Mo Yali, having caught wind of Luo Wei's distressing news, hastily abandoned their tasks and rushed up the mountain. Before long, Zhong Jing, Luo Wei, and the others arrived at the misty pit. They cleared the weeds and gazed into the dark abyss, astonished. It was indeed a bottomless pit. Did Lung Wenshan really fall? Luo Wei nodded. He truly fell. Did you see him fall with your own eyes? They pressed her. She began to nod, but then shook her head. No, I did not see it directly. Then how do you know he fell? He was in front of me, and we were bickering. I told him to disappear, and he suddenly vanished. If he didn't fall, could he fly? Her words elicited suppressed laughter from the group, though no one dared to laugh openly. Zhong Jing questioned, You saw him vanish before your eyes? No, at that moment, I was laughing and closed my eyes. When I opened them again, he was gone, and I saw this bottomless pit. The others were left in shock, muttering, Then he must have fallen in. How deep could this pit be? Luo Wei added. I threw a large stone down and heard it clatter for a full minute. Zhong Jing was alarmed. You threw a stone? If Lung Wenshan happened to be caught in the middle, your stone could have killed him. Oh no, what have I done? I truly did not wish for his death. Luo Wei wept, her tears flowing freely. The emotional atmosphere swept over Zhong Jing and Tang Bixin, who also began to cry, while Tian Yingying and Mo Yali joined in their sorrow. Mo Yali wiped her tears and spoke softly over the past year. Lung Wenshan's contributions have been evident to all. Each day, he diligently carried his meager fishing gear to the sea, returning with fish to share with everyone. Despite the frigid weather, he continued to venture out, embodying the spirit of a hard-working fisherman. He is not only a good colleague, but also a cherished friend, deserving of our respect. Hearing this, Zhong Jing dabbed at her eyes and asked, Yali, are you delivering a eulogy? No, Mo Yali replied. I am merely reminiscing about Lung Wenshan. The distinction between reminiscing and delivering a eulogy seemed lost on them. The adage that when three women gather, they create a spectacle held true, as the group of women at the pit continued to chatter without taking any action. Were Lung Wenshan alive within the pit, he would surely be driven to despair or fury by their incessant prattle. Just as they stood there, helpless and uncertain, Song Han and Wu Bo arrived. Upon returning to the camp and finding all the women missing, save for Li Yao feigning illness, they had sought her out for information. Li Yao mentioned that Lung Wenshan had fallen into a deep pit and had perished, while Zhong Jing and the others were attempting to retrieve his body from the mountainside. Upon hearing this, Song Han felt a surge of anxiety. Is it true? Lung Wenshan cannot be dead. They rushed to the cave entrance with utmost urgency. How long has Lung Wenshan been down there? Song Han inquired. Approximately 2 hours, Luo Wei replied. Song Han gazed at the misty cave entrance, his heart tightening. How deep could this cave be? If Lung Wenshan had indeed fallen for 2 hours, wouldn't his body be stiff by now? How'd he fall? Song Han's voice rose in volume. Luo Wei, frightened, began to cry. I didn't push him down. I never said you did. I'm asking how he fell. He fell by himself. After much questioning, it was as if no answers had been obtained. Bring the torch and rope. Song Han commanded. Wu Bo men are efficient. They had brought the rope and torch on their ascent. Song Han quickly secured one end of a long rope to a tree trunk beside the cave entrance, preparing to tie the other end around his waist. At that moment, Sha Mo stepped forward and said, I'm small and light. Let me go. Are you sure you can manage? Sha Mo replied, Of course. I've won first place in a rock climbing competition. Talented indeed. Song Han promptly looped the rope around Sha Mo's waist, securing it tightly with a knot. Then he lit the torch, and Sha Mo descended the cave with the torch in hand. Zhong Jing called from above, If there is no air in the cave and the torch goes out, come back up immediately. Song Han responded, With all this mist, how could there be no air? Zhong Jing added, The dead leaves and dry grass that have fallen and could create methane, which is even more dangerous. This was indeed a valid point. If the cave were filled with methane, taking a torch down would be perilous. Sha Mo, come back up first and toss the torch in, Song Han shouted. It's fine. This is water vapor, not methane, came Sha Mo's voice from within the cave. Chapter 64. The Shadow of Death After Descending. Sha Mo discovered that the cave walls were covered with a slick green moss, making it extremely slippery. His feet found no purchase, and his hands could not grasp firmly. His body weight was solely supported by the rope tied around his waist. Sha Mo shouted up to the cave entrance, Pull the rope faster. It's fine. The moss was thick and slippery, yet it provided a sort of protection. If one were to slip, their body would not come into direct contact with the hard rock of the cave wall. Hearing Sha Mo's voice, the others above quickened their pace in letting out the rope, though they remained cautious for safety's sake. Despite the dampness, the temperature inside the cave was surprisingly mild. Sha Mo thought that perhaps the cave was indeed very deep. Being winter, the caves in the mountains were warm in winter and cool in summer, which was quite pleasant. His clothes were soaked, yet he felt no chill. Could it be that there was a hot spring below? Sha Mo entertained a self-mocking thought that he might enjoy a soak in the hot spring before returning. Since the onset of winter, the sea water had been frigid, and he hadn't bathed in days. The camp had no means of boiling water, making a warm bath incredibly challenging. The girls had resorted to cutting bamboo to fill with water, heating it by the fire for washing purposes. Due to the thick mist, the light from the torch began to dim, and the flickering flame struggled to survive. Sha-Mo sensed that the torch in his hand was on the verge of extinguishing, which filled him with dread. He estimated he had descended 30 to 40 meters, the faint light from the cave entrance still visible above, while darkness enveloped him below. This darkness was not the night as shadow, but a bottomless void that instilled profound fear. The terror wrapped around Sha-Mo, making it difficult for him to breathe. He hesitated, feeling his spirit fraying. He sensed he was heading into a dark abyss. Suddenly, the thought of descending further felt like a death sentence. How could Lung Wenshan have survived such a fall? There was no need to risk another life. With this realization, Sha-Mo decided he would ascend. Hey, pull me up. At this moment, his noble intentions faded, overtaken by a primal instinct for survival. Sha-Mo thought, Lung Wenshan, I can no longer accompany you to the hot spring. If I go down further, we would both end up as mere bones. Hey, pull me up. Unfortunately, Song Han and the others could not hear Sha-Mo's cries. His position was precisely where the airflow in the cave returned, causing his voice to be directed downwards, unheard above. Damn it, I'm done playing. I want to go up. The rope continued to descend, forcing Sha-Mo deeper. He entered a state of despair, almost as if trapped in a terrifying dream. In this nightmare, he envisioned Song Han and the others grinning as they merely let the rope down, while below, a demon awaited him with open arms. Suddenly, an unexpected incident occurred. The rope inexplicably snapped, and Sha-Mo plummeted into the abyss. As Song Han and Wu Bo were lowering the rope, they suddenly felt an absence of weight. Their hearts leaped into their throats. The rope had broken. Sha-Mo was gone. Sha-Mo, Sha-Mo, they shouted into the cave, but no response came. The rope tied around Sha-Mo's waist had no issue bearing his weight. However, as he descended, the rope snagged on a sharp protrusion from the rock wall, resulting in friction that ultimately caused it to break. In a moment of falling, the overwhelming fear of impending death made Sha-Mo briefly lose consciousness. He fell freely, not knowing how far, but miraculously he did not perish. He landed in a deep underground river. Sha-Mo could swim and quickly emerged from the water, looking around to discover an enchanting hidden world. The cave walls were adorned with luminescent insects, illuminating the dark depths like fireflies. He hastily swam towards the shore when suddenly a voice startled him. Sha-Mo, give me your hand. I'll pull you up. It was Lung Wenshan's voice. Could it be that he was alive? A figure swayed on the shore, but the dim light of the glowing insects made it impossible to discern his face. Hurry, save me. Lung Wenshan had been in the cave for a long time. His eyes had adjusted to the faint light, allowing him to recognize Sha-Mo immediately. He pulled Sha-Mo onto the shore and asked, What did you come down here to? Sha-Mo wiped the water from his face and replied, I came to save you. The rope broke. How did you survive? Do you wish for my demise? Nonsense. If I wish for your death, I wouldn't have come down to rescue you. Now you've put me in danger too. Lung Wenshan chuckled. Heaven sent you to accompany me. Sha-Mo laughed too. Yes, I'm here to play go with you. At this point, the two had no choice but to accept their fate. Fortunately, neither was injured. Perhaps it was destiny. You've been down here for over 2 hours. Why are you still lingering here? Where do you think I could go? As Sha-Mo suddenly awakened to the realization that the cave walls were both slick and deep, the prospect of climbing out seemed utterly absurd. Lung Wenshan was indeed confined to this place. Were they to simply await their demise here? With a sigh, Lung Wenshan remarked, It appears this is our fate and final resting place. Sha-Mo responded, Do not despair. Since this is our reality, we must confront it and find a way out. Lung Wenshan retorted, What options remain? I have pondered for over 2 hours and found no solution. Utilizing the faint light of the fireflies, Sha-Mo surveyed their surroundings and declared, Climbing is impossible. We must seek an alternative route. Lung Wenshan scoffed, Easier said than done. Where is this alternative path you speak of? We could follow the current upstream. Sha-Mo suggested, I have already explored upstream, and it is futile. The water cascades down directly from a waterfall. Lung Wenshan replied. His words plunged Sha-Mo into despair. Then let's try downstream, Sha-Mo proposed. If we do not ascend, will we go downstream? To the underworld? Lung Wenshan responded. His assertion was not without merit. The exit surely lay above, and downstream would only lead them deeper into darkness. Sha-Mo encouraged himself. Survival against the odds must bring fortune. There's always a way out. Lung Wenshan countered. Death is merely a matter of time for us. Fortune has abandoned us. Sha-Mo fell silent, succumbing to despair, while also feeling disappointment towards Lung Wenshan. In dire circumstances, one's thoughts and spirit teeter on the brink of collapse. What is needed is mutual encouragement and unwavering conviction. Should one party surrender, such pessimism would infect the other, swiftly consuming all hope and confidence. Faced with Lung Wenshan's lack of faith, Sha-Mo felt compelled to assist him. to instill in him the courage and confidence necessary to confront adversity. Lung Wenshan, just a moment ago you were alone, and despair was understandable. Now, you are not alone, and you must see the glimmer of hope. Yet Lung Wenshan remained despondent. Where is this hope? Even if Song Han and the others descend, we would still be trapped. If I fall and die alone, if you all fall, it would be a collective demise. Shamo was tempted to slap him, thinking it hardly worth rescuing such a coward. Nevertheless, anger aside, one must remain rational, especially in their current predicament. Lung Wenshan, have you seen the film The Abyss? I have, he replied. Good. Let us emulate the protagonist's survival skills and indomitable spirit in the water, shall we? Shamo suggested. Lung Wenshan seemed inspired and encouraged, responding, All right, I will follow your lead. I'm no stranger to death. Shamo gave him a thumbs up. Let us venture upstream once more. They navigated by the faint light of the fireflies, searching for an exit. As anticipated, they quickly reached a dead end, confronted by a massive waterfall. Reluctantly, they returned to the path they had come from, continuing downstream. They traversed along the cave walls, following the river for a considerable distance, but the darkness deepened, and the glow of the firefly-like creatures diminished. It seemed those fireflies could only thrive in the interplay of light and darkness. The depths were unsuitable for their existence. Shamo, I sense something is amiss. Lung Wenshan hesitated. He was right. The exit lay above, not below. Where would the downstream lead? Shamo, lacking experience in such matters, felt an unsettling anxiety. It is too dark. Should we turn back? Lung Wenshan inquired. Shamo remained silent, actually wavering in his decision. If Lung Wenshan insisted on returning, he would certainly comply, as it would bring them closer to the cave entrance, where the fireflies still provided a glimmer of light. A place with light signifies hope for life, while darkness only symbolizes death. Shamo longed to scream in despair, yet he knew returning to the original location would serve no purpose, at best allowing them to cling to a faint light while awaiting death. No, we absolutely cannot go back. It is not yet time to surrender. We have only been here for 2 or 3 hours. Without food, we can endure for days. Our spirits remain unbroken. Lung Wenshan, heed my words, we must not retreat. But where will this path lead us? It feels like we are going in circles, he lamented. Do you know where this underground river flows? Shamo asked, without hesitation. Lung Wenshan replied, of course it flows into the sea. Correct. Your answer is commendable, earning you extra points. Lung Wenshan chuckled. You still have the energy to joke? Shamo responded, shall we weep instead? Would a grand lamentation free us? Clearly not. Thus, we must maintain an optimistic outlook and rescue ourselves. All right, I will trust your judgment. They pressed forward, but the absence of fireflies meant they were enveloped in darkness. The sound of rushing water grew more intense, accompanied by a hissing noise. Shamo recognized it as the whirlpool. The underground river's currents converged into it. There is no way forward, Shamo sighed, feeling utterly lost. What shall we do, Shamo? Lung Wenshan asked. After a prolonged silence, Shamo feared they might genuinely perish in this place. Images from the film The Abyss flooded his mind. He firmly believed this underground river must lead to the sea and imagined themselves emulating the film's hero, taking a risk to follow the current downstream into the ocean, emerging from the depths. Yet, the thought was far easier than the reality. Could they truly accomplish it? The protagonist in the film had undergone professional underwater survival training. Could he and Lung Wenshan compare? Moreover, their current circumstances and the underwater environment differed significantly from those in the film, which lacked whirlpools and such rapid currents. If they were sucked into the whirlpool, would they ever escape? It would be tantamount to suicide. Shamo, speak up. What shall we do? Lung Wenshan, what do you think lies beneath the whirlpool? Hell, on a serious note, what do you imagine exists below the whirlpool? Pondered deeply for a considerable time before stating, beneath the whirlpool, it surely is not the ocean floor. If seawater is above us, it must inevitably flow in rather than siphon the water from this subterranean river. Indeed, that is splendidly articulated. I shall award you 10 points, responded. He continued, the formation of this whirlpool could arise from 2 possibilities. 1, it encounters a fault, creating a waterfall akin to that upstream. The other, the mouth of this cavity is small, causing the water flow to whirl. Queried, are you suggesting that descending here leads either to a waterfall or another cavern? Precisely. What do you intend to do? It seemed that I'd sensed adventurous scheme. Since death is inevitable, why not take a chance? Repeatedly insisted, no. We would surely perish should we leap into the whirlpool. Not necessarily. If this is a fault, we could be swept down the waterfall by the whirlpool. Whether we survive the fall depends on our fate. Alternatively, we might be drawn in by the whirlpool's force and, upon emerging from this narrow opening, find ourselves in the river. Replied, your plan is exceedingly perilous. It is a reckless gamble. If this whirlpool extends beyond several meters, we would drown. Was aware that if they were engulfed by the powerful current, they might lose consciousness immediately. Moreover, The hope of surviving a fall down the waterfall seemed exceedingly slim. It was indeed a reckless gamble. Chapter 66. The underwater terror, the true magnitude of this whirlpool, was beyond the comprehension of, and they could only hear the river water being drawn in, producing a tremendous hissing sound that filled their eardrums, instilling a sense of dread regarding this colossal whirlpool. At times, sensory stimulation can evoke greater terror than visual perception. Once they leap, even the most proficient swimmer would be rendered helpless. The whirlpool resembled a vast black hole, consuming everything in its path. Let's gamble with our lives. Found the notion both amusing and exasperating. Gamble with our lives? That seems rather extreme. Retorted, rather than waiting here to die slowly in despair, devoid of dignity, it would be more graceful to embrace fate. Wrestled internally with his decision, still uncertain. Once we jump, we may as well have swallowed a lethal potion. Influenced by his fervent words, managed a faint smile. When your girlfriend broke up with you, you stood atop the 28th floor without fear. Now in our predicament, what is there to fear? Upon hearing call him, nearly shed tears. That nickname was reserved for his mother, rendering him warm with nostalgia. Thought, if you regard me as family, I shall heed your words. Let us brave the depths together, and if we perish, perhaps we shall become heroes anew in 20 years. With trepidation, murmured, shall we take the plunge? Upon hearing this, clench his teeth and instructed, stay composed, take a deep breath, cover your head, and leap. If the current feels less intense, spread your arms and surface. Now. Yes, now. 1, 2, 3, inhale deeply, jump. Shouted the command. Inhaled deeply and plunged into the depths. He was uncertain whether followed him, but he resolved to focus solely on his own actions. Upon entering the water, felt an immense force enveloping him, pulling him into the abyss. He could not resist this overpowering force. He could only surrender to fate. Fortunately, he did not lose consciousness. Although the world spun around him, his mind remained alert. After approximately a minute, he had not fallen down a waterfall, nor did he perceive a reduction in the current. His body continued to rush forward, mercifully avoiding collision with the rocky walls. However, lung capacity was limited, and he could no longer hold his breath. He needed a surface for air or face certain death. With arms outstretched, he exerted all his strength, attempting to propel his body upward in a bid to breach the water surface. Yet, his efforts were futile against the torrent of rushing water. He failed. Unable to contain himself, he gulped down a considerable amount of water. His lungs felt as if they would burst. Hold on. Just a little further, he urged himself. At this critical juncture, human resolve proved capable of overcoming all obstacles. He understood that he was now in a struggle against death itself. Fought desperately, nearly bursting his eyes from strain. He persevered, as he sensed the current slackening. He quickly thrust himself upward, only to hear a dull thud as his head collided with a rock. He seemed to catch a glimpse of shimmering light beneath the water. Yet he felt no pain, for the discomfort of suffocation far surpassed any sensation of injury. What to do when there is no air space? He was nearing his limit, allowed his body to float with the current, frantically searching the upper walls of the cavern for any signs of air pockets. He needed to locate those air-filled recesses quickly. At last, he discovered one, swiftly grasping it and lifting his head above the water. A small space permitted to lift his head, where air was plentiful, allowing him to rest momentarily. He felt relieved to be alive, uncertain of how far this path extended or if he would find another such refuge. He resolved to press on, taking each segment as it came. Having undergone a harrowing test of life and death, fear of mortality had dissipated entirely. He felt like a true warrior, one who had triumphed over death. He believed himself to be an extraordinary being, resolute that he would not perish. Upon his escape, he vowed to laugh heartily at the heavens 3 times. Let this thrilling journey continue. Inhaled deeply once more and submerged into the water. Employing the same method of moving intermittently, he eventually drifted into an expansive space where he could greedily inhale. It was only then that remembered his companion, having momentarily forgotten him. Perhaps when a person is under extreme mental strain and excessively focused on a singular task, they may overlook everything else. Did Sharon's fortune? Having traversed this distance, he realized that his survival hinged on wisdom and calmness. Any hint of panic would have precluded him from reaching this point. Called out hoarsely, filled with a profound hope that was alive, wishing to witness his bravery and intellect. He longed to seize courage and wisdom. Should perish, will be left in profound solitude. Brother, where are you? Suddenly, cried out, you promised to play with me. Where are you now? Why cry? Can't one even have a moment of peace? The voice emerged from the darkness, startling and delighting in equal measure. My dear brother, where are you? I am here. I promised to accompany you until the end. Did I not? They followed the sound, and soon clasped hands. You're alive? Huh, I thought you had succumbed. Did you wish for my demise? Playfully punched on the shoulder, and the two embraced tightly. After a prolonged silence, Lung Wenshan remarked. Enough with the embrace. I am not a woman. Let's focus on strategizing our next steps. The two of them clasped hands and made their way ashore in the darkness. Shamo, do savor the taste of this water, he urged. Shamo took a sip and exclaimed in delight, it's salty, sea water. Indeed, the seawater had begun to flow back in, indicating that the water level here matched that of the sea. This revelation filled both of them with exhilaration, yet they were also gripped by anxiety, as they had no idea how far they were from the ocean surface. They still needed to dive through an underground tunnel connected to the seabed. Brother, regardless of how far this journey may be, we must press on. I firmly believe we shall reunite at the ocean's surface, he declared. Lung Wenshan chuckled. We are fortunate. The king of hell shall not claim us. Let us set forth at once. I believe I can already glimpse the ocean's brilliance. With courage, they plunged into the water, swimming diligently through the inky tunnel, convinced that as long as they held their breath, the hope of life lay ahead. Suddenly, a faint glimmer of light appeared before them. Chapter 67. A terrifying encounter in the canyon. Qianjun was a diligent man. As his wife, Yurong, was on Sant. The couple could not join Zhang Chong and the others in their quest to locate Song Han, and thus they remained behind. In this seemingly idyllic cave, crafted by nature itself, they lived vibrantly. The cave was meticulously organized. Every day, Yurong would accompany Qianjun for exercise and bask in the sun before returning to the warmth of the cave, awaiting his return. Qianjun had also set numerous traps outside the cave, ensuring that no ferocious beasts could approach while he was away. Thanks to his formidable survival skills, the couple had amassed a plentiful supply of provisions for the winter. Their vegetarian fare included dried fruits and wild greens, while the meat supply was abundant, comprising groundhogs, pangolins, serpents, and even 2 wolves. Qianjun meticulously skinned these animals, transforming them into fragrant cured meat. The aroma was exquisite. What filled Qianjun with particular pride was the tiger he had once captured at great peril. Even now, the tiger meat remained uneaten. Qianjun would tell Yurong, darling, if you consume a bit of tiger meat each day, our child will surely resemble a little tiger, brave and unyielding. Yurong would often laugh heartily at his playful remarks. Although they lived in isolation, devoid of friends or neighbors, Yurong never felt lonely with Qianjun by her side. He frequently recited poetry at the cave entrance. From tomorrow onward, I shall be a happy person, tending horses and chopping wood. From tomorrow onward, I shall cherish grains and vegetables. I have a house facing the sea, where spring blooms. Yurong felt immense happiness, often embracing Qianjun and declaring, in this lifetime, with you, I have no regrets. As winter approached, the days grew colder. Next month, Yurong was due to give birth, and once she did, Qianjun would need to care for her in the cave and refrain from venturing out. Hence, he resolved to stockpile more food while he still could, ensuring they would be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. After all, having an abundance of food brought peace of mind. One fine day, Qianjun, having settled Yurong comfortably, gathered his tools and prepared to leave the cave. Dear, we have enough food to last through winter. You needn't go out today, Yurong implored. She had woken with a heavy sensation in her chest, but fearing it would worry Qianjun, she kept it to herself. However, her right eyelid had been twitching, instilling a sense of foreboding within her. Left twitching brings wealth. Right twitching brings disaster. Concerned about Qianjun's safety, she wished to dissuade him from leaving. Since winter began, we seldom have such pleasant weather. I'll just fetch a bit more food, he assured her. Even if we have enough, one must always be prudent. What if I fall ill later? Who will provide for our little family then? There is no need for such ominous thoughts, Qianjun laughed. Very well. I shall refrain from such talk and return early today to prepare a delicious meal for you. Although Yurong was not superstitious, seeing Qianjun's resolve, she did not press further. For over 6 months, he had ventured out daily without incident. Yurong trusted her husband, believing him to be both brave and fortunate. Just be careful and return soon. Absolutely, he replied, taking his tools and departing the cave. As the sun rose high in the sky, its rays warmed him, though a chill lingered due to the strong mountain winds. The winter breeze was indeed piercingly cold. Qianjun tightened his belt, hoping to retain some warmth. His clothes had long fallen into tatters, and now he was clad in a garment fashioned from wolf and fox pelts, expertly sewn together by Yurong with hemp thread. This attire was particularly warm, and Qianjun felt immense gratitude for his wife. His love for her was profound. Thoughts of Yurong and their unborn child filled him with boundless strength and confidence. He was hopeful for their future. Even if they were to live in the wilderness forever, he believed he could provide a vibrant life for them. After Qianjun exited the cave, Yurong, with a rounded belly, stood at the entrance, watching her husband depart, filled with deep affection for him. Suddenly, a wave of fear washed over her, an unsettling thought flickering through her mind. Qianyun, she called, hoping to summon him back, but the mountain winds drowned her voice, and he could not hear her. She wished to chase after him, yet her condition made movement difficult. All she could do was silently bless him in her heart and pray. A few days prior, Qianjun had discovered numerous animal tracks behind the valley. He had set several traps there and was eager to see if they had caught anything today. The valley was quite far from their dwelling, requiring several hours of travel. So he quickened his pace. The vegetation in the valley differed from that of their home. Towering ancient trees loomed above, and the terrain was perilous. It was a place where fierce beasts roamed. Upon entering the valley, sunlight struggled to penetrate through the dense fog, creating an eerie atmosphere. Though Qianjun felt a twinge of fear, he did not wish to linger. He simply aimed to check his traps for any captured animals. He hoped for good fortune in capturing a beast to take back to Yurong, to impress her and demonstrate his prowess. Capturing prey would also afford them a sense of security for a while. However, human greed can sometimes lead one into perilous situations. Qianjun had set traps in areas where he had seen animal tracks. If a beast were to pass through again, it would be ensnared. Yet, it seemed luck was not on his side. Upon inspecting several traps, he found no catches. Were these merely transient animals? Noting that time was still on his side, he continued deeper into the valley after checking a few traps. The canyon was untouched by human feet, with towering trees blocking out the light, rendering it dark even in daylight. Qianjun felt a pang of trepidation and was about to turn back when he caught a glimpse of what appeared to be animal tracks not far ahead. Curiosity piqued. He moved closer to investigate. The footprints were not particularly conspicuous, yet Qianjun discerned that the creature had recently passed, as the prints were remarkably fresh. Upon closer inspection, Qianjun was astounded to discover that these tracks resembled human footprints rather than those of a wild beast. Typically, wild animals leave claw marks upon the ground, with 4 distinct prints. However, this trail only bore 2, spaced in a manner akin to human steps. Could it be that someone inhabited this desolate place? How could that be possible, as it was entirely inhospitable to human life? A thought flashed through Qianjun's mind. Could it be a wild man? Fear gripped him. Wild men are known for their formidable aggression and possess intelligence surpassing that of other creatures. What was even more terrifying was that upon encountering a being resembling its own kind, a wild man would not approach for communication but would ruthlessly hunt it down. These beings, having lived in the primordial jungle for an extended period, moved with a speed unmatched by humans. With this realization, Qianjun was consumed by a singular thought: to flee. He needed to leave, and swiftly. Chapter 68. Facing the sea, spring blossoms when one is in the wilderness. Fear can arise from the dread of an entity or a frightful experience, triggering an instinctual response. As this fear accumulates, it can lead to a temporary loss of rational judgment. Despite his capabilities, Qianjun was acutely aware that he could not contend with a wild man, and the foreboding environment amplified his unprecedented terror. In a state of panic, he turned and fled blindly. The canyon offered no clear path, and in his haste, he momentarily lost his sense of direction. The specifics of direction seemed trivial compared to the urgency of escaping this perilous place. And only upon distancing himself from the sight of the wild man's footprints did he realize he had become lost in the valley. He had no choice but to ascend to the mountain's peak, hoping to gain a vantage point to ascertain his bearings. As he gazed across the verdant expanse, he found no indication of where he had come from. A thick fog began to envelop the valley, obscuring the entire jungle and rendering his sense of direction utterly futile. The light of day faded and darkness approached. The more he struggled to find his way, the more anxious he became, fearing that if he did not return by nightfall, his wife, Yurong, would be frantic with worry. With only instinct to guide him, he ventured forth in what he believed to be the correct direction. He understood the risks of proceeding without a clear sense of orientation, as he could inadvertently stray further from his starting point. Yet, with no alternative, he resolved to take the gamble. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Yurong stood at the mouth of their cave, gazing into the distance of the valley, yearning for the sight of Qianjun's return. He had promised her he would return early to prepare a meal. However, as the last remnants of twilight vanished, her beloved husband had yet to arrive. The distant howls of wolves echoed through the valley, signaling the emergence of predatory creatures in search of food. Yurong felt tears welling in her eyes. She longed to call out Qianjun's name, yet feared attracting the attention of wolves and tigers. Instead, she silently implored, "Qianjun, where are you? Please come back." A full moon ascended over the distant mountains, casting a gentle light upon the forest. In times past at this hour, Yurong would lie in Qianjun's embrace, basking in a silvery glow while listening to his tales of hunting wild beasts in the forest. They would reminisce about the sweetness of their first love under the moonlight. Yet tonight, Qianjun was absent. Regret consumed Yurong. She should never have allowed him to venture out. She had felt a heaviness in her chest and a twitch in her eyelids, sensing that something ominous was afoot. Had misfortune befallen Qianjun? She dared not contemplate further. Tears streamed down her cheeks, pooling in the grass beneath her feet, freezing in the chill of the winter night. The biting cold wind pierced through her thin clothing. Yet Qianjun's pain was not of his exposed flesh, but of his heart. He had traversed the night, still unable to find his way home. His worries for Yu Rong consumed him. He feared for her safety and her solitude in the cave. Had she secured the entrance? What if she remained at the cave's mouth, awaiting his return, vulnerable to the beasts? His wife, pregnant and unable to fend for herself, required his protection. But Qianjun stumbled through the valley, his thoughts clouded by concern for his wife. Perhaps he had become distracted by his worries or the obscured path of the night. Suddenly, he misstepped, and the world spun around him. A sharp pain followed, rendering him unconscious. Qianjun did not return, and Yu Rong sat in the cave, unable to sleep. He had instructed her to secure the cave entrance with wood at night. She anxiously awaited the sound of his footsteps outside, but was met only with the howling wind and distant wolf cries. With her belly heavy and having gone without food, exhaustion overcame her, and she succumbed to sleep. Suddenly, she thought she heard a noise and opened her eyes to find Qianjun, bloodied and standing before her. "Qianjun, what has happened?" she cried, rushing towards him, only to stumble and fall. It was merely a nightmare, and as she gazed into the dark cavern, the reality of Qianjun's absence struck her. She did not know if he were alive or dead. Yu Rong's cries echoed in the darkness. A chilling wind swept through, awakening Qianjun, who remained unaware of how long he had been unconscious. His hair and beard were encased in ice. It was a bitterly cold winter night, and he had survived the wilderness only because of the fur coat Yu Rong had crafted for him. Grateful for her, he realized that it was this garment that had allowed him to endure the frigid elements. Qianjun shook his head to rouse himself, but in doing so, he inadvertently stumbled again, narrowly avoiding death. Gathering his strength, he attempted to rise, only to be struck by excruciating pain in his right leg. Panic surged through him. Had he broken his leg? This could spell disaster. Frantically, he inspected the area, discovering a protruding bone. A shiver ran down his spine. It was evident that he had indeed fractured his leg. What was he to do now? The weight of despair bore down on him. How could he return in such a condition? Who would provide for his family? His fall had effectively sealed their fate. In a moment of profound hopelessness, Qianjun resolved that he must return, regardless of his injuries. As long as he kept his head intact, he would crawl back to Yu Rong. He needed to protect her and provide for their family. With this powerful conviction bolstering him, he found the strength to rise above his pain. Grasping a nearby tree trunk, he forced himself to stand. Once upright, he bent to inspect the swelling at his joint and realized it was dislocated rather than broken. This revelation filled Qianjun with joy. A dislocation could be remedied, and he still had hope. He endured the pain, pushing with all his might, hoping to realign the joint, yet to no avail. His wife, Xianzi, having studied medicine and worked as a nurse, might possess a solution. This thought rekindled Qianjun's confidence. With one foot still capable of movement, he scavenged a dry branch from the ground to use as a makeshift crutch, laboriously advancing forward. Dawn had broken, the sun cresting the mountaintops, casting dappled sunlight through the jungle. Qianjun had been absent the entire night, leaving Yu Rong in tears. As sunlight streamed into the cave through the crevices, illuminating the space, Yu Rong gently caressed her swollen belly, rubbed her eyes, and wiped away the tear-stained remnants at the corners of her eyes. For the sake of the child within her, she resolved to prepare a meal. Regardless of whether Qianjun returned, she must care for herself, aspiring to learn from him and become a resilient individual. She approached the cave entrance, flung it open, and allowed the sunlight to flood in. Mimicking Qianjun's tone, she declared, "From this day forward, I shall be brave, facing the sea, with spring blossoms blooming." Chapter 69. The corpse in the cave. Lung Wenshan and Sha Mo, having narrowly escaped death, traversed the underground river flowing into the sea, miraculously surfacing from the depths. They had come perilously close to drowning, a stroke of fortune indeed. Upon reaching the shore, they ignited a fire using what they had gathered, drying their tattered garments by its warmth. The sun emerged, casting light upon the beach, though the chill lingered. Yet, preserving their lives was more valuable than anything else. This cold was inconsequential. In my youth, my family had consulted a fortune-teller, who predicted a tumultuous fate filled with calamity. However, I possess a resilient spirit, surviving each brush with death. Thus it seems the fortune-teller's words hold some truth. I too had my fortune read in childhood, where it was foretold that I would perish in a river. Yet here I am, alive and well. Thus I surmise that fortune-telling is merely a ruse. Despite the cold and hunger, the two men rejoiced in their survival. As long as life remained, destiny was within their grasp, and all would ultimately improve. Upon emerging from the depths, they realized they had lost their sense of direction, uncertain of their whereabouts. By their calculations, based on the path they had traversed after falling into the cave, they should not be far from their camp. approximately 4 to 5 miles. Such a short distance could surely be navigated even with closed eyes. After drying their ragged clothing, they ventured into the forest. However, after walking for some time, they recognized something was amiss. The surroundings, though familiar, felt foreign. It dawned on them that they must have taken a wrong turn. Retracing their steps, they still found themselves lost, unable to locate the original path. In the primordial jungle, it is all too easy to lose one's way. Hence, it is wise to mark the trails one traverses. Lung Wenshan and Sha Mo, overly confident in their navigation, had not anticipated becoming lost. They spent the day wandering in the jungle, with nightfall approaching. With no other option, they sought shelter to weather the night's chill, planning to continue their search for an exit in the morning. Ahead of them loomed a modest mountain, its rocky surface suggesting the possibility of a cave for refuge. Upon ascending, they noticed peculiar signs. Sha Mo, it seems something has been here, Lung Wenshan remarked. Sha Mo had also observed the broken branches and disturbed underbrush, suggesting recent activity. Indeed, I was just about to mention this. What do you think it is? Lung Wenshan inquired. The branches are too thick for monkeys to break. Sha Mo replied, his expression revealing unease. These branches are not casually snapped. They have been deliberately broken, leaving only small tips behind, indicating their use. What does that imply? Lung Wenshan pressed. It suggests the branches were repurposed for some function. Such intelligence is not characteristic of lower animals, Sha Mo elucidated. Only primates would utilize substantial branches in such a manner, hence my suspicion. Lung Wenshan regarded Sha Mo with newfound respect, recognizing him as a figure of bravery. In the face of adversity, Sha Mo's composure and intellect had left a profound impression on him. Had it not been for Sha Mo's companionship during their ordeal, Lung Wenshan knew he would not have made it out alive. Thus, he felt a deep sense of gratitude and camaraderie toward Sha Mo, whom he now considered a brother in life and death. I suspect there are humans or wild men nearby. Humans. How could that be? Could it be Zhong Jing and his group? Sha Mo pondered before shaking his head. It seems unlikely. If Zhong Jing and his entourage were here, we would surely have noticed their presence. Then could it be wild men? Lung Wenshan queried. That remains uncertain. Let us continue our ascent and see what we can uncover. As they climbed, Lung Wenshan suddenly felt something soft beneath his foot, discovering it to be animal feces, an unbearable stench wafting up. Human feces, he realized, noting the distinct odor only humans could produce. If humans neglected hygiene, they would undoubtedly be the foulest beings on earth. Indeed, there are humans here. But who might they be? Perhaps wild men, whose aggressiveness could threaten our lives. We should hasten our departure, Sha Mo suggested. Both men feeling a surge of fear at the prospect of encountering wild men. They turned to flee down the mountain. Yet, Sha Mo paused, a thought crossing his mind. Wait, what if there are indeed humans living here? We may be missing an opportunity. You're right, Lung Wenshan conceded. We are lost, cold, and hungry. If there are indeed inhabitants here, they could be our salvation. Why should we leave? What should we do then? Let's not run. I believe that our survival thus far must lead to fortune. Let us take one more risk and investigate further up the mountain. I trust your judgment, Lung Wenshan replied, and they resumed their ascent. Upon reaching a rocky outcrop on a mountainside, they discovered numerous fish bones and other animal remains scattered about. After examining the evidence, they reached a consensus. Those who resided here were indeed human, as even the most intelligent wild men would not engage in fishing. Continuing onward, they stumbled upon remnants of charred wood, the unmistakable sign that fire had been used, an ability unique to humankind. This revelation filled them with excitement. They had finally found evidence of people. Let us proceed. They may be just ahead. They pressed on, climbing higher into the mountain. As they ascended to the mountaintop, a cave came into view, its entrance partially sealed with stones, leaving the upper half exposed, marked by signs of smoke. Lung Wenshan and Sha Mo were filled with exhilaration as they hurried towards the cave's mouth. However, as they approached, they were suddenly overwhelmed by a strong, unpleasant odor, prompting them to halt and exchange apprehensive glances. The foul stench was unmistakably that of decaying flesh. Their joy turned to dread as they realized they were about to encounter a corpse. Who lay dead within the cave? Was it a human or an animal? With hearts laden with fear and trepidation, they cautiously inched closer to the entrance. Chapter 70. Seeking sister on the island, discovering a human corpse on this desolate island necessitated an investigation into the identity of the deceased. Upon entering the cave, Lung Wenshan and Sha Mo found a body in a state of advanced decomposition, rendering its features unrecognizable. Beside the corpse lay a notebook, which Lung Wenshan picked up. What does it contain? Sha Mo inquired, surveying their surroundings. The cave appeared surprisingly tidy, with an array of makeshift survival tools neatly arranged and remnants of uneaten food scattered about. As Lung Wenshan leafed through the notebook, he replied, "It is a diary." Quickly captivated by the entries, Lung Wenshan found the contents increasingly astonishing. Xiaomo, come and see. It details some truly terrifying and bizarre occurrences. Intrigued, Xiaomo took the notebook and began to read it attentively. To their shock, the deceased was revealed to be Lu Xing, who had succumbed to despair and taken his own life over a month prior. After perusing the diary, Xiaomo felt a chill wash over him, his demeanor shifting dramatically as he exclaimed, "This cave is truly haunted, Wenshan. We must leave. The malevolent energy here is too strong." Lung Wenshan reclaimed the diary, chuckling. "I refuse to believe the accounts within are true. Surely, there are no ghosts in this world." Xiaomo retorted, "I believe Lu Xing's experiences were genuine. His suicide stemmed from the unbearable torment of daily hauntings, leading to his mental collapse." The cave's darkness and foul odor compelled Lung Wenshan and Xiaomo to retreat outside, where they diligently studied the diary, seeking answers as to why Lu Xing chose to end his life. "I understand why he committed suicide," Xiaomo pressed urgently. "What was his reason?" Lung Wenshan began. "From my analysis, Lu Xing and his brother shared a profound bond, relying on one another in their misfortune. The death of Lu Gao from illness dealt a severe blow to Lu Xing, leaving him feeling utterly alone. Particularly at night, he suffered from sleepwalking, during which he unearthed his brother's corpse and brought it back to the cave. Upon awakening, he was oblivious to his actions, believing that Lu Gao had returned as a zombie. But Xiaomo interjected, after he burned Lu Gao's body and scattered the ashes at sea, how could he still see his brother's ghost? Well, Lung Wenshan reasoned, after Lu Xing cremated Lu Gao, he could no longer sleepwalk to retrieve his brother's remains. However, his loneliness and fear persisted and intensified, ultimately resulting in a psychological breakdown and the onset of delusions. Xiaomo nodded repeatedly. "Indeed, I have encountered many individuals with such delusions, speaking to the air as if they truly perceived something." Together, Lung Wenshan and Xiaomo constructed a grave for Lu Xing within the cave, erecting a stone marker inscribed with the words Lu Xing's tomb. They placed the diary upon the gravestone. After laying Lu Xing to rest, they gathered useful tools and some preserved food from the cave before venturing further into the jungle in search of shelter. Meanwhile, Zhong Jing had just landed in Australia, only to find that his mischievous sister, Yang Lin, had followed him. Despite his repeated efforts to persuade her to return, she stubbornly refused, leaving him with no choice but to allow her to stay by his side. Unlike his previous trip, Zhong Jing was not in Australia for leisure. He was determined to find his sister, Zhong Jing. The appearance of a message in a bottle had convinced him that Zhong Jing was still alive, and he resolved to traverse every island in the South Pacific to locate her. However, such aspirations were undeniably naive. Zhong Jing paid a hefty sum to rent a plane in Australia, using Yang Yi's money, for which he felt immense gratitude. Knowing he could never repay this kindness in his lifetime, he resolved to protect Yang Lin as if she were his own sister. Determined to retrace his previous flight path, he recalled that while passing Cape Nemo, he had glimpsed smoke rising from an island below, which he interpreted as a distress signal. Cape Nemo, often referred to as the Second Bermuda Triangle, was notorious for its unpredictable weather and the mysterious disappearance of numerous aircraft and vessels, causing most civilian pilots to avoid flying over it. However, with sufficient funds comes the courage to face danger. Thanks to Yang Yi, he was able to secure a plane. "Sister, you should return home," Zhong Jing urged, unwilling to expose Yang Lin to peril. "I will not go back," she defiantly declared, resorting to a bit of stubbornness. "Then wait for me in Australia. I will return by night with the plane." "Do you take me for a child? You have packed your tent and survival gear, and you expect me to believe you'll return by night?" Yang Lin, no longer a mere child, made it clear that Zhong Jing could not persuade her with such tactics. "This is truly dangerous. I cannot take you with me." "I insist on going," she retorted. "I might not return." "Neither will I," Zhong Jing conceded to Yang Lin's obstinacy, ultimately allowing her to accompany him. This time, he had rented an amphibious aircraft equipped with solar panels, capable of flying for extended periods without fuel, allowing for a potential circumnavigation of the Pacific, weather permitting. Nevertheless, the conditions over the Pacific were notoriously treacherous, with storms occurring with the same frequency as gentle breezes on land. Zhong Jing arranged for the pilot to return in a week to retrieve them, ensuring they had ample food and fresh water for their journey. The flight commenced smoothly. After nearly 10 hours, they approached the waters off Cape Nemo, where a dark green island emerged on the horizon. Suddenly, the weather shifted dramatically, ominous clouds billowing toward them. The pilot stabilized the aircraft, directing it toward the island. At that moment, the winds intensified to 6 or 7 levels, and the tumultuous waves rendered landing impossible. The pilot suggested they turn back and return the following day. Yet, Zhong Jing was mindful of the exorbitant costs of the flight, which reached over $1 million for each trip. He was not a money tree, and he could not afford such extravagance. He resolved to parachute down, and instructed Yang Lin to return. With no time to argue, Yang Lin nodded in agreement. Unexpectedly, as Zhong Jing leaped from the plane, he was startled to see Yang Lin follow suit. Barely a minute after her jump, a fierce storm erupted, sending the aircraft spiraling uncontrollably into the sea. Chapter 71. The identical jade pendant Zhong Jing and Yang Lin parachuted into the sea. Due to the tumultuous winds and waves, they struggled for quite a while before being pushed ashore by the surf. Oddly enough, the storm at sea came and went as swiftly as it appeared. Just as they reached the shore, the clouds parted and the fog dissipated. They retrieved clothing from their travel bags and changed. Subsequently, they ignited a bonfire by the seaside to dry their drenched garments. The 2 packs they carried were the latest models of outdoor gear for the year, well-equipped and entirely waterproof. You insisted on coming despite my warnings, and now we are unable to return. I am willing, if we cannot go back. We shall live on this island. Women can indeed be irrational at times. As long as they are with their beloved, they would likely follow him to the depths of hell without hesitation. It seems she genuinely intends to settle on this island with Zhong Jing and raise a brood of children, establishing a small kingdom of their own. The airplane crashed into the sea and exploded, taking the life of the foreigner who recklessly flew for a mere million. His body was nowhere to be found, likely devoured by the depths of the ocean. At times, humans should refrain from greed. It is prudent to act within one's limits. After seemingly teaching Zhong Jing and the others a lesson, the sun emerged, and the sea regained its calm. Scattered across the water were remnants of the plane's explosion, prompting Zhong Jing to swim out and collect some scrap metal, which might one day prove useful. He insisted on gathering everything they could carry while consolidating items that could not be taken for future retrieval. After all, this place was secure, free from the worry of thieves. Within 10 minutes, the roaring bonfire had dried their clothes. Zhong Jing inquired of Yang Lin, "How do you feel?" "I feel great," she replied. They then tidied their belongings and ventured into the depths of the forest. Song Han and the others seemed to hear the sound of the airplane and hastily ascended the mountain to ignite a signal fire for rescue. Unexpectedly, the weather took a turn for the worse, and a torrential downpour extinguished the beacon in an instant. Just as they were feeling disheartened, a sudden explosion echoed nearby. "This is bad. An aircraft has encountered trouble." The sound of the explosion seemed to emanate from the coastline across the valley. The personnel at the base hurried toward the direction of the explosion. Although the sound was close, reaching the valley would require them to descend one gorge and ascend another, taking at least an hour. The dense jungle would further delay their progress. As the winds calmed, Song Han and his companions caught sight of objects floating on the sea and rushed to the shore for inspection, discovering the wreckage of an airplane. Quickly, we must initiate a rescue. After a prolonged search along the sea, the shore, and various locations, they found no signs of life or bodies. However, they had come across the pile of items that Zhong Jing and Yang Lin had gathered. To Song Han and his companions, who had become wild men, these items were treasures. There are still survivors. We must search urgently. The excitement surged among Song Han and the others. With only the wreckage visible and no bodies, it was evident that the passengers must still be alive, as they had been gathering useful items nearby. "Is anyone there? Can anyone hear us?" Song Han and Wu Bo climbed to a higher vantage point and shouted loudly, hoping that those present could hear them. However, Zhong Jing and Yang Lin did not hear, as they had already ventured far, inadvertently heading in the wrong direction. This meant that Zhong Jing and her companions were situated to the east, while Zhong Jing and Yang Lin traveled westward. It was the deep gorge that had altered their course. Zhong Jing and Luo Wei searched along the shore, hoping to find small items that might be useful, such as airplane seat cushions, tattered tarpaulins, or food supplies. Suddenly, Zhong Jing discovered a jade pendant among a pile of rocks by the shore, identical to the one she had placed in a drift bottle. It bore the inscription of Zhong Jing's name. This was the pendant Zhong Jing had inadvertently lost when he and Yang Lin ascended the shore. The cord had snapped while he was changing clothes, causing it to fall among the rocks without his notice. "This belongs to my brother." The discovery thrilled Zhong Jing immensely, prompting her to call out to Song Han, "Brother Song, come quickly." Uncertain of the commotion, Song Han rushed over. "Look, this is my brother's. He was just here. Where could he have gone?" Song Han took the pendant, and Zhong Jing ran toward the mountaintop, eager to see where her brother might be. Filled with urgency, she called out for him while shedding tears. Observing her agitation, Song Han hurried after her, joining in her cries and offering comfort until she calmed down somewhat. "That year, my brother and I bought 2 identical pendants, each engraved with our names. This one belongs to him. He must have come looking for me." Song Han was equally excited, as he and Zhong Jing were university classmates and best friends. When Zhong Jing joined the Xinguang Entertainment Company, Zhong Jing had entrusted him to look after her. Amidst their unfortunate plight on the island, many lives had been lost, but fortunately, Zhong Jing remained unharmed. Song Han also believed that Zhong Jing had come. But where was he now? In less than an hour, they had missed each other. Lin Maisie, it seems someone is calling my name. Zhong Jing suddenly halted, straining to listen. Who could be calling you? Perhaps your ears are playing tricks, Yang Lin replied. After listening intently, Zhong Jing heard nothing further. In truth, he had not heard any sound. He could not hear Zhong Jing's voice, as they were separated by an hour's distance. Regardless of how loudly Zhong Jing called, Zhong Jing would not hear her. However, he felt as if he had genuinely perceived a call from deep within his heart, perhaps a form of telepathic connection. He smiled at Yang Lin and said, "Perhaps I misheard. Let's continue on our journey." After several more hours of walking, Zhong Jing and Yang Lin found no signs of human activity. With darkness approaching, Yang Lin inquired, "Brother Jing, this island is so vast. Where shall we search?" The probability of finding Zhong Jing and the others on this island was a mere 1 in 10,000. Zhong Jing replied, "I believe it is more like 1 in 30. Why is our estimate so vastly different?" Zhong Jing chuckled before our arrival. "I mentioned that there are over 10,000 islands in the South Pacific, each with a 1 in 10,000 chance. While you argued that using the process of elimination could narrow our search." Yang Lin laughed as well. "Even narrowing the range, it cannot possibly be 1 in 30. Just consider the vastness of the South Pacific. Do you regret coming? I have always urged you not to follow, yet you insisted. Who regrets it? I want to come." "Fine, you win. Now, since we cannot return, we might as well stay here for a lifetime." Yang Lin appeared unperturbed. "Then let us remain here for eternity." Who fears whom? Zhong Jing could only concede, "I fear you." As night fell and the moon hung high, Zhong Jing and Yang Lin kindled a bonfire to prepare for camping. Chapter 72. All is difficult, they lit a bonfire. And Zhong Jing shared some provisions with Yang Lin as they sat by the fire, enjoying their first dinner on the island. Zhong Jing appeared troubled, his mind weighed down with concerns. He understood that this meal marked the beginning of their existence in the jungle, and he was uncertain when they might escape this place. Originally, he intended to come here in search of Ing to rescue his sister, but unexpectedly, he has now become the one in need of rescue, inadvertently dragging Ying down with him. It is all due to this headstrong girl who, instead of enjoying a comfortable life, chose to accompany him into this predicament, leaving them with no option to return. Moreover, the foreign pilot who brought them here is equally unfortunate, despite earning over $1 million. He will not have the chance to enjoy it. Sighing, Ing pondered whether this was all merely fate. Why the sigh? Ying appeared remarkably at ease, as if the sky could fall and someone would hold it up for her, completely oblivious to the challenges they were about to face. "It's nothing, just a bit tired after a long day." Ing quickly replied with a smile, not wanting to transfer his negative emotions to Ying, as her safety would rely entirely on him from now on. He needed to maintain an optimistic outlook so they could face the adversities ahead without fear. "Are you really that weak?" "I'm not tired at all." "Yet you are?" Ying remarked, unaware that men often bear the weight of exhaustion silently. After dinner, Ing rose to set up the tent, only to discover there was but one tent and a single sleeping bag. "Where's your tent?" he inquired. "I forgot it while parachuting," she replied. "Well, that raises a dilemma. One of us will have to endure sleeping under the stars. We certainly cannot squeeze into one sleeping bag," he mused. After erecting the tent, Ing told Ying, "It's getting late. You should get some rest." "And you?" she asked. "I'm not sleepy." Who was it that said they were tired after a long day? "How can you suddenly not feel sleepy?" she teased. "Isn't that an obvious question? Have you not noticed there's only one tent?" He retorted. Not want to hold back, replied, "Fine, I'll sleep now. You could just sit there." With that, she entered the tent, leaving Ing outside. Ing rubbed his hands together, added some firewood, retrieved a hunting rifle from his bag, and sat by the fire, indulging in solitary contemplation. After a while, Ying peeked out from the tent, asking, "Would you like to come in?" Ing glanced at her and shook his head in silence. Could he truly enter? It seemed implausible. If he did, wouldn't it be akin to a honeymoon? The night passed in silence, devoid of any events. Recently, Sing had been in a foul mood, having not smiled for several days. After returning from a seaside today, his gloom deepened. A few days ago, WNSHN and SHM had fallen into a pit, and when WB and QNK planned to descend to rescue them, Sing halted them, earning considerable discontent from the others who accused him of letting them die. Yet, everyone understood that descending would likely result in a fate similar to SHM's. They simply could not accept such a grim reality and vented their frustrations on Sing. He bore this burden in silence. Ing understood Singhn's predicament, recognizing that he would rather shoulder the blame than let his colleagues make futile sacrifices. Z9Z9. You should talk to Shn and provide him some psychological support. He will listen to you, she suggested. Later that evening, as Bx passed by Shn's door, she seemed to hear a sigh from within and returned to inform Zhong Jing. Nodding in agreement, Zhong wished to speak with Shn and proceeded to knock on his door. Zhong Jing? Shn was surprised. It had been a long time since she had sought him out alone. Upon entering, Zhong observed, "You are the only one left in this room." "Indeed, I did not expect WNSHN and SHM to." He trailed off. "They will not die," Zhong asserted, though she felt conflicted saying so, as WNSHN and SHM had fallen into a deep pit and had not yet emerged. How could she claim they would survive? "Please, have a seat," Shn invited, adding more wood to the fire to warm the already chilly atmosphere. Zhong sat down and added, "Now that it has happened, do not be too sorrowful. You know everyone here depends on you." Her statement was true, as the weather grew colder. Their food supply remained insufficient, and Shn led WB and others in search of sustenance daily, resembling a pack of hungry monkeys unsure where their next meal would come from. Discussing WNSHN and SHM felt too heavy, so Shn sought to change the subject. "The pendant we found by the seaside today, can we truly confirm it belongs to your brother?" Zhong nodded affirmatively. "Then it must mean your brother is searching for us. I know him well. He is persistent in his endeavors. It is regrettable that we missed each other today." Zhong eagerly asked, "Sng, where do you think they might be?" "They must be on this island. I believe we will be found sooner or later." Upon hearing Shn's words, Zhong's face brightened with hope, though a shadow of worry quickly returned. "The jungle has frozen. Our days ahead will be even more challenging, and I am very concerned." Shn retrieved a bundle from the corner of the room, excitement etched on his face. "I found this package in the wreckage of the plane today. It is a stroke of good fortune for us." "What is it?" Zhong inquired. Shn unveiled the contents. "Look, it's a fishing net and some fishing gear. It seems the passengers on the plane were fishing enthusiasts. Tomorrow, WB and I will head to the seaside to catch fish." This bay indeed harbored a plethora of various fish, and they had often gazed longingly at them. Unable to fish before, with a net in hand, they would surely reap a bountiful harvest. "Then I shall join you tomorrow," Zhong thought, wishing her brother were here as well. But where could he be now? Qianjin had endured considerable hardship over the past few days. His dislocated knee made movement difficult, and having lost his way, he remained stranded in the wilderness, unable to escape the valley for 2 days. Cold and hungry, he was frantic. He yearned for wings to fly back home, wondering how his wife was faring in the cave, likely in a state of distress. Although there was still food in the cave, Qianjin worried that Yring had not secured the entrance properly. If a ferocious beast were to intrude, it would endanger her life. He needed to devise a plan to return swiftly. Suddenly, Qianjin conceived a clever idea. He procured a rope, tying one end to a tree and the other to his dislocated leg. After securing it, he pulled forcefully. Chapter 73. Encounter with a pack of wolves. To his astonishment, the strategy worked. He heard a pop as his dislocated leg snapped back into place. "Ha! Qianjin exclaimed joyfully, freeing himself from the rope binding his leg, and he leaped into action. He resembled a wild horse liberated from its restraints, galloping through the valley. The sky is high, and the birds can fly. What a remarkable talent Qianjin possessed. In terms of wilderness survival skills, he was unparalleled. When it came to hunting in the jungle, he could take down a tiger single-handedly, earning the title of the island's bravest warrior. In terms of intellect, he had fortified a cave into an impregnable fortress, akin to Zhuge Liang in the Longzhou. And as for protecting his wife, he was a paragon of husbandry. Qianjin was indeed a true man. He had even given himself a nickname, or NWXing. In the biting wind, he found himself dripping with sweat. After so many days without a bath, he was rather odorous, yet the stench trailed behind him, unnoticed by his own senses. If there were beasts trailing behind, the stench emanating from him could very well suffocate them, allowing him to carry their carcasses home. Qianjun took a moment to steady his exhilarated heart, calming himself to discern his direction. On this earth, for places are notoriously difficult to navigate and prone to disorientation. The vast desert, the boundless ocean, the crossroads of life, and the primeval jungle. If a person could traverse the primitive jungle for 2 days and nights and still find their way home, they would surely be considered a deity. Though brave, Qianjun was no deity. After making a wide circle, he discovered he had returned to his original location. Cursing under his breath, he refused to succumb to this predicament. This time, He walked several meters, cutting a branch to mark his path, convinced he would not retrace his steps. This strategy proved effective. He finally emerged from the hellish gorge into a relatively flat plain. Here, he felt a flicker of recognition of the way back. Indeed, he had been here before, where he had once captured a young wild boar. The meat of wild boar was truly delectable, far surpassing the flavor of the domesticated pigs. The thought of food made Qianjun salivate. He hadn't eaten in nearly 2 days. He needed to find something to quell his hunger. But where could he find sustenance now? Without traps, wild animals were nearly impossible to catch, and in the dead of winter, wild fruits were either devoured or fallen. After much contemplation, Qianjun deduced that he might find living creatures among the rock piles, in crevices, and near cliffs. Perhaps he could unearth a scorpion or spider. Anything alive and non-venomous would suffice. He could close his eyes and consume it, for it was better than starving. The survival expert Bear Grylls from Naked and Afraid did just that, consuming scorpions, insects, and even animal feces as if they were delicacies. However, Bear was merely performing for a show, while Qianjun was genuinely famished. He arrived at a chaotic pile of stones and, without hesitation, began rummaging through it. Luck was on his side as he uncovered a scorpion, 2 plump earthworms, and managed to kill 2 small centipedes. The scorpion, having been previously consumed by Bear, could be eaten after removing its venomous tail and legs. It was said to possess medicinal properties, capable of combating bacteria and viruses. The 2 earthworms, thick and presumably rich in protein, could provide significant energy, though they were likely filled with dirt. He disregarded this and tossed them into his mouth, swallowing them hastily. Then, gripping the 2 dead centipedes, he examined them closely, his brow furrowing with nausea. He shook his head. These were not suitable for human consumption. With a flick of his wrist, he discarded the centipedes into the underbrush. Ahead loomed a massive rock, towering 2 stories high. He decided to investigate further. As he approached within a dozen meters of the great stone, he noticed movement in the grass, a creature scurrying toward the rock. Qianjun dashed forward, speculating it to be either a rabbit or a young wild boar, marveling at his good fortune. Upon closer inspection, he discovered 2 adorable wolf pups. Behind the pups was a rocky den, indicating it was a wolf's lair. The pups hesitated at the sight of Qianjun, their curiosity holding them in place, perhaps pondering whether this was a gift from the heavens. However, their cuteness made Qianjun hesitate to act. In the natural order of life, the strong prey upon the weak. He could only imagine the fate of the pups' parents as they hunted mercilessly elsewhere. He brushed aside his concerns, gripping his spear tightly and lunging forward. With precise aim, he struck one of the pups, while the other fled into the den with a yelp. The injured pup let out a heart-wrenching cry. With a forceful thrust, Qianjun killed it against a rock and prepared to find a place for a barbecue feast. However, as he triumphantly strode away, the chilling sound of wolf howls echoed through the jungle. Panic surged within him. Its parents had returned. He sprinted away, knowing he could not outrun wolves. Strangely, the 2 wolves behind him maintained their distance, seemingly toying with him. As Qianjun pondered this, the wolves continued their howling, calling for reinforcements. If surrounded by a pack, no amount of strength would save him. He discarded the pup and summoned all his strength to run, seeking a place to hide. The howls grew more frantic, filled with sorrow and fury at the sight of their slain young. A sheer cliff loomed ahead. He decided to take refuge there, as facing the wall would at least prevent the pack from encircling him. Just as he reached the base of the cliff, a dozen wolves arrived simultaneously, forming a crescent around him. Qianjun clutched his spear, bracing himself for an inevitable confrontation. He thought to himself that if they approached one by one, he could dispatch them, but if they attacked en masse, he would be doomed. The wolves hesitated, possibly deterred by the sight of Qianjun's spear. They were in search of the perfect moment to launch a lethal strike and avenge their pup. Finally, the largest of the 2 wolves that had pursued him revealed its sharp teeth and advanced menacingly. It was time for vengeance. Just a few meters away, the enraged wolf lunged at Qianjun. He readied his spear, aiming for the wolf's belly, and thrust with all his might. The spear penetrated deeply, likely piercing its heart, and the wolf howled in agony before collapsing. Had the pack chosen that moment to attack, Qianjun would have surely met his end. Yet, witnessing the death of their comrade struck fear into the hearts of the remaining wolves. Lacking human intelligence, they failed to seize the opportunity for an advantageous assault. However, the pack soon regained their composure, slowly closing in on Qianjun, having devised a new strategy for attack. The largest and most robust wolf, bearing its menacing fangs, emitted a series of low growls, signaling the pack to advance. Qianjun sensed impending doom, a chilling dread washing over him. He realized that today he might be torn apart by this pack of wolves, his body consumed piece by piece, ultimately to be excreted as wolf dung. Thus, he would vanish from this earth. A shiver ran down Qianjun's spine. Irrespective of the consequences, one must first eliminate a few adversaries. even if it means finding some companions for the inevitable demise. The wolf pack, under the command of a formidable alpha, suddenly lunged forward, mere meters away from Qianjun. In that critical moment, two colossal beings descended from the rocky precipice. A resounding howl echoed through the valley. These two enormous creatures charged at the wolves, wielding their long, powerful arms to strike left and right, creating a cacophony of chaos. The wolf pack, taken aback by this unexpected assault, quickly lost their formation and, realizing their disadvantage, scattered in panic. Qianjun was spared, and he contemplated expressing his gratitude to the valiant saviors. However, upon closer inspection, he was rendered speechless. To his astonishment, these giants were not humans, but two beings far larger than gorillas, perhaps the legendary wild men. Whether they were or not, Qianjun could not determine. He thought to himself, regardless of whether they were gorillas or wild men, they belonged to the primate order, and in a way, he was distantly related to them. "Greetings," Qianjun called out, though he was terrified within. It seemed he had barely escaped the wolf's den only to fall into the jaws of a tiger. The two giants ignored his greeting and approached to pick up the wolf that had just perished on the ground. "This wolf was slain by me. I offer it to you free of charge." Just as Qianjun sought an opportunity to slip away, one of the giants seized him effortlessly, as one would a small chick. Hey, we are kin, put me down," Qianjun protested, struggling and shouting. The wild man emitted a menacing grunt, silencing Qianjun's cries for fear of further provoking him. With a sinking heart, Qianjun thought, encountering wild men could indeed spell doom. Not far behind a large boulder lay a simple den, which likely served as the wild man's home, where two smaller wild beings were playfully tussling. The giants approached the entrance and unceremoniously tossed Qianjun to the ground. He dared not rise and flee, fearing that if he did, the wild man might pursue him and deliver a fatal blow. The two large wild men and their smaller counterparts engaged in their frolic, paying no heed to Qianjun. He mused, "Is this your way of hosting guests?" After some time, the wild men murmured among themselves in a language Qianjun could not comprehend, and then all four pairs of eyes turned toward him. He yearned to inquire, "What are you staring at?" To which the wild men seemed to retort, "What of it?" Recently, Zhong Jing and Tang Bixin had discovered a slippery substance resembling wood-ear mushrooms growing on rocks, colloquially known as Dimu, and Lei Gongshi. This edible delicacy was quite delightful. On a particularly fine day, Zhong Jing, Luo Wei, Tang Bixin, and Tian Yingying, along with a group of girls, ascended the mountain to forage for Lei Gongshi. Meanwhile, Song Han and Wu Bo ventured to the seaside to fish. The fishing net they had acquired was remarkably effective, yielding a plentiful catch of sea fish daily, ensuring their provisions for the winter were secured. Liao and Chun Bo, at odds with Luo Wei and Tang Bixin, opted to gather firewood on the mountain for warmth, contributing in their own manner. Upon reaching the mountain, Zhong Jing and Luo Wei separated to search for Lei Gongshi. As Zhong Jing wandered alone, she unknowingly strayed from the group. Upon reaching a high vantage point, the winter sun shone warmly upon her, instilling a sense of comfort. Zhong Jing stood there gazing into the distance, feeling invigorated by the warmth of the sun and the beauty of nature. Suddenly, she noticed a wisp of smoke rising in the far distance. There must be someone there. Who could they be? Perhaps it's my brother and the others? The thought stirred her emotions, filling her with excitement. "Luo Wei, Bitin, come quickly." After calling out numerous times without receiving a response from Luo Wei and Tang Bixin, Zhong Jing decided to return in search of them. Yet upon second thought, the smoke appeared close enough to investigate who was there. Surely, it would be wonderful if it were her brother. Zhong Jing's innocent curiosity propelled her to leap down from her perch and trot toward the source of the smoke. As fate would have it, she was correct in her assumption. The smoke emanated from Zhong Zhixiang and Yang Lin, who had cooked something to eat before continuing deeper into the woods. Unbeknownst to them, the very individuals they sought were now racing toward them, while they themselves had already moved on. Zhong Jing, not accustomed to venturing out alone and lacking a sense of direction, found herself lost in the forest after running for what felt like an eternity. When she finally realized her predicament, panic set in. "Luo Wei, where are you? I'm lost. Brother, I'm here, where are you?" Yet, only the echoes of her own voice answered her. Despair washed over Zhong Jing, and she felt an overwhelming fear. Lacking any survival skills in the wilderness, she inadvertently ventured further from their base, slowly disappearing into the forest. As dusk approached, Luo Wei and Tang Bixin gathered to return, only to discover Zhong Jing was missing. "Have you seen Zhong Jing?" "No, perhaps she has gone back," they reasoned, considering they were not far from their encampment, and it seemed plausible she had indeed returned. Without further thought, they made their way back. Upon their return, Song Han noticed the absence of Zhong Jing and urgently inquired, "Where is Zhong Jing?" "What? She hasn't returned?" Luo Wei and Tang Bixin were taken aback, and the color drained from Song Han's face. Wu Bo, Qin Kai, Chun Bo, Jin Jixuan, Yang Luqing. All the men gather immediately. Song Han commanded frantically. The group hastily assembled, asking what has happened. Zhong Jing is missing in the valley. We must light our torches and search for her. We must bring her back, or none of you shall return. The urgency was palpable, and everyone lit their torches, embarking on a search party with determined resolve. Should we accompany you? Luo Wei and Tang Bixin called after them. What do you think you're doing? Stay put and don't move, or do you want me to come find you? Song Han shouted back. Luo Wei and Tang Bixin were distraught, tears streaming down their faces. Liao observed the frantic group of men and muttered, for one Zhong Jing. They're in such a tizzy. If I were lost, would anyone care? Chapter 75. The Path of No Return. Liao's thoughts were not unfounded. If she were to go missing, perhaps only Chen Bo and Tian Yingying would be concerned. The others might not feel the same urgency. This highlights the disparity among individuals. She and Song Han were not colleagues, and she often found herself at odds with others. Though Song Han and Wu Bo did not openly express their opinions about Liao, they likely harbored some discontent. Zhong Jing and Liao were starkly different, both in temperament and interpersonal relations. As Zhong Jing ran deeper into the forest, the darkness intensified, and when she sensed something was amiss, she realized she was truly lost. It felt as though she were ensnared within a vast labyrinth, unable to find her way out. The loneliness and helplessness enveloped her with a profound sense of dread. Even the smallest tree, brushing against her, sent her recoiling in fear, as if the very flora around her were demonic tendrils, taunting her soul with sinister laughter. Zhong Jing was on the brink of a mental breakdown. She screamed hysterically for a while, but Song Han and her brother did not hear her. She realized that her struggles were futile at this point. Zhong Jing suddenly fell silent. The sun had set, and an oppressive darkness enveloped the forest. The biting cold wind seemed to mercilessly ravage her frail body. She felt an unprecedented chill and fear penetrating every pore of her being. Her legs weakened, her vision blurred, and she collapsed into unconsciousness. Zhong Jixiang had been on this island for 2 days. During this time, he and Yang Lin had been wandering through the jungle without discovering any signs of human activity. This led Zhong Jixiang to suspect that Zhong Jing and the others were not even on this island. He wished to leave as soon as possible, but the plane sent to rescue them had already plunged into the sea, and neither the Australian authorities nor Yang knew their whereabouts. He and Yang Lin were trapped on this island. The food they had brought with them would last only a week, and after that, survival would depend solely on their own resourcefulness. Zhong Jixiang began to devise plans for a prolonged stay and strategies for living on the island. As winter approached, their daily travels would inevitably lead to starvation along the way. One day, Zhong Jixiang and Yang Lin arrived at the foot of a mountain, where they found a sheltered spot with massive stones rising from the ground like natural pillars. The gaps between the stones formed a perfect place to create a windbreak. Zhong Jixiang decided to temporarily settle here. Armed with a machete, he began to chop wood, as he had come prepared with ample survival tools. Soon, a simple yet warm shelter was constructed. He collected more wood to fashion 2 beds inside, although the planks were somewhat rough, and the frames of wood and dry grass were a bit prickly. A small fire was lit beneath the beds to keep them warm, but he had to carefully monitor the flames to prevent them from becoming too intense. He offered one sleeping bag to Yang Lin, who felt embarrassed and often asked in the evenings, "Brother Jixiang, are you not cold without a quilt? Why don't you come over?" Zhong Jixiang found her words peculiar, unsure of her intentions. However, he chose not to dwell on such thoughts. He was there to find his sister, not to indulge in distractions. Yang Lin was Yang Yi's sister, so in a sense, she was also akin to his own sister. Yet, Yang Lin did not seem to share this sentiment, while Zhong Jixiang firmly believed it. Yang Yi had been immensely generous to Zhong Jixiang, regardless of the expenses incurred, even stating that half of the Yang family's estate belonged to him. Such a bond of brotherhood was rare. Zhong Jixiang had no inappropriate thoughts regarding Yang Lin. He was a man, not a beast. His current mission was to find Zhong Jing and protect Yang Lin. In the biting cold of winter, fire was of utmost importance. Although the outside air was frigid, their shelter remained warm. As Zhong Jixiang drifted into slumber, he dreamt he saw Zhong Jing lost in the forest, helpless and alone. She shivered in the cold wind, her eyes filled with sorrow and fear. "Brother, where are you?" Zhong Jixiang awoke suddenly, drenched in sweat. "Brother Jixiang, what's wrong?" Yang Lin inquired. "I saw my sister. She was calling for me in the cold wind." Yang Lin comforted him. "If she can survive, there must be other survivors who will help her. Do not worry too much." Yes, Zhong Jixiang hoped this was true. In her unconscious state, Zhong Jing felt as though she had fallen into an endless abyss, cold beyond measure. Despair threatened to consume her as she envisioned Song Han and her brother Zhong Jixiang approaching, urging her to hold on. The cold wind jolted her awake, and upon opening her eyes, she found herself enveloped in darkness. She longed to cry out, to scream in hysteria, but reason told her such actions would be futile. No one could help her now. She had to save herself. Death was the worst that could happen. What was there to fear in darkness or in cold? Come, death. I await you here. In desperate circumstances, one must possess unwavering faith, believing in the ability to overcome all challenges. Zhong Jing crouched on the ground and felt a thick layer of dry grass and fallen leaves beneath her. She gathered the dry grass and yellow leaves, forming a small mound, and burrowed inside, concealing herself. Perhaps fate had intervened. Zhong Jing endured an unbearably cold winter night and welcomed the dawn of a new day. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a prism of colors, seemingly bestowing upon her a message of hope. She emerged from her makeshift shelter, running without a clear direction, yet propelled by faith and hope. The group searched around their camp throughout the night, but found no trace of Zhong Jing. They dared not venture too far. As dawn broke, they returned to their base. However, Song Han did not return. He had sworn that he would die in the forest if he did not find Zhong Jing. He retraced the route they had taken to collect Lei Gong's feces. Searching diligently, he examined every stone, checking for any signs that the feces had been disturbed. He scrutinized the surroundings for broken twigs and flattened grass. He discovered a gorge to the east, beyond which lay a vast plain. Song Han speculated that Zhong Jing might have crossed the gorge. When she realized she was lost, fear likely prevented her from entering the gorge, causing her to continue eastward. Zhong Jing was timid. She must have chosen paths with clear visibility. With this thought, Song Han crossed the gorge and continued his search to the east. At times, human intuition proves to be a valuable asset, guiding one toward the correct direction. Of course, it can lead to misjudgments as well. However, luck was on Song Han's side. He correctly deduced the situation and discovered a pile of leaves and dry grass, indicating that Zhong Jing had taken shelter there the previous night. This discovery filled him with exhilaration. Zhong Jing had indeed made a grave mistake. When she realized she was lost, she should have stopped to discern her original direction, recalling the landmarks she had passed and retracing her steps. If she found herself unsure, she should have sought a nearby sheltered spot to wait for rescue. Upon realizing her disorientation, she would not have strayed far and would likely still be within the range of searchers. Lacking any wilderness experience, Zhong Jing flitted about like a headless fly, straying further from Song Han and Wu Bo's search area. Song Han found the spot where Zhong Jing had spent the night, but only encountered a pile of leaves and grass, with no sign of her presence. In truth, that very pile of foliage could have shielded her from the cold until their arrival. Yet with the dawn, Zhong Jing had fled once more. To which direction she had gone, Song Han could not ascertain, and so he continued forward, relying on his judgment and observations. Zhong Jing basked in the sun on a rock for the entire morning, not far from the pile of leaves she had used to fend off the cold wind the previous night. Song Han discovered the place where she had stayed the previous night in the morning, with a distance of merely over 100 meters separating them. However, neither Song Han nor Zhong Jing noticed each other. The dense foliage of the forest obscured their line of sight. Beyond several meters, visibility diminished significantly, and only sounds could bridge the gap between them. Yet, by a twist of fate, Zhong Jing, true to her name, sat quietly like a clock, basking in the warmth of the sun. Song Han, making the same mistake, called out several times in the area where Zhong Jing had been, believing she would surely hear him. He continued along the flatter terrain, reasoning that Zhong Jing would not venture into the canyon areas. He thought as long as he maintained the right direction, he would eventually catch up to her. Thus, Song Han and Zhong Jing had unwittingly exchanged positions, with Song Han now ahead of Zhong Jing. After basking in the sun for a considerable time, Zhong Jing felt hunger gnawing at her, and in her anxious state, she jumped down from the rocks and pressed on. She hoped to return to their base, unaware that her path was leading her in the opposite direction. Little did she realize that she was trailing behind Song Han, yet unable to catch up with him. Sensing that Zhong Jing was just ahead, Song Han quickened his pace, even breaking into a light jog to pursue her, oblivious to the fact that Zhong Jing was actually behind him. The distance between them gradually expanded. In a low-lying valley, several rudimentary wooden houses stood, sheltering Zhang Chong and a dozen others. They had been searching for Song Han's group for 2 to 3 months without any trace of their whereabouts, leading Zhang Chong to despair and resolve to cease the search. They needed to fend for themselves. With winter having arrived, the forest roared with fierce winds, and aimlessly searching day after day was tantamount to courting death. Zhang Chong and his companions found a low area shielded by mountains from the biting winter winds, making it relatively warmer than other places. They constructed simple wooden houses, encircled by branches and topped with weeds. Though rudimentary, these shelters were quite suitable for winter. With these houses, Zhang Chong and his group no longer feared freezing to death, but they faced another pressing issue: food. While they might survive the cold, starvation loomed ominously. In comparison, their food supply was significantly scarcer than that of Song Han's group. Song Han's team had recently discovered a fishing net, allowing them to catch fish daily. On this uninhabited island, the fish resources were abundant. The fish, untouched by human hands, seemed particularly naive, yielding substantial catches for Song Han and his companions. In contrast, Zhong Jing's location was not by the sea, and they lacked fishing tools. Thus, their food sources were entirely dependent on what the island could provide. With wild fruits and vegetables depleted, they resorted to digging for edible roots, vines, and bark. Zhong Jing's group also set numerous traps in the mountains. Yet after several days, they had caught nothing. Perhaps their luck was simply not as favorable as that of Song Han's group. Captain Zhong, we must devise a plan quickly. If we cannot find food now, won't we starve in the bitter cold? Zhong Jing felt helpless. If he had a solution, he would have implemented it long ago. They lacked tools for hunting. It was impractical for each person to chase beasts with mere stones. Moreover, humans could not outrun wild animals. Despite setting dozens of traps, they had yet to catch a single beast. Just days prior, one of their own had triggered a trap and hung there, howling for half the day. It was implausible that an uninhabited island harbored no animals. The island was home to many creatures. Sometimes, upon opening their door, they could see wild animals frolicking nearby. The reason they could only watch as the beasts roamed the forest was that they lacked an understanding of each animal's habits. Indeed, wild animals do not wander aimlessly. They follow specific routes. Thus, the traps set by Zhong Jing's group were mispositioned. After several fruitless days of watching animals pass by without triggering the traps, Zhong Jing felt increasingly anxious. If they failed to catch any wild animals soon, they would indeed starve. What can I do? I'm anxious too. But where can I find food? Captain Zhong, you mentioned there are plenty of wild animals in the mountains. Why haven't any entered our traps? Zhong Jing was puzzled. Indeed, our traps were set along their paths. Why do they avoid them after we set them? Do they possess the same intelligence as humans? Unbeknownst to Zhong Jing, animals in the forest possess superior senses of smell and hearing compared to humans. They instinctively avoid areas frequented by humans, which is not a reaction to the traps themselves. After much contemplation, Zhong Jing suddenly realized they must have set the traps in the wrong locations. They needed to find the paths that the animals frequented and set their traps accordingly. Fortune favored the diligent. On the second day, after relocating their traps, Zhong Jing's group finally caught 2 animals. However, none of the dozen or so members recognized what they were. Recognition was irrelevant. What mattered was that they could eat. These 2 beasts would provide sustenance for several days, but what then? They would need to hunt again and set more traps. Yet would their luck hold? It seemed that Zhong Jing's group had never been particularly fortunate. Chapter 77. The girl named An. A year prior, a plane crash-landed on this island. Upon landing, due to the disintegration of the aircraft, 2/3 of the passengers perished in the friction between the plane and the ground. Ultimately, only 1/3 of the original passengers survived. Due to differing opinions, Song Han took his colleagues and some survivors, totaling over 20 individuals, while Zhong Jing remained with around 40 others. Neither group awaited external rescue and had survived on the deserted island through self-reliance. This past year had been the most arduous of their lives. Many had perished in Zhong Jing's group over time. The elderly, the weak, and the ill could not withstand the harsh conditions of the island, coupled with hunger and cold, leading many to succumb to death's embrace. From an initial 40, only a handful remain alive now. As captain, Zhong Jing bore the weight of failure. Conversely, Song Han's group, which had initially numbered 27 or 28, had lost only 2 members and 3 were missing. Among them, Feng Yao was killed, 1 succumbed to illness, and 3, Lung Wenshan, Shamo, and Shirley, were unaccounted for. Compared to Zhong Jing's group, Song Han's group demonstrated significantly better survival skills. Zhong Jing's group experienced deaths almost monthly, averaging 2 to 3. It could be said that they held 2 to 3 funerals each month, which was undoubtedly exhausting. If this continued, it would be a miracle if anyone remained alive. Changgu, you must muster your spirits. The situation we face today is not solely of your making. An is one of the few girls on Zhong Jing's side, alongside Wu Li and Zhang Zhaodi. An is an artist who originally intended to journey to Australia to capture the essence of kangaroos in her paintings. Now, having failed to depict the kangaroos, she finds herself in dire straits, resembling a wild person. Do not call me Changgu. I have asked you countless times, as if I were a gang leader. Recently, Zhong Jing has been troubled, overwhelmed by the issue of food scarcity. One day, while sitting on a rock in a state of melancholy, An approached him, hoping to offer comfort, but was met with Zhong Jing's unwelcoming demeanor. An chose not to take offense. She seemed to understand the turmoil within him, recognizing his suffering. Then I shall refer to you as Xiao Zhang from now on. Are you older or am I? There is no distinction here. An was puzzled. If calling him Gu is unacceptable, then what should she use? The answer is, of course, you are older, hence the term Gu. Zhong Jing shot her a glare and fell silent. An continued. We are in dire need of food, and I have recently conceived an idea that may be worth trying. Upon hearing this, Zhong Chang's interest was piqued. Speak swiftly of this method, regardless of its feasibility. We must attempt it. An explained that she had read in a book that lime could stun fish, and suggested that they stand in the sea at night with torches, brandishing fish spears. When the fish are drawn to the light, they could strike with precision. Is that truly possible? But here, how could we procure lime? It is not feasible to simply dig a lime kiln. An, noticing Zhong Chang's intrigue, became animated, explaining that burning coral and shells by the seaside would yield lime. Zhong Chang, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Why did you not mention this sooner? Where did you acquire such knowledge?" An replied that it was merely the result of her habitual reading. It had slipped her mind, especially since you rarely indulge in books. Overjoyed, Zhong Chang jumped up, wishing to embrace An. However, considering An's gender, he hesitated, fearing it might be misconstrued. He ran out, calling for everyone to gather. The men were to venture into the sea for coral, while the women collected shells along the shore. By day's end, the men had gathered a considerable amount of dead coral, and several girls had collected a large quantity of seashells. With an abundance of firewood available in the forest, a great fire was soon ablaze on the beach. Once the fire had died down, they retrieved the charred shells and coral, grinding them into powder to create lime. Zhong Chang's group was situated near a coastal promontory, rich with fish, leaving their success to chance. He fashioned mats from long grass to wrap the lime, transporting it to the fish-rich waters. This method proved effective. Soon, numerous fish were seen floating on the surface, large and small, a dazzling sight. Zhong Chang and the others were elated, disregarding the frigid waters of winter as they leapt into the sea to catch the fish. Gazing at the pile of fish they had caught, Zhong Chang joyfully shouted, "We have struck it rich." This bounty would sustain them for quite some time. That evening, Zhong Chang hosted a celebratory bonfire. An was commended for her contribution for the first time, and her joy was palpable as she stood there, smiling. It was through the collective efforts of all that they reaped such rewards, not solely my achievement. The others laughed heartily, remarking that An was indeed exceptional, speaking with the authority of a general. That night marked the happiest day for Zhong Chang's team in a year. This month, no one perished among them. With misfortune having departed, it seemed fortune had arrived in its wake. Zhong Chang's group continued to use the lime method to catch numerous fish, salting them to dry in the corners of their homes, or smoking them over a fire. This strategy proved effective, promising sustenance for an entire year. The new year was approaching. It appeared they would not face hardship, perhaps even faring better than many others. They had an abundance of fish. Did others share the same fortune? Food remains the foremost concern of the common folk. Having resolved their sustenance issues, they could now contemplate improving their quality of life. Among Zhong Chang's group was a man named Zhang Shulin, a ceramic artisan. He proposed to Zhong Chang the construction of a kiln, suggesting they gather clay and water from the mountains to create earthen pots, bowls, and basins for firing in the kiln. Zhong Chang considered this a splendid idea, as their food situation was already secured for winter, allowing them to focus on other pursuits. Once the kiln was erected, Zhang Shulin placed the pots and bowls inside for firing. In a matter of days, they had crafted ceramic bowls and basins, though the quality was modest. They served well for daily use, not intended for sale. With these ceramic vessels, they could heat water for bathing, allowing for warm baths even in the biting cold of winter. Their living conditions had significantly improved, surpassing those of Song Han's group, who were indeed faring worse. They still had missing members, such as Lung Wenshan, whose fate in the desert remained uncertain. Song Han had been searching for Zhong Jing for 2 days without return. Meanwhile, Qian Jun's wife, Yu Rong, heavily pregnant, awaited his return in their cave, anxiously counting the days. Her worry heightened, causing her significant distress. That night, as Yu Rong endured unbearable pain, her waters broke. In the days without Yu Rong knew labor was imminent. With her husband, Qian Jun, absent and no nurse or midwife in sight, she realized she had no choice but to deliver the child herself. Reflecting on the primitive beings like cavemen and gorillas, she understood they managed without assistance. Urgently, she stoked the fire that had burned relentlessly for months, adding more fuel. Then she climbed onto the stone bed, lying atop a tiger skin. With all her might, she bore down, the pain akin to having her flesh torn from her body. Yet she remained silent, aware that no one could hear her cries in this desolate place. The agony of her screams was meaningless. She could only grit her teeth. With a final cry, a new life entered the world. Why do humans cry upon birth, their eyes still closed, while other animals remain silent? Perhaps it is because humanity is destined to endure much suffering and hardship. Finally, after great struggle, Yu Rong sat up, disregarding her pain. Wrapping her newborn in the tiger skin, she retrieved a sharp knife from her pillow, heating it over the fire. Steeling herself, she cut the umbilical cord. By divine fortune, She experienced no severe bleeding during labor, a stroke of luck indeed. Meanwhile, Qianjun faced an attack from a pack of wolves, saved by two wild people, only to be captured and taken back to the cave. The two wild individuals had children, and the four of them whispered among themselves as they regarded Qianjun. Qianjun thought, this is the end. They must be deliberating on how to deal with him. Would they skin him or eviscerate him? Would he be consumed raw or roasted? Qianjun, weighing over 100 pounds, was sufficient sustenance for these two little wildlings for several days. After observing Qianjun for a while, one of the larger wild men tied one end of rope to a tree and the other end around Qianjun's waist. Confused, Qianjun wondered what was happening. Were they going to tie him up, take him for a stroll, and then kill him? As he pondered this, he noticed that the wild man merely pointed at the little wildlings and then at him, mimicking playful gestures. It dawned on Qianjun that the wild man's intention was for him to care for their offspring. He thought to himself, how absurd. They must think of me as their hired nanny. Realizing the wild man's purpose, Qianjun felt relieved. They had no intention of harming him, indicating a familial regard towards him. He contemplated expressing his gratitude for being spared, but soon dismissed the idea, knowing they could not comprehend his words. After some time, the two larger wild men hesitated, glancing between Qianjun and their children before departing. Qianjun nearly burst with laughter. He wished to tell the two larger wild men, brothers, do you not fear that I might escape? Tying one end of the rope to a tree and the other to my waist. Do you think I'm a cow or sheep? I, like you, possess hands to untie myself. Amused, Qianjun reflected on the disparity between humans and apes. Humanity had progressed to great heights while wild men still resided in caves. They possessed the same brains, yet theirs lacked a crucial connection. This was the difference. Once the wild men were gone, Qianjun quickly unfastened the rope from his waist. If he did not leave now, when would he? He took down the dead wolf hanging from a tree branch, intending to carry it away. After walking a few steps, he noticed the two little wildlings had followed him, chattering in their peculiar manner. Little brothers, please do not see me off. Farewell. Qianjun did not wish to harm the two little wildlings, as the larger wild men had not harmed him. He continued forward, but the little wildlings trailed behind. He paused, thinking these two little wildlings were quite bothersome. If they continued to follow, they might get lost. He turned to look at them, and they remained there, chattering as if to say, our parents told us to follow you. Goodness, they truly have latched onto me. Qianjun recalled that his life had been saved by the two larger wild men, who had shown him kindness. It seemed they regarded him with goodwill, devoid of malice. One must not forsake kindness. Losing their children would be his wrongdoing. Very well. I shall wait until the two larger wild men return. Qianjun turned back, hanging the dead wolf in its original place. Not wanting the wild men to think he intended to escape while stealing something, he truly began to frolic with the two little wildlings, and they played joyously. As night fell, the two larger wild men returned. Upon seeing that Qianjun had freed himself from the rope and had not fled, but instead enjoyed playful antics with the little ones, they felt immense joy and began dancing with delight. That evening, Qianjun shared a meal with the wild family, creating an unforgettable night in their company. As dawn broke, painted with hues of crimson, Qianjun knew he must depart. He could not remain as a nanny for the wild men, for he had a wife at home awaiting childbirth. Unbeknownst to him, his wife had already given birth to a son. According to her, due to indulging in tiger meat during her pregnancy, their son had grown robust and resembled Qianjun remarkably. Qianjun wished to communicate with the larger wild men, but was at a loss for how to convey his message. He gestured towards himself, pointed into the distance, and mimicked leaving. The larger wild men understood. They stared intently at Qianjun for a full 5 minutes, making him anxious. However, he noticed no malice in their eyes, only kindness, which reassured him. The wild men scratched their bodies and heads, appearing troubled, as if they were reluctant to see Qianjun depart. Once more, Qianjun gestured, pointing at the little wildlings, then at himself, bending down to simulate a pat on a child's head. The larger wild men grasped his message. He was telling them he also had a child and needed to return. At last, one of the larger wild men waved at Qianjun, signaling him to go. Elated, Qianjun approached the two little wildlings, gently touching them before striding away. Suddenly, he heard the wild men calling out behind him. Turning around, he saw the wild family approaching, one of them holding the dead wolf in hand. As they reached Qianjun, they offered him the dead wolf. In that moment, tears streamed down Qianjun's face. Thanks to his earlier diligence, the cave was well supplied with food. After giving birth, his wife had ample nourishment in the cave. The stored meat provided sufficient sustenance for Yurong to recover her strength after childbirth. Their child was fortunate enough to have milk to consume. Though Yurong felt weak post-delivery, she managed to handle light tasks on her own. The newborn had no clothes, so Yurong resorted to cutting a piece of tiger skin to wrap around the child, ensuring that a fire was kept burning brightly in the cave to stave off the winter chill. In the past 2 days, The firewood in the cave had nearly run out, prompting Yurong to plan a venture outside to gather some dry wood while the baby slept. In the absence of Qianjun, she relied solely on herself. Chapter 79. Sunlight, sandy shores, and waves. Yurong opened the cave door and stepped outside, having not ventured out for 2 days after giving birth. Qianjun had advised her to remain inside whenever she was alone, cautioning against the potential dangers posed by ferocious beasts. With food and firewood available, Qianjun had dug a small reservoir beneath a trickle of water seeping from the cave wall, ensuring there was enough water for their needs. As long as Qianjun was present, Yurong could comfortably remain in the cave for an entire year without stepping outside. However, without Qianjun, she would have to gather wood herself. Upon exiting the cave, Yurong felt invigorated. The air outside was far fresher than within the cave. Once the sun rose, she planned to bring the baby outside for some sunlight. Gazing into the vast jungle, her heart ached with concern for Qianjun. She was exceedingly worried. Qianjun had been gone for 3 or 4 days. Could something have happened to him? Surely not. Yurong could not believe that anything could befall such a brave and intelligent man. Such a person could not easily come to harm. Unlike others, Yurong, the more she worried, the less she would allow her thoughts to drift towards the negative. She even jested with herself, saying, "Qianjun, have you gone off to play with another woman, forgetting your wife and child? If you dare, do not return. I shall deal with you upon your return." How she longed for Qianjun's figure to suddenly appear in her sight. Surely he had lost his way in the forest. Yurong continued her self-dialogue. "If you have lost your way, cannot you see the great mountain across from you? How did I once teach you? Use that mountain as a reference point. Our current location is to the north of that mountain. First, find that mountain. Such a tall peak, you cannot miss it. Ascend to a higher vantage point to observe the forest, where the foliage is lush, that is south, where it is sparse, that is north. You can also observe the old tree trunks. The side with moss is north, while the side without is south. The same applies to boulders. The side with moss indicates north. Are you truly foolish?" Lost in her thoughts, was suddenly stirred by the cries of a child emanating from a cave. She hurriedly grasped a bundle of firewood and rushed back to soothe the infant. Meanwhile, bid farewell to the wild family and journeyed for a considerable distance, only to be halted by the imposing presence of a great mountain ahead. It struck him that this mountain was the very one visible from his home. Excitement surged within him as he pondered his current whereabouts. Suddenly, he recalled his wife's teachings. In a secluded rock cave, a solitary figure huddled. This individual was disheveled and emaciated, resembling a mere shadow of his former self. He was, since succumbing to mental illness, had sleepwalked one night and unwittingly killed, subsequently spiraling into madness and plotting to murder. However, being more astute, managed to elude his deadly intentions. In a moment of desperation, had cruelly pushed off a cliff, and when in search of the base of the cliff, they found no trace of him. Assuming the height of the fall would surely have claimed his life, they abandoned their search. In truth, when had cast down, he had not perished, but rather become ensnared by the branches and vines of the cliff. Though his life was spared, he had lost consciousness from the fall. Upon regaining awareness, discovered that his limbs were unbroken. He awakened from his somnambulism, recalling the night of his psychotic episode when he intended to kill. At the edge of the cliff, he had been unexpectedly thrust downward by her. His malice knew no bounds. Cautiously, descended the cliff using the vines, initially contemplating a return. However, he soon realized that his presence was unwelcome, posing a significant threat to those around him. Resolute in his decision, he bit his lip and chose to depart alone. Wandering aimlessly, he was beset by hunger and cold, his plight pitiful. Lacking sustenance, he resorted to consuming leaves, tree bark, and grass, akin to the mountain's cattle and sheep, even resorting to ingesting soil. The inedible nature of his foraged meals left him unable to relieve himself, leading him to painfully extract undigested weeds from his body, causing him to bleed profusely. Occasionally, he unearthed a few earthworms and insects, consuming anything that resembled meat. Thus, became a veritable wild man, yet he fared worse than the true savages. His survival skills woefully inadequate, rapidly reducing him to a gaunt figure. He eventually discovered a cave that offered some shelter from the wind and resolved to linger there, awaiting the end of his days. Uncertain of when he might close his eyes and depart this world, he contemplated suicide by smashing his head against a rock or leaping into the sea, but ultimately lacked the courage. He resigned himself to merely existing, living day by day. His eyes, sunken deep into their sockets, betrayed his hunger, often leaving him dizzy from starvation. On one occasion, after a bowel movement, he gazed at the steaming excrement and was seized by the morbid thought of consuming his own waste. In such a state, he mused that death would be preferable to his current existence. A night of despair turned his hair white, tangled and wild, fluttering in the cold wind. Thus, became the most wretched soul on the island. Recently, found himself in a state of cheer, as these days had been among the most tranquil for his group. No one had fallen ill, nor had anyone perished from starvation. This prosperity could be attributed to whose ingenious ideas had liberated them from the clutches of hunger. Early that day, eagerly sought out at her dwelling. As she was engaged in her morning routine, upon seeing his exuberant entrance, her face lit up with joy. "What delightful news has you so elated?" she inquired. "The weather is splendid. Let us venture out to fish," proposed. "But I am an artist, not a fisherman," replied with a smile. "No matter. I shall fish while you paint," basking in the sun and gazing at the sea, laughed. Chuckled in return. "You are too kind. Do you truly think so highly of me?" Her laughter was genuine, not a jest, for she had noticed recent cheerful demeanor. Previously, he had appeared rugged and disheveled, resembling a man in his 40s, but today, after a clean shave, he looked youthful and handsome. Unable to resist, stole a few more glances at him. "Was I truly so unkind before?" she mused. "No, you have always been admirable. Your former appearance was intimidating, instilling a sense of fear in me. And what now?" She pondered, to which he replied, "Now, I find myself suddenly unafraid. At the seaside, under the sun with the sand, waves and coral reefs, and strolled side by side, both wearing smiles, clearly enjoying their conversation. As the fog of despair lifted, everything seemed to transform into beauty. If one day we both return alive, will you still pursue your career as a flight attendant?" Asked. "I possess little skill, so I can only continue in that line of work. Unlike you, a talented woman, who excels at everything," he replied. Laughed. "You flatter me. In truth, I am but an artist, capable of little else. I had planned to travel to Australia to paint kangaroos, but alas, that endeavor fell through. Fear not, for I shall accompany you next time. Is that a promise?" A man's word is his bond. His eyes sparkled with hope and anticipation. Chapter 80. Jealousy. It is indeed a challenge for any group to unite as one, and thus. Harmony is often elusive. Each member carries their own interests, and when the specter of survival looms, interpersonal conflicts remain hidden. However, once life becomes somewhat comfortable, various tensions and even conflicts inevitably arise. This was true for and his group. Although merely a handful remained, the underlying conflicts were far from trivial. These individuals hailed from diverse backgrounds, originally strangers who had departed the plane with little thought of each other. The crash had thrust them together, like grasshoppers on the same vine, intertwining their fates. Among them were the selfish and the petty, as well as those consumed by jealousy and rivalry. A veritable tapestry of human nature. In a natural world, survival of the fittest prevails. Those who endure the harshest conditions are often the most capable individuals. Amongst group, there were 11 men and 5 women, most under the age of 30. Of the 11 men, 3 were married, leaving 8 bachelors including. The 5 women included 2 who were married, while 3 remained unattached. This dynamic naturally birthed conflict, and were once fashionable young women, each possessing remarkable beauty. Though their garments were now tattered from their time stranded, their youthful vitality and modern elegance shone through. Each possessed an enviable physique, and their clothing, now ragged, left little to the imagination, inadvertently drawing covetous gazes. In a time when starvation had once driven them to contemplate even the most desperate actions, the newfound availability of fish had altered their circumstances, and the once starving individuals were now well fed. As their appearances improved, so too did the intensity of the gazes directed toward them, akin to mosquitoes drawn to blood. The surge of hormones blurred rational thought, leading to a cacophony of desires and emotions. Zhong Jing and An were at the seaside attempting to catch fish using lime. Suddenly, Zhang Shulin rushed over, shouting. From the tone of his voice, it was evident that something serious was amiss. Zhang Jing, who dreaded any trouble, immediately paused his task. "What happened?" he inquired hastily. "It's bad news. Li Jian and Zhao Ming have gotten into a fight." "How did that happen?" Zhang Chang asked, astonished. "I heard it was over Wu Wenli." "What?" Zhang Chang could hardly believe his ears. "Why are they fighting over Wu Wenli?" Zhang Shulin reached Zhang Chang and exhaled deeply, explaining. "Both of them claim that Wu Wenli is their girlfriend, and they are brawling over her." "What on earth?" Zhang Chang dropped his tools, and alongside Zhang Shulin, hurried back. Li Jian and Zhao Ming were engaged in a fierce fight, seemingly evenly matched, having exchanged blows for over 300 rounds. Both bore injuries and recovered in blood. "Enough of this," Zhang Chang bellowed, his voice resonating with authority, reminiscent of a fierce warrior, instantly halting the combatants. "Is there no outlet for your pent-up energy? I hear this is all for someone else's affection. Is it an excess of testosterone? Go vent your frustrations on a mountain gorilla instead. Do you have no shame?" Upon hearing this, Wu Wenli blushed, realizing that Zhang Chang's remarks were directed at her, and she felt displeased. "This has nothing to do with me. They are merely being overly sentimental, so do not involve me." Zhang Chang recognized that his words had inadvertently embarrassed Wu Wenli, So he turned to Zhang Shulin and said, "Take these two heroes to the seaside to cool off, then let them wash up and rest." Both Li Jian and Zhao Ming, panting and eager for someone to intervene, complied and followed Zhang Shulin obediently. At this moment, An also approached, pulling Zhang Chang aside and whispering, "Why didn't you show them some respect? You could have scolded the fighters without dragging Wu Wenli into it." After speaking, An led Zhang Chang back toward the sea, playfully patting his back as they walked. This scene did not go unnoticed by a certain individual named Lin Hao, who observed with jealousy. Prior to arriving on the island, he had worked as an engineer for a decoration company. He knew An from their shared time at an art academy, where he was 2 years her senior, making them alumni. After their misfortune on the island, Lin Hao had developed a secret infatuation for An, but his struggles for survival left him too exhausted to confess his feelings. Recently, as life improved slightly, he felt emboldened. Unbeknownst to them, none could predict how long they would remain on this island. With no other humans in sight, and only a handful of women, if he did not act swiftly, he risked remaining single for the rest of his life. When Lin Hao resolved to pursue An, he realized he might have already missed his chance, as Zhang Chang had already made his move. Zhang Chang, tall and handsome, had the advantage of strength, making him a formidable opponent for Lin Hao. He had no desire to challenge Zhang Chang, as Li Jian and Zhao Ming had done. Engaging Zhang Chang would indeed be courting disaster. However, Lin Hao's jealousy was intense. He could not bear to watch Zhang Chang take on from him. "On," Lin Hao called out as she turned to him, asking, "Lin Hao, what is it?" He replied, "Just a little something." An sensed Lin Hao's interest, but had never focused on him. "Go check on Li Jian and the others. Tell them to stop fighting. I will talk with Lin Hao." Zhang Chang nodded, though internally he mused about the appeal of watching Li Jian and the others. What interest did Lin Hao have in An? Though Zhang Chang was intrigued by An, he also felt protective. After all, who wouldn't he be drawn to a beautiful woman? Yet love is inherently selfish. He was determined to discover Lin Hao's intentions. If Lin Hao sought to woo An, he would need to consult Zhang Chang first. Zhang Chang hesitated, not immediately departing. An took a few steps back, sensing something was amiss, and turned to Zhang Chang. She halted, standing there and addressing Lin Hao. "If you have something to say, let us discuss it here." An was perceptive and aware of the delicate dynamics at play. She wished to avoid misunderstandings with Zhang Chang while not humiliating Lin Hao. Lin Hao, caught off guard, hesitated and struggled to articulate his purpose for approaching An. "Perhaps we can wait until we return," he finally suggested. An turned back toward the sea. Her stance was clear. It was now up to Lin Hao to comprehend it. As she passed Zhang Chang, she made no acknowledgement and continued on her way, curious to see if Zhang Chang would understand her intentions. Zhang Chang was no fool. He had noticed Lin Hao's persistent attempts to be near An and his excessive enthusiasm toward her. It was evident that Lin Hao harbored feelings for An. Nonetheless, Zhang Chang could also discern that An did not reciprocate those feelings and preferred his company over Lin Hao's. Lin Hao was merely a stumbling block on Zhang Chang's path to love. The fact that Lin Hao did not view Zhang Chang as a worthy rival was a mark of his own inadequacy as a man. In truth, Lin Hao knew he was no match for Zhang Chang and that there was no need to compete. Stubbornness would only lead to a crushing defeat. Watching Zhang Chang follow An, Lin Hao felt a profound sense of loss and jealousy that words could scarcely express. Dejected, he decided to retreat and rest. As he passed by Zhang Chang's door, he noticed some items laid out to dry. With no one around, he kicked them over, muttering, "I'll take you down." Lin Hao's actions were witnessed by Su Qinya, who sensed that a confrontation between Zhang Chang and Lin Hao was inevitable. Human emotions and desires drive people to pursue those they admire, a sentiment that is entirely reasonable. In the animal kingdom, males often clash violently over mating rights. Humans, as more advanced beings, are capable of rational thought. Their pursuit of affection need not mirror the brutish behavior of Li Jian and Zhao Ming. Yet, humans can sometimes resort to underhanded tactics. Song Han traversed a narrow ridge, searching for Zhong Jing. After walking for a day and a night without any sign of her, he realized that a girl like Zhong Jing would not venture such a distance alone. He must have taken a wrong turn. Thus, he turned back. Meanwhile, Zhong Jing had been following closely behind Song Han. Upon reaching a narrow ridge surrounded by canyons and low shrubbery, she felt disoriented and mistakenly believed she had lost her way, prompting her to turn back as well. In this manner, both individuals retraced their steps, with Zhong Jing leading and Song Han following. However, Zhong Jing possessed no sense of direction, and, as she returned over the ridge, she forgot the path she had taken. Now confronted with a dip creating a canyon, she faced a dilemma about which way to proceed. Conflicted, she paused for several minutes to ponder her options. The more she thought, the more entangled she became. The more entangled, the more anxious she felt. The more anxious, the more tense she grew. She incessantly tugged at the grass in a futile attempt to dispel her nervousness, oblivious to the fact that the sharp edges of the reeds had drawn blood from her hands. Ultimately, Zhong Jing resolved to seize her inner turmoil and veered to the right. Yet, Zhong Jing took a wrong turn. She had approached from the left. Less than half an hour after Zhong Jing passed, Song Han arrived at the same location, where he suddenly noticed what seemed to be traces of something having tread upon the ground. Upon closer inspection, he observed that several tufts of grass had been uprooted and discarded on the ground, with droplets of blood staining the blades. These were human traces, not animal. It must be Zhong Jing, Song Han pondered. Zhong Jing, Zhong Jing. He shouted her name at the top of his lungs while hastily pursuing her. With an excellent sense of direction, he moved left to escape. She had just gone to the right, brother. It appeared that having a good sense of direction was not necessarily advantageous. This was disastrous. The two of them were on diverging paths. Even if they reached the island's end, they would not encounter one another. The winter days were fleeting, and darkness descended imperceptibly. After running approximately 10 kilometers, Song Han still did not see Zhong Jing. He felt perplexed and meticulously retraced his thoughts. Zhong Jing must have been to that spot and lingered there, as the blood on the grass attested. But where had she gone? The only possibility was that she had ventured to the right. Realizing this, Song Han immediately turned back. However, darkness had already enveloped the forest, rendering visibility insufficient to discern direction, and he could scarcely see the ground beneath his feet. Without any means to ignite a fire, what could he do? Friction fire. Yet where would he find wood and a drill? He had no choice but to seek a sheltered spot and wait until dawn. Song Han was utterly disheartened. The cursed island unleashed fierce winds at night, accompanied by hail. The howling cold wind caused the trees to moan, sounding like the wails of ghosts and the growls of wolves. Song Han's heart sank. He felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness and guilt. He could have found Zhong Jing today. She could be by his side now. He could protect her, care for her, shielding her from the cold. Due to his erroneous judgment, he had once again missed the optimal opportunity to rescue Zhong Jing. On this night of wind and hail, she might not survive. Perhaps by morning, he would find only a cold, lifeless body. In frustration, Song Han slapped his face repeatedly. As darkness fell, Zhong Jing gazed at the unfamiliar, shadowy forest. Realizing she had taken yet another wrong turn, she could not find her way home. The forest was engulfed in darkness, devoid of any light, and she could not see her hand in front of her face. The wind picked up. The forest was frigid. Zhong Jing huddled behind a large tree, seeking refuge from the onslaught of the icy wind and hail. The ground was barren, unlike the previous night, devoid of leaves and dead grass. Her body was exposed to the biting wind, and the ground was painfully cold. The chill rendered her nearly numb. In that moment, Zhong Jing yearned deeply for a glimmer of light, for a roaring fire. She recalled her childhood when her family lived in the countryside, sitting with her brother by a crackling fire during winter, laughing as they roasted corn kernels over the flames. The kernels would gradually swell in the ashes, eventually bursting into popcorn. How delicious it was! Suddenly, Zhong Jing realized she had become like the little match girl. On this frigid night, it was not only Zhong Jing who endured the ravages of wind and hail, there was also Shirley. This unfortunate soul, like Zhong Jing, was curled up in a cave. The cave's walls were adorned with icicles, while the cold wind swept through the entrance, accompanied by hail that struck against his emaciated frame. He had lain in this cave for 2 days without food, merely pulling a few icicles from the walls to sustain himself. He lacked the strength to venture outside in search of sustenance, let alone to contend with the beasts of the forest. In his current state, Shirley felt as though he was living a fate worse than death. Despairingly, he shouted with his hoarse voice, "Heaven, let the storm rage even fiercer." Chapter 82. The cruelty of wind and snow after emerging from the depths of the sea. Lung Wenshan and Sha Mo discovered that they could not ascend directly to their base. Looking up, they were confronted with towering cliffs. It turned out that about 10 kilometers north of Song Han's base lay a mountain range, with sheer cliffs lining the seaside. After climbing ashore, Lung Wenshan and Sha Mo found it impossible to scale the several hundred meters high cliffs and had no choice but to circumnavigate the island. Having soaked in the frigid water for too long, Sha Mo, upon reaching land, was immediately struck by the cold wind and fell ill with a fever. Consequently, the two were unable to continue their journey. Lung Wenshan carried Sha Mo to a sheltered location, pausing to await his recovery. Over the past year on the island, Lung Wenshan had accumulated a wealth of survival experience. In their refuge, he constructed a rudimentary shelter and, employing the friction method, kindled a fire to keep Sha Mo warm. Lung Wenshan then sought out food nearby. As the tide receded, various shellfish were left along the coast, though in scant quantities insufficient to sustain both of them. He also discovered that the shoreline was not sandy, but rather comprised of natural stone formations, creating numerous depressions. When the waves crashed onto the shore, these hollows filled with seawater. Lung Wenshan noticed small fish swimming within, yet they were elusive and darted into the crevices whenever he approached. Some bamboo grew atop the cliffs, and Lung Wenshan gathered a considerable amount, weaving a bamboo basket with a small opening designed to allow entry but prevent escape. He placed some shellfish meat inside as bait and submerged the basket in the water. Hours later, when he retrieved it, he had indeed caught many small fish. Under Lung Wenshan's diligent care, Sha Mo's condition improved after a few days, and they resumed their journey. On one particular day, the sky suddenly darkened, followed by a mix of snow and hail. While traveling by torchlight, Lung Wenshan and Sha Mo stumbled upon a cave, seeking refuge from the storm. "Brother, it seems there is something inside," Sha Mo said as he ventured ahead. The light was dim, yet he vaguely perceived movement within the cave. "What is it?" Lung Wenshan asked, trailing behind. "I don't know, but it seems quite large. Could it be a wolf or a bear?" Lung Wenshan feared they might encounter a pack of wolves or a ferocious bear within the cave. They were unarmed and could not contend with such threats. "Let us take a closer look," Lung Wenshan quickly cautioned. "Hold on, let us assess the situation first." They hesitated at the cave's entrance, peering in with the faint glow of the torch. Indeed, something dark was in motion, but it did not resemble the swift movements of a wolf pack or other ferocious beasts. "What on earth is that? It seems to pose no threat to us," Sha Mo remarked, raising the torch to investigate further, only to be pulled back by Lung Wenshan. "Wait, even if that large creature seems harmless, what if it's a new species with significant lethality?" Lung Wenshan picked up a stone the size of a fist from the ground and threw it, striking that object squarely. "What on earth is that? Is it a person?" Both Lung Wenshan and Shamo were startled. They distinctly heard a sound that could only emanate from a human. How could there be someone here? Surely, it must be a mistake. I shall throw another stone at it. As Lung Wenshan bent down to retrieve another stone, Shamo stopped him. "Do not throw it. What if it is indeed a person?" Lung Wenshan experienced a sudden realization. Could it be someone for Zhong Jing's group? It is possible. The two raised their torches and cautiously approached the figure, with Lung Wenshan still clutching a sizable stone. If it were a wild beast, he would be ready to strike. Upon closer inspection, they confirmed it was indeed a person, yet barely resembling one. The limbs were curled up like a dog. To be precise, it was even worse than a dog. Hair, akin to a clump of weeds, obscured the entire face. The individual was emaciated, with protruding bones and no flesh to speak of. Is there any breath left in him? A sense of compassion washed over Lung Wenshan. The stone he had thrown earlier must have caused immense pain, and yet he had struck him while he was on the verge of death. If this person were to perish now, that stone would have been the final push into the afterlife. "I shall check." Shamo reached out, his body cold and devoid of any warmth. Gently, he nudged the individual's shoulder, but there was no response. It seemed he had already breathed his last, perhaps having just expired. A wave of guilt surged through Lung Wenshan. On this vast island, humanity was a rare commodity. There were so few people to begin with, and now he had inadvertently sent one away with a stone. "It is all my fault. Had I not struck him, he would not have died." Shamo shook his head. "This is not your fault. Even had you not struck him, he would still have perished. We simply arrived too late. Had we come a day earlier, perhaps we could have saved him." The two resolved to bury this unfortunate soul right there. The cave was filled with ample stones, which they could use to construct a proper grave, allowing him to depart with dignity and granting peace to his forlorn spirit. Lung Wenshan and Shamo planted their torches in the crevices of the stones and began to gather rocks to enclose the body, preparing to build him a tomb. A resting place. Suddenly, Lung Wenshan noticed the corpse seemed to twitch slightly. "He is not dead. Brother, come quickly." Shamo hastily dropped the stone and rushed over to examine. They turned the individual over, revealing his face. "Shirley," Shamo stammered as they finally recognized the man before them. They could hardly believe their colleague Shirley would be here, in such a state. "Shilai, Shilai." Lung Wenshan shook Shirley's body vigorously, attempting to rouse him. The near-death Shirley, upon hearing the calls of Shamo and Lung Wenshan, slowly opened his deeply sunken eyes. "He is awake," they exclaimed with joy. "Quickly, fetch some dry twigs from outside." Before long, a roaring fire blazed in the cave, gradually warming the ice-cold Shirley. "Am I dreaming, or have I already died?" Shirley managed to speak, and they could not help but admire his tenacity for life. "You are not dead, nor is this a dream. We have come to rescue you." Seeing Shirley in such a state, Lung Wenshan felt a pang in his heart, tears welling in his eyes. Shamo quickly produced some provisions from his pack and handed them to Shirley. "Shirley, eat something. It will give you strength." Shirley extended a withered hand, reduced to mere skin and bones, bringing the food to his lips but unable to consume it. His mouth quivered, trembling with emotion. Tears cascaded down, pooling on the ground. That night marked the warmest evening Shirley had ever experienced since his solitary existence on the island. A faint pale light began to appear on the horizon. Visibility improved slightly in the forest, prompting Song Han to hastily emerge from the thicket. He needed to search for Zhong Jing. Had she survived the harsh wind and snow of the previous night? Chapter 83. A narrow escape at dawn. Song Han swiftly retraced his steps in search of Zhong Jing. A thin layer of snow blanketed the ground, crunching beneath his feet. This was the first snowfall of the winter, though light. It heralded the true onset of the island's coldest season. After a night of tempest, could Zhong Jing have survived in the forest? As Song Han walked, he kept a vigilant eye for any footprints, hoping to find signs that Zhong Jing was still alive. As long as there were tracks, it would indicate she had not perished, and he could follow them to her. However, he soon realized how naive and ignorant he had been, given the frigid temperatures. It was uncertain whether Zhong Jing could have endured the night. To hope for footprints was nothing short of wishful thinking. If she were still alive, she would likely be in a state of near death, unable to move. The loss of body heat in such extreme cold would lead to organ failure and ultimately death. Anxious and desperate, Song Han yearned to find Zhong Jing immediately. He began to pay close attention to the protruding objects in the woods. Whether a dead tree or a patch of weeds, he approached each one, fearing Zhong Jing might be lying there. If she truly lay in the snow, he would find a lifeless body. Regardless of whether she was alive or dead, he had to locate Zhong Jing. When Zhong Jixiang entrusted him with her care, he had readily agreed. And now, if she were to die without even a body to be found, how could he face Zhong Jixiang? Song Han slowed his pace, meticulously scanning the forest. Any protrusion warranted his examination. Deep down, he felt that Zhong Jing's chances of survival were dwindling. She could not have withstood the storm unless she possessed a robust physique akin to his own. How could her frail form withstand such bitter cold? Zhong Jing, Zhong Jing. Every couple of 100 meters, Song Han called out, whether or not she could hear him. After walking for an hour or two from the spot where he had discovered the bloodstains, he still had not found Zhong Jing, nor even a body. Doubt began to cloud his judgment. Perhaps Zhong Jing had not even passed this way. Perhaps she had been found by Wu Bo and his group. Or perhaps she had returned to their encampment, now frolicking with Luo Wei and the others. How he wished for this to be true. That Zhong Jing had indeed made her way back and was now playing with Luo Wei and Tang Bixin. Yet reason told him that such thoughts were mere self-deception. Zhong Jing may have departed from this world forever. As Song Han grappled with despondency and sorrow, he suddenly spotted a massive ancient tree trunk lying across the ground not far ahead. He knew that such ancient trees were hollow, and a trunk of this size could easily shelter a person within its cavity. This hollow was warm and could provide refuge from a storm. Upon seeing the dead tree, Song Han felt an inexplicable surge of hope. Perhaps Zhong Jing had sought shelter there the previous night. If she had reached this spot and seen hollow, the clever Zhong Jing would surely have taken refuge inside. Zhong Jing. Song Han hurriedly rushed forward. This ancient tree, which had withstood the ravages of time for a millennium, finally succumbed to the relentless assault of wind, frost, rain, and snow, crashing down with a thunderous sound and breaking into 3 segments. Each segment contained several tree hollows. Song Han quickly approached each hollow to investigate. They were spacious enough for an adult to crouch inside. His gaze ultimately settled on one hollow where a person lay. Her hair, tousled by the storm, obscuring half her face, while the exposed portion was as pale as the surrounding snow and frost. Zhong Jing, Zhong Jing. He called as he swiftly pulled her from the hollow. Her hands and feet were as cold as ice, her eyes tightly shut. Her body remained pliable, leaving him uncertain of her heartbeat. Placing his hand beneath her nose, he detected a faint breath, like a wisp of smoke. It was barely discernible, yet she was still alive, albeit in a deep coma. A surge of joy filled Song Han's heart. As long as there was breath, there was hope. The greatest fear was that she had succumbed to the cold, becoming a lifeless corpse. In such a state of freezing, direct exposure to fire was perilous, leading to severe consequences for the frostbitten tissues. The best course of action was to return the frostbitten individual to a warm environment, using heated air or thick blankets to restore warmth. In the absence of such conditions outdoors, one could rub snow on the frozen body until warmth returned. Song Han hastily carried Zhong Jing to a sheltered spot, laying her flat and beginning to rub warmth into her limbs. After a time of fervent rubbing, he began to hear her steady breaths. Her condition was improving. The next priority was to warm her body. Without hesitation, he shed his own clothing and draped it over her back, embracing her tightly to share his body heat, pressing his face against hers. After a considerable time, Zhong Jing gradually regained consciousness, her complexion growing more vibrant. She slowly opened her eyes. Song Han, you're awake. That is wonderful. You're all right, he exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. As long as Zhong Jing was alive, everything was well. 2 tears fell upon her face. Song Han, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Em sorry. Song Han repeatedly apologized to Zhong Jing, not for the coarse bristles of his beard that had scratched her face, but for failing to find her in time, allowing her to suffer the harshness of the elements. Thankfully, she had not perished, thank heavens. Zhong Jing's body remained icy. and she shivered in his arms. He gathered some dry grass and pine needles to lay on the ground, providing her a temporary resting place. Then, he collected a considerable amount of firewood, preparing to start a fire to warm her from a distance. The hollow of the dead tree contained ample dry wood shavings, excellent for kindling. Before their departure, Song Han had brought along a handmade knife, which he used to sharpen a piece of hardwood, tearing a bit of cotton cloth from his clothing and placing it with the wood shavings, successfully creating a spark. A roaring fire ignited. Holding Zhong Jing close, he murmured, "It's all my fault, making you worry. I'm so foolish. I lost my way." Zhong Jing lay quietly in his embrace, savoring the moment, feeling grateful to Song Han. Without him, she might not have survived. "You are incredible. You are the bravest girl." Hearing his praise, Zhong Jing smiled brightly. "Your beard really hurts." Song Han chuckled. Suddenly, he noticed large bruises on Zhong Jing's arms and legs, signs of severe frostbite. Without prompt treatment, her skin and limbs could suffer necrosis. Song Han's heart tightened. Chapter 84. Severe Frostbite. Zhong Jing's limbs exhibited extensive frostbite, necessitating immediate treatment. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Lacking medical knowledge and understanding of herbal remedies, Song Han realized he must rush Zhong Jing back to safety, where Wu Bo, who had studied medicine, could assist. "Zhong Jing, you're feeling better. We must return." She nodded but faltered after just a few steps, her legs weak and unresponsive. "Song Han, can you find me a branch for a cane? My legs feel like jelly. I'll carry you. It's not far back from here." Zhong Jing felt reluctant and embarrassed, not wishing to impose. In a moment of urgency, Song Han hoisted her onto his back. "Stop being so formal. Do you still cling to those outdated notions of propriety?" he said, slightly irritated. "It's quite a distance back. Can you manage? I should walk a bit first. When I tire, you can carry me." Zhong Jing insisted on getting down, but Song Han held firm, leaving her no choice but to allow him to carry her. In truth, being carried was a surprisingly pleasant experience. It felt akin to riding in a palanquin, and Zhong Jing relished the sensation. In her youth, she always begged her older brother, Zhong Jixiang, to carry her, but at some point, she had grown too self-conscious to make such requests. Now, however, she could still indulge in such affection, but only with someone she cherished. For Song Han, carrying Zhong Jing felt as light as a bundle of straw. He could still jog while bearing her weight. "Could you slow down a bit?" she requested from his back, careful not to lean too closely. His running caused her to sway precariously. This way, she could hardly experience the sensation of being carried. "You have bruises on you. It looks like frostbite. I can't treat you. Only Wu Bo can." "Oh, but I don't feel any pain." At that moment, the frostbitten areas were still numb, so she felt nothing. Song Han understood that once circulation resumed, Zhong Jing would experience excruciating pain. "Did you never get frostbite as a child?" "When I was young and got frostbitten, coming home to warm myself felt like my hands and feet were about to explode." "Exactly. So we must hurry. Wu Bo will help ease your pain." "Oh, all right then." Zhong Jing complied, settling comfortably against Song Han's back. "How long has it been since you last bathed?" she suddenly asked, catching him off guard. "Oh no, this girl thinks I smell." In the depths of winter, with no means to bathe, it was inevitable he would have an odor. Besides, given their current circumstances, one could hardly afford to be picky. Survival was the priority. Nevertheless, one should maintain hygiene upon their return. He intended to drag Wu Bo and Qin Kai to the seaside for a cold wash. "Haha," he laughed in response, and Zhong Jing joined in. "Do I smell too?" she inquired. "Not at all. I can smell your perfume," he replied. Zhong Jing thought to herself that he must be lying at this moment. Where could she possibly have a scent of perfume? Yet, she found the white lie comforting. She was displeased at the thought of smelling bad. In truth, Song Han had not detected any scent. His focus had been solely on warming Zhong Jing, with no thoughts of odors. After 2 days of searching for Zhong Jing, the people at the camp felt lost without their leader. Wu Bo and Luo Wei wanted to organize a search party for Song Han and Zhong Jing, but they were stopped by Chun Bo and Liao. At present, the island is beset by fierce winds and snowstorms. Venturing outside could lead to disorientation, leaving them all to face a frozen demise in the forest. Wu Bo contemplated that Chun Bo's words held truth. The number of missing individuals here had already reached alarming levels. It was likely that Lung Wenshan and Sha Mo had perished after falling into a deep pit. And now, with Zhong Jing and Song Han also unaccounted for, the group collectively set out in search of them. If they were to lose 1 or 2 more individuals, it would indeed be adding insult to injury. Song Han and Zhong Jing had not returned for 2 days, and they could not simply disregard their absence. Wu Bo resolved to accompany Qin Kai in the search, while the others remained at the base to await news. As Wu Bo and Qin Kai prepared their tools and provisions, they heard Luo Wei's shrill voice calling from outside. Song Han and Zhong Jing had returned. Zhong Jing lay in bed recuperating, surrounded by a roaring fire that brought warmth to the room. However, the frostbite on her body began to flare up, causing beads of sweat to form on her forehead from the pain. First, let us soak it in warm saline. That should alleviate much of the discomfort. And then we can seek out some medicine, suggested Wu Bo. Despite being a doctor, he felt helpless without any supplies. I will go right away. What kind of medicine do we need? Song Han replied. Let's both go. I know what to look for. He instructed Luo Wei and Tang Bixin to take good care of Zhong Jing while he and Wu Bo set off to find the frostbite remedy. The mountains were cloaked in a layer of silver, presenting considerable challenges for Song Han and Wu Bo in their quest for medicine. Moreover, many medicinal herbs had withered in the winter, leaving only their roots, making their search even more arduous. If not for the snowfall, they could have ventured to areas where these herbs thrived, where remnants of dried leaves could still be found. Now, it was a different story. Difficult as it may be, we must find it. Which areas do you think these herbs prefer to grow in? Inquired Song Han. Not necessarily in one specific place. Some thrive in sunlight, while others favor shade. It's likely that frostbite herbs are scarce in the forest. Let's explore the cliffs, Wu Bo replied. Indeed, many medicinal plants grew in the heights and cliffs, though the danger was palpable, particularly in the current inclement weather. The cliffs were exceedingly slippery. One misstep could send a person tumbling down. Yet, for the sake of treating Zhong Jing's frostbite, Song Han and Wu Bo resolved to brave the cliffs in pursuit of medicine. Meanwhile, Shirley suffered extensive frostbite, groaning in a cave, while Lung Wenshan and Sha Mo found themselves helpless, unsure of how to treat him. Nevertheless, their arrival brought Shirley back from the brink of death. However, the frostbite on Shirley's body began to show signs of necrosis, oozing pus and emitting a foul stench. Sha Mo had heard somewhere that burning the pus could kill bacteria and disinfect. So he took a burning stick and pressed it against the infected area on Shirley's body. Shirley let out a cry of anguish akin to that of a slaughtered pig, and they hastily covered his mouth to prevent him from biting his tongue. Lung Wenshan felt a pang of compassion. Can he endure such pain? We must consider other methods. What alternatives do we have? If we do not disinfect it, he will succumb to a fatal infection, Lung Wenshan retorted, falling silent as he fetched a stick for Shirley to bite down on. Shirley resisted, exclaiming, "Just kill me already. I can't take it anymore." Chapter 85. Misfortunes never come alone. Sha Mo, irked by Shirley's loud protests and lack of cooperation, felt anger swell within him. Only you can kill. No one dares to harm you. If you wish to end your life, do it yourself against the stones, he thought. Recalling how Shirley had killed Feng Yao, albeit in a state of sleepwalking, nonetheless, he was still a murderer, reduced to a pitiful state. Shirley was less than a dog, and it was fortunate that he and Lung Wenshan had saved him. Now, as they attempted to treat him, he had no right to scream. If he refused to cooperate, perhaps it would be better for him to perish, relieving them of future threats should he ever become violent again. Lung Wenshan's thoughts diverged from Sha Mo's. He believed Shirley, now on the brink of death, was already pitiful enough. The agony of being burned was unbearable for anyone. Brother, do not berate Shirley. Imagine having a burning stick pressed against your skin without anesthesia, he implored. Sha Mo laughed heartily. Anesthesia? Where we find such luxury? If you wish to live, do not fear the pain. As he spoke, he pressed the burning stick against Shirley's skin once more. Sha Mo was indeed a tormentor. Lung Wenshan could not bear to watch and turn away. Sha Mo inflicted countless burns on Shirley, filling the cave with the acrid scent of charred flesh. Though his methods were harsh, he felt he had no other choice. Furthermore, given that Shirley had murdered Feng Yao, some punishment was warranted. The next day, the oozing wounds on Shirley's body began to scab over, tightening the flesh, and the pus ceased to flow. Sha Mo managed to scavenge 2 hibernating toads, brought them back to the cave, and roasted them over the fire for Shirley to consume. Despite the searing pain he felt, Shirley was both resentful and grateful for Sha Mo's harsh treatment that had ultimately saved his life. Seeing the 2 toads, he managed to utter, "Thank you, brother," though he added, "I do not consider you a brother of a murderer." Lung Wenshan intervened, "We are all brothers. It is only right that we look out for one another." Sha Mo glared at Shirley and remarked to Lung Wenshan, "We should be wary of him when we sleep. He has a tendency to kill in his dreams." The treatment for frostbite differed significantly between Shirley and Zhong Jing. Zhong Jing received attentive care from Luo Wei, Tang Bixin, and their group of concerned female companions, who showered her with warmth and compassion. The disparity in treatment between individuals was striking. Song Han and Wu Bo, risking their lives, scaled the cliffs to gather medicine for Zhong Jing. Upon reaching the cliffs, they discovered numerous precious herbs that had thrived untouched for years. Although the winter had withered their leaves, the medicinal properties were still readily identifiable. Regardless of the ailments they aimed to treat, they gathered them all. Suddenly, Song Han spotted, not far above, at the root of a millennial-old pine tree on the cliff, a mushroom-like growth. "Wu Bo, I see a lingji," he exclaimed. Wu Bo, positioned beneath Song Han, looked in the direction indicated by Song Han's finger and indeed beheld a magnificent, ancient Lingji. Though cloaked in snow, its exquisite form could not be concealed. It seemed to beckon to Song Han, and Wu Bo. Song Han continued his ascent, determined to claim the alluring Lingji. Song Han, do not go up there. It is dangerous, Wu Bo shouted from below. Indeed, Song Han had reached a point where there was no further path. Above him lay a sheer rock face, devoid of any footholds. The coveted Lingji was just out of reach. It had stood there, perhaps for 1,000 years, watching the passage of time and the shifting of fortunes. Song Han attempted several times to find a place to stand, but, with a sigh of resignation, began to consider giving up. He lifted his gaze once more at the magnificent Lingji, which seemed to mock him. Come on, little fellow, you cannot reach me, can you? Song Han thought defiantly. Song Han, you must not attempt to take it. Come down. Wu Bo urged from below. Song Han glanced at the mist shrouding the cliff base, obscuring the ground below. A wave of apprehension washed over him. The wind blew, causing the Lingji to sway gently, as if taunting him. Ignoring Wu Bo's warnings, Song Han resolved to press on. A green vine hung down from the cliff, perfectly within reach, and he grasped it tightly, pulling with all his might. This vine seemed sturdy enough to bear his weight. Song Han gritted his teeth and placed all his weight onto the vine. With a sharp crack, the vine, unable to bear his weight, snapped in two. Losing his balance, Song Han flailed his arms in a futile attempt to grasp something, but nothing was within reach. He plummeted downward in a free fall. Alas, it is over. Upon witnessing Song Han's descent, Wu Bo's expression changed drastically. He hurried down to the base of the cliff to search for either Song Han or his remains. However, after an exhaustive search, he found nothing and called out repeatedly, but received no response. As dusk approached, Wu Bo, filled with despair and sorrow, returned to the camp in a daze. When Luo Wei saw Wu Bo return, she rushed over, inquiring, "Did you find the herbs?" Wu Bo tossed the herb basket aside, stating that he had indeed collected them. "What about Song Han?" she pressed. "He fell off the cliff," he replied. Luo Wei stood frozen for a moment before suddenly turning and running back. "Zhong Jing, Bi Xin, Song Han, he." Upon hearing Luo Wei's tone, Zhong Jing sensed something was amiss and, disregarding her injuries, sprang from her bed. "What happened to Song Han?" she demanded. Wu Bo entered, explaining, "Song Han did not heed my warnings. He has fallen off the cliff." "What?" Zhong Jing felt a wave of dizziness wash over her and collapsed to the ground. Wu Bo organized a search party equipped with ropes and knives, spreading out in a systematic search pattern from the point where Song Han had fallen. Yet, despite scouring every patch of grass and thicket, they could find no trace of him. "Everyone come quickly. There is blood here," Qin Kai shouted from a distance. The group rushed over to discover a pool of blood on the ground. "Where is he?" they wondered. The blood must have belonged to Song Han, but there was no sign of him, no body, no trace. They followed the blood trail, which led to scattered drops in the underbrush, but the footprints were indistinct. Upon reaching a dense thicket, the blood trail ceased, revealing a few vague, large footprints that seemed to have entered the woods. Could it be that, after falling, Song Han was discovered by a ferocious beast that carried him off into the forest? Wu Bo and the others immediately pursued the footprints, but the underbrush was thick with dead leaves and twigs, and the trail quickly vanished. Wu Bo and the party stood there, lost and disheartened. The prospect for Song Han were grim. He had likely perished from the fall, and any creature that had taken him would only have carried away a lifeless body. As night fell, Wu Bo and the others returned, their spirits low. They resolved to search the forest again at dawn, hoping to find even a few strands of bloodied fur or bone. Upon returning to the camp, Zhong Jing learned that Song Han had not been found and that there were bloodstains leading into the forest. She wept loudly, convinced that a beast had taken Song Han away. Despite the group's attempts to console her, she could only lie in bed, silently shedding tears, feeling utterly helpless. Chapter 86. Resolute determination. The news of Song Han's fall and the inability to recover his body weighed heavily on everyone's hearts, especially Zhong Jing's. Song Han had rescued her from the storm, and now he had met with misfortune while gathering herbs for her, leaving her consumed by guilt and sorrow. Coupled with her frostbite, which had yet to heal, Zhong Jing fell ill, suffering from a high fever and speaking incoherently. The camp was beset by misfortune, with one person either dead or missing after another, and now with Song Han's fall, despair engulfed the group. Rumors began to circulate, suggesting that death had begun to take its toll. The residents of the camp felt as though they were characters in a horror movie, marked for death. Those who survived the plane crash were now bound to meet their fates in various tragic ways. Anxiety gripped everyone, and fear loomed large. Wu Bo wished to organize another search for Song Han in the woods, but he was met with indifference. Everyone feared they might never return. Lacking authority, Wu Bo could not command the others. Recently, food supplies were dwindling. Consequently, The majority of the camp was more concerned about their next meal than the fate of Song Han. For many, he was merely an ordinary person. Why should they risk their lives for him? The search for Song Han was effectively abandoned. Upon hearing that the quest for Song Han had ceased, Zhong Jing could only lie in bed, silently weeping, as she felt powerless to act. The weather improved, and Chun Bo approached Wu Bo. "Let us go fishing by the sea. Otherwise, we will run out of food by tomorrow or the day after." Wu Bo had initially considered searching for Song Han, but realizing the likelihood of his survival was slim, he consented. After all, the living must carry on. Recently, for unknown reasons, the fish in the bay had dwindled. As Wu Bo prepared the fishing gear, Chun Bo remarked, "It's due to the weather. The fish have migrated. If we don't catch enough now, we may starve this long winter." Wu Bo nodded in agreement. Survival was paramount for everyone, and petty grievances were best set aside until their bellies were full. Wu Bo and Chun Bo, along with a few other men, headed to the sea, while Luo Wei, Tian Ying, and Li Yao prepared to forage for roots on the mountain. At that moment, Mo Yili approached Luo Wei. "Luo Wei, can you squeeze in with Tang by Xian tonight and lend me a blanket for one night, maybe two at most?" Luo Wei, puzzled, asked Sister Yili, "Didn't you already have a blanket? Alan has been feverish these past 2 days and has been complaining of the cold, so I gave her mine." "Oh, then feel free to take it," Luo Wei replied, not probing further, and she left with Tian Ying. As night fell, everyone returned from their foraging. Except for Mo Yili, Luo Wei and Tang by Xian felt something was amiss and went to inquire with Alan. "Alan, where is Sister Yili?" Alan, feeling unwell and bedridden for the day, replied, "Sister Yili left early. I don't know where she went." When Luo Wei and Tang by Xian saw that Mo Yili's bed was empty and the blanket she had borrowed was missing, they grew increasingly puzzled. Where could Sister Yili have gone? It seemed she would not be returning tonight. Alan mentioned to Luo Wei and Tang by Xian that Sister Yili had cried all night. "I asked her, but she didn't respond but just before dawn. I heard her mutter, 'I must go find him.' I don't know who she was referring to." Luo Wei and Tang by Xian suddenly realized. She must have gone to find Song Han. Indeed, Mo Yili had set off in search of Song Han. Last night, Wu Bo and his companions failed to locate Song Han. Upon hearing Chun Bo's decision to abandon the search, she resolved to seek him out alone. Mo Yili had shared an office with Song Han, harboring a secret crush on him for an extended period. However, feeling inferior due to her being 2 years his senior, she lacked the courage to confess her feelings. Soon after, the young and beautiful Zhong Jing arrived, addressing Song Han affectionately as Song Degu and growing close to him, which caused Mo Yili to retreat further into her insecurities. She recognized that in terms of beauty, Zhong Jing surpassed her, and regarding charm, Zhong Jing embodied a youthful spirit that she could not rival. Thus, she buried her affection for Song Han deep within her heart. Now, faced with Song Han's dire predicament, she felt compelled to act. Regardless of whether he was alive or dead, she was determined to find him. Even if he had perished at the jaws of a beast, she would still gather his bones to give him a proper farewell. Mo Yili set out on the arduous journey to find Song Han. Armed with a borrowed blanket for warmth and essential tools such as a knife and fire-starting equipment, she began her search meticulously at the cliff's edge, scouring every patch of grass and thicket. Hearing reports of blood trailing into the dense forest, she understood that Song Han could not possibly remain at the cliff's base. Yet, Mo Yili believed that nothing was absolute. Perhaps the blood did not belong to him. After searching for much of the day and confirming that neither Song Han nor his remains were present, she ventured deeper into the forest. This dense thicket was a place that even Song Han and Wu Bo had once feared to enter. Sunlight struggled to penetrate its depths, and even on a bright day, it remained ominously dark with low visibility. Twisted branches and ancient vines intertwined, creating an uninviting atmosphere. Standing at the forest's edge, Mo Yili hesitated briefly, aware that once she stepped inside, she might find it difficult to return. However, her hesitation lasted only a minute before she resolutely crossed the threshold into the depths of the woods. Courage is not the sole province of man. Life is often a struggle for ideals and goals. For Mo Yili, that person, perhaps her aspiration, was Song Han. Though she knew the odds of achieving her desires were slim, she pressed on undeterred. On the 4th day of their arrival on the island, Zhong Jixiang and Yang Lin had consumed the week's worth of food they had brought with them. Zhong Jixiang had initially hoped to conserve supplies for another 4 to 5 days, but Yang Lin, with her hearty appetite, devoured twice the portion in a single meal and still claimed to be hungry. Thus, Zhong Jixiang relinquished the food bag to her, allowing her to eat as she pleased. Yesterday, she had complained about the weight of the bag. Today, she informed Zhong Jixiang that they were out of food. With limited options on this deserted island, finding sustenance was no simple task. While wild animals and fish abounded, Zhong Jixiang was not concerned about the depletion of their food supply. Armed with a firearm and 300 rounds of ammunition, alongside advanced fishing equipment, a military knife, multi-purpose matches, a solar flashlight, binoculars, and more, he felt confident in his ability to survive and thrive on the island. Xiang, I'm hungry. What are we having today? Yang Lin called out as she awoke, her eyes barely open, oblivious to the harsh realities of survival. She viewed their predicament as a mere adventure. Isn't it a bit awkward? I'm your brother, so please refrain from calling me that. I acknowledge you as my brother, but you're not my real brother, so I can call you whatever I like. Since last night, she had taken to affectionately calling him Xiang, a name that was both endearing and teasing. The previous night had brought snowfall, leaving a thick blanket of snow on the ground that provided an excellent opportunity for hunting. Zhong Jing retrieved his double-barreled shotgun, loading it with a couple of dozen rounds. You stay in the tent while I go hunting. No, I want to accompany you. Aren't you afraid a tiger might eat me if I stay here alone? After considering her words, Zhong Jing agreed to let her join him. He began to search for animal tracks in the snow, knowing that as long as he followed the prints, he would surely find his quarry. Not far into their search, they discovered numerous tracks, ranging from small mice and squirrels to rabbits. However, Zhong Jing was not interested in such insignificant prey. He aimed for larger game to satisfy his hunting cravings and ensure sustenance for several days. His targets were wild boars, bison, or even leopards and tigers. At the very least, he sought wolves or foxes. Venturing into a thicket, he indeed stumbled upon a trail of large paw prints. What kind of tracks are these? Yang Lin inquired. Zhong Jing could only offer a rough estimate. He was not an expert on animal tracks. They might belong to a tiger or a leopard. Look at the size of the prints. Yang Lin felt a wave of trepidation. A tiger? Those are fierce creatures. Can we handle this? Zhong Jing saw the tiger tracks and felt a flutter of nervousness himself, but he was reluctant to abandon the pursuit. He wanted to impress Yang Lin. What is there to fear? Watch me take it down with a single shot. Following the tracks led them to a hillside, where the rocky terrain was sparse of trees and densely covered with shrubs, an ideal habitat for rabbits and wild boars. It seemed that the tiger or leopard had ventured here in search of food. To their surprise, they soon spotted a leopard leisurely strolling at the foot of the hill. Zhong Jing gently urged Yang Lin to follow him quietly. Finding a concealed spot several dozen meters away, he raised his gun and aimed. With a resounding shot, the leopard fell to the ground, showcasing the formidable power of his shotgun. Done. Zhong Jing and Yang Lin rushed toward the leopard. The animal, shot in the abdomen, lay gasping for breath, blood pooling around it. It was still alive. Zhong Jing loaded another bullet, aimed for the leopard's head, and fired again, ending its life. This leopard will provide us with sustenance for quite some time. Xiang, you're amazing, Yang Lin exclaimed joyfully as she leaped to embrace his neck. Satisfied with his success, Zhong Jing allowed her to celebrate, relishing in her excitement. The leopard appeared to be a juvenile, weighing around 30 kilograms. Easily manageable for Zhong Jing to carry back. Upon returning to their tent, Zhong Jing set to work, swiftly skinning the leopard with his military knife. He then gutted it and divided it into portions. Starting a large fire, he skewered 2 pieces of leopard meat over the flames. And soon the savory aroma of roasting meat wafted through the air, causing Yang Lin's mouth to water profusely. Zhong Jing began to boast, claiming that following him would ensure a life of luxury and indulgence. Yang Lin, responding with a hint of double entendre, remarked that she had long desired to accompany him, but he had previously rebuffed her. In truth, Zhong Jing was merely in a jovial mood, reveling in light-hearted banter, unaware that Yang Lin took his words to heart. He glanced at her, noticing her face flushed a charming shade of red from the fire, her long hair elegantly pinned up to avoid the flames, revealing her delicate neck. In that fleeting moment, he experienced a primal urge, though it was brief. He sensed that desire might one day triumph over reason. Xiang, can we eat now? I'm famished, she said. Look at your impatience, he teased. Of course I'm anxious. You're the only one who isn't. Her words dripped with playful provocation, while Zhong Jing feigned ignorance. All right, we can eat. He retrieved a piece of roasted leopard meat from the fire and handed it to Yang Lin, who eagerly began to indulge her appetite. Suddenly, a peculiar low growl echoed through the air. What was that sound? Zhong Jing's instincts kicked in. From his experience, he discerned that it was the cry of a fierce animal, and it seemed alarmingly close. He dropped the leopard meat, swiftly grasped the double-barreled shotgun resting on the ground, and stood, surveying the surroundings. What he saw sent a chill of fear coursing through him. Approximately 30 to 40 meters away, a group of leopards had encircled them. There could be even more hidden behind the trees. The leopards emitted a collective growl, their fury palpable, evident that they had come to avenge their fallen companion. Damn, the leopards have come in force. Yang Lin, too, had noticed the angry growl surrounding them, her earlier exuberance evaporating as she spat out the leopard meat, trembling in place. Don't run. Stay close to the fire, Zhong Jing urged, hastily retrieving all 300 rounds of shotgun ammunition from the tent, loading the gun. although he wielded a firearm. Fear gripped him, and he dared not show this weakness in front of Yang Lin. The double-barreled shotgun could fire 2 rounds at once, but reloading would take precious seconds. Those seconds could be fatal, as the leopards could cover the distance in the blink of an eye. Their predicament was exceedingly perilous. In Chapter 88, Zhong Jixiang's hunt for a leopard had proven to be a grave error. Both wolves and leopards are known for their vengeful behavior, though leopards are typically solitary. They can exhibit pack-like tendencies when their comrades are brutally slain. Leopards are audacious and exceptionally fierce, hence the saying about having the courage of a leopard. Confronted by such formidable adversaries, leopards maintain a relentless offensive, their success hinging on speed. However, both wolves and leopards harbor a fear of fire, with leopards especially wary of loud noises. Seeing the group of leopards encircle them, Zhong Jixiang immediately intensified the fire, hoping to intimidate the predators. The leopards halted at a distance of 30 to 40 meters, a range that was both safe and strategic for them. This distance allowed them to advance or retreat as needed. Though the leopards yearned for vengeance, they were also wary of Zhong Jixiang and the fire, hesitating to attack. They seemed to recognize that these two unfamiliar beings were not to be trifled with. The scent of their roasted companion wafted through the air, and they were aware of the weapon in Zhong Jixiang's hands, a tool capable of delivering death with a single shot. Zhong Jixiang indeed fired a shot into the air, intending to startle and drive them away, yet he refrained from shooting a leopard directly. He understood that should he kill another leopard now, it would incite a furious retaliation. The gunshot succeeded in momentarily stalling the leopards, who began to pace hesitantly, reluctant to underestimate their opponent's capabilities. A stalemate ensued. The leopards neither retreated nor dared to advance, as fear of death is an instinct inherent to all animals. Observing their hesitation, Zhong Jixiang felt a slight relief. As long as they remained near the fire and did not panic, the leopards were unlikely to attack. However, he knew that firing the gun again would diminish its effectiveness. The leopards would soon become accustomed to the sound and lose their fear. The next shot would have to be aimed directly at a leopard, with the intention of hitting one. After 2 to 3 hours of the standoff, Zhong Jixiang's legs began to feel numb from standing. The leopards, too, seemed to tire, some sitting while others continued to pace. He surmised that a divergence of opinion had emerged among the leopards, a promising sign for him and Yang Lin. Yang Lin displayed remarkable courage. Though fear gripped her, she did not scream. As long as she was with Zhong Jixiang, she felt invincible. Another 2 hours passed, with the leopards still encircling them, some lounging, others prowling and observing their surroundings. Zhong Jixiang began to devise a plan to escape the leopard's threat. The area was dotted with towering ancient trees, and he considered climbing one with Yang Lin. However, he recalled that leopards are adept climbers, scaling trees with ease. Yet, he reasoned that if they were to ascend, the leopards could not attack all at once. They would be forced to approach one at a time. While the trees were not the ultimate refuge, they certainly provided a safer alternative than remaining on the ground. Zhong Jixiang instructed Yang Lin to climb first while he provided cover for below. Agile and skilled in climbing, Yang Lin swiftly ascended a nearby tree. Upon seeing her safely perched above, Zhong Jixiang slung the 300 rounds of ammunition over his shoulder, preparing to follow. The leopards, astute creatures, recognized that Zhong Jixiang and Yang Lin were attempting to escape into the trees, and they began to approach with menacing growls. Zhong Jixiang assessed the situation from the base of the tree. He calculated that he could reach the first branch in about 10 seconds. The process of drawing his gun and aiming at the leopards would require an additional 2 seconds. In total, the series of actions would take approximately 12 seconds. However, a leopard could cover the distance from its starting position to the tree in just 5 seconds. This meant that before Zhong Jixiang could even reach the first branch, a leopard could easily drag him down. The leopards had been biding their time, waiting for the moment he would relinquish his firearm. In a moment of desperation, Zhong Jixiang resolved to take another risk. Knowing that leopards fear sudden loud noises, he decided to utilize this weakness once more. He fired another shot into the air, quickly slinging the gun over his shoulder, and climbed the tree with unprecedented speed. The sudden sound startled the leopards, causing them to instinctively retreat a few steps. By the time they comprehended the situation, Zhong Jixiang had already ascended to the first fork of the tree, firearm in hand. Noticing no leopards in pursuit, he swiftly reloaded with another cartridge. With 2 bullets now in the chamber, Zhong felt a sense of reassurance. No matter how swiftly the leopards could climb, their speed could not rival that of his bullets. Should they dare to approach, he would dispatch them with a single shot. Once they had scaled the tree, the leopards gathered below, gazing up at Zhong Jixiang and Yang Lin. The leopards began to stir restlessly. However, Zhong Jixiang felt no fear. Instead, he sought to provoke them. Aiming at one leopard beneath the tree, he fired, and the creature fell lifeless to the ground. Another shot rang out, claiming yet another leopard's life. This incited the leopard's fury. 2 of them suddenly surged upward towards the tree. Yet, Zhong Jing was swifter in reloading, determined to deny the leopards any opportunity. With 2 resounding shots, he sent the leopards crashing to the ground. The remaining leopards, now thoroughly intimidated, fled from the base of the tree. As snow began to fall, Rong, after giving birth, engaged in labor, braving the cold winds and snow to gather firewood outside the cave. On this day, the cave was nearly devoid of fuel, and seizing the moment while her child still slumbered, she ventured out to collect some dry twigs. Upon stepping outside, Rong's gaze invariably fixated on a single direction for an extended period. That was the path Qianjun traversed daily, both in his departures and returns. Qianjun had been absent for over 10 days now. Without a doubt, Rong sensed that something unfortunate had befallen him. Perhaps he would never return, and his figure would no longer grace that intersection. Each day, as the resilient Rong cast her eyes toward that crossroads, her heart ached and tears flowed uncontrollably. She longed for the moment when she could look up and behold his silhouette emerging within her line of sight. Qianjun, where have you gone? If you are still alive, please return swiftly. If you have departed this world and ascended to heaven, grant me a dream. I shall construct a tomb for you, a resting place for your wandering spirit to return home. Regardless of your fate, my son and I await your return. Come back, Qianjun.